Chapter 1. Awakening. As Best awakened once more, he found himself submerged in a luminous green liquid bewildered. He gazed around, his vision penetrating the crystalline layer of this verdant fluid. To his astonishment, he discovered a multitude of oval-shaped petri dishes arranged within this confined space, each cradling a diminutive human embryo curled in slumber, akin to infants nestled in their maternal wombs. However, to label these embryos strictly as human infants would be somewhat inaccurate, for in addition to possessing the fundamental characteristics of human anatomy, they bore certain unexpected appendages. Tails an anatomical vestige long since diminished through the eons of human evolution. A series of bubbles erupted from the corner of Best's mouth, imparting a sensation akin to suffocation. Yet this feeling did not arise from the external environment. In fact, the emerald liquid enveloping him was an artificially synthesized concoction teeming with organic nutrients designed to expedite the growth cycle of mammals. This fluid not only served as a metric for assessing the health and gender of the embryos, but also provided a barrier against external bacterial infections during gestation. Even in cases of infection, it minimized the impact significantly. This synthetic solution could, to a considerable extent, replace the amniotic fluid typically found in the womb, maintaining the life of the developing fetus in certain respects. It even surpassed natural amniotic fluid. Furthermore, an array of tubes extended from these sealed petri dishes, connecting to the peculiar embryos, acting as a substitute for the umbilical cord, ensuring that the beings birthed within these vessels would not suffer premature depletion due to trivial matters such as bacterial infection. It is worth noting that the genetic samples used to cultivate these embryos were exceedingly rare and constituted a non-renewable resource, precluding even secondary utilization naturally. The researchers would employ every conceivable method to enhance the survival rate of the experimental embryos during their growth phase, preventing unnecessary losses. Best's sense of suffocation arose from the abrupt awakening of his consciousness, making him acutely aware that he was one of these freakish children confined within sealed petri dishes. What is happening? They must have made a mistake. A chilling dread surged from the depths of Best's heart as he frantically pounded on the sealed petri dish, his mouth opening and closing in an attempt to scream. Alas, the dish was filled with a viscous green synthetic liquid, causing his cries to merely draw in a torrent of the thick fluid which bubbled within his stomach, rendering him utterly voiceless. Moreover, the petri dish itself was constructed from a high-hardness metallic material combined with space glass, utilized in spacecraft manufacturing, ensuring its safety unless struck by a weapon of particle cannon caliber. Even laser weaponry would leave not the slightest mark upon its surface. Thus, all of Best's efforts proved to be futile. Perhaps Best's abnormal reaction drew the attention of the researchers, for a tube connected to his wrist suddenly pierced his flesh. As he became aware of this, a stream of dark red liquid, visible to the naked eye, was injected into his bloodstream through the slender conduit. What is this? A question barely formed in his mind before this unfortunate individual succumbed to a deep slumber, his pale and diminutive body enveloped in the shimmering green synthetic liquid, appearing as if lifeless. What just happened? Why did the alarm sound for no reason? A sharp, grating voice echoed through the laboratory door, compelling the other researchers to glance anxiously in that direction. From the dim corner emerged a diminutive figure. Leaning on a cane, as he shuffled forward, he bore a massive bird-like head, sparse dark green feathers adorning his body. Despite his small stature, he exhibited distinct human traits. Resembling a genetically hybridized beast, his upper body was clad in a bizarre, robe-like garment, adorned with a string of oversized beads around his neck, rendering him an absurd spectacle. Yet it was this peculiar, ludicrous figure that instilled a pervasive fear in everyone within the laboratory, as if they were confronting a ferocious, deranged beast. In truth, this individual, known as Fate, was indeed a dangerously aberrant creature and the highest authority at this space research station. After a prolonged silence, the laboratory's head finally stammered a report to Fate regarding the anomalies in the embryo cultivation chamber. Just as he felt relieved that Fate's attention had shifted to the abnormal experimental subject, a bolt of twisted electricity struck him without warning, instantly carbonizing him into a heap of blackened remains. This fool cannot even articulate a simple matter, stammering for so long. What use is he? You there? Yes, you. Go fetch that experimental subject for me, Fate said, his expression impassive as he pointed at a researcher whose head resembled a trembling octopus. His tone was devoid of emotion, as if the recent killing had been of no more consequence than swatting an insignificant ant under the watchful gaze of terrified colleagues. This unpredictable old man slowly made his way toward the laboratory's exit. Just as everyone prepared to exhale in relief, Fate paused, turned back, and with a peculiar smile, remarked, "An intriguing little fellow. Do not keep me waiting." Once Fate departed, the octopus-headed researcher collapsed onto the ground, his tentacles spasming, as if in convulsion. The other unselected researchers, relieved yet sympathetic, cast pitying glances at him, knowing that being favored by that deranged old lunatic meant his days were numbered. Awaken. Scion. Chapter 2. The Super Saiyan Project. This cosmic research facility was established 30 years ago with the aim of exploring the potential of various extraterrestrial intelligent species and their energy compositions 10 years prior. The former head of the research base was eliminated by alien warriors sent by the evil colonizer, King Kurd, after refusing to capitulate to his demands. Fate, who took over, was an unabashed madman. Upon assuming control, he discarded most of the previous research findings and instead introduced perilous and unstable experiments involving cosmic radiation and genetic injections. Nevertheless, one must concede that despite his madness, Fate's research plans yielded certain tangible results. For instance, many of King Kurd's elite forces, including the formidable Jinyu force led by his son, Frisia, experienced significant breakthroughs in combat capabilities due to the covert application of cosmic radiation from the research facility, which mutated their original genetics. However, such successful cases were rare, as countless innocent lives had already fallen victim to these experiments. Years ago, Fate became dissatisfied with the fragility of the life forms used in experiments and developed a profound interest in the combat race, commanded by Frisia. This race was a naturally warlike tribe, with every member, regardless of gender, being a warrior, reveling in battle and slaughter, characterized by their aggressive temperament and robust physical constitution. Most astonishingly, their genetics contained a remarkable and nearly perfect gene segment, granting each member of this race an extraordinarily powerful self-repair system, which enhanced their strength after recovering from severe injuries. Such a flawless race drove the humorless scientific madman, Fate, to the brink of insanity to validate the veracity of the rumors. Fate even took it upon himself to traverse multiple star systems, ultimately capturing a few of the few specimens operating on the periphery. After conducting extensive dissections and genetic trials, Fate was overjoyed to discover that these combatants, known as scions, were the perfect experimental subjects he had long sought. My heavens, the composition of this race, their genetics, their growth patterns, everything was so impeccably perfect, especially the almost divine gene segment within their blood. This was nothing short of a divine gift from the gods for my perfect experimental vessel. Just as Fate reveled in his discovery of the scions, another piece of news plunged his heart into despair. Frisia has summoned all scion warriors back to planet Vegeta and annihilated it. How could he do this? Bastard! How could he destroy such a perfect race? Fit was nearly beside himself with rage, vehemently cursing Frisia's shameless actions within the confines of the laboratory. In his fury, even his former superior, King Cold, became an unwitting target of his wrath, enduring a thorough verbal onslaught from Fit. Consequently, Fit felt compelled to set off immediately for the Scion's homeland, planet Vegeta. In search of a remedy, however, upon his arrival, he discovered that the situation was far more dire than his subordinates had reported. The entire planet Vegeta had been obliterated, leaving behind nothing but heaps of debris from the cataclysm. With his spirits plummeting, Fit ruthlessly dispatched several individuals who happened to cross his path. Merely for their appearance undeterred, he dispatched numerous reconnaissance teams to scour the remnants of Vegeta, hoping to retrieve even the tiniest fragment of Scion skin cells. Fortune favored the diligent. Under Fit's relentless orders, the exploration teams, after enduring 3 days of hellish existence, finally unearthed a valuable find: a relatively intact slab, stained with Scion blood, though it was more accurately described as a sizable rock formation, towering several stories high. The bloodstains were somewhat sparse, and not all of them could be definitively identified as Scion blood. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. With these precious blood samples in hand, Fit's confidence surged, prompting him to push the teams to work tirelessly for several more days before ultimately deciding to return home, despite the meager results. Upon his return to the cosmic research base, Fit immediately shut down all ongoing research projects, reallocating the majority of the base's resources and funding to a newly devised research plan. In reality, aside from a few routine operations, the rest of the facilities had fallen into a state of disrepair. Of course, when reporting to King Cold, Fit remained quite forthright, ensuring that every vessel and individual aircraft intended for King Cold's expansion in the cosmos were crafted to the best of his ability, albeit with a slight decline in quality. Fit adeptly played this to his advantage, frequently lamenting the inadequacies of his research base to King Cold, thereby securing substantial funding to sustain his endeavors. This research initiative would later come to be known as the Super Saiyan Project. Awaken, O Scions! Chapter 3. Ambition. The so-called Super Saiyan refers to the legendary warriors of the battle-hardened Scion race. It is said that once every millennium, a Super Saiyan emerges among the Scions, possessing the strongest power in the universe, making them the mightiest warriors across the cosmos naturally. No one took this legend seriously, most considered it a mere fabrication. A fanciful tale concocted by the Scions to inflate their own significance. Even Frieza, the very being who decimated planet Vegeta, dismissed the notion of Super Saiyan as a laughable jest to him. The Scion race, while rapidly maturing, was merely a collective of troublesome beings, lacking any singular individual capable of posing a threat. As a scientific researcher, Fit had little interest in such absurd legends. Every race in the universe had its share of fantastical tales, akin to primitive cave dwellers boasting of their ancestors. These were simply the delusions of weaker groups seeking to elevate their own worth. However, after his initial encounter with the almost perfect genes within Scion blood, Fit found himself increasingly convinced of the legend's validity, the extraordinary growth potential of the Scion's flawless genes, and the astonishing energy contained within their genetic fragments suggested that even an ordinary Scion, when properly harnessed, could possess devastating power against mutated entities. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. The Scions, due to their perfect genes, had nearly limitless potential given time. They could evolve to an extraordinarily formidable level at that point. Having such a subordinate would turn the dream of universal domination into a tangible reality. With the Super Saiyan Project underway, Fit's thoughts were consumed day and night by the enigmatic composition of the Scion's perfect genes and the legendary strongest warriors of the universe. He fantasized about deciphering the genetic blueprint of the Scions, thereby creating countless bloodthirsty, rampaging Super Saiyan warriors. He dreamed of trampling King Cold and his two loathsome sons beneath his feet, usurping their family's position to dominate the cosmos, ensuring that the name Fit would echo throughout every corner of the universe. A colossal mechanical arm secured an oval-shaped thing in a designated apparatus, with several conduits extending from the base to the dish, suspending the limbs of Best in a green synthetic liquid, arranged in a big shape. Commenced scanning. An electronic voice emanated from the control panel. A three-dimensional holographic screen unfolded, rapidly transforming into a miniature child's likeness. Waves of light emanated from the child's head, continuously analyzing the entirety of the child's anatomy. Gradually, the child's image began to disassemble, with each wave of light sweeping across. Layers of flesh were meticulously stripped away, culminating in a singular, luminescent internal circulatory system within the holographic display. One could distinctly observe the frenetic activity within the child's light-form brain, the energy generated by this activity increasing geometrically, persistently stimulating the cerebral cortex and pituitary structure, seemingly aiming to rectify the child's flaws and wounds. Beep, beep, beep alert. Vital signs of the subject are declining. Vital signs dropped to 178. Subject deceased. Amidst the piercing alarm, a Scion clone infant's head, positioned within a nearby, abruptly exploded, tainting the pristine green synthetic liquid with a murky and glaring hue. Fit gazed impassively at the experimental results, before suddenly slamming his palm onto the control panel, causing the screen displaying the Scion clone infant's death report to flicker twice before vanishing. A surge of blue electricity erupted from the console. Fortunately, the control panel was of exceptional quality and did not sustain any damage from Fit's furious strike. However, his outburst startled many. The cosmic researchers gazed apprehensively at the somber-faced Fit, some even burying their heads in their chests, trembling uncontrollably, too fearful to look up. What was the dosage of the drug this time? Fit finally spoke, surveying the room. His gaze was sharp enough to cut through flesh, and none wished to bear the brunt of his ire in such a moment. Yet someone had to step forward. A young researcher adjusted his glasses and replied. The gene drug used this time was 1/3 of the previous dosage. The biochemical agent was increased by 1/2 compared to usual. Slowly approached the petri dish, his gaunt fingers gently caressing its surface as he pondered aloud. Why does it still fail? The genetic medication has significantly diminished since the last trial, and the biochemical drugs aimed at stabilizing the Scion's emotions and psyche have been considerably amplified. Why then? Does success remain elusive? Is it that the perfect genes of the Scions are beyond my reach? After a long pause, his expression twisted into a grimace, and he furiously clawed at the metallic glass exterior of the dish, his eyes ablaze with rage as he commanded, "Retrieve that specimen for me. I shall administer the injection personally." His finger pointed towards the Scion infant, Best, who had yet to complete its normal physiological growth cycle. The top of the egg-shaped petri dish opened like a blooming flower, and a massive mechanical arm ruthlessly extracted the fragile infant, placing it upon the cold, dissecting table like a creature destined for slaughter. Awaken, Scion. The sharp blade of the scalpel effortlessly sliced through the tender skin of the infant, revealing the delicate muscle fibers beneath. The operator displayed remarkable skill, ensuring no blood vessels were severed, thereby avoiding unintended harm to the specimen. A slender mechanical arm extended, fitted with 6 spiral syringes containing advanced genetic serums. Holding the scalpel, felt a surge of youthful vigor return, straightening his posture to appear less gloomy and diminished. His face radiated a solemnity and rigor befitting scientific inquiry. He retrieved a 100 cubic centimeters vial of the mixed genetic serum, reverently and solemnly applying it to Best's soft muscle fibers. The cold prick of the needle elicited an indescribable discomfort in the slumbering Best, who instinctively attempted to turn away from the intrusion. However, his frail body was firmly restrained on the icy table, rendering him powerless against frenzied experimentation. Taking a deep breath, unhesitatingly injected the full 100 cubic centimeters of the serum into Best's veins. The costly concoction swiftly took effect, causing every blood vessel in Best's tiny body to swell as if longed. Slender worms writhed beneath his skin, threatening to burst forth an image both terrifying and repulsive. The electronic synthesis sound rang out once more, as a three-dimensional light screen meticulously eliminated all unnecessary elements from Best's form, diligently documenting the internal changes occurring within the specimen. Researchers typed rapidly at the control panel, their fingers creating a blur of motion. Several robust mechanical arms extended, administering biochemical drugs designed to repair damage inflicted by the genetic serum and stabilize the specimen's emotions, continuously injecting the suffering infant with life-sustaining doses. Strictly speaking, the mixed genetic serum was a product of the cosmic research base, originally intended to activate latent genetic segments within organisms, revealing their primal evolutionary traits. Its production was limited and not widely recognized until its arrival, which propelled its popularity and increased output, generating astonishing profits for him as the base's administrator. He continuously refined this serum to cultivate exceptionally potent warriors. Typically, a soldier with a combat power of around 200 would experience a 56-fold increase in strength after administration. And if their ancestral genes were indeed remarkable, the serum could even induce mutations, restoring them to their species' most formidable forms. Regrettably, this Asin's hand had limited efficacy against the scion's perfect genes, or rather, the scion's genes were too superior for their own good. The energy released by these perfect genes was overwhelmingly powerful, to the extent that once unleashed, it would exceed the fragile bodies of ordinary scions. While their combat abilities surged, they could not withstand the explosive force, leading to inevitable destruction. Nevertheless, after over a year of experiments and thousands of injections, instances of success or near success were not entirely absent. In the underground research facility of Laboratory 1, 2 relatively successful specimens were preserved, one achieving a combat power of 30,000 and the other an astonishing 60,000. Even during their confinement, their combat power continued to escalate under the influence of the genetic serum. Unfortunately, these 2 specimens were merely unresponsive vegetative forms. No matter how high their combat power climbed or how rapidly it increased, they remained useless shells. In truth, had already deciphered from his research reports that the genetic samples of the 2 successful specimens originated from a high-ranking scion. In fact, the majority of the near-successful cases among the hundreds also derived from this blood sample. This indicated that scion aristocrats were more compatible with the perfect genes than commoners. However, it was a source of embarrassment for that he had exhausted that precious blood sample long ago. As previously mentioned, scion genetic samples were exceedingly valuable. Using even a small amount diminished the reserve, with no possibility of reclamation. It was precisely because of the research base's reckless misuse of the genetic serum that the integrity of the scion's perfect genes was compromised, rendering the genetic fragments within the clones unstable and incapable of further cloning. Delayed realization resulted in repeated missed opportunities. Yet he did not fully abandon hope. He endeavored to cultivate and blend the remaining genetic samples to yield newer variants. One could say that the numerous scion clones at the research base were all derived from the original genes reconstituted into a second generation. However, these second-generation clones had not undergone the natural processes of fertilization and gestation, resulting in certain defects compared to the first generation. Nevertheless, any progress was better than none, and yearned for the birth of a miracle. Moreover, he had learned through special channels that the scions were not entirely extinct. At least 3 true scion warriors still existed under the detestable Frisia, one of whom was a noble and another purportedly royal. Once I dispatch a collection team, the Super Saiyan Project will truly commence in earnest. With his thoughts elsewhere, hastily completed the concluding tasks, handing over the seemingly lifeless Best to his subordinates. While he himself wandered through the laboratory, hands clasped behind his back, a dark expression clouding his features. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, the wretched infant, previously bound to the dissecting table, suddenly opened his once closed eyes, gazing bewilderedly at the blinding surgical lights above, his lips twitching slightly. The shape was reminiscent of the full moon. Chapter 5, Transformation into a Great Ape in the Security Room. Several peculiar-looking alien guards stared in astonishment at the enormous creature that had manifested in Laboratory 6. Their faces were etched with terror. It's too horrifying. Is this truly that scion infant transformed? Despite having witnessed the entire process of Best's transformation into a great ape through surveillance footage, the guards remained incredulous about the reality unfolding before them. How could a tiny infant suddenly morph into a towering black gorilla several dozen meters high? Who would believe such a tale? Yet, the truth was undeniable. The creature's battle power had surged to an astonishing 12,000, an incredible leap from the mere 5,000 it had just moments before. One guard fixated on the surveillance screen, his bulging eyes bloodshot, as the energy detector affixed to his right eye flickered erratically, rendering him almost catatonic. Under this unprecedented circumstance, the energy detector, unable to withstand the overload, exploded, severely burning half of the guard's face and eliciting a harrowing scream of agony. The other guards, witnessing this, broke into a cold sweat. Quick, Doctor! Fight is still in Laboratory 6. We must hurry. If we don't deal with this monster swiftly, he will surely flay us alive. Suddenly, one guard's face blanched in fear as he shouted, launching himself out of the security room. The others, understanding the gravity of the situation, followed suit, rushing toward Laboratory 6, silently praying that the mad old scientist would not lay the blame on them. However, a part of them mused that if the scion beast could eliminate Fight, it wouldn't be such a terrible outcome after all. Strangely, the shared thought flickered through their minds, though none dared voice it aloud. With a roar filled with primal rage and pain, the towering black gorilla pounded its chest with immense force, unleashing beams of pale energy from its gaping maw that reduced everything in its path to ashes. The vast experimental zone was constructed from the universe's most renowned superalloy material, designed to withstand the devastation caused by meteor impacts. Yet, even this formidable material proved futile against the overwhelming power of the scion's transformation. With a resounding crash, the superalloy roof of the experimental zone was effortlessly torn apart by the gorilla's brute strength, allowing the beast to leap into the outer reaches of the cosmic research base, commencing a new wave of destruction. Amidst the blaring alarms, numerous single-pilot combat airships ascended rapidly, circling the gorilla like hawks, and began to unleash a frenzied barrage. A deluge of high-energy projectiles pelted the gorilla's colossal form. Yet they only served to incite its fury further, failing to inflict any substantial harm. After a series of futile attempts to retaliate against the airships, the gorilla thrust its massive palms against the ground, propelling itself skyward. Concurrently, a beam of energy erupted from its enormous mouth, striking a cube-shaped structure with pinpoint accuracy. Though Best, in his great ape form, was driven by the wildness and destructive urges inherent in scion genetics, he had not completely lost his intellect. On the contrary, his gradually returning consciousness allowed him to make subjective judgments about his surroundings, thereby influencing the trajectory of his attacks. In truth, Best was unaware of the nature of the cube-shaped building. He simply recognized its familiar form from his past life, where such structures were typically used to store extremely hazardous industrial materials or refine crude oil, both of which were flammable and prone to explosion. Hence, he instinctively targeted it. As expected, upon impact, the energy beam ignited the structure, resulting in a magnificent explosion that obliterated 3 adjacent experimental zones, reducing them to rubble. The resulting shockwave, akin to a super typhoon, swept through the area, causing even the gargantuan gorilla to stagger. The single-pilot combat airships fared far worse. Aside from a few that managed to escape due to superior piloting skills, most were either vaporized in the explosive conflagration or hurled into the experimental zones, crashing in a catastrophic display of devastation. The gorilla, with its blood-red eyes brimming with brutality, surveyed its handiwork and felt a fleeting sense of satisfaction. Truly, it was the unrivaled ruler of this domain. However, no one could fathom the thoughts of this terrifying beast as chaos reigned throughout the research base. Everyone was focused on survival, with little regard for anything else. In a corner of Laboratory 6, slender fingers emerged from the collapsed debris, struggling to lift a heavy slab that pinned down the frail form of Dr. Fight, who lay beneath like a lifeless dog, gasping weakly. "Need assistance, my dear Dr. Fight?" A mocking voice echoed from outside, bringing a glimmer of hope to Fight. Abandoning all semblance of dignity, he exclaimed, "Abaz, quickly, get me out of this damned place." "As you wish," the taunting voice replied with a faint smile, and Fight's diminutive form was lifted effortlessly by a powerful hand. Ignoring the rudeness of his rescuer, Fight leaped down and stared in dismay at the chaotic ruins of the research base, his expression a mix of despair and fury. Suddenly, an alarming thought struck him, and he turned to the mutant alien, Abaz, his face paling. "What about that monster?" Abaz gestured toward the direction of the ongoing explosions outside, calmly stating, "It is wreaking havoc out there. You fool. Why didn't you intervene to stop it?" Fight's greenish bird-like face flushed with anger, and he raised his cane to chastise Abaz, strangely refraining from unleashing his usual lightning upon him. Abaz smirked. "The initial agreement only mandated my protection of your life. It did not obligate me to safeguard the integrity of the base." Infuriating. "If the base is completely destroyed, the medications you require daily will also vanish. Surely, you understand this." Fight continued to shake his cane in indignation. At the mention of those medications, Abaz's expression shifted, a tempest of emotions flickering in his eyes. He appeared torn between a desire for vengeance and some unspoken consideration, ultimately opting for silence. "Give me a minute. I will deal with that monster," he stated, straightening his posture. "Deal with it? No, no. I require it alive, a living specimen. Do you comprehend?" Fight suddenly became animated, his words stumbling over his excitement and fervor. Abaz scoffed, but ultimately resolved to comply with Fight's wishes, for reasons beyond comprehension compelled him to obey. A battle power of 36,000, an impressive adversary, yet still insufficient in my eyes. Flames soared high, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. While the air was thick with the acrid scent of charred debris and remnants of the explosion, the black gorilla wreaked havoc in the very place that had bestowed life upon it while simultaneously stripping it of its freedom and dignity. Its heart brimming with a sense of vindictive solace. Suddenly, as it labored to dismantle the cosmic base's spacecraft landing site, the gorilla's ears twitched slightly. Instinctively tilting its dark head, a blinding beam of light zipped past the gorilla's cheek, carrying an ominous implication of a potential headshot. This is a blatant provocation. The furious black gorilla suddenly straightened its massive form, nearly 100 meters tall, resembling a small mountain as it charged towards a tiny point suspended in midair. The spectacle was astonishing, as if the colossal creature possessed the terrifying power to annihilate the world with every movement. Yet, in the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The tiny point in the air, namely Abaz, the exclusive bodyguard of Feet, silently unleashed a punch that collided with the overwhelming force of the transformed scion giant ape. The disparity in size between the two was staggering, easily observable to even the most naive onlooker. However, the result of this initial clash of powers was utterly unexpected. The seemingly formidable gorilla was sent staggering backward, ultimately tumbling to the ground in a rather pitiable state. Abaz couldn't help but scoff, shaking his head as he remarked, "What an ignorant fool, possessing a combat power exceeding 10,000. Yet relying solely on brute instinct and savagery for destruction. You don't even grasp the most basic application of energy. It seems I overestimated you." Before the gorilla could regain its footing, Abaz descended upon its colossal body like a meteor, delivering a tremendous blow that sent a significant portion of the gorilla into the ground. Subsequently, an immense force hurled the creature skyward, colliding with an energy sphere that had been lingering in the upper atmosphere, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that illuminated the long-dimmed cosmic base in a blinding white light. In terms of the intensity of light and heat produced, this explosion was undeniably tenfold stronger than the previous fusion energy detonation. At the center of this explosion, even Abaz could not guarantee his own safety, let alone that of a creature whose combat power was considerably inferior and incapable of properly wielding its own energy. He believed that his recent strikes could have left the beast gasping for breath, ultimately handing him an easy victory. Even in the worst-case scenario, he thought it might accidentally perish under his assault. Given the gorilla's seemingly robust appearance, it was surprising that it was so fragile. In truth, every formidable warrior possesses an unwavering confidence in their judgment. A conviction that serves as both their means of survival and an almost instinctual battle intuition honed from countless brushes with death. A miscalculation could yield dire consequences. Take the transformed best, for example. How could a scion warrior, activated by genetic enhancements, be judged by ordinary standards? As the smoke from the energy blast dissipated, Abaz gazed at the imposing black gorilla floating majestically in the air, his laughter abruptly halting. His expression shifted dramatically, a seriousness and caution emerging in his eyes. The creature was, astonishingly, healing itself. Abaz narrowed his eyes, reassessing his opponent, which stood like a small mountain, and was taken aback to discover that some of its injuries were mending at an astonishing speed. Even wounds that appeared severely damaged were scabbing and regenerating in mere moments. This revelation darkened Abaz's countenance. His perfect judgment had failed to inflict any substantial harm upon the adversary, a slap in the face of his confidence. Simultaneously, the combat power detector affixed to his right eye began to blare incessantly, refreshing the gorilla's combat power readings and challenging Abaz's psychological limits. Combat power, 57,000. Humph. Come now, let me see just how strong you truly are. With a swift motion, Abaz removed the detector and crushed it in his palm. He closed the distance to the gorilla once more, launching a horizontal kick aimed at its massive head, only to find that the gorilla, having endured a grievous blow, had remarkably improved its combat awareness and agility, effortlessly dodging the strike. In response, a massive, furry fist shot forward, colliding with Abaz's whip-like leg. Seeing this, Abaz felt a surge of excitement, believing he had found the creature's weak point once again. However, as their powers clashed, an overwhelming force surged forward with an unstoppable momentum. Abaz felt darkness envelop him, a buzzing in his ears resembling the chaotic fluttering of 1,000 flies, the metallic tang of blood rising in his nostrils, and a dizzying haze clouding his vision, all while a pressure built in his chest that he struggled to express. In comparison, the gorilla was not faring much better. The sound of its thick wrist bones cracking resonated through the air. However, its recovery capabilities were impressive, as it regained its composure a half-second faster than Abaz. With a primal roar, it launched a furious counterattack against the previously tormenting ant-like figure before it. The powerful alien warrior, caught off guard, was battered by a relentless series of blows, akin to a tattered cloth flailing in the wind, unable to descend freely despite the overwhelming force it endured. The gorilla's gaping maw seemed to twist into a sinister grin as its massive hands ensnared Abaz, who had been toyed with like a mere plaything. With a crushing grip, Abaz let out a pain scream. Yet, despite their differences, even with Best's recent enhancement, the gorilla's combat power still far exceeded his own. After a brief bout of torment, Abaz eventually managed to escape the gorilla's grasp. Abaz, you fool. What are you doing? Don't let it grow stronger. Transform and subdue it. Feet's voice echoed through the desolate ruins, unaware that the object of his ire was now filled with a desire to obliterate the entire cosmic research facility in its fury. You wish to survive? Very well, I shall grant you that. At that moment, Abaz, his body bruised and bloodied, his clothes tattered and disheveled, had lost the cold demeanor and sharpness he once possessed. He clasped his hands together, unleashing a powerful shockwave from between his fingers that engulfed the charging gorilla into nearby experimental zone. Amidst the blinding light, the gorilla's cries of impending death could be heard. Driven to madness, Abaz was clearly unsatisfied. With a thunderous shout, the shockwave abruptly veered, shooting into the vastness of space. Miraculously, despite the severe onslaught, the gorilla was not dead, merely collapsed in a massive pit, struggling weakly to rise. With a scowl on his face, Abaz landed before the nearly lifeless creature, observing the defiance and wildness in its eyes, and sneered, "What use is resistance if you are destined to perish? Aren't you capable of self-healing? Of enhancing your combat power? Heal again, grow stronger again." With a resounding thud, Abaz's fist, filled with hatred, struck the gorilla's forehead, finally bringing down this resilient creature. Following this, a torrent of blood gushed forth, accompanied by the furious and frantic cries of Dr. Feet. Awaken. Scion. Chapter 7. Disharmonious Elements. 2 years. A full 2 years. Since bringing back Best, whose life hung by a thread, Fight has spared no effort in his quest to save this singularly successful experimental subject. Alas, the malevolent assault by Abaz was exceedingly vicious. It not only twisted 30% of Best's bones to near obliteration, but also displaced his internal organs within the chest cavity, resulting in copious bleeding. To make matters worse, Abaz's final, wrathful blow shattered Best's skull and inflicted damage upon his brain, nearly rendering him brain dead at that moment. Under such horrific injuries, it is a wonder that anyone could survive. However, through the remnants of the facilities at the Cosmic Research Base and Fight's formidable expertise in biological research, Best was indeed brought back from the brink of death. Yet, certain injuries to his body remained beyond the reach of the base's technology to heal. No. This will not do. What are you incompetent fools even doing? Fight's voice echoed through the laboratory, filled with desperate fury. The guard stationed at the door straightened up in alarm, casting anxious glances toward the entrance, silently speculating who among them would bear the brunt of Fight's wrath this time. Over the past 2 years, Fight's temper has worsened considerably, surpassing his previous capriciousness with a more terrifying demeanor. He frequently executes 1 or 2 researchers as an outlet for his frustration. The cause of his fury lies in a report from within the experimental group. It turns out that although Best was miraculously saved from the brink of death, his once flawless genome has suffered immeasurable damage due to consecutive bursts in a short span. Moreover, this genomic rupture is irreparable, at least not within the realm of expertise of the personnel at the research facility. Originally, this might not have been a significant issue, but the very segments of the genome that have ruptured are precisely what Fight desperately sought. Now, complications have arisen, having come so close to success, only to find himself empty-handed. This sense of loss is not something everyone can endure, particularly for Fight, a cold-blooded Kambitari alien with a peculiar disposition. Unwilling to accept failure, Fight resorted to various extreme measures after futile attempts to treat Best, including accelerated bone marrow hematopoiesis, the implantation of mutated cells, and the cloning of genetic samples. In the end, he even resorted to using highly radioactive cosmic mutation radiation to bombard Best's body, hoping to restructure his perfect genes. However, while the intentions were noble, reality proved to be harsh. None of the methods could salvage the perfection of Best's genome. A subject that had seemingly achieved experimental success ultimately became a mere specimen, frozen in the basement of Experiment Zone 1. As anticipated, 2 guards were quickly summoned to deal with the corpse of a tragically deceased researcher, while others fled in terror, nearly running from the danger that lurked in this place. In the laboratory, or rather Fight's private office, the master of the domain was in a frenzy, violently tearing apart documents and reports strewn across his desk, roaring with a contorted face, "It's all that bastard S-fault. If he hadn't acted so ruthlessly, how could my plans have been thwarted? If it weren't for him, my Super Saiyan Project would have succeeded long ago." The he that Fight referred to was none other than his personal bodyguard, Abaz. The relationship between Fight and Abaz was quite intricate. Originally, Abaz was a renowned alien warrior, boasting combat power exceeding 10,000. Following Fight's meticulous radiation mutation, Abaz ascended to become one of the galaxy's elite warriors. Furthermore, the cosmic mutation radiation inadvertently awakened a long-dormant innate transformation within Abaz's race. It is known that among alien warriors, certain unique races possess inherent combat abilities, and upon bloodline awakening, their individual energy can reach terrifying levels. However, since their combat prowess largely stems from genetics rather than personal training, they often struggle to harness such immense energy, risking self-injury when overexerted. To mitigate the burdens of high-energy combat and to avoid unnecessary energy depletion, these individuals typically choose to transform, compressing their energy within manageable limits, ready to unleash it when needed, often catching opponents off guard. Similarly, a Baz, in his normal state, possesses a combat power nearing 80,000, which can escalate to a staggering 160,000 after transformation. Such a level of elite combat power is rare even among the elite forces of the Kurd King, with the strongest form of the renowned Jinyu force, Frisia's top squadron, only reaching a maximum of 120,000. The implications of a Baz's increased combat power were clear to all. At that time, Fight had already begun to harbor rebellious sentiments against the Kurd King, unwilling to see his creation become part of the enemy's arsenal. Thus he discreetly concealed the successful information regarding Abaz's experiments, forcibly keeping him by his side. However, this alone was insufficient. The Kurd King and his sons maintained control over numerous elite resources in the universe, not solely due to their formidable strength, but also because of their innate leadership qualities and charismatic personalities. In contrast, Fight was merely an unremarkable old man, easily overlooked if not for his irreplaceable position in the Kurd King's research domain. He was but a minor character, easily disregarded by others. Therefore, to harness Abaz's formidable combat potential, Fight resorted to administering drugs, potent substances far surpassing the effects of earthly narcotics. Fight meticulously controlled the formulation and production of these substances, which allowed him to compel Abaz into submission. Yet, Abaz's presence had evidently become an obstacle to Fight's ambitions. The arrogant Abaz showed little regard for his master and rarely executed his commands diligently. The recent events made Fight acutely aware that he must eliminate this rebellious figure at the earliest opportunity. Unfortunately, it is challenging to confront someone as powerful as Abaz. Within the base, there was no one capable of matching him, leaving Fight to swallow his pride and bide his time. He allowed the arrogant one to revel in his freedom for a few more days. Waiting for the collection team he dispatched to return with the blood of that scion prince. When they do, the first to perish will be him. In Experiment Zone 1, the underground research facility lay forgotten. This place was originally designated as a hub for experimental research by the creators of the cosmic base, once regarded as the most vital core of the entire facility. However, the laboratory's numerous significant findings have long since been usurped by the nefarious Dr. Fife, who employs them for his inhumane vivisection experiments. As a result, the entire laboratory has been abandoned, transforming into Fight's private repository of specimens. Following several expansions, the original visage of the underground laboratory has been irrevocably altered. The cold, desolate corridors resemble a graveyard, lined neatly with imposing metal boxes towering over 2 meters in height. A chilling draft perpetually seeps through the crevices of these boxes, condensing into icicles that dangle from the ceiling. At the far end of the underground laboratory, 3 massive steel frameworks hover from above, vertically suspending 3 oval, black-purple luminescent entities. Strictly speaking, these entities could be classified as exceptionally unique cultivation vessels, though their purpose lies not in nurturing, but in suppression. They utilize advanced technology to forcibly halt all cellular activity within the living organisms, plunging them into an extended state of suspended animation. This method surpasses the mere freezing of living beings to cease their physiological functions. However, the exorbitant cost and singular effectiveness of these vessels render them unaffordable for most organizations, including this vast cosmic research base, which possesses but a few relics of the former head of the base. Otherwise, given Fithe's miserly nature, it would be implausible for him to procure such configurations. Following the commencement of the Super Saiyan Project, the 2 experimental subjects, perilously close to success, became a source of torment for Fife. These comatose warriors possess an infinite capacity for power growth, escalating at a terrifying pace. Yet, despite his covetous gaze, no technology exists to awaken them for his purposes. As their combat capabilities continue to surge unchecked, Fife fears that they will inevitably come to the attention of King Kurd. At that juncture, his troubles would multiply exponentially. However, he cannot bring himself to annihilate these nearly perfect specimens. In his desperation, he recalled a batch of waste in his laboratory that could be repurposed to preserve these 2 experimental subjects, thus resulting in the current predicament. Fortuitously, as the only successful experimental subject, Best also occupies a place here. Thanks to the miraculous properties of these special cultivation vessels, no one pays heed to these specimens, which may remain entombed here indefinitely. Despite their formidable individual combat metrics, the flaws and risks inherent in their existence condemn them to be deemed failed experiments, destined to fade into obscurity over time. The cosmic research base remains a bustling hive of activity, with each individual diligently toiling at their posts, immersed in their work as if oblivious to the passage of day and night. The brooding Fife ambles through the lengthy corridors of various experimental zones, overseeing the researchers' endeavors. Abaz, as ever, maintains his carefree demeanor, leisurely wandering through a secluded corner of the base. At this moment, none of them foresee that a seed of hatred is rapidly germinating in a forgotten corner, and by the time they become aware of this looming threat, it will be too late. Tick, tick. In the underground laboratory, where temperatures have consistently hovered around -50 degrees Celsius for years, the sound of dripping water suddenly echoes. A nearly melting icicle plummets, precisely striking a red button on the control panel with a soft ding. Simultaneously, an ancient searchlight detonates with a bang. A shard of razor-sharp cosmic glass fortuitously piercing an exposed, aged wire. In an instant, the power supply maintaining the laboratory's refrigeration systems is severed, plunging the entire facility into darkness. It sounds incredulous, yet it has indeed transpired. Had there been supervision in the underground laboratory, it might have been possible to avert the impending catastrophe threatening the entire cosmic research base. Regrettably, such a place is devoid of any oversight. Not even a security camera to monitor the proceedings. Thus, this series of eerie events unfolds unnoticed, with an inevitable consistency. In the darkness, the three colossal steel frameworks suddenly spring to life, creaking open, causing the three flickering luminescent entities to crash to the ground with a dull thud. Deprived of power, the energy contained within the entities rapidly dissipates, gradually dimming. From one such energy-depleted luminescent entity, a child, appearing around 6 or 7 years of age, slowly opens his tightly shut eyes, exuding an aura of boundless malice. With a swift motion, the child's untrimmed nails, sharp as blades, effortlessly carve 2 long grooves within the luminescent vessel, intentionally forming a cross. Then, raising his arm, he delivers a powerful punch, creating a gaping hole at the cross's intersection, perfectly sized for him to emerge. Furthermore, as the refrigeration system loses power, the temperature within the laboratory begins to rise, causing the once motionless metal boxes lining the corridors to tremble slightly. As seconds tick by, the tremors escalate into a frenzy. In the darkness, an indeterminate number of unknown mutated beasts are liberated from their frozen prisons. They lick their sharp fangs, frantically surveying their surroundings. Several relatively weaker mutated creatures quickly become prey for the more formidable ones, torn to shreds the instant they escape their metal confines. These mutant creatures are genetically modified organisms developed by Fight prior to the commencement of the Super Saiyan Project, each possessing the genes of more than 3 extraterrestrial beings. Furthermore, these genes are derived from exceedingly bloodthirsty and warlike cosmic entities. The amalgamation of these genes has resulted in the terrifying monsters that stand before us. However, due to Fight's haste to initiate the Super Saiyan Project, he had yet to discover a method to effectively control these modified beings. Consequently, these frenzied and highly aggressive creatures were temporarily frozen, awaiting future resolution. Little did he know, these monsters have now been unleashed by a vengeful individual, transforming into instruments that would lead to Fight's downfall. Although the population of these mutant monsters has drastically diminished due to mutual consumption, what remains is the most formidable batch among them, each possessing a combat power equivalent to approximately 10,000. They are cunning and ferocious, endowed with an almost instinctual battle awareness, far surpassing that of the inferior gene-manufactured vegetable beings. It can be said that each one is an exceptionally powerful entity. The remaining mutants have scattered throughout the underground laboratory, forming a standoff, yet they dare not approach the depths of the laboratory where the 3 luminous entities reside. Their primal instincts, rooted in their lower biological nature, allow them to sense the overwhelming power emanating from those 2 formidable existences, an oppressive energy that continually escalates, compelling them to submit without daring to entertain any other notions. To strike while the opponent is still recovering? A laughable thought. They would likely be torn to shreds before they could even advance. These bloodthirsty creatures, engineered through genetic modification, have not only inherited the savagery of their cosmic progenitors but also their cunning and decisiveness. Realizing they cannot harm their adversaries, they promptly abandon their wise choice and retreat to the upper level of the underground laboratory, designated as Experiment Zone Number 1. As for the chaos that these nefarious creatures might unleash upon escaping the underground laboratory, Best, the mastermind behind these events, eagerly anticipates the outcome. In truth, the unfolding events, seemingly coincidental, bear the unmistakable mark of Best's machinations. The genesis of it all traces back to Best being rescued by Fight, which initiated a series of extensive gene recombination experiments. At that time, Best was left in a state of disarray after being severely beaten by a bass, with catastrophic damage inflicted upon his neural and cerebral tissues. Fight, focused solely on preserving Best's life, dedicated his efforts to reassembling the fractured scion gene chain within him, showing little concern for Best's other injuries. During the final exposure to cosmic mutation radiation, although the broken gene chain did not mend, it inadvertently catalyzed a mutation in the stagnant blood and necrotic tissues within his cranial cavity, endowing Best with a remarkably peculiar ability. This ability, distinct from Abaz's transformation and Gudu's time-stopping, and unlike Jinu's body-swapping, bore a striking resemblance to the superpower of dumplings on Earth, yet was exponentially more potent. At that moment, Fight remained oblivious to the changes occurring in Best's cerebral domain. Subsequently, in his despondency, he instructed his subordinate researchers to conclude their work. unaware that the experimental subject he had been studying had undergone some intriguing transformations. It was Fide's oversight that afforded Best a brief respite while he was being sent for storage in the underground laboratory. The mutated brain tissues within him miraculously safeguarded his mind, preventing him from succumbing to an extended period of dormancy. During this interval, with his mind fully alert, Best meticulously devised a plan for his escape. Yet, even this was insufficient, as the chaos wrought by the mutant creatures merely served as an appetizer, failing to assist him in realizing his revenge. Ultimately, Best's reliance lay with the two scion kin beside him, whose combat prowess had surpassed 100,000. Everything transpired with astonishing rapidity, too swift for an immediate reaction. Several mutant monsters tore through the alloy steel ceiling, creating gaping holes, and leapt out with low growls. From the basement, Best could already hear the screams and wails from above, resonating with despair and terror. The distorted psyche of Best no longer resembled that of a law-abiding citizen. He felt no guilt regarding the unfolding events. In fact, having witnessed Dr. Fide's repeated and cruel tortures that led to the demise of science subjects, he had long since relinquished his fear of death, instead deriving a measure of solace from it. Moreover, the people before him served the malevolent group of King Kurd, their hands stained with countless atrocities. Their fate could only be deemed justly deserved. The ruptured ceiling allowed light to flood the basement, and as Best inadvertently glanced upward, he was struck with horror upon realizing that his eyes had taken on an eerie blood-red hue, cold and devoid of life, akin to a stagnant pool of ancient waters. This was a consequence of the blow dealt by Abbas. Due to a lack of timely medical attention, the pooled blood had obscured his vision, and the cosmic radiation had further permeated the sanguine layer into his eyeballs, rendering him incapable of perceiving anything but a crimson vista. How long will you continue to sleep? Will you only awaken once you witness your kin being ruthlessly slaughtered one by one? Best's low murmur was imbued with a terrifying glimmer in his eyes. His words, akin to an incantation, incessantly provoked the two scion warriors, attempting to awaken their dormant core consciousness buried within their memories. Indeed, it is their core consciousness. Do not forget that these scions were cloned from the genes of their long-extinct race, although they had yet to fully mature. Their original selves were seasoned warriors with extensive battle experience. Each had brushed against death, each possessed a wealth of combat knowledge. It can be said that the memories inherited from their original selves are the most invaluable treasures of these clones. Cloning equates to rebirth, yet this rebirth is incomplete. It merely replicates the essence of an individual's life through sophisticated technology without delving deeper into the memories and experiences dormant within their genes. Or perhaps, Fight, who mastered the cloning technique, never intended to pursue such depths. To allow an experimental subject to be reborn? Absurd. A newborn is far easier to control than an adult. This has resulted in the clones being bewildered and ignorant, requiring a fresh start. Nevertheless, one cannot deny that the memories passed down from their original selves do exist. They simply await awakening. Thus, Best's current mission is to awaken the primordial consciousness sealed within their genetic code to some degree, assisting him in executing his grand scheme of escape and vengeance. Merely speaking would never suffice to rouse such profound awareness. Instead, Best relies upon the mutated cerebral tissue he acquired from cosmic radiation. This aberrant growth connects directly to his brain, grotesquely distending the back of his skull into a massive protrusion resembling a severely malignant tumor. Indeed, this anomalous neural mass is precisely that, a tumor which has rendered Best's scalp utterly barren of hair while perpetually compressing his brain. Each flare-up racking him with excruciating torment that makes him yearn to shatter his own skull. Yet this very mutation, while inflicting unbearable agony, has also bestowed upon Best an invaluable survival advantage, a cruel duality that evokes both reverence and resentment, leaving him suspended between gain and loss. The functionality of this mutated brain tissue can be described as remarkably potent, yet it remains only partially grasped by Best. Nevertheless, this alone proves to be sufficient. Two powerful psychic forces, akin to sharp iron hooks, plunged deep into the skulls of two scion warriors, then suddenly erupted. Although they did not damage the warriors' cerebral domains, the violent convulsions that followed were telling. Vivid images of tormented scion clones were forcefully projected into the fractured consciousness of the two warriors, brutally shattering the fragile defenses of their souls, awakening their dormant primal awareness. Ultimately, Best's psychic energy materialized into two immense images, devoid of embellishment, solely featuring two figures. As waves of turmoil and fury surged from the depths of the scion warriors' souls, the figures in the images grew increasingly vivid. One depicted the diminutive figure of Fit, adorned with a large bird's head, while the other showcased the tall, arrogant extraterrestrial warrior Abbas. Remember, these are the very individuals who subjected our scions to experiments, mercilessly slaughtering our offspring like ants. It is they who transformed you both into these wretched forms. Eliminate them. A thunderous roar of vengeance erupted, and two specially cultivated vials shattered instantaneously, unleashing a ferocious force that hurled Best against the wall, leaving a deep indentation. Before Best could react, the two awakened scion warriors had already torn through the ceiling, roaring as they sought their targets for retribution. Their passage caused the ground to convulse violently, leading to explosive eruptions, with moist vapor and debris shooting up to 10 meters high, instantly engulfing several individuals and reducing them to mere fragments. Gulping down a surge of blood, Best leaped onto a severely warped ceiling panel of alloy steel like a cheetah. He heard a hissing sound beneath him, realizing that a colossal insect resembling a mantis had appeared. What a cunning creature. Having opted to stay behind rather than join the other mutated monsters outside for a swift attack, Best, unwilling to linger, scoffed at the mantis that had chosen him as prey, swiftly flipping over a piece of alloy steel. However, the mantis was even swifter before Best could land. A massive scythe, reeking of blood, materialized before him. Seeking death, Best sneered as his body was cleaved by the scythe, shockingly fragile in the face of such an attack. This bewildered the mantis momentarily. Yet in the next instant, a hand adorned with long nails thrust forcefully into the mantis's bulging eyes, causing a splatter of yellow-green blood. The colossal mantis screamed in agony, swinging its sides wildly, yet unable to strike the already vanished Best. In a desperate struggle, the mantis's efforts became increasingly futile. Under normal circumstances, eliminating an opponent would be easier. Now, having achieved his objectives, Best saw no reason to risk his life further by attempting to defeat the foe. In essence, Best possessed the warlike bloodline of the Scions but lacked their relentless tenacity to vanquish enemies without reservation. He refrained from striking unless he had complete assurance of victory, and when he did, it was to strike at the opponent's vital points. This prudence was his greatest asset for self-preservation. Time slipped away, and Best gritted his teeth, darting like the wind through the numerous corridors of the research base. Each time he encountered complex cross-sections, he resorted to using his fists to forge a path, violently creating large openings in the walls to clear a direct route. Best was pressed for time. His actions were not born out of madness but rather a meticulously plotted escape route established from the outset. It may seem incredible, but during his last unintended transformation into a colossal ape, which wreaked havoc upon nearly a third of the cosmic base, Best had memorized the general structure of the facility. Under the powerful capabilities of the mutated brain tissue, he could recall everything he had seen with exceptional clarity, as if the memories were replayed in slow motion from every angle. This was akin to operating a high-performance computer, with repeated feedback supplying him with vital information for analysis. In his frantic dash, Best traversed countless laboratories filled with intricate instruments and vials, witnessing the newborn Scion clones curiously observing their surroundings, blissfully unaware that their lives had been marked for death. Some had already been injected with genetic compounds, writhing in torment within their vials, ultimately succumbing to their body's inability to withstand the strain. The sight left Best feeling profoundly powerless. He could only continue to run, lowering his head to avoid looking at them. It was not out of cold-heartedness, but rather the realization that he himself was a clay idol crossing a river, constantly at risk of being obliterated. The defensive network of the cosmic base had already been activated, with countless particle cannons and airships rising amid the tightly clustered floors, accompanied by towering war robots launching fierce assaults against the mutated monsters rampaging through the base. Under the dense barrage of fire, entire floors collapsed into ruins, and countless life forms were reduced to nothingness beneath the indiscriminate onslaught of particle artillery. The small robotic operators showed no regard for whether their targets were allies or foes. They merely executed the commands programmed into their systems, eliminating all visible life forms under infrared detection. Cold and ruthless, yet undeniably effective. This relentless assault successfully impeded the advance of dozens of mutated monsters and swiftly eliminated several high-level variants with combat power exceeding 10,000. In truth, Best's prior ability to single-handedly turn the research base upside down was solely due to his unique status as the only successful subject of the Super Saiyan program. Had Fit not acted recklessly, issuing a death order to capture him alive, the guards would not have found themselves in such a disarray. Furthermore, the current situation was entirely different. No matter how much chaos Best created, he was but one individual, capable of only damaging a few experimental zones and taking a handful of lives. Given some time for recovery with the vast resources of the base, it could easily return to its former state. However, this time, the mutated monsters were in full revolt, many exhibiting terrifying genetic mutations and grotesque reproductive capabilities. Their frenzied demeanor indicated a clear intent to consume all life and obliterate the entire research base. As the one who had nurtured these biochemical weapons, Fit understood the inherent dangers posed by the mutated monsters and thus issued a painful order to eliminate them at all costs, hoping to mitigate the escalation of the crisis. Little did he know, the roof was leaking, and these mutated creatures were merely the appetizer. The true crisis had stealthily descended. The two awakened Scion warriors were indiscriminately annihilating everything in their path, slaughtering every living being they encountered, culminating in an extraordinarily brutal duel with the base's primary warrior, Abbas, whose combat power reached 160,000. The latest updates reveal a fierce clash of formidable combat power, causing Best to momentarily slow his pace. Even though the perfect gene chain within his blood had fractured, stripping him of the ability to ascend to a Super Saiyan, the warrior spirit of the Scion race still surged through his veins. Instead of feeling the expected dread, he was instead filled with exhilaration and excitement that set his blood ablaze. One can imagine that had Best been a pure Scion, he would have been irresistibly drawn to the fierce battle among the three combatants. not only refraining from fleeing, but perhaps even rushing headlong to witness the fray. There is no doubt, the scions are a notoriously fervent people. Though unable to witness the skirmish with his own eyes, Best could surmise the intensity of the conflict. Abaz was undeniably strong, far beyond the capabilities of the two newly awakened scion warriors. Despite their battle power of 100,000, their consciousness had only recently awakened, and they had yet to fully adapt to their rejuvenated bodies and the surging energy within. Much like Jinyu, the commander with the peculiar ability to swap bodies, who, when faced with a stronger opponent, chose to exchange his body with Goku's. Regrettably, he lacked the Kaioken technique and could not harness energy to enhance his combat prowess. Even with such a formidable physique, he could not unleash the astounding 180,000 units of energy like Goku. The situation for these two scion warriors mirrored Jinyu's. Their bodies were indeed powerful, yet they remained relatively weak, able to exert only about 40 of their physical potential, which hardly qualified as formidable. Had Abaz unleashed his full strength against them, he could have swiftly dispatched these equally matched adversaries without concern. However, the painful lesson from his previous encounter rendered him paranoid and excessively cautious, fearing that it might be a trap. Thus, he refrained from utilizing his full power, which prolonged the engagement and allowed the two scion warriors to grow stronger. By the time Abaz finally realized the predicament, it was too late. You are indeed powerful. Yet you cannot surpass those two monsters who have awakened their perfect genes. Just give them 5 minutes of growth time, and this so-called 160,000 battle power of yours will be utterly trampled beneath their feet. A hint of regret flickered across Best's stern visage. As the first experimental subject to manifest the perfect scion gene, he was acutely aware of what such a phenomenon entailed. It was a mysterious box of power, a Pandora's box that ordinary scions could never hope to access. You may open it, but you shall never control it. Once opened, you become ensnared by its magic, driven to madness, bloodlust, rage, and a desire to annihilate everything in sight, ultimately leading to your own destruction. This sensation is more addictive than any drug, yet Best had no desire to experience it a second time. In truth, he felt fortunate that his gene chain had fractured. Perhaps, in this world, only one person possesses the qualification to unlock this box of magic. Awaken. Scion. Chapter 11. A deep-seated hatred. Approximately a minute had passed, during which Best had sprinted relentlessly. Remarkably, he had not paused for even a moment, navigating through the labyrinthine experimental area without exhibiting the slightest hesitation. He seemed to charge through the chaos with precision, successfully evading lurking mutated beasts and remaining undetected by any points of gunfire, a commendable escape from encirclement. Nevertheless, his situation remained perilous before he could reach the Cosmic Base's spaceport. The primary structure of the Cosmic Base's spaceport consisted of a docking station for ships and a large hangar, covering a vast area of 95,000 square meters. Its overall appearance resembled a colossal bird's nest, housing thousands of small to medium-sized battleships, combat airships, invading spacecraft, and an assortment of bizarre spacefaring vessels. This locale resembled an international exhibition center for spacecraft, encompassing every imaginable design and arranged with remarkable order, creating an overwhelming visual impact. Upon entering, Best was momentarily dazzled, followed by a slight dizziness. Despite having witnessed incredible events, the sheer scale of this scene was unlike anything he had ever encountered, making it a tad overwhelming. Hey, you little brat. A guard, climbing onto a single-person airship, suddenly spotted Best standing at the spaceport entrance and called out to the oddly-looking child. To his surprise, the child merely cast a fleeting glance at him with his crimson eyes before closing them and striding toward the docking station. Wait, that kid isn't from our base. Realizing this, the guard intended to pursue Best, but unexpectedly slipped, tumbling from the airship's access ladder. Normally, such a fall would be inconsequential. Guards in the Cosmic Base typically possessed combat power below 300. If a mere tumble could cause harm, it would be a ludicrous scenario. However, this time was different. At the guard's landing spot, a sharp screw lay ominously on the smooth ground, as if it had been lying in wait. Caught off guard, the guard was abruptly impaled in the right eye by the screw, penetrating deep into his brain. His body convulsed twice before falling lifelessly to the ground. Best moved like a traveler burdened with thoughts, hands clasped behind him, treading firmly upon the solid ground, exuding a sense of depth and steadiness rather than frivolity. The bizarre unfolded as the extraterrestrial beings still present in the spaceport momentarily faltered in their actions, though they quickly regained their composure. It seemed as if an invisible force had inexplicably tainted them. As Best proceeded, the extraterrestrial beings began to perish in bizarre circumstances, from screws and wrenches to machine parts. Even the internal systems of the craft spiraled into chaos, leading to inexplicable explosions, each death seemingly a product of sheer coincidence yet laced with the eerie. By the end, not a single extraterrestrial being could escape this inexplicable cycle of demise. With a muffled grunt, Best suddenly opened his eyes wide. In that instant, it was as though he could see torrents of blood surging in his gaze. He pressed his fingers firmly against his temples, massaging them, his pallid complexion revealing discomfort. Yet he muttered nonchalantly, "The mental strain is overwhelming, and against a true master, it may prove ineffective." As Best reached a corner of the spaceport, He gazed at the neatly arranged space capsules with a smile. You may not be familiar with the term space capsule, but you surely recognize the three iconic symbols of the Scions during their invasion of Earth: the spacecraft, battle suits, and battle power detectors. While battle suits and detectors became commonplace among Frisia's underlings, the single-person flying vehicle known as the space capsule was a rare sight, primarily associated with the appearances of the Ginyu Force. Despite its unremarkable exterior, the spacecraft known as the space capsule is a remarkable vehicle, characterized by its swift speed, minimal energy consumption, and exceptional durability. It appears to have been designed specifically for elite individuals, making it an ideal tool for solitary operations. Thus, Best was immediately drawn to this rounded vessel, eager to escape from this impending doom. Just as he was preparing to bid farewell to this soon-to-be-destroyed place, frantic footsteps approached from a distance, hurrying towards the spaceport. Best's expression darkened instantly. Had it been anyone else, he would have paid no heed, considering their escape a matter of luck and not worth his precious time. However, this was different. The sound of those footsteps echoed in his ears, igniting memories of anguish and fury. This individual was responsible for creating his current form and the torment he had endured, and Best's resentment far outweighed any sense of gratitude. If given the chance, he would ensure that this wretch experienced a fate worse than death. Now, that opportunity had arrived. Best trembled with excitement. Fixated on the long corridor leading outside, a sinister smile forming as he muttered, "Fit, you have delivered yourself right to me." Unbeknownst to Fit, a foe far more savage and ruthless than the mutated monstrosities outside awaited him within the spaceport. He believed everything was lost. He had underestimated the terror of the creatures he had engineered and failed to anticipate the awakening of two Scion test subjects, whose resurgence had stirred unprecedented chaos alongside Abbas. The situation had escalated beyond redemption. The entire base was on the brink of annihilation. Even if he wished to flee, escape was no longer an option. Moreover, news of the disaster would swiftly reach Kurd, who would not let him off the hook. The thought of that malevolent leader made Fit stagger, nearly collapsing. Though rebellious thoughts brewed within him, he knew he dared not provoke Kurd without sufficient power. With the destruction of his experimental base, the empire he had painstakingly built over the years crumbled in an instant, leaving him to face a life of desperate flight. The weight of this realization filled Fit with profound sorrow and despair. Fortunately, his Super Saiyan Project had finally begun to bear fruit. Given time, he could forge an invincible army. As he pondered this, he realized he possessed nothing but two aluminum boxes, devoid of any other belongings, even his prized alloy king, which he had carelessly misplaced. His cautious demeanor suggested that these boxes contained something of immense significance. Suddenly, a blinding flash struck Fit, as though he had been struck with a powerful punch, sending him soaring into the air. As he struggled to rise from the ground, a foot pressed firmly against his swollen cheek. "Dr. Fit, how delightful to see you," a voice greeted him, seemingly casual, yet imbued with a deep-seated hatred. Fit's body froze in fear. He craned his neck to see the face of his assailant, gasping in shock. "How could it be you?" Upon hearing this, Best's eyes gleamed with a chilling light as he lifted the diminutive figure of Fit by his throat, a sinister smile curling his lips. "I knew you would try to leave, Dr. Fit, so I waited for you here." You. Fit's expression shifted as comprehension dawned upon him, his face paling in terror. "You have memories. You remember everything. Could it be that your Scion consciousness has always been awake?" "One could say that," Best replied thoughtfully, before suddenly twisting Fit's arm with a sharp crack. The elderly man shrieked in agony, his fear intensifying as he gazed at the emotionless face before him. "You cannot do this. I created you." But before he could finish, another sickening crack echoed as Best shattered one of his legs. "To hell with your creation." Best hurled Fit violently to the ground, rage surging within him, nearly overwhelming his chest. Just as he was about to finish off this blood-stained villain, he hesitated, his curiosity piqued by one of the aluminum boxes. Don't open it. Don't open it." Fit, barely clinging to life, lunged recklessly towards Best, trying to snatch the box from his grasp. However, he forgot that he was merely a frail researcher, not a powerful warrior. With a swift kick, Best sent him crashing into a corner, breaking several ribs and rendering him immobile. What could possibly be inside that invoked such terror? Was it the same thing that had called to him earlier? Best furrowed his brow and violently tore the lid off the aluminum box. To his astonishment, he discovered an infant, specifically, a newly born Scion baby, cryogenically preserved. This child bore a striking resemblance to other Scion infants he had encountered, yet it lacked a tail, the very emblem of their kind. The psychic energy within Best's mutated brain surged forth, attempting to penetrate the infant's being. However, an excruciating pain erupted in his head, causing blood to pour from his nose uncontrollably. Why was this happening? Best clutched his face in shock, observing that the tiny infant trembled with fear. Powerful, frenzied, violent, and fierce. No words could adequately convey the overwhelming sensations he experienced in that fleeting moment of connection. In that instant, he felt an unprecedented proximity to death. It is worth noting that Best had once reached a combat power of 60,000, though his strength had severely diminished due to genetic degradation and the loss of his grade 8 form, leaving him with a meager energy level of nearly 4,000, yet still formidable. Yet, what had just transpired felt as though the very fabric of reality had flipped. Not only did he fail to grasp the nature of the scion infant before him, but he had also been injured by the raw, volatile energy coursing within the child, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Moreover, Best realized with growing dread that this child had not been injected with any genetic enhancements. The scion gene chain within it was stable, showing no signs of instability. This meant that the energy contained within the child was innate, an inherent power surpassing 10,000 at birth. In truth, the infant's combat power was not as high as Best presumed. His psychic energy had simply been depleted from overuse, leading to a miscalculation of the child's strength. Bester's lips began to twitch as he recalled a scion child in a similar predicament. If that were the case, the situation had indeed become exceedingly intriguing. He glanced at the infant, still encased in large blocks of ice, yet whose heartbeat grew increasingly robust and powerful. Shifting his gaze to the corner where the nearly lifeless Fit lay curled up, Bester could no longer contain his emotions and exclaimed, "You madman. You have actually synthesized a legendary Super Saiyan, a Super Saiyan as monstrous as Broly. I must say, you are truly a genius." Fit, oblivious to the fact that the artificially created scion infant was indeed the fabled Super Saiyan, merely regarded the baby as an exceptionally successful experimental mutation. Little did he know that this was the very outcome he had sought for countless years. Yet, even if he were to discover this now, what could he possibly do in his current state of utter helplessness, barely able to utter a coherent sentence? The notion of competing with Bester for the legendary Super Saiyan was nothing short of ludicrous. Aware of his bleak prospects for survival, Fit glared at Bester with venomous hatred, gritting his teeth as he weakly cursed, "Do not revel too soon. Your demise will be far worse than mine." Bester lifted his gaze towards the depths of the corridor, bent down, and chuckled lightly at Fit. "Rest assured, I shall not kill you, but someone will come to deal with you. Additionally, I shall graciously accept these two gifts of yours." With that, he cradled the so-called legendary Super Saiyan infant in his arms and casually picked up another aluminum box, striding away with a swagger before Fit's eyes. "I swear by the name of the great Abagon God, as long as I live, I will ensure that little wretch pays the price." Fit coughed violently, harboring malicious vows in his heart, yet it was evident that the Abagon God had not favored him. For, a scorpion-like mutated creature had already shattered the alloy walls and stumbled before Fit. In the face of Fit's terror-filled gaze, the creature's grotesque mandibles suddenly split open, swiftly sealing the fate of Dr. Fit's life. Meanwhile, Bester had successfully boarded the space capsule with his research findings. Escaping from that nightmarish place, Abaz lay helplessly among the ruins, gasping for breath, while two irrational scion warriors stood nearby, their muscles swollen like inflated balloons, filled to the brim with raw power. They bore severe injuries, their bodies a grotesque tapestry of flesh and blood, one of them with a gaping wound in his abdomen. Yet, this seemed to have little effect on them, as their natural regeneration rate was astonishingly rapid. One scion warrior hoisted Abaz by his collar, delivering a brutal kick to his stomach, causing the proud cosmic warrior to retch violently. "You monsters!" Abaz managed to open his eyes, spitting out a mouthful of purple blood, only to be slammed back down onto the ground. The earth trembled beneath him, dust billowing forth like a tidal wave, swallowing everything in sight, while the ground itself cracked open with numerous wide fissures. Another scion warrior, his face a mask of savagery, approached, grasping Abaz by the hair to lift him up. Just as he prepared to deliver the final blow to this dying foe, Abaz suddenly raised his head and collided forcefully with the warrior's forehead. The scion recoiled in pain, dropping Abaz back to the ground. Energy blast. Seizing the opportunity, Abaz summoned the last of his strength. A purple orb of energy erupted from his left palm, surging into the scion's unhealed wound, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that finally reduced the seemingly indomitable foe to mere ashes. Yet, Abaz was acutely aware that a more formidable opponent still lingered nearby. Exhausted and drained of all his energy, he could no longer move. As he watched the figure emerge from the dissipating smoke, disappointment washed over him. He detected no trace of the rage one would expect from a comrade witnessing the death of a fellow warrior. Instead, these two beings had exhibited not a shred of emotion since their arrival, maintaining a robotic demeanor devoid of expression. With all thoughts relinquished, Abaz gazed at the approaching scion with indifference, a smile breaking across his face as he calmly remarked, "Fit, to create such a monstrous being, you truly are a genius." King Kfira, as anticipated, discovered that events were indeed unfolding at Fit's cosmic research base. In the vastness of space, millions of meters away from the research facility, a colossal spaceship, measuring thousands of meters in diameter, hovered silently, capturing the unfolding events and transmitting them to the expansive screen in the ship's cockpit. In the cockpit's main seat sat a relatively small yet malevolent alien, who rested his chin on one hand, keenly observing the fierce struggle between the two scion warriors and Abaz on the screen. It was only when Abaz finally unleashed his power to obliterate one of the scions that he remarked, somewhat bored, "Poor little insect. Defeated so swiftly." Below the screen, 3 others stood watching. One burly man, upon hearing these words, humbly replied, "After all, his combat power is lacking. My perspective differs from the brute's." The The fighting prowess of those two peculiar warriors is escalating rapidly, seemingly without pause, having surged nearly double in strength. Moreover, their internal functions are continuously enhancing. If allowed to grow unchecked, they may become formidable opponents. A frog-like figure, tall yet slender, calmly analyzed the situation, exuding an air of intent to eliminate the enemy. King Kfira smiled slightly, shifting his gaze to the silent individual among them, and inquired gently, "Sevilla, what are your thoughts?" Sevilla's gaze gradually shifted away from the screen. Under Kfira's mocking scrutiny, he knelt on one knee and solemnly stated, "King Kfira, the defeated warrior is my brother from the planet Breach. I wish to retrieve him." Donnie and the brute exchanged glances, surprised to hear their captain divulge this information. Their eyes fell upon the figure on the screen, who awaited death with closed eyes, evoking a peculiar sentiment within them. Beneath Kfira's eyes lay two strange crimson streaks, resembling tears of blood, lending him an aura of authority. He stared intently at the vast screen, and after a lengthy pause, he finally spoke, "I hope your brother is worth something. I have no use for the worthless." "Thank you, my king." Sevilla's heart soared with joy, his handsome face illuminated with gratitude and excitement. He hastily opened a hatch on the massive spaceship, and an immense force from outer space began to pull him outward, threatening to crush him like a tin can in a factory. However, in the next moment, a powerful energy erupted from his body, forming a vast vacuum around him, propelling Sevilla, brimming with explosive power, towards the cosmic research base like a meteor trailing a long tail, magnificent yet coldly lethal. If at this moment you were to employ a combat power detector to gauge the prowess of Sevilla, you would be astounded to discover that the energy harbored within the seemingly frail physique of this brachy-star youth has reached the maximum threshold of the detector. An astonishing 90W. Within the cockpit, Quila slowly closed his eyes, resting his head against the back of the captain's seat, and remarked with a hint of disdain, "What a laughable notion of familial bonds." Tony and Lish remained quietly beneath the holographic screen, their fingers deftly tapping away at the control console, continuously expanding the view of the high-powered camera to every corner of the research base, in search of anything of value. Suddenly, Tony spotted something and exclaimed in surprise, "A space pod. It contains 2 energy signatures." Lish scoffed, "Just 2 fleeing researchers, nothing extraordinary. We should disregard them." Tony furrowed his brow. "But this space pod seems rather peculiar." Quila, still with his eyes shut, replied indifferently, "Merely 2 insignificant ants. Let them be." Despite Quila's command, Tony felt compelled to comply. Thus, he allowed the space pod, carrying the infant scions and best, to depart, unaware of the calamity that these ants would bring upon them in the years to come. 3 years prior, Quila's arrogance had compelled him to watch helplessly as a space pod, containing the last vestiges of hope following the destruction of planet Vegeta, soared away before his eyes, a grievous opportunity squandered. On this day, 3 years hence, Quila repeated the same egregious error, one far graver than the last. His family would ultimately pay the price for Quila's hubris, leading them down the path of extinction. Awaken, Scions. Chapter 13, Brother Petra. 6 years later. On a remote and primitive blue planet, dense forests intertwined, their towering trees reaching impressive heights, crowned with expansive canopies lush enough to nearly block out the sun. Although it was around 8 in the evening, the remnants of the setting sun still lingered by the shore, casting a crimson glow over the land on the verge of rupture, enveloping the continent in a melancholic and sorrowful ambience, resembling a fairy tale realm. Moments later, a thunderous roar echoed from the heart of the land, the final cry of a prehistoric beast facing its demise. Following this, the land, leading into the ocean, trembled violently before shattering into 2 parts, a massive fissure snaking between them like a wandering dragon, widening to a staggering distance of over 100 meters. The tumultuous sea surged in, effectively isolating the 2 once unified landmasses. At the center of this continental fracture, a small boy silently grasped the tail of a colossal creature, effortlessly pulling it from the split between the 2 lands. Despite the beast's considerable weight, the child, appearing no older than 10, seemed oblivious to its heft. Astonishing all who witnessed this feat in a most peculiar manner, the child appeared to have grown accustomed to such tasks, his expression revealing no hint of emotion. Yet, in his clumsiness, he inadvertently fractured the ground beneath him. "Brother will be angry again," the boy muttered softly to himself, glancing at his small hands, a troubled expression finally surfacing on his face. "My strength has been growing, and I can hardly control it. Should I tell brother?" A fluffy, spherical creature tumbled out of the crooked woods, playfully landing on the boy's shoulder and emitting joyful purrs. The boy calmly regarded the little creature, unperturbed by its playful tugging at his hair, and continued dragging the remains of the beast towards the other side of the land. He seemed like an obedient child with a gentle disposition, making it hard to fathom that he had just slain the formidable creature. Deep within the forest, another boy clad in animal pelts was tinkering with intricate instruments inside a humble workshop. This boy, slightly older, perhaps 12 or 13, exuded a sense of composure. His appearance was markedly unusual, a bald head, sparse eyebrows, and deep red eyes devoid of luster, the pupils seemingly swallowed by the rich hue. He bore an expression that suggested he was not one to be trifled with, surrounded by an aura of intense energy that was nearly suffocating. He diligently disassembled and reassembled the instruments, each time altering their form significantly, as if he had forcibly transformed them into something entirely new. "This should suffice," he murmured, testing the functionality of his modified device, nodding in satisfaction. He quickly integrated the other instruments with this one, creating a bizarre contraption reminiscent of a baby carriage. "You're back. Petra, what delectable prey did you bring today?" The older boy inquired upon hearing heavy footsteps from the forest behind him, wiping the grease from his hands. "A Tyrannosaurus," came the monotone reply from the younger boy, who, having discarded the massive creature, wandered to a corner, gazing blankly at the sky. The unnamed fluffy creature continued to frolic around Petra, playfully attempting to elicit a smile from him, but to no avail. The older brother, exasperated by his sibling's silence, scratched his head and effortlessly tore off a hefty leg from the Tyrannosaurus, beginning to prepare dinner. After their meal, the older brother fiddled with his newly crafted device, finally moving the contraption that resembled a baby carriage to an open area. A beam of light shot forth from it, illuminating the starry sky. "Ah, success," he exclaimed, dancing with joy at the sight of the light, a rare display of elation and relief. He embraced his younger brother, exclaiming, "Brother has succeeded, Petra. Soon we shall leave this place for grander and better realms." Petra looked at his brother in confusion, never having witnessed such exuberance from him before. He could not fathom what was wrong with their current home, why his brother wished to venture elsewhere. To him, as long as he could fill his belly and remain by his brother's side, enjoying the playful antics of the fluffy creature, that was the essence of happiness. Moreover, it would be wonderful if his brother could remain this joyful every day. Sensing the genuine delight radiating from his brother, the young Petra's face broke into an innocent smile, albeit stiff and unnoticed by his sibling. However, this little fellow genuinely smiled. The legendary Super Saions are not solely characterized by their coldness and ruthlessness. They, too, possess emotions. Awaken. Scion. Chapter 14. Awaiting rescue. 6 years ago, Best fled from Fit's control with a scion infant of immense potential, drifting through the cosmos in a space pod for 2 years until the pod's energy was depleted, forcing them to land on this primitive celestial body. It was rather unfortunate that the space pod Best initially boarded was an outdated model intended for recycling. The energy within was only partially filled, approximately half. At that time, Best, eager to save time, did not examine the pod closely, nor did he comprehend the myriad colorful buttons that adorned it. He merely pressed them at random until he fortuitously activated the pod. Consequently, their journey was not predetermined. They only knew they were on a planet within the Mustafa star system, the exact location remaining a mystery. The origins of that scion infant are indeed closely tied to Best, as the first experimental subject to achieve a significant breakthrough during Fit's research. Fit was particularly invested in the genetic experiments involving Best's lineage. Although Best's genetic chain had fragmented, inflicting irreparable damage on the perfect genes within his blood, he was merely a second-generation scion experiment, synthesized from 2 sets of scion genes. Within the laboratory, there were at least 100 other subjects sharing similar or identical genes, alongside numerous third-generation individuals derived from the blood of second-generation subjects, all subjected to Fit's deadly experiments, which invariably concluded in death. Undeterred, Fit attempted once more, and unexpectedly. Luck favored him as he cultivated a powerful subject born with an energy level of 7,000. He believed this subject would lead to a comprehensive breakthrough in his research plan and intended to conduct groundbreaking experiments using a new genetic serum on this exceptionally gifted individual. However, before the trials commenced, Best's rebellion swept through the facility, leading to the capture of this so-called Super Saiyan experiment. Thus, in terms of bloodline, this infant could indeed be considered Best's brother. Although neither of them was born through typical maternal development, their blood coursed with the same essence. This explains why the sealed Petra evoked a peculiar feeling of being called upon in Best. Over the course of 4 years, as the scion infant gradually matured, Best's anxious heart began to ease. During their time together, this child, who might very well become a legendary Super Saiyan, did not exhibit uncontrollable ferocity or extreme ruthlessness. Instead, he remained remarkably silent, preferring solitude, and even when questioned, responded with only the briefest of answers before sitting in quiet contemplation for hours. Best had never instructed the child. In truth, he himself was merely a child of 16 or 17 upon his arrival in this world, lacking any experience in child care. Unsure whether Petra's nature was good or bad, he could only allow things to unfold naturally. After all, this child was no ordinary human, but rather a volcano poised to erupt, embodying death and destruction. Fortunately, the child was obedient, occasionally struggling to control his power and causing chunks of land to break away into islands. Yet he had not created any significant trouble for himself, much to Best's relief. For 4 years, Best endeavored to recharge the space pod, but prior to this, he had never acquired any mechanical knowledge. Consequently, he inadvertently damaged the pod's transformer. In a fit of frustration, Best dismantled the pod into thousands of intricate components, scattering them across the ground. Ultimately, he had no choice but to salvage the seemingly functional instruments from within the pod and embark on a protracted journey of research. It must be said that Best cannot be considered a genius. He was only marginally associated with the notion of intelligence. Yet, through the extraordinary computational ability of the mutated brain tissue within him, he managed to deconstruct each precise component into parts and began to explore their functions, selecting those suitable for his study. For years, Best toiled tirelessly, neglecting sleep and sustenance, experiencing countless failures that left him disheveled and frazzled. Nevertheless, fueled by an indomitable spirit, he astonishingly produced something resembling a viable creation. By evening, Best had constructed a peculiar infant carriage that functioned as a signal transmitter capable of reflecting moonlight to create a distress signal wave. Although rudimentary in design, it was indeed a finished product, equipped with the necessary features Best required. As long as a spacecraft passed within a reasonable distance of the Mustafa star system, it would undoubtedly receive this signal. Now, Best's task was to remain here, awaiting the arrival of rescuers. If the visitors were unwilling to assist, he would resort to coercion, insisting they take him and Petra to a populated area. Conversely, if the visitors harbored ill intentions, it would serve them well. They could simply commit murder and theft, seizing their spacecraft. With Best's battle power firmly established above 4,000, combined with Petra's terrifying potential for explosive strength, they possessed the audacity to confront any adversary that was not exceedingly formidable. In such a scenario, the ultimate decision of whether to fight or flee would rest solely with Best. As he fell into slumber, Best felt an unprecedented sweetness enveloping him, causing even his perpetually taut nerves to relax. The following day, invigorated and in high spirits, Best eagerly took Petra on a stroll across the nearly shattered continent. Pointing at the expansive islands scattered around and chuckling, "Petra, this is all you're doing, isn't it?" Rarely, Petra's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head and softly replied, "Brother, I'm sorry. Has your power increased once more?" Best inquired, furrowing his brow. Petra nodded solemnly, gazing at her hands. "For the past few days, I've noticed a significant surge in my strength each morning, and I find it increasingly difficult to control." Best scratched his head in bemusement. The legendary Super Saiyan truly seemed to be favored by the gods. Not only was Best, stripped of the Scion's paramount genetic advantages, deemed a failure, but even the prominent figures from Dragon Ball, such as Goku and Vegeta, were enduring arduous training or battling on the merciless battlefield, confronting death time and again to gain those hard-won combat abilities. Meanwhile, Petra, without an understanding of the training methods, was astonishingly enhancing her strength at such a rapid pace due to her innate talent. One could only imagine the terrifying extent to which Broly, endowed with even greater potential and subjected to the devilish training of his resentful father, Bogas, had ascended. Best shook his head. This truly is a perplexing situation. However, once we depart from here, I should be able to devise a solution for your current circumstances. A month later, a colossal interstellar cruiser, measuring over 1,000 meters, unexpectedly intercepted a distress signal while en route home through the Mustafa star system. After reporting to superiors, the fearless cruiser, carrying the pinnacle of Brada technology, altered its course toward the source of the signal, racing toward a seemingly primitive blue celestial body. Recently, the residence of the Best brothers had diminished significantly. While in the makeshift work shelter, Best could feel the salty sea breeze wafting through, and in the distance, he could faintly see a vast expanse of water rushing forth, grand and magnificent, as the tumultuous waves engulfed the fragmented lands, sweeping away copious amounts of sand, stones, and vegetation. A surge crashed in, lifting towering trees into the air. The thunderous sound akin to rolling thunder, magnificent and awe-inspiring. However, this phenomenon was not a harbinger of good fortune, as the encroaching waters were insidiously eroding the land, threatening to transform this remnant of solid ground into part of the ocean, a playground for fish to frolic in centuries to come. Best felt a profound sense of helplessness and distress. For years prior, when the brothers first arrived, this planet was a vibrant tapestry of greenery, teeming with life, dotted with numerous landmasses far larger than the Eurasian continent of Best's previous life. The entire planet was nearly cloaked in lush vegetation. Yet, after 4 years, the brothers had relocated countless times, with each move seemingly heralding the impending disintegration of the land they had occupied. Each patch of land bearing a lifespan of no more than 3 months. Now, the area where the Best brothers resided stood as the largest remaining landmass on the planet. If the destruction continued unabated, they might find themselves forced to reside beneath the waves before help could ever arrive. As Best contemplated deeply, a sudden black dot appeared in the sky. Initially small, it rapidly magnified, obscuring the sun and casting a shadow over the entire forest, making it impossible to ignore. Perhaps realizing that the terrestrial environment was unsuitable for a space cruiser to land, several luminous points ejected from the shadow, gracefully descending into the verdant embrace of the primordial forest, trailing long flames behind them. Finally, it had arrived. Best gazed at the spacecraft, reminiscent of a city fortress, hovering high above, and found himself momentarily disoriented. Although he had long anticipated this moment, having waited through countless days and nights, its actual arrival left him feeling surreal, accompanied by a profound silence akin to still waters, rather than the jubilant excitement he had envisioned. As a small airship swiftly glided towards him, Best felt a sudden tremor and instinctively touched his heart, realizing he was no longer himself. The triangular, metallic-hued craft circled above but did not land immediately, displaying a cautious demeanor that Best attributed to the rescuers. After what felt like an eternity, seemingly confirming that Best posed no threat, a craft gently folded its triangular wings and landed on the grassy ground nearby. With a soft thud, the airship tilted, forming a stable ramp. Two aliens, only slightly taller than Best, emerged cautiously, their demeanor suggesting a fear of being attacked. It seemed that these beings, with their large heads and relatively petite bodies, were not only circumspect but inherently timid. The two extraterrestrials, perhaps sensing Best's unapproachable appearance, descended from their vessel without daring to come too close, communicating in a series of incomprehensible gurgles. Best felt a pang of despair as he realized he could not understand a single word. What was he to do? Did not the alien races in Dragon Ball communicate seamlessly with Earthlings? Why was he unable to do the same? At that moment, Petra, who had been out hunting, suddenly appeared with great speed, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. The young boy positioned himself protectively in front of Best. Eyes narrowed in suspicion as he regarded the two aliens in their metallic craft, his expression grave. It was evident that any sign of aggression from the aliens would provoke an immediate and reckless response from the child. Petra, come here. They are here to help us. They mean no harm, Best exclaimed, pulling the boy behind him to prevent any unnecessary conflict. He then glanced at the trembling aliens, who had huddled together in fear, and the looming cannons extending from the hovering craft, his expression darkening. If things escalated, he would have to resort to force, just as Best resolved to take drastic measures. A hesitant voice emanated from the massive cruiser above, speaking in a language that Best could understand. My child, are you from the inner galaxy? Inner galaxy? Yes. Much of the narrative in Dragon Ball unfolds within the northern galaxy governed by King Kai, alongside the western, eastern, and southern galaxies, which together form the primary backdrop of the story. The existence of a vast universe beyond these four galaxies, where intelligent life had made contact, could indeed justify referring to them as the inner galaxy. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through Best's mind, compelling his mutated brain to swiftly assemble fragmented information, discarding the superfluous and arriving at a coherent explanation for the situation at hand. To an outside observer, Best appeared momentarily stunned upon hearing the ancient voice. But then he joyfully declared, "Indeed, we are from the inner galaxy. Our ship has malfunctioned, and we require your assistance." Through a large screen, the elderly Brada alien aboard the cruiser observed Best's sincere demeanor and recognized there was no deceit in his words. After a brief pause, he responded, "I can assist you, but your displayed power is rather overwhelming. For the safety of everyone aboard this cruiser, I hope you will cooperate." The voice resonated clearly through the cruiser's loudspeakers, and without hesitation, Best readily agreed. This was not a concession but rather a reflection of his confidence. He had discerned that these timid aliens harbored genuine goodwill and a sincere desire to help. Through his telepathic connection, he could sense their benevolence. Their swift response to his distress signal indicated a humanitarian spirit, suggesting that their intentions were far from malicious. Moreover, Best had reached a new level of control over his hidden abilities, enabling him to execute near-perfect strikes should the need arise. Even if these frail beings harbored ill intentions, he felt assured in his capacity to defend himself. This was not mere arrogance, but a testament to his newfound strength. Soon, Best and his brother were escorted aboard the cruiser by a robot, leading them into a peculiar room. There, an elderly Brada alien awaited them, appearing frail and worn, with deep wrinkles etched into his skin. Upon their entrance, the elder's murky gaze suddenly brightened, focusing intently on Best as he spoke calmly. "Child, your heart is troubled." Taken aback, Best furrowed his brow, sensing an energy emanating from the old man that resembled his own. This force was vast and profound, reminiscent of gazing out at an endless sea or counting the stars in the sky. Yet, unlike Best's tumultuous energy, it radiated tranquility and vitality, enveloping him in a refreshing breeze that eased his tension. Impressed, Best fell silent. Though he understood the elder meant no harm and sought to instill calmness, he could not shake the feeling of defeat that lingered within him. There was no greater loss than the acknowledgement of having already failed. Despite the elderly Brada alien's combat prowess being, in his eyes, utterly insignificant indeed, even inferior to that of an ordinary earthling, he had undeniably experienced a profound defeat in the realm of mental confrontation. He had underestimated the extraterrestrial being. In contrast, the remarkably powerful Petra felt no such sensation. Instead, he found an inexplicable warmth towards the peculiar old man before him, evoking no sense of animosity whatsoever. "Young man, please take a seat. Our journey is yet to commence. Perhaps we can engage in conversation and better understand one another," the old Brada alien said, a gentle smile gracing his face. He gestured towards the table, and with a subtle gleam, a tea set appeared, complete with a teapot and small cups. "This is our specially crafted beverage, designed to alleviate the burdens of the heart and cultivate a more serene mindset." He paused momentarily, pouring himself a cup, and continued. "Regular consumption of this drink significantly enhances one's mental faculties. I am Best, and this is my brother, Petra," Best introduced, observing the inscrutable old Brada alien with an odd sense of familiarity, as if he were a character from the Dragon Ball saga. However, upon searching his memory, he found no match for this tranquil and composed elder. Could he be a character from the movies? No, that seemed unlikely. The elder's appearance was reminiscent of Corinne, those mystical beings, but such characters were absent from the films. Yet, if that were the case, how could his mutated cerebral tissue's exceptional computational abilities fail to recall him? Without a doubt, this figure named Bibite must have appeared in the Dragon Ball narrative. With the certainty that the elder was indeed a character from the Dragon Ball universe, Best's curiosity regarding the destination of their spacecraft and the Brada aliens aboard it intensified. Might I inquire where you are headed, elder? He asked candidly. Holding his tea delicately, Bibite took a sip and replied. We are relocating to a star system beyond the inner galaxy. We are currently situated at the edge of the North Galaxy. Are you not planning to return? Best's heart raced, sensing an underlying significance. Indeed, Bibite sighed, a melancholic weight in his voice. Our ancestral home has been ravaged, and the sacred relics upon which we depended for survival have been taken by that individual. Countless kin have perished as a result, and our population has dwindled to less than 1/10,000th of its former number. If we do not depart soon, we risk facing extinction. Although these events occurred long ago, recalling them still evoked a deep sorrow within Bibite. Perhaps sensing his emotional lapse, Bibite managed a strained smile towards the brothers, hoping to lighten the mood. However, you need not worry. Our vessel will pause at a star system along the North Galaxy's border for supplies. This location lies at the juncture of the inner galaxy and the outer cosmos, inhabited by numerous extraterrestrials with advanced technology. You should be able to find a way back home there. Thank you, Elder. We deeply regret any inconvenience caused to your journey, Best expressed, feeling a sense of relief at the prospect of a destination. Upon learning that their destination was a technologically advanced region, his eyes sparkled with newfound resolve. Bibite took another sip of tea and amiably remarked, We owe you our gratitude. Although this planet remains quite primitive, it boasts abundant mineral resources and vital plants for our daily sustenance. Without your distress signal, we would not have discovered this place. A portion of our crew is currently gathering plant samples and minerals. Best understanding of the Brada aliens deepened further. They were a curious race, kind yet timid, strange yet mysterious. But could it be that he had misremembered? Had they truly not appeared in the Dragon Ball storyline? Suddenly, a fluffy, spherical creature leaped from Petra, its delicate hands rubbing the remnants of sleep from its dazed eyes as it bounded onto the table. Upon noticing the teapot, the little being curiously hopped towards it, seemingly intent on opening it. Oh, that is a dodo beast, Bibite exclaimed, chuckling at the antics of the playful creature. Nostalgically, he cradled the little fluffball, which usually exhibited boundless energy, now behaving like a docile kitten in his hands. This transformation sparked a peculiar look in Petra's eyes. While Best remained oblivious to the creature's nature, he recalled the tiny being as the prey he had captured upon arriving on this planet, too small to provide sustenance, and he had abandoned it out of practicality. Unexpectedly, it had latched onto Petra as a companion, playfully tormenting the 2-year-old. Hearing Bibite mention the creature's name piqued Best's curiosity. Does your homeland also have such creatures? Indeed, Bibite reminisced. Dodo beasts are emblematic of peace and prosperity in our homeland, regarded as auspicious symbols. Unfortunately, their numbers dwindled, and they became extinct. Then this little creature possesses some extraordinary abilities? Best speculated. Bibite nodded. Indeed, the dodo beast possesses a remarkable power. It can restore life to those on the brink of death, healing not only their injuries but also replenishing their vitality. It was a cherished companion of our high priest during rituals and explorations of the arcane. That is akin to a living senza being, Best gasped, astonished by the revelation that his former prey harbored such extraordinary abilities. While the Dragon Ball universe was rife with strange phenomena, its core remained centered on fervent combat. With battle inevitably leading to injury, healing substances became highly coveted. Best knew that aside from senza beings, only the native inhabitants of Namek possessed similar restorative powers. If this little fluffball truly held such capabilities, Best felt he had struck a remarkable fortune. In the face of unforeseen circumstances, a new talisman for survival emerged in Best's mind, accompanied by a flash of inspiration reminiscent of the words previously spoken by Bibite. He recalled an aspect he had overlooked, magic. Suddenly, a character from Dragon Ball 2 vividly overlapped with Bibite's appearance, causing Best to freeze in place. At last, he recognized the figure from his memories. Coupled with Bibite's vast mental power, akin to the ocean's depth, a cold sweat broke out on Best's forehead. Fortunately, the Bibite before him was not the malevolent being he had feared. Otherwise, Best and his brother would have been doomed. Although the location Bibite mentioned also lay on the border of the northern galaxy, it was still several star systems away from their original planet. Even with the advanced aerospace technology of the Brada people, it took them a month to reach that destination. During this month, Best absorbed knowledge at an unprecedented rate, far surpassing what he had learned over the past decade, including his time before crossing over. He was akin to a voracious leech, relentlessly drawing from the Brada people's centuries of technological advancements to enrich his mind and bridge the gap between himself and the Brada. In just a few days, it seemed he had undergone a transformation from a primitive society to a higher level of civilization, propelled by the Brada's generous teaching, forcibly elevating his understanding and knowledge to match theirs. However, this endeavor came with excruciating consequences. The intense mental strain caused frequent outbursts of his mutated brain tissue, with each episode lasting longer and the pain intensifying, seemingly exacerbating his condition. Fortunately, the drink called Clark provided some relief from the intense agony stemming from his mutated brain tissue, alleviating Best's suffering to some extent. Yet, this was merely a temporary fix. The Brada elder, Bibite, candidly warned Best that he was playing with fire, risking his life with such reckless behavior. Should he continue down this path, his brain might not withstand the strain, leading to a potential collapse. Even if he miraculously avoided the worst outcome, reaching the age of 20 would be improbable. Best merely smiled in response, dismissing Bibite's concern. While he recognized the elder's good intentions, he had his own plans. Furthermore, he had intentionally arranged for Petra to stay by Bibite's side, believing that Bibite would not overlook Petra's hidden brutality and destructive desires. Best had no expectations. For scions were inherently beings of combat and destruction, especially a special scion with the potential to ascend to the legendary Super Saiyan. A month later, Best, along with Petra and the small furball, found themselves in an extraordinarily grand steel city. Towering structures, hundreds of meters high, stood in a perfect array like a set of dominoes, radiating outward from a conical building at the center, forming a massive grid that segmented the land into wide streets and districts. From a bird's eye view, one would surely be captivated by the rugged and bold layout of this magnificent city, which loomed like a giant amidst vast sands. The Brada had completed their resupply days prior, bidding farewell to Best and his brother before embarking on their long journey, never to return. They had become wanderers in the cosmos, seeking a new home suitable for their kind. From the Brada, Best learned much. Their warm and selfless assistance instilled both shame and gratitude within him, allowing him to once again experience the feeling of home. Yet, they were ultimately not his companions or family, and after heartfelt farewells, they had to depart. Best resolved to cherish this rare friendship in his heart as he set forth on a path far more arduous than the Brada's quest for a homeland. On the broad streets, a myriad of peculiar races traversed, for the planet's unique geographical position attracted countless cosmic merchants. Consequently, beings from both the inner galaxy and distant realms often came to this grand city for respite and supplies. Thus, it was a colossal hub for extraterrestrial gatherings. Despite the unusual appearances of these alien beings, most retained human-like features, with some variations in skin color, allowing for discernible beauty or ugliness. Others, resembling reptiles or bizarre creatures, could also represent intelligent species, albeit not easily recognizable. Encounters could lead to some amusing misunderstandings. However, one should not underestimate these strange extraterrestrial races. Though their appearances might be peculiar, their influence and power on this planet often surpassed that of ordinary cosmic beings. As Best traversed several streets, he encountered numerous warriors with relatively high combat powers, some exceeding 10,000. While such a level posed no threat to Best at present, the sheer number of high-level fighters gathered in one place was enough to unsettle him. Moreover, the warriors he observed were likely only the tip of the iceberg, far from revealing the true nature of this locale. Yet, this very fact presented an advantage for Best. With nearly 2 years remaining before the onset of the Dragon Ball 1 world and the distant Scion assault on Earth, his immediate priority was to establish a foothold in this place before pursuing further development. Gazing at his only piece of luggage, a silver aluminum case, a grave expression crossed Best's face. Petra, I shall assist you in achieving your Super Saiyan plan. As for the past few years on Ogulus, the landscape had been tumultuous, with new powers rising at an astonishing speed, pushing several established factions into the abyss. This trade planet, rich in wealth and cosmic influence, experienced a monumental upheaval, with the origins of this transformation tracing back 3 years. 3 years ago, a cosmic merchant on Ogulus suddenly claimed to have discovered a substance capable of unlocking latent potential, repairing genes, and dramatically enhancing combat prowess. Initially, the whispers surrounding this revelation garnered little interest. After all, greedy cosmic merchants were known to spin tales, transforming the mundane into treasures and selling worthless scrap as precious artifacts. Thus, the rumors were initially met with skepticism. However, some individuals, driven by curiosity about the mysterious, could not resist the temptation to investigate further, until a lowly warrior named Steinley, driven by curiosity, spent a fortune to purchase a potion called the Gene Completion Liquid from a merchant. Everything that followed spiraled into madness. After injecting the Gene Completion Liquid, Steinley's originally frail body underwent an uncontrollable transformation, expanding from a scrawny, average height to that of a towering muscle-bound giant. His strength multiplied exponentially, increasing by several dozen times. Preliminary estimates suggested that Steinley's combat prowess surged tenfold under the influence of this miraculous potion, and this enhancement was permanent. This revelation fell upon Ogulus like a bombshell, plunging the once tranquil locale into chaos. The cosmic merchant, confronted by a throng of representatives from various factions, audaciously raised the price of the Gene Completion Liquid to an outrageous level while prohibiting bulk purchases. This incited the ire of some established powers in Ogulus. But regardless of the threats or temptations presented by these factions, The merchant remained unmoved, resembling an unyielding automaton devoid of reason. Nonetheless, over 100 doses of the gene completion liquid were swiftly snatched up. The emergence of more than 100 warriors, their combat abilities exponentially enhanced, swept through Aguilas like a tempest, becoming the central figures in the planet's monumental transformations over the past few years. Their names echoed through the realm, almost godlike in their renown, known to nearly all. Although everyone recognized that they were affiliated with certain factions, the admiration for strength is an irrefutable truth across all beings. However, not every warrior who injected the gene completion liquid was so fortunate. Indeed, the mysterious serum bore inherent risks. No fewer than 10 senior warriors succumbed to fatal consequences after injection, unable to withstand the transformation. Yet, history is penned by the victors. And who would remember these unfortunate failures? The brilliance of the victors allows society to conveniently overlook the minor flaws of the gene completion liquid. Those who perished from this serum were simply deemed unlucky souls. Some factions sought to analyze the gene completion liquid's components for their own production, only to discover with dismay that the mysterious potion would completely evaporate within mere hours once opened, losing its efficacy. Naturally, others began to pursue the merchant responsible for selling the gene completion liquid, yet that greedy, unscrupulous figure seemed to vanish as if into thin air, leaving no trace across Augulus. This incited suspicions among various factions, fearing that the merchant had been secretly captured by a rival. Such a tense atmosphere lingered in Augulus for an extended period, and under the influence of certain instigators, several large-scale skirmishes erupted. However, these conflicts were swiftly quelled and did not engulf the entirety of Augulus, as the planet held significant importance for many faction leaders and cosmic merchants alike, prompting careful consideration of numerous factors. No one dared to claim they could monopolize this territory alone. Those who did were swiftly eliminated. Even the infamous Cooled, known throughout the northern galaxy, would think twice before extending his reach here. Amidst this chaotic tension, characterized by mutual hostility yet a collective resolve to confront external threats, Augulus gradually returned to a semblance of calm. In contrast, a year prior, the establishment of an experimental base by a mysterious youth in the northwest of Augulus garnered little attention. In the northwest of Augulus lay an uncharted expanse, where under the dim, yellowish sky, winds carried vast clouds of dust, howling against jagged stone peaks and producing bizarre yellow mists. The sweltering heat and harsh conditions deterred most from venturing here. Even those capable of surviving in such an inhospitable environment would not willingly subject themselves to the torments of this desolate land. Yet, some remained undeterred. A year ago, a small to medium-sized experimental base, claiming to produce spacecraft instruments and tools, took root in this forsaken area, eliciting scant interest from the outside world. Nonetheless, the products manufactured here proved commendable, not only durable, but also comparable in performance to offerings from renowned suppliers, while being notably cheaper. This garnered favor among spacecraft manufacturers, though production was limited, ensuring no enmity arose. At this moment, within the underground laboratory of the experimental base, Best stood up, stretching his numb joints, and inquired of a short figure operating a computer. Tien, have you simulated it yet? The diminutive individual looked up, revealing a wrinkled, disheveled face. And the majority of those in the lab bore a striking resemblance to him, sharing his unkempt demeanor. However, one should not be deceived by the appearance of these short individuals. They were among the most notorious merchants of Augulus and the greatest individual inventors within the transient populace known as the Hain. They played a crucial role in the establishment and development of Augulus, maintaining their significant status despite the influx of cosmic inhabitants, remaining formidable in several critical fields. The Hain mentioned by name pressed a button, pointing to a three-dimensional image of a cube displayed on the screen, and solemnly stated, "My lord, this is the simulation of the mental time chamber you requested. I do not comprehend why your sagacity has suddenly proposed such a peculiar notion. However, our extensive simulations conducted via the computer indicate that a room possessing such a unique spatial structure, closely linked to the external world yet exhibiting vast differences in the passage of time, is absolutely beyond the realm of scientific fabrication or our current technological capabilities. Or rather, what you perceive as the so-called mental time chamber may not exist at all." Listening to his subordinate's candid skepticism, Best displayed no displeasure, merely gazing at the three-dimensional image, softly asserting, "It does exist." My lord, Tien, witnessing Best's obstinacy, furrowed his brow, on the verge of speaking again when he was restrained by another Hain nearby. This Hain appeared significantly more composed. He first pressed his companion back into his seat before thoughtfully suggesting, "Perhaps there is another explanation." Originally harboring little hope for this research project, Best perked up at these words, casting a surprised glance at the Hain and asking, "What do you mean?" The Hindman spoke without a moment's hesitation, "A spatial rift, an anomaly that does not exist within this world yet allows entry into another realm, akin to a portal to a different dimension. However, this passage is highly unstable, despite being imbued with a certain enigmatic force. Its instability manifests in the temporal connection between this space and the external world, as well as the disparity in the passage of time between the two. Hence, the so-called mind-time house that you mentioned." All present, including Best, were momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such an explanation. Yet, after the initial surprise, some researchers with a grasp of spatial theories began to murmur quietly, debating the accuracy of this assertion. Best had primarily focused on spacecraft construction and energy issues over the years, and had not delved into spatial matters. However, he considered this explanation relatively plausible amidst the multitude of opinions he had encountered. Upon reflecting on the divine palace on Earth, where the Mindtime House did not seem to be a scientific creation, he found himself more inclined to accept the notion of a different dimensional space. Yik. What do you believe is necessary to open a similar other dimensional space? Best inquired with a glimmer of unusual intensity in his crimson gaze, directing his attention toward the hind man who had proposed the dimensional theory. Creating a dimensional passage is relatively straightforward. By employing a powerful particle weapon to continuously bombard a somewhat unstable spatial point, there is a certain probability of breaching into an other dimensional rift. However, even if a breach is achieved, we cannot ascertain whether this space possesses the functions you described. It is possible that upon entry, one may discover that time flows more rapidly within this realm than in the external world. This presents a rather vexing dilemma. Moreover, the primary concern remains: how can we ensure the rift's existence, rather than having it swiftly devoured by the unstable space post-breach? This is the crux of our challenge. Eik. You may set aside your current tasks. This newly initiated project will be entrusted to you. Aside from key personnel, you may select any assistance you require from the various departments. As for funding, I will allocate an initial sum of 20 million Bagias. I entrust everything to you and hope you can finalize a research proposal promptly. Best nodded, instantly elevating Eik, the previously obscure researcher, to a supervisory role, transforming him into a leader among his peers, which incited a twinge of envy among many. However, no one dared to oppose Best's directive, for they had already witnessed the formidable nature of this boss in the brief time since the Institute's inception. While dissent on certain issues was permissible, obstructing the plans he had set forth would lead to dire consequences, regardless of the methods employed. Of course, the oppressive management style could create a vicious cycle. Yet, Best maintained a rather lenient internal regulation within his institute, coupled with generous compensation for his researchers, exhibiting an attitude that seemed to disregard financial constraints. Furthermore, his ability to attract a remarkable team of researchers in such a short span, despite the watchful eyes of various factions, suggested he possessed considerable acumen. Thus, he harbored no concerns regarding the security and confidentiality of his researchers. His current worries lay elsewhere. Tien, please report on the progress of our ongoing research projects. Best called upon the hind man's name once more, gesturing toward him. Tien, as Best's foremost aide, had been instrumental in providing sustenance and shelter to the two brothers during their early days in Augulus, and he was largely responsible for gathering the current group of researchers. Although he had clashed with Best on certain matters, his loyalty to him remained unequivocal. Consequently, all present harbored a peculiar reverence for this colleague who still bore the title of researcher. The diminutive hind man rose once more, his countenance now radiating with delight, as if he had stumbled upon a trove of gold. Firstly, our supercomputer, Campaign, has been completed. Through the various cosmic signals received by Campaign, we have identified coordinates for over 70 star systems, among which more than 12,000 planets exhibit signs of life. Additionally, over 20,000 planets possess the energy resources necessary for our development. Furthermore, Campaign has also approximately located Namek and Earth, which you have been seeking. We anticipate having concrete details by tomorrow. Secondly, our energy conversion device, initial model, has been completed. The spacecraft we have developed has, to a degree, realized the concept of infinite energy, capable of continuously absorbing and converting solar thermal energy during its voyage. Currently, the research team responsible for this project is working on the second generation of the energy conversion device, focusing on absorbing and converting the energy waves of advanced warriors. And they have already achieved some success. Lastly, regarding the composition of the perfect gene completion serum that we have long been studying, the project team finally deciphered its components yesterday. We believe that with a few more days, they will successfully produce the first batch of the perfect gene completion serum. The perfect gene enhancement liquid is a concoction that once turned the entirety of Agilas into chaos. This was a legacy left by Fit for Best, initially crafted for the purpose of enhancing Petra, representing an upgraded version of gene medication. It possesses more potent medicinal properties and can, to a certain extent, repair the genetic damage inflicted on experimental subjects, thereby elevating the safety of such experiments. However, its production is limited, yielding only a mere dozen or so finished vials. Ultimately, Fit never utilized these invaluable potions, inadvertently making them a tool for Best to amass wealth after his arrival in Agilas. Unfortunately, the gene enhancement liquids circulating in the market have been tampered with by Best. They have not only been diluted but also infused with peculiar additives, rendering the diluted potions highly volatile. Once exposed to air, their potency dissipates entirely within mere hours, making it impossible for those who obtain them to analyze their components. They could never fathom that the mastermind behind these machinations is the young man hiding in the northwestern desert of Agilas. This perfect gene enhancement liquid embodies a terrifying essence. as Best had once captured a lizard-like creature from the western desert for experimentation. Just a third of a vial of the perfect gene enhancement liquid injected into this already fearsome creature triggered a drastic transformation. This change was not merely a mutation or the awakening of latent potential. It represented a significant evolutionary leap. The perfect gene enhancement liquid optimized the genes of the injected organism in an astonishing manner, compelling it to ascend to a higher tier of existence. The creature became better adapted to its environment, its physique rationalized, its intelligence and desires humanized, and even the dormant primitive gene forms within its cells were awakened, ultimately transforming it into a colossal entity reminiscent of a bone dragon from a science fiction realm. Fortunately, Best terminated it before it completed its metamorphosis. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Regrettably, despite Fit's tireless efforts on his so-called Super Saiyan Project, Best understood that he had fundamentally misdirected his focus from the outset. Although the perfect gene enhancement liquid is indeed remarkable, for those with the aberrant genes of the scions, it remains a lethal poison, an inevitable demise. The greater the efficacy of the concoction, the swifter the scion's demise, creating a vicious cycle. Thus, Best has no intention of mass-producing it. In fact, he has developed a fear of such substances. After completing the necessary samples, he ordered the destruction of the rest and ensured that the researchers remained under close surveillance, subjecting them to mind control post-experimentation. Best, feeling somewhat frazzled, could not help but resent those who acted independently. On the side, Tien, mistaking Best's distress for one of his recurring headaches, hurriedly poured him a cup of tea. Best, everything at the Research Institute hinges on you now. You mustn't falter at this critical juncture. Setting aside formalities and the facade of seriousness, Best felt no irritation at Tien's casualness. Rather, he felt an inexplicable warmth. In a fleeting moment, he was transported back to the time he had taken in this ambitious yet unappreciated individual during his own brother's moment of despair. Life had been arduous then, yet it was a period worth reminiscing. Shaking his head, he smiled faintly. I'm fine. Uncle, we've navigated 4 years together. What is there to fear now? Taking a sip of the mint-infused green beverage Tien had offered, Best recognized it as the peculiar drink known as Clark, cultivated from seeds gifted to him by the Brada people upon their departure from Igilis. The subtle bitterness blossomed on his palate, invigorating him and clearing the mental clutter that had clouded his thoughts. How is my brother faring? He inquired, taking a deep breath, feeling somewhat relieved. Tien frowned and shook his head. He has emerged from the gravity training chamber you specifically instructed to build. It's been a month now, according to the surveillance. The gravity index in there has reached 230 times normal gravity. This lad is pushing himself too hard. Thankfully, your original specifications called for a maximum of 250 times. Otherwise, given Petra's daily progress, the numbers would have soared even higher. This intensity cannot be good for his body. As an older brother, shouldn't you intervene? Best nodded. I owe him that. Since arriving at Igilis, he has endured too much. Though he appears quiet and compliant, I know he is suffering. It's time he releases that pent-up energy. Tien paused, then incredulously asked, are you truly planning to hold that Igilis strongman tournament? That will require substantial funding. Best smiled enigmatically. Do not worry about finances. We shall recoup our investment swiftly. The Igilis strongman tournament must proceed, and it must be grand. Nothing less will suffice. Tien stared wide-eyed. How much are you planning to spend? Best merely held up 2 fingers, smiling silently. Fortunately, it was merely a prelude. Awaken. Scion Chapter 19. What you must become is the strongest in the universe. Days later, news of the Igilis strongman tournament spread like wildfire. Propelled by the ambitions of certain individuals, reaching every town within Igilis and various outposts inhabited by extraterrestrial beings. As astonishment turned to intrigue, a multitude of individuals, driven by diverse motivations, converged upon an obscure town at the western desert's edge. This town had previously served as a FAAD for the Western Desert base, designed to attract cosmic merchants, but now it transformed into a hub providing sustenance and lodging for participants ahead of the tournament. Over the past few days, the town had undergone significant expansion, accommodating a population of 50,000 to 60,000 without issue. The influx of visitors also generated a modest profit for the Western Desert base through their daily expenditures. However, Tien, tasked with overseeing the expansion, felt a mixture of joy and concern as he watched the unceasing stream of newcomers. He found himself compelled to draw up additional plans to double the town's size once more. Fortunately, many of the new structures were high-tech products created using dimensional technology, allowing a compact tool the size of a finger to transform into a genuine dwelling with the mere press of a button, truly convenient. Yet the clamor of the town did not penetrate the depths of the research facility located hundreds of meters beneath the desert. In truth, the researchers there were indifferent to the events occurring above them. Their sole focus lay in their work, displaying a singular dedication that bordered on obsessions. They were the type who would starve in the lab if not provided with sustenance. Yet, these madmen were genuine researchers, tirelessly pursuing their dreams with fervor and ambition, each yearning to advance within their respective fields rather than languish in apathy. This spirit and demeanor are certainly incomparable to those elites at the Fit experiment base. who once lived in constant trepidation, scarcely daring to speak above a whisper. Outside a rather extraordinary chamber, Best sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, his entire being seemingly suspended in the air as though unburdened by gravity. This year marked the 13th since he arrived in this world. Although the body he inhabited appeared somewhat older due to the rampant hormonal abuses of the past, none would regard him as a mere child. In fact, every individual who had encountered Best would subconsciously perceive him as an equal adult, harboring genuine admiration or unabashed jealousy for his remarkable abilities. Yet, who could fathom that within this youthful vessel resided a soul not of this realm? Presently, he resembled the meditative state of Piccolo during his own periods of introspection. Indeed, Best was engaged in a form of meditation, a practice imparted to him by the venerable elder Bibite of the Brada race. This technique, said to be a time-honored method of meditation among the Brada, may not significantly enhance one's internal energy, but it undeniably offers profound benefits to the refinement of mental acuity. For instance, Best's telekinetic abilities and energy levels were once comparable, yet since his arrival in Igelas, he had found himself mired in a myriad of distractions, seldom tapping into his innate energy. Consequently, his combat prowess had not only stagnated but, to some extent, diminished. However, his telekinetic force exhibited a different trajectory, amidst the chaos. Best consistently carved out moments for meditation to recuperate his depleted spirit, unwittingly cultivating a daily habit. As a result, his telekinetic strength had burgeoned to an extraordinary resilience, far surpassing what it had been upon his arrival in Igelas. Now, even when faced with an advanced warrior whose combat capabilities exceeded his own tenfold, Best felt assured in his ability to confront and defeat him directly. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated from within the exceptional chamber, as the several-ton superalloy door creaked open with a disconcerting sound. A child, seemingly small yet emanating an inexplicable aura of terror, emerged from the room. His jet-black hair stood on end, and his expression was one of extreme indifference. His gaze, fierce and predatory like that of a wolf, radiated an astonishingly malevolent energy, compelling all to keep their distance. Accompanying his exit was a wave of scorching heat, akin to steam rising from boiling water, instantly raising the temperature of the air outside the chamber by several degrees. One could only wonder how sweltering it truly was within that room. The seemingly terrifying youth stood outside the room for only a brief moment, yet a pool of sweat had already formed on the ground beneath him. Additionally, more perspiration streamed down in tandem with the violent rise and fall of his chest, suggesting that a small puddle might soon accumulate on the floor. After a considerable time, the young man suddenly inhaled deeply, and a faint aura emanated from the amethyst pendant adorning his chest, gradually bringing him a sense of tranquility. He fixed his gaze upon Best, his voice low as he spoke. "Brother, you have arrived." The amethyst pendant was originally gifted to Petra by Bibite, said to be a sacred artifact from their homeland's temple. It is believed to bring tranquility and peace to those who are lost and unable to find their way forward, shielding them from the myriad desires lurking within and the countless temptations of the outside world. This pendant serves to suppress Petra's burgeoning destructive urges and thirst for violence. It has accompanied Petra for 5 years, never once being removed. At that moment, Best returned to normalcy after his retreat, approached Petra, and gently patted him on the shoulder, asking, "How do you feel?" Petra pondered for a moment before responding with a seemingly unrelated remark. "The machine inside is broken. I can't fix it no matter what I do." Best couldn't help but chuckle, thinking, "My dear brother, you really think you can repair such a device?" It was unexpected that the gravity training device, capable of 250 times Earth's gravity, had become inoperative after only a few days of use by Petra, a pace that even the scion Prince Vegeta could not match. Nonetheless, he replied, "Uncle Duane will send someone to repair it. You need not concern yourself with such matters." Petra lowered his head and sighed. "I just feel so useless, unable to assist my brother in any way." Upon hearing this, Best felt a warmth in his heart, gently ruffling his brother's hair and saying earnestly, "Pursue what you love, strive for what you desire. Everything else is not your concern, nor should it be." Petra wished to argue, but Best interrupted, "Those things are what I enjoy doing. And you, Petra, are a warrior born for battle. Combat is what you need to pursue." "Battle? Yes, battle," Best affirmed with a smile, expressing admiration. "Transform yourself into the most powerful warrior in the universe. That is what every scion should strive for." "I understand," Petra nodded, a resolute expression suddenly illuminating his face. The aspiration to become the strongest in the universe had deeply ingrained itself in his heart under Best's guidance. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 20. The opening of the imitated Ultimate Martial Arts Tournament 2 days later, amidst widespread anticipation. The Augula's Strongman Tournament finally commenced on a day blessed with radiant sunshine. Countless warriors from across the cosmos, drawn by the prospect of substantial rewards, flocked to numerous designated locations to register, forming a moving line that was quite conspicuous amidst the throng. Among them were also many who were merely curious, swept along by the crowd into an unexpected registration. However, participation in the Augula's Strongman Tournament was not open to just anyone. While it lacked the myriad regulations of Earth's Ultimate Martial Arts Tournament, one had to at least afford the registration fee. If one could not even manage this, It was a clear indication of their inadequacy to compete. This was not a stage for talent shows, it was a platform where only the strong were revered. A contest reserved for those with genuine power. In Augulus, if one could not produce even a small sum of money, it signified a failure to thrive on this larger stage, rendering them a mere insignificant figure. Such individuals, aside from being treated as entertainment for the spectators, were utterly devoid of merit. They had no qualifications to compete among the strong. At best, they were fools merely inviting their own demise. The tournament organizers clearly had no intention of wasting time on such people. The once derelict town, under Best's generous investment, had expanded several-fold, taking on a semblance of a city, despite certain aspects still being lacking. However, the rapid construction over just a few days left many astounded. Observant individuals could discern that this mysterious western desert base had grand ambitions behind its impressive display. The arena was currently rather quiet, under the weight of several large machines. A space equivalent to 15 basketball courts had been cleared and paved with heavy stone slabs, creating suitably sized competition areas. Technical personnel were finalizing their adjustments. After a series of calculations and tests, a burly man with a thick beard gave a thumbs up to the overseer, Tien, signaling that everything was in order. Tien nodded, his tense nerves finally relaxing. A wave of fatigue washed over him, rendering his limbs heavy and longing for a place to rest. The intense work over the past few days had left this meticulous Tien man with no time to recuperate. Although he was merely a nominal overseer, he had to personally oversee all construction to ensure its quality before he could feel at ease. His efforts had consumed an immense amount of mental and physical energy, far more than those operating the machines. Given the generally frail condition of the Tien people, his endurance to this point was nothing short of remarkable. This was not due to Tien's arrogance or ignorance of his limits. He had his own plans. As Best's right hand and a key figure in the base's management, Tien was not particularly distinguished in capability and could not compare with others in terms of scientific achievements. The previous incident in the time chamber had further embarrassed him. The Tien people take pride in their identity and do not wish to be perceived as parasites relying on past connections to climb to high positions, becoming subjects of ridicule. Such a fate would be more unbearable than death. Thus, he took on all construction responsibilities, eager to prove his worth. Best understood Tien's underlying motivations and, fearing he might develop negative emotions, agreed to assign him the role of overseer. However, he did not anticipate Tien's relentless dedication. After a brief period of adjustment, the arena opened to the public, and a throng of spectators surged in like sardines, filling the space with a sea of heads. It was impossible to gauge just how many had entered. At the center of the 15 competition arenas, a single-person lift suddenly emerged from the platform, revealing a somewhat scruffy man with a small mustache, clad in a black suit and holding a large microphone. He began reading the important notes for the competition. Initially, the audience listened attentively, but soon they realized he was rambling endlessly. With a collective shout, the crowd's voices rose to drown out the incessant buzz of the host, urging him to formally announce the commencement of the tournament. The Augulus Strongman Tournament adopted the format of the Ultimate Martial Arts Tournament, but completely disregarded its rules regarding limitations and weapon bans. This meant that competitors could select a weapon to maximize their strength and could even kill opponents without facing repercussions. The rules were designed with consideration for the identities of the participants, who were warriors traversing between Augulus and the vast cosmos, unlike the martial artists of Earth, who required strict regulations. They sought the unrestrained thrill of battle rather than the confines of formal competition. Bloodshed and excitement were the hallmarks of their fervent confrontations, not the shackles of rigid rules. At this moment, the contestants previously brought to the lounge had all received digital badges representing their identities, and through the supercomputer's random pairing, they discovered the numerical identifiers of their opponents. One by one, they glared at each other with fierce intensity, seemingly attempting to identify their adversaries before the competition commenced. Petra was assigned to Group 78, facing a robust extraterrestrial warrior. However, the opponent's fighting prowess was rather mediocre, at best just a minor player. In this regard, Best, seated in the control room, exhibited little interest. Petra, with his somber demeanor, showed no inclination to learn about his opponent's character, resulting in this unfortunate background character being entirely overlooked by the two brothers. As the competition began, the spectators erupted with an irresistible fervor for this unprecedented event, their voices raised in a cacophony of cheers. Unfortunately, the matches in the first 15 groups were exceedingly dull, featuring inconsequential competitors who were either insignificant or swiftly knocked out due to vast disparities in strength, failing to pique Best's interest. Observing the numerous screens displaying various angles of the matches in the control room, Best felt a wave of frustration wash over him, nearly causing him to spit blood. What a pathetic display. Suddenly, an unusual sound emanated from the control panel. Following this, the operator's surprised voice rang out. Lord Best. There is a high-intensity energy response in Arena 13. Startled from his reverie, Best opened his eyes and approached the monitoring screen, snapping his fingers and commanding, zoom in. Instantly, the screens that had been broadcasting the 15 matches simultaneously shifted to a live feed of the action in Arena 13. The visuals expanded, capturing the fierce combat between the two fighters from various angles, including their movements, expressions, and even the subtle details often overlooked by ordinary observers. Faithfully relaying the scene to the control room. Preliminary energy assessments by the computer indicated that both fighters possessed combat power exceeding 30,000, marking them as formidable contenders. If they maintain steadfastness, securing a place among the top 100 in this tournament should pose no issue. Unexpectedly, these two had encountered each other in the preliminary rounds. As the saying goes, in a narrow path, the brave prevail. Neither was a weakling, and their fighting abilities were closely matched, heightening the tension in the arena and infusing it with palpable excitement. The battle was initiated by contestant 43, Rue, quickly capturing the attention of all spectators and igniting the atmosphere within the arena. The towering and robust Rue charged at his opponent like a heavily armored tank, the ground beneath him shattering into a spiderweb of cracks, creating an impressive spectacle. In mere moments, he closed the distance to his opponent, who appeared momentarily dazed and unprepared. A sinister smile crept across Rue's lips as he delivered a powerful elbow strike aimed at his opponent's throat, an all-out assault. The force generated by Rue's massive arm created a thunderous roar as it sliced through the air, seemingly capable of shattering mountains. Yet, unexpectedly, his opponent casually shrugged, and this seemingly assured blow merely grazed his shoulder. In the blink of an eye, Rue felt his abdomen struck multiple times, and just as he doubled over in discomfort, a powerful blow landed on the back of his head. The audience, momentarily silent, erupted into applause, mixed with jeers. Voices rang out, "That fatso. I thought he was formidable. But he's actually so weak. What's going on?" As the referee approached Arena 13 to declare the match's outcome, the downed Rue rose with a furious roar, his eyes ablaze with rage as he glared at the opponent who had just knocked him down, nearly on the verge of losing control. "You dare to ambush me?" His adversary, contestant 68, Moger, looked at Rue, astonished by his resilience, seemingly unprepared for such a robust recovery after a series of heavy blows. However, this surprise quickly transformed into disdain as Moger sneered, "Big guy, is that all you've got? You'd make a decent meat shield." Enraged, Rue unleashed two beams of crimson energy from his eyes, shooting towards Moger with incredible speed, transforming half of the arena into a cloud of dust. As Rue's chest heaved, he surveyed the massive crater left behind, nodding in satisfaction and scoffing, "Is this all you've got? Pathetic. The energy wave you just launched was so slow. I couldn't even be bothered to dodge." Moger's derisive voice echoed back to Rue, causing the burly warrior's expression to harden, prompting him to swing wildly behind him in a frenzy, yet still missing. Moger, unfazed, unfurled his bat-like wings and hovered 30 feet above the ground, gazing down at Rue with an air of condescension. "What a mindless brute. You rely solely on raw strength for clumsy destruction, devoid of any finesse. Allow me to teach you the significance of speed." With that, Moger dove down like a great bird, his speed so remarkable that the average eye could scarcely track his rapid movements. Before Rue could react, Moger's foot struck his chin with tremendous force, and he effortlessly landed on Rue's broad back. In a fit of rage, Rue clawed at the air behind him, yet could grasp nothing. By the time he regained his senses, Moger's infuriating face was mere inches from his own. "You scoundrel, die!" Rue bellowed in frustration, but his voice betrayed a hint of fear. His reaction seemed perpetually half a beat behind Moger's, rendering him an easy target for relentless assaults. Though these hits did not genuinely harm him, Rue sensed that Moger was holding back, waiting for the moment he would exhaust himself before delivering a fatal blow. "What should I do? What should I do?" This question echoed not only in Rue's mind, but in Pietra's as well. As the fierce battle unfolded in Arena 13, Petra had also completed his first match, effortlessly defeating a hulking opponent. Subsequently, he turned his attention to Arena 13, captivated by the clash between Rue and Moger. Indeed, he was drawn in. Despite Pietra's typically stoic and silent demeanor, his poker face suggesting indifference, few could fathom the deep-seated passion for combat that resided within him. Moreover, his yearning for battle was more intense and urgent than anyone else's. Like Rue, Petra was a warrior of immense strength. Yet he too found himself at a disadvantage in terms of speed against that clumsy giant. Now, Petra has positioned himself in Rue's place, continuously simulating and analyzing in his mind, striving to devise a method to vanquish Moger. However, in reality, despite Petra's formidable combat prowess, his utilization and control of various techniques in battle remain in their infancy, akin to a mere toddler just beginning to learn to walk. One can envision that even the most brilliant infant, unable to master walking, would falter and tumble while attempting to run, resulting in inevitable falls and minor injuries. In the control room, Best and other researchers observed Moger's every movement in exquisite detail, slowed down 1,000 times. Indeed, Moger possessed extraordinary skills, demonstrating absolute speed advantage. And his overwhelming presence completely intimidated Rue, causing Rue's attacks to become increasingly disorganized, rendering him incapable of inflicting any harm. Moger was now merely waiting for an opportunity, an opening that would guarantee his immediate victory. With a disdainful snort, Best turned to a researcher frantically typing at the keyboard and instructed, "Display the energy levels. Let us see how much energy these two contestants have left." "Sir Best, The chart indicates that contestant number 43 has an energy level of 29,000, showing minimal depletion. Contestant number 68 has an energy level of 23,000, and it continues to decline, entirely consistent with your predictions. On the arena, Rue found himself relentlessly pursued and battered by Mogre, devoid of any capacity to retaliate. He contemplated surrendering several times, but pride prevented him from vocalizing it. As Mogre began to exhaust his energy reserves, his strikes became increasingly vicious and cunning. Yet Rue, with his robust physique, remained unyielding, enduring the punishment. Even as he cried out in pain, he silently absorbed the blows, and after nearly half a minute, while other arenas had already seen 2 rounds of competitors, the 2 of them remained locked in a stalemate. Frustrated, the audience began to shout. Their faces flushed and voices raised, some resorting to crude exclamations that were utterly distasteful, eliciting irritation from the fighters on stage. Suddenly, Mogre leapt to a corner of the arena, unfurling his wings, which whipped up a ferocious gust of wind. Beads of sweat glistened on his brow as he glared at the equally breathless Rue and proposed, "Big guy, this is becoming tedious. How about we each unleash our strongest move and settle this once and for all?" Rue smirked, his eyes darting with a mix of exhaustion and determination, and replied, "Very well, let me show you just how powerful my ultimate technique is." Such arrogance. Mogre scoffed, though a peculiar grin flickered across his dark green visage. Unwittingly captured by the ever-watchful cameras and displayed on the large screens, much to Best's chagrin. With a deliberate elongation of his words, Mogre announced, "Death Shockwave." Stepping forward into a bow stance, his left hand outstretched while his right hand, heavy with focus, rested upon his left wrist. In an instant, the clouds above the arena darkened, and the air crackled with the sound of thunder as twisted black energy coalesced in Mogre's palm, rapidly expanding into a basketball-sized orb. Resembling a miniature black hole, pulsating ominously, threatening to tear apart any soul caught within. Rue's eyes twitched, his expression shifting to one of bemusement, as if suppressing laughter. Suddenly, he steeled himself and shouted, "Are you ready? Then prepare to perish under my super universal glue." With that, Rue opened his mouth wide and expelled a grotesque mass that splattered onto Mogre, engulfing him entirely. "Ha. No one has ever escaped my super universal glue. You shall perish." "Boy," Rue cackled, reveling in his opportunity for vengeance, clutching his massive head and preparing to unleash another attack. However, an audience member, unable to withstand the grotesque sight, retched. To everyone's surprise, Rue did not spew forth anything foul. Instead, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from his throat, illuminating his mouth like a bulb and growing ever more blinding. Just as Rue was poised to unleash this energy-laden attack, a hand landed on his shoulder, accompanied by a grinning, dark green face drawing near. "That would be my clone," a voice whispered in Rue's ear, followed by a swift strike to Mogre's jaw. Instantly, Rue's energy was retracted, and he was propelled into the air by an overwhelming force, exploding into a dazzling burst of light that illuminated the twilight sky. After a prolonged moment, the referee, regaining composure, cautiously approached Mogre and stammered, "Contestant number 68, Mogre is the victor." Petra bowed his head, the fiery ambition in his eyes dimming, feeling as though Mogre's last punch had struck him, causing a sharp pain in his jaw. Yet, this only ignited his competitive spirit. "Speed, I possess as well. When we face off, I shall surpass you in swiftness." In the control room, Best replayed the final moves of the combatants. But due to his lack of understanding of their techniques, he could not replicate them. He placed his hopes on the supercomputer, Cambrian, to deliver a powerful analytical function equal to his own mutated brain tissue. He inquired solemnly, "Have we derived any results?" 12 senior researchers connected the control room's computer to the supercomputer, Cambrian, tirelessly analyzing the recorded footage and employing advanced energy detection technology to decode the energy pathways within Rue and Mogre during their ultimate moves. They successfully reconstructed Mogre's deceptive cloning technique, which masked the genuine death shockwave, as well as Rue's formidable lightning cannon. As for the super universal glue, well, that was a matter Best left aside. Best surveyed the simulated images of the 3 techniques presented by the computer, nodding in satisfaction. The first day had yielded a monumental success, and he hoped for even greater surprises in the days to come. Above all, he yearned to master the control of energy. He was determined to uncover its secrets. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 22. Petra's confidence in the training room. Petra stood silently, arms crossed over his shoulders, head bowed, resembling a lifelike model. Hours passed without a hint of movement, until suddenly, he sprang into action like a stalking leopard, executing a powerful backflip that propelled him into the air. His left foot sliced through the air with rapid precision, creating a sound reminiscent of helicopter blades slicing through the atmosphere. As he slightly curled his body, before he could touch the ground, the tip of one foot leveraged against the surface, causing him to perform a somersault in place at a crooked angle. His legs sliced through the air like the scythe of death, creating a sweeping arc of light several meters long. This was the footblade, a technique employed by a speedster in the tournament, which had once knocked down an opponent attempting to pounce on him midair. However, what fell was not merely that fighter's entirety. Much of his body had been reduced to a gruesome pulp under the footblade's formidable force. exploding into a dazzling display of color in the sky, a sight both blood-soaked and deeply etched in Petra's memory. Now, Petra's was, astonishingly, recreating this maneuver using his innate martial prowess. Judging by the explosive energy and force he unleashed with the footblade, one might contend that his execution rivaled the original. The only distinction lay in his proficiency and experience. It was noteworthy that although Best possessed such extraordinary abilities, they were contingent upon his mutated cerebral tissue. Without the proper channels for the energy's application, he could merely mimic the superficial forms of techniques, incapable of genuinely appropriating the moves of others. In this regard, Petra's talent vastly surpassed that of Best and most Dragon Ball Z warriors, nearing the prowess of even Majin Buu. After executing the foot blade, Petra's raised his eyebrows and suddenly took a bow stance, extending his left hand while placing his right palm heavily upon his left wrist. With a hissing sound, countless twisted black energies coalesced in the palm of his left hand, swiftly inflating into a sphere the size of a basketball. This was the Death Shockwave, a technique used by Mogul during his battle with Rue. The sphere grew larger in Petra's grasp, yet pulsated erratically, seemingly trying to break free from his control. With a whoosh, the energy ball's diameter expanded to nearly half a meter, finally escaping Petra's grasp like a wild stallion, careening forward. Wherever it went, various instruments and training equipment exploded or collapsed, creating an astonishing spectacle. Even the hard non-alloy floor of the training room buckled and shattered, as if weightless. Drawn into the energy sphere by an inexplicable force, evaporating into gas in the blink of an eye. Panic-stricken and drenched in sweat, Petra's rushed forward. This underground base lay several thousand meters below ground. Who knew what catastrophic repercussions would ensue if the energy sphere detonated upon contact with an object? The most likely outcome was the complete annihilation of the research facility, turning it into a pile of rubble. This place represented his brother's dedication. And if it were to be destroyed due to his negligence, even if his brother forgave him, he could never forgive himself. With gritted teeth, Petra's recklessly positioned himself directly in the path of the volatile energy sphere, arms outstretched, shouting as he embraced the raging force. However, this energy sphere had consumed nearly a quarter of Petra's energy to form, and its power was formidable. Even he could not halt its trajectory, instead being propelled backward by its force. In a violent impact, it collided with the wall, embedding half of his body into the thick steel barrier. Damn it! Why can't I control it? Petra's bellowed, his muscles bulging with intensity as veins throbbed beneath his skin like worms, spreading throughout his arms and even creeping up to his neck. It appeared as though his arms had doubled in size in an instant. With a frenzied glint in his eyes, Petra's felt his blood surging back into his arms, and with a mighty exhale, he crushed the energy sphere. This was the true extent of Petra's power, a force even he could not fully command. He collapsed onto the ground, eyes fixed intently on his hands, oblivious to the fact that the shattered energy sphere had transformed into countless specks, absorbed by the walls of the training room. This was the second-generation energy converter being developed in the underground facility, capable of absorbing and converting the energy of advanced warriors. Although still incomplete, its functionality was already remarkable. Best had previously installed these devices throughout the underground facility, with 8 specifically placed in Petra's training room as a precaution. However, unaware of the situation surrounding him, Petra's remained ignorant of these details, explaining the chaos that had just unfolded. Nevertheless, while these energy converters were impressive, they were still in a semi-finished state, lacking in certain aspects. Had Petra's not acted heedlessly after unleashing the energy sphere, those 8 converters might not have been able to absorb its entirety, and the training room would surely have been obliterated. Petra's was, of course, completely unaware of these intricate details. He was now utterly astonished by the power that had erupted from within him, a force tenfold greater than anything he had ever wielded. Yet, in conjunction with this surge, he found clarity, realizing he could harness this power effectively in the right circumstances, unlike his usual struggle with balance and control. Should I try again? He pondered silently. But as he surveyed the wreckage of the training room, he hesitated. He craved immense power, yet feared the terrifying consequences of losing control over it. Weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately chose to abandon the thought, dejectedly exiting the training room, his desire to learn from others' combat experiences and techniques extinguished. Upon returning to his bedroom, Petra's found Best seated on his bed with a serious expression, prompting him to sheepishly inquire, "Brother, what brings you here?" Best handed Petra's a neatly folded outfit, saying, "Put this on and see how it fits." Petra's regarded the clothing with curiosity, raising an eyebrow. The garment seemed heavy and metallic, as if crafted from dense metals. However, he had always complied with his brother's requests, obediently donning the outfit. The top was a bright yellow sleeveless metal vest adorned with long blue lines, lacking buttons, and simply draping over Petra's robust physique, accentuating his well-defined muscles on his chest and arms. The lower half consisted of black, form-fitting pants, offering excellent stretch and breathability, though the waist belt was somewhat oversized and designed elaborately, resembling a highly sophisticated device. Indeed, this outfit was a high-tech piece of armor, specifically designed by Best for Petra's. Although it appeared cumbersome, it was remarkably lightweight, offering exceptional defense and flexibility, far surpassing the protective gear bestowed upon Frisia's subordinates. Most notably, the belt. Referred to by Best as an energy integrator, could subconsciously regulate the wearer's physical power, restricting it to an adjustable range. This concept bore similarities to how extraterrestrials utilize their transformation abilities to prevent unnecessary energy expenditure, though they relied on rare racial talents. While Best's creation was purely a technological marvel, as Petra's donned the outfit, he instantly felt a constriction enveloping him, rendering him somewhat powerless. With an involuntary wave of his arm, he realized something unusual about his body. The immense power within him had seemingly diminished significantly upon donning this peculiar attire. Brother. Petra gazed incredulously at Best, unable to fathom his intentions. Best chuckled softly, gently pressing a button on Petra's protective suit's belt and tapping a few more times. All right. Now test your strength. See if it falls within your control. Instinctively, Petra threw a punch, unleashing a powerful blow that generated a high-velocity energy wave. With a resounding crash, a deep indentation marked the wall of the bedroom where his fist had struck. Was this a failure? Best furrowed his brow at the sight. About to speak when he noticed Petra, lost in thought, staring intently at his own fist, murmuring, this feeling, yes, this is the sensation I experienced in the training room. After a considerable pause, Petra suddenly leaped into the air with fervor, excitedly grasping Best's arm and exclaiming, brother, my strength has diminished. I've succeeded. I can control it. Given his exuberance, had Best not been present, Petra would have likely commenced practicing in the bedroom right then and there. Best laughed heartily, embracing the ecstatic Petra and replying, that's wonderful, truly wonderful. Once the thrill subsided, Petra remembered to inquire about the situation. Best explained with a smile. This is a suit designed to regulate the enormous power within you, sealing away the majority of your uncontrollable strength. It allows you to restrict your power to a manageable level, one that you can currently adapt to. Of course, as your control improves, that sealed power will gradually be released. When you eventually remove this suit, you will have truly mastered the energy within your body, rendering you unparalleled throughout the universe. I will be the strongest in the universe, Petra declared, his small face slightly raised, his deep eyes radiating an astonishing brilliance. He spoke those words with utmost seriousness, devoid of any hint of insincerity. Best nodded. Tomorrow, your opponent will be quite formidable. Do you have confidence in defeating him? Only fighting will reveal that, Petra replied, stretching his limbs as the sound of cracking bones echoed around him. He then confidently turned back towards the training room, stating, brother, I'm going to practice. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 23, shocking the audience as dawn broke the next day. The town bustled with activity, as though a multitude of people had inexplicably appeared in an instant. In the arena's lounge, many early rising competitors, having finished their breakfast, eagerly gathered. Although it was their first time participating in such an event, they instinctively began to loosen their muscles and warm up without any prompting. By the time some obvious pretenders arrived, the seasoned participants had already completed their warm-ups, their faces alight with excitement as they prepared for the upcoming competition. Despite the first Edrish strongman tournament being organized rather hastily, over 200 participants registered, including 143 formidable contenders boasting combat powers exceeding 10,000. These were notable figures within Edrish, ensuring that the tournament attracted the attention of the entire region. Regardless of the Western Desert Base's willingness, this event would establish an organization that all factions in Edrish would regard with respect. They would no longer need to hide underground, conducting their research in secrecy, but would instead officially enter the vast and intricate arena of Edrish, engaging in life-and-death struggles with other forces. There would be no turning back. Provoking the authority of major factions, burning bridges, and fighting to the last, this was Best's true objective. The previous day's matches had been swift and lacked particularly memorable moments. Apart from a few standout bouts, most were as dull as lukewarm water. The fights resembled little more than street brawls, with some resolved in mere seconds. Although this demonstrated the prowess of the skilled fighters, the ordinary audience struggled to discern the subtleties of their movements, leaving them devoid of enthusiasm. To these unknowing spectators, the so-called elite matches were even less engaging than the chaotic skirmishes of street thugs. Today's competition promised to be more thrilling than the last, especially since half of the contestants had been eliminated, leaving only those with genuine strength. As they clashed, they were likely to spark intense excitement among the audience. Naturally, the most exhilarating moments would be reserved for the final matches, where true masters would face off in a heart-pounding showdown. The previous rounds merely served as a warm-up, a familiarization for the upcoming top-tier battles. Today, Petra would indeed face a worthy opponent, reportedly sent by a certain faction. However, compared to the numerous skilled competitors present, this challenger paled in comparison. Best had previously mentioned that the opponent would pose a challenge, but he did not genuinely believe this individual to be formidable. Equipped with the energy integrator, Petra's overall strength had diminished to approximately 12,000, a mere 5 of his usual capacity. His opponent, on the other hand, boasted a combat power of only 10,000. Frankly, such a battle should not have concerned Best, as Petra's chances of losing were minimal based on combat statistics. However, one must consider that Petra, despite his high combat power, lacked substantial fighting experience compared to seasoned warriors accustomed to the battlefield. Even with his remarkable learning ability, he required time to adapt. Thus, facing a powerful opponent right away posed the risk of unforeseen complications. To prevent any mishaps, Best felt compelled to remain vigilant. In reality, Best's concerns were unfounded. The scion's innate combat talent proved extraordinary. After enduring nearly a minute of relentless assault from his equally matched yet far more experienced opponent, Petra suddenly unleashed his fury, returning every taunt and attack with interest. Observing his movements, one could see hints of his opponent's previous style, which Petra had further refined, ruthless and merciless, employing techniques aimed at crippling and incapacitating. While such tactics may not have been immediately effective against Petra, they inflicted severe torment upon his opponent, who could barely withstand the onslaught. Petra's brutal performance quickly captivated the audience, even catching the attention of seasoned fighters who had just completed their matches. Unbeknownst to them, through these battles and the exchange of skills, this seemingly unremarkable child was poised to become a soaring star, rising with an irresistible force. Becoming the greatest beneficiary of this contest, on the 7th arena, Petra's, battered and bruised, nonchalantly sent his opponent crashing to the ground with a forceful kick. As the adversary fell, the resounding crack of a bone breaking echoed clearly, sending a chill down the spines of onlookers as they beheld Petra's indifferent expression. "Curse you, I won't let this go unpunished." The fallen opponent held in agony, his features contorted in pain, drenched in sweat and dust, presenting a grotesque visage. Petra's gazed at him coldly, while the referee, paralyzed by fear, hesitated to declare the outcome, leading the defeated fighter to believe the match was still ongoing. With a slight arch of his brow, Petra's suddenly stomped his foot upon the ground, unleashing a powerful wave from the solid stone beneath, propelling his opponent's body skyward. Footblade. Petra's executed a front flip, and just as he neared his opponent, his toes erupted in a dazzling crescent-shaped light, resembling a radiant crescent moon, blooming in the air with breathtaking brilliance. Yet, behind this splendor lurked the specter of violence and bloodshed. The majority of the opponent's body was instantly reduced to a gruesome pulp, splattering in all directions, while torrents of blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the ground with a blossoming crimson flower, exuding a haunting beauty, a beauty purchased at the cost of a human life. Have I won? In the midst of the arena's hushed silence, Petra's furrowed his brow, inquiring of the referee. These judges are merely temporary workers summoned at the last minute, entirely lacking any systematic training. Though they may manage minor repairs, they have never encountered such a gruesome scene. In an instant, one of them retched in shock. To his surprise, Petra, who appeared displeased, approached him, sending a wave of fear coursing through him. He stammered, "You won, you won." Competitor number 130, Peter, no, Petra, has emerged victorious. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 24, The Recruitment Plan. In the waiting room for the reserve competitors, a tall man clad in a black bodysuit stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall. He seemed utterly indifferent to the events unfolding around him, yet his cold gaze occasionally swept over details unnoticed by others. Was it mere coincidence? Or had he uncovered something significant? The man appeared rather unremarkable, merely tall and robust. However, the bulging muscles beneath his skin revealed a strength that was anything but weak. The explosive force he could unleash in an instant was undeniably formidable. Just moments ago, he cast what seemed to be a casual glance towards several surveillance cameras discreetly positioned in the corners of the base. For an ordinary person, this might have been a mere oversight, but for Best, it warranted attention. His seemingly inadvertent action had inadvertently exposed the locations of 7 or 8 cameras. Best gazed intently at the close-up of the man's face and murmured to himself, "An intriguing fellow." Yet, most bases and studios are equipped with cameras. Even if you detect them, what can you truly discern? At that moment, the man's attention was drawn to the event outside, and he suddenly looked up, just in time to witness Petra execute a formidable kick, his face revealing an expression of incredulity. A blue-faced giant alien warrior approached at the same time. Equally astonished by the scene unfolding on the arena, he abruptly slapped the man's shoulder and boomed, "Kieran, I must be mistaken. That little brat is using your technique. When did you teach him?" "No, I have never taught him," the man named Kieran firmly denied, yet his gaze remained fixed on Petra as he descended from the arena, hesitatingly adding, "Although it appears quite similar, the way he channels his energy and withdraws his leg differs significantly from my kick. His kick lacks the power I possess. Yet the speed of execution has been notably accelerated. It's a commendable idea, but how on earth did that little rascal achieve this? Why not inquire with him directly?" The giant alien warrior's bulbous eyes widened, and his large, yellowed fangs protruded from his thick lower lip. His face contorted in a fierce expression as he began to pursue Petra. However, before he could take more than a few steps, he felt a firm grip on his arm. Kieran had caught him. Kieran shook his head and said, "No need for that. I wish to observe him for a while. If the opportunity arises, we will undoubtedly meet in the arena." In the control room, Best handed over his surveillance duties to a subordinate, a Hyen man, and stepped aside to pour himself a glass of Clark, savoring it slowly. On the coffee table lay a thick stack of documents, all containing new analyses derived from the supercomputer Cambrian regarding the 800 contestants poised to emerge from the arena. The records meticulously detailed each contestant's birthplace, age, affiliations, and a series of combat statistics derived from computer analyses, including their combat power, explosive strength, techniques mastered, and speed. Almost all of their potential abilities were documented, except for some undisclosed ultimate techniques. With this information, devising strategies to counter them would be significantly easier. Best swiftly eliminated the profiles of those with combat power below 5,000 who lacked special abilities, carefully selecting 200 profiles. He turned to a shifty-looking middle-aged hyena man and stated, "Husky, your task has arrived. These individuals are all freelancers associated with Igilas. Some are even wandering rogues with no affiliations or oversight. Your mission is to recruit them with your crew. I don't care how you do it. For each one you bring in, you'll receive 2,000 bages." Husky, a shrewd merchant with an almost obsessive fixation on money, brightened at the words and grinned. "Rest assured, my esteemed Lord Best. Just as I did when selling those gene enhancement drugs, you are well aware of my methods. I will ensure not a single one of these 200 escapes my grasp." Best nodded in silence, and Husky, seizing the stack of documents, began to scrutinize them. Knowing oneself and the adversary is essential for achieving victory in battles. As an astute merchant, Husky understood that before promoting any goods, he must first comprehend their value and specifications. This knowledge would enable him to leverage their characteristics to enhance their appeal and worth. The same principle applied to people. It was merely a shift in perspective. Husky possessed unwavering confidence in this task. After successfully closing a significant deal involving pharmaceuticals, Best had kept him stationed at the base for security reasons, denying him the opportunity to venture out. This confinement had proven torturous for the business-minded Husky, who incessantly lamented the need to be active outside. Now, it was time for him to showcase his skills once more. Recruiting these warriors was crucial to Best's plans. Expansion necessitated combat strength. Relying solely on Best and the yet-to-mature Petra was evidently insufficient. Following the Igilas tournament, the Western Desert base would inevitably become a target, a prime candidate for cleansing by Igilas' established powers. Best had resolved to take Petra to Namek immediately after the tournament to seek the Dragon Balls to address the multitude of issues plaguing them both. Remaining in Igilas to squander time with these individuals was not an option. Thus, Best needed to enlist those overlooked by the major powers and unattainable by the smaller factions. While these individuals might lack the status of elite warriors in the later stages of the Dragon Ball narrative, they still held significant potential for training and development in their early stages. One must not underestimate their capabilities, after all. Best was conducting trials on a perfect gene enhancement serum, which, while potentially lethal to scions, would serve as a boon for other races, augmenting their combat prowess. Should the serum succeed in its final testing phases, these individuals would become the first beneficiaries. If they managed to endure the process, their combat power could increase tenfold, propelling them into the ranks of Igilas' top warriors. Although they might not rival the super soldiers of established powers, their sheer numbers could decisively overwhelm the collective strength of those factions, compensating for individual weaknesses. At that juncture, should the established powers wish to act, they would have to reckon with the formidable challenge posed by this new coalition. In the unfortunate event of mutual destruction, no party would emerge unscathed. Moreover, these recruits were merely a means to address current challenges, as Best's Super Saiyan initiative had already commenced. He had retrieved from the aluminum case 1,000 fourth-generation scion embryos, meticulously selected through countless trials by fate, and placed them into optimal incubation dishes for a gradual gestation process. Under Best's monetary investments, the growth cycle of these scion embryos was simulated to mirror a natural pregnancy, ensuring that upon their birth, they would exhibit minimal defects and issues, progressing toward healthy development. However, Best's intentions for nurturing them extended beyond mere experimentation. He aimed to cultivate these newborns into genuine Super Saions utilizing the advanced technology available at the base. Given 10 to 15 years, these nascent scions would mature and stand independently. Best's motivations were not solely to foster his own power. It also served as a means to ensure the continuation of the scion race. After all, in this lifetime, he too was considered a scion, and certain actions were worth pursuing if given the chance. Returning to the matter of loyalty among these recruits, Best was unconcerned about whether they would fight to the death for the base. In truth, the scientific personnel in his laboratory had been gathered through deceptive means and subsequently brainwashed by Best. This capability, derived from his mental prowess, wielded considerable influence, comparable to the control baby exercised in GT, where he could implant eggs into hosts to achieve total domination. One need not worry about betrayal. This process resembled the sinister magic employed by the sorcerer Bibite. Indeed, if one were to compare, Best's current abilities bore some resemblance to Bibite's, albeit without formal magical educations. All his skills were self-taught. On the other hand, Bibite was an expert in control, enhancement, sealing, magical barriers, environmental manipulation, and various other wondrous spells. Heralded as the most formidable sorcerer and an evil mastermind. Between the two, an intersection will ultimately emerge. Best raised the glass containing the Clark beverage to his lips and drained it in one gulp. He then inquired of an operator manipulating the computer. Has the contestant named Moger emerged victorious? The operator responded in detail. Moger's match commenced 3 minutes ago, facing off against contestant number 599, Rigla, whose combat power exceeds 15,000, making him quite formidable. However, Moger ultimately triumphed with his death shockwave. Best nodded and remarked, "Very well, for tomorrow's battle, ensure he is matched against Petra." The operator paused for a moment, then quickly replied, "Understood, Lord Best. Awaken. Scion in the 25th chapter, Ultimate Death Bomb, on the 3rd day." The number of participants in the Agilis strongman tournament had dwindled to 446, yet the intensity of their clashes grew ever more fierce. The toll of death and injuries increased steadily, and within a few days, the local morgue and hospitals were nearly filled to capacity. Each time a match concluded, it was the doctors and nurses of the town who found themselves overwhelmed with work, as a multitude of injured individuals were brought in. As for those who had perished, it was better left unsaid. Even the survivors caused a flurry of chaos, eliciting cries of distress from the medical staff. However, the hospital's circumstances were merely incidental. In contrast, the townsfolk who attended the tournament were the most exhilarated of all. Their numbers not only remained stable, but grew daily. It was said that, during the strongman tournament, a steady stream of spectators flocked from all corners of Agilis, contributing immeasurably to Best's financial gains. Moreover, due to the outstanding performances of certain contestants, coupled with intentional promotions from the Western Desert base, many names had become well known among the audience, walking upon this arena, irrespective of their prior fame. These individuals had now become the darlings of the crowd, igniting fervor and applause. This brought immense enjoyment to some contestants. The hustle and bustle of the world, with its life and death stakes, was fundamentally driven by the pursuit of fame and fortune. Most among them had come in search of the substantial prizes, and to achieve both fame and wealth simultaneously fulfilled their aspirations for recognition, leaving little room for discontent. Of course, those who participated with ulterior motives were not included in this category. The increasingly intense competition satisfied not only those seeking visual entertainment, but also significantly benefited the Western Desert base. In truth, when Best initially orchestrated this iteration of the Agilis strongman tournament, he had not anticipated the monetary influx. Rather, he was pondering how much profit this grand event could yield for himself. It may sound somewhat perplexing, but one must not forget Best's origins as a genuine transmigrator. If he did not adeptly exploit the gambling industry, which holds an exceedingly vital role in such competitions, it would indeed be a wasted life. Though the gambling enterprise in Agilis was still in its nascent stages, relatively underdeveloped, this did not dampen the local populace's fervor for this lucrative pastime. Perhaps it would be more fitting to describe their enthusiasm as akin to a volcanic eruption. Naturally, the audience's excitement fluctuated with the course of the matches. The closer they drew to the finale, the more fervently they engaged. Thus, under Best's covert orchestration, the timely introduction of the gambling fist, a deliberate endeavor to promote the physical and mental well-being of the spectators, further heightened the tournament's fervor. Those who won naturally rejoiced, while the losers could only lament, gritting their teeth as they continued to pour their money into this seemingly bottomless pit, becoming unwitting patrons of the gambling fist. However, unbeknownst to them, regardless of the outcomes of the gambling, the Western Desert base, which held sway over the entire affair, would remain the ultimate and greatest beneficiary once the tournament concluded. In a grim arena saturated with violence and bloodshed, the 11-year-old Petra commanded attention. His youth was not the sole reason for this. It was his earlier displays of cold detachment and ruthless tactics that had satiated the morbid appetites of the audience, causing his name to reverberate through the crowd and showcasing the formidable aura of a future champion. As expected, Petra's opponent this time was the swift warrior Moger, who had previously dazzled in earlier matches. Although Petra had begun to grasp his power and was continuously refining his combat techniques, facing an adversary with supersonic speed posed a significant challenge. Yet, it was merely a challenge. Defeating Petra was an impossibility for Moger. In the midst of intense combat, Petra's innate scion prowess allowed him to absorb and adapt, turning his opponent's strengths into his own while remedying his deficiencies. This remarkable talent, however, bore the sole drawback of demanding relentless battles. The Agiris Championship was precisely the platform crafted by Best to enhance his capabilities. On the battlefield, Moger regarded the youthful contender, who was met with thunderous applause, with disdain. Frustrated, Moger arrogantly lifted his chin and disdainfully addressed Petra. "Child, all that awaits you here is death. You would be wiser to crawl back to your mother's embrace." Unfazed, Petra merely beckoned Moger with his finger, leaving the latter's expression frozen in shock. With a sharp whistle from the referee, signaling the commencement of the match, Moger lunged forward, vanishing from sight in an instant. Almost simultaneously, a dark green figure materialized before Petra and landed a heavy blow to his cheek, sending him staggering backward. "Don't think you're formidable just because you've won a few matches this ISNTA game. Prepare to feel the wrath of Moger," the green figure bellowed, his voice overpowering the cheers from the audience as a flurry of punches rained down upon Petra from all directions, lifting the boy slightly off the ground, hurling him into a fragile form. Suddenly, Moger seized Petra by the hair and yanked him downward, driving his knee forcefully into Petra's abdomen. The impact elicited a painful gasp as Petra's body contorted into a C shape. Releasing his grip, Mogr watched as Petra collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Noticing Petra's weakened state, Mogr sneered mockingly. "What's the matter, little one? You were quite boisterous just moments ago. Have you not had enough milk this morning? Is this all the strength you possess?" Petra lifted his head, responding with a calmness that only irked Mogr further. Enraged, Mogr delivered a powerful kick, propelling Petra into the sky, while a terrifying aura erupted from his body, creating a shockwave that reverberated throughout the arena. In the next instant, Mogr appeared above Petra, arm raised high, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. "Stubborn child, meet your end," Mogr declared as his fist descended with the intent to obliterate Petra, anticipating the sweet sound of cracking bones and a final, desperate scream. However, instead of meeting Petra's form, his fist collided with a radiant crescent-shaped energy blade. The two forces clashed violently, resulting in Mogr, the once boastful contender, being hurled away, clutching his arm in agony. Meanwhile, Petra deftly stabilized himself mid-air. His brow furrowed in determination as he accelerated, pursuing Mogr with renewed vigor. The speed of this little imp is astonishing. Could it be that he had concealed his true strength earlier? Before Mogl could contemplate further, he swiftly turned his head, only to have Petra's fist, imbued with a sense of annihilation, narrowly graze past his skull. However, the ferocious force emanating from the punch was no trivial matter, as it carved a deep crimson gash across Mogl's face. With a whoosh, Petra's next strike came crashing down, and Mogl found himself utterly unable to withstand the onslaught. As it pierced through his body with an irresistible momentum, his lifeless form soared into the air, embodying a mixture of resentment and agony. Petra could even discern a flicker of malice and a cold smirk lurking within the depths of Mogl's eyes. A cold smirk? Suddenly, Petra was struck by inspiration, lifting his gaze toward the heavens. Indeed, another Mogl, his countenance twisted in rage, raised his arms high, resembling a colossus endowed with boundless strength. As he held aloft a black orb of light exceeding 5 meters in diameter. Ultimate Death Ball. With Mogl's declaration, the immense orb began to roll from his grasp, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of terrifying energy that surged toward Petra with tremendous force. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 26. Brace yourself as the colossal sphere descended toward the ground. A hushed awe enveloped the spectators. Perhaps sensing the imminent threat of death, the audience, who had previously been engaged in laughter and revelry, fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by a rising tide of anxiety. Many instinctively stood, hastily moving toward the exits, as panic spread through the crowd like a virulent plague, radiating with astonishing rapidity. Yet, Petra remained composed, suspended in the air, as an enigmatic aura began to surge from him, reminiscent of flames and fervent blaze. His actions were perplexing. Instead of evading the cataclysmic attack capable of obliterating a planet, this child assumed a resolute stance, one foot firmly planted, while the other hand rested at his waist. The other extended outward, fingers slightly curled, as if to grasp the terrifying orb. Though his intentions were unclear, his posture unmistakably suggested a determination to intercept Mogl's ultimate death ball with his own strength. "You arrogant little brat, cease your underestimation." Mogl seethed, a bitter smile creeping upon his face as he beheld Petra's stance. With a sudden flourish, he unfurled the wings on his back and forcefully beat the air. Instantly, torrents of pitch-black flames erupted forth, surging eagerly into the ultimate death ball, causing the already formidable orb to crackle with menacing lightning and swell in size, amplifying its threat exponentially. At this moment, Petra's heart was astonishingly tranquil. The ultimate death sphere had already locked onto his position the instant it rolled from Mogl's hand. Every possible escape route was sealed, leaving him with no choice but to confront it head-on unless he could teleport. He had experienced a similar situation in the training chamber of the underground base, when the colossal sphere brimming with destructive energy made contact with Petra. It appeared as though the child had extended his palm to meet it, invoking a sense of dread in onlookers. What went unnoticed was that, at the very moment Petra extended his hand, a seemingly diminutive black orb coalesced within his palm, intertwining with the massive sphere as their energies clashed. Energy neutralization. The lightning coursing across the surface of the sphere suddenly turned ferocious, akin to raging flames, surging towards Petra's palm and scorching his entire arm. Strangely, however, the sphere did not explode. Instead, Petra grasped it in a singular, peculiar manner, albeit at a great cost to himself. Yet, when weighed against the terrifying power of an exploding ultimate death sphere, this pain was trivial. What? It's blocked. Cold sweat instantly adorned Mogl's forehead, cascading down in rivulets. Even such a reaction could hardly convey the shock and helplessness that surged within him upon witnessing his most formidable attack being fended off with a single hand. The ultimate death sphere could be regarded as an enhanced version of the death shockwave. Under normal circumstances, Petra would find it nearly impossible to withstand such an assault from an equally potent energy blast. Even if he survived, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. Coincidentally, Petra possessed the technique of the death shockwave, not a mere imitation he had devised, but a new version crafted under Best's deliberate tutelage, which integrated Mogl's internal energy dynamics and transmission methods, rendering it superior to the original. In that fleeting moment, Petra, risking the loss of an arm, channeled his gathered death shockwave into the ultimate death sphere released by Moger. As their energies neutralized, Petra effectively gained indirect control over the ultimate death sphere. To outsiders, it appeared as though he had single-handedly absorbed Moger's formidable move, and he seemed to do so with remarkable ease. Instantly, the discerning experts regarded Petra with newfound seriousness, unanimously concluding that this seemingly innocuous child was, in fact, a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing, concealing a significant portion of his true strength, which, indeed, was the case. Only a select few could grasp the true nature of what had just transpired. Although the ultimate death sphere was momentarily held by Petra, the surging layer of lightning on its surface remained beyond his control, relentlessly emitting powerful currents that scorched his arm. Yet, the child appeared impervious to pain, his complexion merely paling slightly, while he lifted the massive sphere and suddenly hurled it skyward towards the astonished Moger. Moger's eyes widened in disbelief as he gasped, frantically flapping his wings, barely escaping the enveloping grasp of the ultimate death sphere. Before he could catch his breath, Petra had already appeared close by, delivering an elbow strike to the top of Moger's head, sending the beleaguered creature plummeting towards the ground with a pained cry. At that moment, the ultimate death bomb erupted beyond the clouds, exploding in the vastness of outer space. The thick layers of clouds were shattered by the shockwaves of the explosion, and a colossal bulge appeared on the surface of the planet Augulus, resembling a burning bubble. Although this bubble quickly dissipated, the destructive force it unleashed left indelible scars upon Augulus. Had this energy sphere detonated on the surface of Augulus, its power would have been sufficient to flatten the entire western desert. Do not underestimate this figure. When measured by area, Augulus is over 1,000 times larger than Earth. The western desert alone occupies 5% of Augulus' total area, equating to 50 times that of Earth. Such a figure is indeed astonishing. With the burgeoning development of Augulus' commerce and its unique geographical position, it has long been a target for various cosmic powers. However, no single force could consume such a vast expanse alone. Consequently, the influx of multiple factions and the rise of local powers have inevitably forged the peculiar coexistence of various factions. The more fragmented the power dynamics, the more the precious nature of the planet Augulus becomes apparent. Thus, to prevent certain reckless individuals from wreaking havoc on Augulus, the long-standing factions stationed there have collectively instituted a series of measures, including a prohibition on the use of high-powered techniques by elite warriors, those with combat power exceeding 10,000 on Augulus itself. Violators face dire consequences. This means that Mogul, in his reckless fervor, has already sealed his fate after launching the ultimate death bomb, intensifying his resentment towards Petra manifold. As he felt the icy, murderous glares from countless spectators directed at him, his fury and agitation grew even more pronounced. Mogul has fallen out of the arena. The judgment is, "Hey Mogul, what are you doing? You can't come back up. You've already lost." Suddenly, with eyes ablaze, Mogul rose from the ruins, disregarding the referee's shouts, and staggered towards the arena, his gaze filled with venomous hatred for Petra, who was slowly descending onto the battlefield. With a primal roar, he charged at Petra like an injured beast, determined to drag the despicable boy down with him. Petra, caught off guard by the sudden aggression from the defeated contender, found himself momentarily flustered and unable to defend himself. Having expended most of his energy to fend off Mogul's ultimate death bomb, one of his arms hung limply at his side, incapacitated. Although Petra's speed had been enhanced, allowing him to barely keep pace with Mogul, it was a meager advantage. Notably, Mogul's explosive speed was comparable to warriors with combat power reaching 560,000, particularly those with 60,000 combat power who specialized in speed. In such dire circumstances, Petra could do little more than protect his vital areas, allowing his body to absorb the relentless barrage of Mogul's attacks. Once he adapted to Mogul's speed, the mysterious genes within the scion could elevate his own speed significantly, matching Mogul's capabilities. That would be the moment for his comeback. However, Mogul, brimming with murderous intent, clearly had no intention of allowing Petra the luxury of a prolonged battle. Spotting that one of Petra's arms was rendered useless, Mogul lunged with an elbow strike that struck Petra's face like a heavy iron rod, causing blood to pour from the boy's features. Dazed, Petra struggled to regain his composure only to find Mogul had swiftly maneuvered behind him, seizing him by the armpits and lifting him, effectively immobilizing him. Mogul had expertly targeted a joint, a point devoid of muscle and strength. With Petra weakened and drained from his injuries, escape was futile. "Damn you, what are you doing?" Petra writhed desperately, but Mogul tightened his grip, as if intent on merging their flesh together. An overwhelming sensation of numbness washed over Petra, rendering his limbs weak and heavy. As if he were sinking into a deep slumber, even the mightiest effort could not rouse him. "You insufferable brat, let us turn to dust together, and these people will accompany me in death." Mogul spat blood, his voice filled with madness. His dark green form twisted, resembling an illusion on the verge of evaporation. At that moment, the onlookers, who had previously been oblivious to Mogul's reckless advance, now fully comprehended his intentions. Their expressions shifted dramatically, the thrill of the spectacle forgotten. The notion that this deranged individual might take everyone down with him was unfathomable. Did he truly intend to annihilate all of Oculus? Yet, he lacked the strength to do so, though perhaps when at full power, he might have had a chance, but not now. In an instant, they transformed into defenders, launching themselves at Mogul, among them many formidable warriors boasting combat powers exceeding 100,000. However, as soon as they entered Mogul's distorted space, they found themselves ensnared in an invisible quagmire. Struggling to attack Mogul, they found their movements hindered. Veins distorted like worms writhed on Mogul's forehead, coiling around his neck. The crazed individual trembled, murmuring through clenched lips, "This damned competition has brought me such ruin. Fine, if you wish to kill me, let us all perish together." As he spoke, Mogul's energy surged rapidly, breaking through to 60,000 in a matter of moments. His method of energy enhancement was not the typical manipulation of ki, but rather akin to detonating an explosive device. To put it bluntly, Mogul had transformed himself into a human bomb, with the residual energy within him acting as the explosive material. His intent was to ignite that energy, releasing its immense power instantaneously. The immediate consequence of this was Mogul's self-destruction, yet the energy contained within him would be unleashed in a manner 100-fold greater. Such power, even if it could not obliterate Oculus, could instantaneously extinguish all life on the planet. Stop him. Several warriors screamed in terror, desperately striving to escape Mogul's strange control. Some, their hands moving against their will, conjured energy blasts, raining them upon Mogul in a futile attempt to obliterate him. But they were met with failure, as a figure, shrouded in mist, effortlessly deflected their attacks. "Doing so will only hasten your demise," spoke the man, his tone imbued with an irresistible authority. He was Syndra, a cosmic warrior who had successfully evolved after receiving a gene enhancement serum, and now one of the 3 strongest warriors on Oculus, wielding a combat power of 250,000. Even Mogul, who was prepared to die, felt a flicker of trepidation in the presence of such a formidable opponent. However, this fleeting chill of trepidation was swiftly cast aside, replaced by a fervent madness and arrogance. Mogul, his form swelling like a frantically inflated balloon, erupted into maniacal laughter. "Syndra, I used to fear you. But today I am prepared to go all out. I shall drag these people down with me. You cannot stop me." Syndra, with a cold gaze fixed upon Mogul, spoke resolutely. "Cease your actions. I pledge by my name that you shall not perish." What? Upon hearing that he still had a sliver of hope for survival, Mogul's momentum faltered, and even his grotesquely expanding form diminished slightly. Who would not wish to live? Yet, when confronted with the glimmer of hope amidst the specter of death, many, fully aware of the deception, chose to believe, for they did not wish for their lives to end. As a paramount figure of Aegis, Syndra possessed an undeniable charisma. His promise was sufficient for Mogul to secure a lifeline. But was the situation truly that straightforward? In the moment of Mogul's stupor, a subtle flaw appeared in the illusionary barrier formed by his racial gifts. A flicker of brilliance ignited in Syndra's eyes, poised to seize the moment and subdue this madman. He was taken aback as Mogul's visage transformed into one of sheer terror, as though struck by a heavy iron hammer weighing several tons upon his chest. This not only caused him to sway perilously, but also compelled him to expel a thick cloud of blood mist uncontrollably. Now is the time. A voice resonated directly within Petra's mind, unmediated by any external means, causing her eyes to gleam with realization. Seizing the fleeting moment when Mogul's arms slackened, Petra did not retreat. Instead, she thrust the back of her head forward, colliding forcefully with Mogul's chest. Simultaneously, her legs rose, defying gravity akin to a gymnast of remarkable flexibility, as they ensnared Mogul's neck with relentless precision. A resounding crack echoed. The sound of bones fracturing emanated from Mogul's neck. The encounter was far from over. After snapping Mogul's neck, Petra hung upside down on his opponent's body, freeing himself with a single hand. He suddenly leveraged his strength against the ground, astonishingly lifting Mogul's grotesque, swollen body into the air. After executing a somersault, he slammed Mogul down onto the ground with tremendous force. The earth instantly cracked, splitting open with eye-catching fissures, and powerful gusts of air burst forth, mingled with dust and debris, violently surging outward. Petra unleashed his core strength, propelling Mogul high into the sky. A deathly shockwave manifested as a rapidly spinning black sphere appeared in Petra's palm, which the next moment erupted in a shockwave towards the heavens. From a distance, it resembled a brushstroke of ink on a sprawling landscape painting, where the yellow dust stretched infinitely into the sky, standing out in its oddity. Mogul's body disintegrated into particles almost instantaneously, dissipating into the air through Petra's extraordinary technique. A fitting end, indeed. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, gazing at Petra, the young prodigy who had turned the tide and created a miracle, momentarily unable to comprehend the spectacle. Amidst the crowd, a colossal alien, resembling a small mountain, remarked to his bewildered companion, "Kieran, are you still claiming you didn't teach that kid? What he just executed was your very technique." Outside the arena, in a secluded alleyway, 2 lean figures were stealthily lurking, cautiously peering towards the competition while nervously fiddling with a device, drenched in sweat. So, I wasn't mistaken. That kid's energy has surged over 10,000. Damn, it's reached 40,000 now. One of them exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice as he scrutinized the device's readings. The other, gripping the device tightly, replied incredulously, incredible. To turn the tide and slay Mogre under such circumstances. Earlier, one had scoffed. That arrogant fool was warned before the match, yet he disregarded the caution. Now he's dead, serves him right. With him gone, we might get a larger share of the spoils. As if struck by a thought, he extended his purple tongue to lick his lips, a cruel smirk forming on his face. But, Tangda, this kid is rather peculiar. Should we report a situation to the boss? The other hesitated, still clutching the device. This caused Tangda to waver slightly. For their primary mission was to feign participation in the tournament and draw attention. Their boss, a cold and ruthless individual, likely cared little for the lives of his subordinates. Yet, this young boy presented a unique challenge, seemingly possessing a means to rapidly enhance his strength after battles, which intrigued them greatly. However, even if they wished to confront him, they were no match for the boy, necessitating a report to their superior for intervention. The prospect of gaining overwhelming power was tempting, as the boss feasted on the spoils while they would at least get to savor the broth. Although the outcome was less than ideal, it was better than having nothing at all. We must report this to the boss, Tangda declared, gritting his teeth with conviction. But, I'm not sure. The other said, swallowing hard, fear evident in his voice. What if that kid has concealed his power through some racial trait or other special means? Releasing it only after the battle? Wouldn't that make our report false? If the boss gets angry, we're finished. Tangda hesitated at this thought. But the allure of potential power quickly dispelled his doubts. No, that kid wouldn't have been so weak initially if he possessed such strength. Mogre couldn't have endured even a single blow from him. Do you think he is a fool? To possess immense superhuman strength yet choose to battle lesser opponents for so long before finally unleashing his true power, it's illogical. I refuse to believe such a fool exists in this world. The other opened his mouth to argue but was silenced by Tangda's fierce glare. Clenching his fists, he spoke passionately. Tony, stop being so indecisive. If you're afraid, let me handle it alone. Stay here. When the Predator squad returns with that prize, you'll still be the laughingstock among the lowly warriors. Subject to the whims of arrogant fools like Mogre who lack genuine strength. As he spoke to Tony, he was also reflecting on his own frustrations. Years of mockery and disdain from his peers had twisted his psyche. Lacking power meant never earning respect, fueling his desire to grow stronger and crush those who belittled him. This time, he was determined to take a bold risk. Tony's lips twitched, and as he met his companion's earnest gaze, his resolve solidified. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes widened in horror, as if witnessing something profoundly terrifying. In an instant, as Tangda turned to assess the situation, he spat blood, collapsing onto the ground in agony. Who's there? Tangda exclaimed, only to confront a pair of blood-red eyes, a fierce beast seemingly poised to strike. He let out a scream, raising his hand to conjure an energy sphere in defense. Yet, the tendons and ligaments encased in his flesh and armor were suddenly twisted and shattered, rendering one of his arms useless. Staring in disbelief at his limp arm, Tangda trembled. Why? Why are you targeting someone as insignificant as me? Have you mistaken me for someone else? The malevolent figure before him was merely a boy, appearing no older than 15 or 16, with a gleaming bald head and striking features, exuding an air of innocence. Yet his eyes were terrifying, evoking a primal fear that deterred anyone from meeting his gaze, as if staring too long would summon unspeakable horrors. This boy was Best. Best regarded the terrified Tangda with a slight smile, a smile that plunged the latter into the depths of despair. As Tangda screamed in agony, his limbs were simultaneously shattered by a force invading his very being, leaving him a mere puddle on the ground, incapable of escape. I seek you for a reason. Best approached, delivering a punch to the other would-be escapee, sending him crashing to the ground. He then placed a foot on the fallen man's face, smiling as he said, I am quite intrigued by your affairs. If you wouldn't mind, would you share them with me? What is happening? I do not comprehend your words. Tangda, drenched in cold sweat, gritted his teeth and forced himself to respond. The truth behind your participation in the championship and the object the Predator squad sought. What is it? As Best spoke, a few faint sparks flickered between his fingers, colliding and swiftly transforming into a sphere of energy the size of a bowl. It appeared rather intriguing. However, when aimed in your direction, it only incited boundless fear and an oppressive weight akin to the brink of death. How do you know? Wait, I'll tell you. Tangda exclaimed, gazing at the pulsating energy sphere hovering above his forehead, drawing ever closer to his face. Such pressure is unbearable for anyone. Tangda's complexion turned ashen as he cried out, We are Yuri's subordinates. He brought us here. Not yet addressing the crux of the matter, Best paused momentarily, then continued his deliberate advance toward Tangda's face. The major powers of Agilas have recently been keenly observing Yuri, suspecting his ulterior motives. He brought us here to divert their attention and confuse them. Meanwhile, the predators were secretly dispatched by him to harvest a fruit that can rapidly enhance one's strength. What fruit? Best inquired, furrowing his brow, as if he had an inkling yet remained uncertain. It's called the spirit tree. A fruit born from a divine tree known as the spirit tree, Tangda replied, trembling all over, his eyes tightly shut. For the energy sphere had now reached his very eyes. Indeed, it is that object. Best smirked coldly, his hand grasping the energy sphere, which vanished in an instant. He regarded the two inept individuals beneath him, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. Do you two wish to grow stronger? Awaken. Chapter 29. The scions in the side story Best had heard of Yuri. This figure, rumored to possess immense power and a ruthless disposition, revels in battle and bloodshed, targeting not only those who oppose him but also innocent civilians, sparing even his own subordinates when his whims dictate. He embodies a character as cruel as a demon, cunning and troublesome. It is worth noting that Yuri's rise is intricately linked to Best. 2 years prior, Best sold over 100 doses of gene enhancement serum through the vast market of Agilas, the majority of which were swiftly seized by various factions within Agilas through various means: open theft, threats, or assassination of buyers, ensuring they acquired a portion for cultivating super warriors. Only a few scattered doses reached the populace for personal use. A certain expedition team, traversing between the outer realms and the inner galaxy, unexpectedly obtained a vial of this serum, dividing it amongst 6 warriors aboard their spacecraft, resulting in a significant enhancement of their abilities. One of these individuals became Yuri. The expedition team had only made a brief stop at Agilas before hastily departing. 6 months later, the immensely empowered Yuri returned with a few subordinates from other star systems. Curiously, the other members of the original expedition team seemed to have evaporated, never to return. It was rumored that the expedition encountered a meteor storm during their voyage, severely damaging their spacecraft, leading to a catastrophic failure of various instruments, and ultimately causing an explosion in the depths of space. Yuri, a being capable of surviving in the vacuum of space, became the sole survivor of this incident, further empowered by exposure to a unique cosmic radiation. However, the truth remains known only to Yuri himself. Upon his return, he exhibited an insatiable thirst for violence, committing a series of heinous massacres within mere weeks, establishing himself as a terrifying presence within Agilas. Given his overwhelming strength, upon his return from the cosmos, his combat prowess soared to 180,000, hinting at the potential to claim the title of the 4th warrior of Agilas. The factions within Agilas, recognizing the difficulty of confronting such a formidable entity, chose to overlook his transgressions as long as he did not become excessively reckless. It was only upon discovering Yuri's suspicious activities that they dispatched individuals to investigate. Naturally, the Western Desert Base, which served as Yuri's shield, became a focal point of scrutiny. The 2 individuals now captured by Best were among the first followers who had allied with Yuri, possessing knowledge of his affairs, thus rendering them useful to Best. It turns out that after the expedition spacecraft set out, it faced numerous challenges, ultimately crash landing on a desolate planet. This planet was peculiar, according to their navigational coordinates. It should have been a site of advanced civilization. However, what they encountered was a lifeless desert littered with the remains of numerous dead plants and animals. Upon investigation, they were shocked to discover that these organisms had not perished naturally. Instead, they had been drained of all nutrients and vitality by a strange plant whose roots enveloped the planet's surface, leading to their rapid demise. The true cause of this devastation was a colossal tree, towering thousands of meters high, its crown stretching for hundreds of kilometers, with roots sprawling across the planet's surface. Along with a small child with a tail who was gleefully gnawing on a large red fruit hanging from the branches, the team members, confronted by the child, were met with frenzied aggression, resulting in the demise of several members. Although the extraordinarily powerful child was ultimately defeated and gravely injured by the expedition's elite warriors, he managed to escape. Yuri, the overseer of this small prisoner, unexpectedly uncovered intriguing truths. However, the reality of this situation was astonishing, presenting an overwhelming temptation that ignited his darker impulses, compelling him to eliminate his comrades in a bid to monopolize the discovery. What he had stumbled upon was the secret of the divine spirit tree. By consuming the fruits born of the spirit tree, Yuri's power surged from 30,000 to 180,000, his enhancement rate surpassing that of any steroid, and remarkably without side effects. Yet, Yuri was left dissatisfied as the great tree, deprived of nutrients, began to wither before he could finish consuming the fruits. The branches, roots, and fruits decayed instantaneously, reducing it to lifeless wood, preventing him from continuing to partake of those miraculous fruits. In his relentless pursuit, he eventually gleaned more information about this extraordinary plant known as the spirit tree. Most crucially, he learned that as the spirit tree absorbed all nutrients from a planet to grow rapidly, it also generated a vital seed at its highest crown, a key to its continued existence. However, despite searching the entire crown, Yuri could not locate the seed, leading him to suspect that the child he had seen upon his arrival possessed it. Yet, by that time, the child had already fled aboard a spacecraft with the spirit tree's seed. With a mix of disappointment and newfound arrogance, Yuri returned to Agilas, harboring ambitions of conquest. All his actions over the years were merely a fade, while he secretly amassed information and resources in pursuit of the whereabouts of that child. It is essential to understand that the spirit tree cannot simply take root and thrive wherever one might choose to plant it. The foremost requirement is suitable soil and an abundance of nutrients to sustain its growth. Consequently, the planet must not be too small, and it ought to boast lush vegetation and vitality to provide the energy the spirit tree needs to flourish. Such planets are rare in the cosmos, and the majority of them have given rise to intelligent life and civilizations. Given the conspicuous growth pattern of the spirit tree, it is not difficult for a discerning individual to uncover clues. Naturally, Yuri managed to trace the whereabouts of the child who had fled with the tree seeds. However, he could not pursue the matter personally, as his unconventional conduct over the years had fostered discontent among various factions, including the 3 formidable warriors of Igilas who were keeping a close watch on him. Thus, he devised a cunning ruse, assembling a small team to participate in the Igilas strongman tournament, leading many to believe that there was a significant connection between the Western Desert Base and Yuri, thereby diverting attention to this location. To this end, he did not hesitate to draw the attention of one of Igilas' 3 strongest warriors, Syndra, demonstrating his commitment to the scheme. The hunting party he dispatched consisted entirely of super soldiers cloned from his own blood, each possessing 1/3 of his strength. However, they lacked independent thought and only obeyed the directives issued by the computer. Thus, he had no concerns about rebellion or failure. As long as he could secure the spirit tree seeds, the fruits of the spirit tree would no longer pose a challenge. Given time, he believed he could transcend his limits and grow ever stronger. By that juncture, not even the 3 strong warriors of Igilas, nor the nefarious leader of the North Galaxy, Kurd, would stand a chance against him. Yet, it was apparent that his aspirations were on the brink of collapse. For Best was also privy to this information and would undoubtedly intervene to reap some benefits. Arriving at the underground laboratory with 2 incapacitated individuals resembling lifeless dogs, Best addressed the researchers who were experimenting with the stability of a series of blue spiral potions. There's no need for further testing. Administer the injections to these 2. Then implant the super chips developed by Dr. Mark. I require them to be functional. How much should we use, Lord Best? One researcher inquired uncertainly, glancing at the 2 living test subjects. Administer as you would in your usual experiments. Do I need to instruct you on this? Best shot a displeased look at the researcher and suddenly slapped the heads of the 2 unfortunate souls. They emitted a muffled groan, their eyes rolling back as blood oozed from their orifices. Best unleashed the force from his palm into their brains, shattering their consciousness. Thus, he had no fear of them causing any disturbances during the experiment. The subjects administered the experimental drug produced by the laboratory were the very first batch. The potency of the drug was evident and intense, yet it was highly unstable, posing a significant risk of safety incidents. Despite the researchers working tirelessly to improve the potion since the commencement of the experiments, regrettably, the concoctions they produced had yet to meet the safety standards established by the original Fate version. Based on typical experimental conditions, these 2 unfortunate individuals brought in by Best were bound to experience considerable turmoil, with a success rate of less than 50%. However, Best was eager to utilize them and would not allow their demise. The gene potion acted by destroying aged cells and organs within the living organism, stimulating them to evolve or mutate to reach a higher level of existence. This process was agonizing and did not possess the formidable willpower of Earth's super divine water to endure. It dismantled the internal structure, devouring the aging and weakened cells, compelling the healthier cells to proliferate and evolve in order to ensure the organism's survival. It was rare for individuals with strong wills to endure the torment of this excruciating transformation. However, many would ultimately succumb due to the slow evolution rate, leading to their complete eradication by the gene potion. Thus, the robustness of one's body was a pivotal factor in determining whether the subject could complete the experiment. In essence, this gene potion was designed for powerful warriors, benefiting those with greater strength, though this was not an absolute rule. The instability of such potions could lead to catastrophic gene collapse, just as success seemed within reach, evaporating the subject in an instant. Ordinary individuals were completely precluded from such endeavors. The potion was a taboo they could not dare to approach. The 2 individuals brought by Best possessed combat power around 6,000, barely qualifying for the injection. Their prospects were grim. Best's confidence stemmed from another treasure he possessed, the small furball. Once worshipped by the Brada people as a mystical beast, should it employ its miraculous abilities, it could revive a near-death patient, healing not only their injuries, but also restoring their expended energy. Furthermore, while Petra had merely alluded to its capabilities, he had not fully elucidated them. Through various small experiments over the years, Best discovered that the light emitted by the furball could not only heal like a senza being but also expel ailments and purify all toxins. While perhaps not essential, it proved to be a remarkably powerful asset at times. Indeed, these past days, Petra returned battered but was able to rise the next day, fully rejuvenated. All thanks to the small furball, unlike the other contestants who languished in cumbersome healing pots, soaking in revitalizing liquids for hours, which not only consumed time but also failed to replenish their energy as effectively as the furball did. This discrepancy would inevitably impact their performance in the following day's competition. One can easily imagine the condition of an athlete who had not slept well the night before facing a match. If fortunate, they might encounter an opponent in worse shape. But if the opposite were true, they would likely find themselves on a treacherous path to defeat. With the assistance of the small furball, the experiment proceeded exceptionally smoothly. In stark contrast to the dismal success rates of previous trials, this instance was unprecedented in its achievement, prompting the researchers in the laboratory to erupt in cheers. They were acutely aware that this success was largely due to Best's extraordinary creature. Yet, the fulfillment of their years of diligent research and the recognition from Best were of utmost importance to them. Nothing could rival the satisfaction of witnessing their efforts bear fruit. The two unfortunate souls completed the experiment without incident, each achieving a combat power of 120,000, a staggering 20-fold increase. They had reached the level of the leader of the Genuda Special Forces, thus fulfilling their desire for immense strength, albeit without the awareness to appreciate it. The modifications conducted in the laboratory were far from over. The next step involved implanting super chips into their brains. Through the supercomputer, Campbell would connect the two chips, transforming them into a state akin to the living dead, fearless of pain and fatigue, devoid of betrayal, and entirely under his control. Under the influence of supercomputers, they retained their combat consciousness and memories from their previous lives, with their combat abilities further enhanced. Additionally, special substances were implanted within them, enabling them to detonate their own energy in the face of insurmountable damage, achieving a mutual destruction with their enemies. It can be said that once their modifications were complete, they could no longer be considered human, but rather tangible instruments of war, powerful consumables brimming with energy. In the following days, the competitions continued unabated. The number of contestants dwindled daily, while the audience grew increasingly numerous, observing the packed stands filled with cheers and applause. One could not help but lament the perversion and degradation of humanity evident in the relentless battles unfolding on the arena floor. The disappearance of two contestants did not garner much attention from others, including their leader, Yuri, who showed no particular concern. Instead, Best arranged a selection of gifts for this uninvited guest, preparing to reciprocate at an appropriate time. From the subsequent rounds, as the competition narrowed from the top 200 to the top 50, Best's clandestine manipulations ensured that Petra faced opponents who were formidable yet not beyond his capabilities, allowing him to absorb valuable techniques during combat. Consequently, his strength rapidly escalated. After each match, he gleaned immense knowledge, and his power surged. In just a few days, he progressed from battling opponents with a combat power of 10,000 to effortlessly defeating advanced warriors with powers of 70,000 to 80,000. Such remarkable growth inevitably attracted attention. However, even if it did, Petra's strength had already eclipsed that of most competitors, leaving even Sindra hesitant to confront him directly. Sindra, uncertain of Petra's background, recognized that the forces capable of nurturing such a remarkable warrior were undoubtedly substantial forces he could ill afford to offend. In this context, establishing such an adversary would be unwise, both professionally and personally. Yet, he sought no trouble, while others unwittingly provoked him. A deep-seated vendetta ignited Sindra's fury, nearly erupting into a cataclysm that could obliterate the entire town. He managed to restrain himself, knowing that an opportunity for vengeance would soon present itself. It turned out that during the previous day's competition, a companion of Sindra's had encountered Yuri, resulting in a devastating defeat for his ally. Initially, this seemed inconsequential, but after using a healing capsule, the companion's condition worsened, ultimately leading to his untimely demise. This ignited Sindra's wrath, as the fallen individual was none other than his estranged son, whom he had kept close out of a sense of guilt despite their lack of formal recognition. Best, having acquired this information, adeptly manipulated the situation to orchestrate the ensuing chaos. Today's confrontation between Sindra and Yuri was meticulously planned to incite conflict. You wish to coexist peacefully? Very well. I shall escalate your discord until it culminates in a fierce clash. Let us see who proves more ruthless. As the competition commenced, Yuri remained somewhat oblivious to the situation. Surprised to encounter Sindra's arrogant son the day before, he was now confronted with the improbable circumstance of facing Sindra himself. Unbeknownst to him, after their previous encounter, Sindra's son had met an abnormal end, and all blame now fell squarely upon Yuri. The moment he stepped onto the arena, he would inevitably bear the brunt of Sindra's wrath, one of the three most formidable warriors of the Ageless. Regrettably, Yuri had not received any warning of this impending danger and remained blissfully ignorant of the mysterious disappearances among his ranks. Lacking crucial intelligence, Yuri resembled a self-assured blind man, perceiving the world through a lens of past experiences, completely unaware of the encroaching peril. Upon realizing the formidable strength of his opponent, Yuri offered a gentlemanly smile and expressed his desire to forfeit the match. For him, participating in this absurd competition was merely a fade, and the outcome was of no consequence. His objectives had been achieved, and he awaited news from the Hunter Squad, at which point he would obtain everything he desired, a feeling akin to soaring to unimaginable heights. However, to reach such a pinnacle, one must exercise patience, enduring the current solitude and weakness until the moment arrives to unleash a devastating strike against his enemies. Unlike others who toil for trivial gains, their fates writ large upon their faces. Yuri could be likened to a cunning predator, having arrived at this juncture not solely through his extraordinary prowess, but also due to his remarkable capacity for restraint. He believed that one day he would ascend to the zenith of power and influence in this world, attaining heights beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. At that moment, he would emerge as the true victor behind this intricate game. Yet, would Cinder afford him such an opportunity? The instant Yuri declared his intention to forfeit, the smile on his face faded, replaced by a chilling realization. He beheld Syndra standing across from him, the latter's expression transforming upon hearing Yuri's words. Syndra's eyes, bloodshot and filled with unrestrained fury, bore an unmistakable glint of lethal intent. Yuri's expression shifted dramatically, as if he had suddenly grasped something ominous. A profound sense of foreboding enveloped his heart, constricting his breath. Before Yuri could utter a word, Syndra, positioned opposite him, clenched her fists, her body trembling with an inexplicable fervor. Her gaze, brimming with a violent intent, was unwavering as she pronounced each word with chilling clarity. I want you dead. Accompany my son in death. Panic surged within Yuri. He was baffled as to how the individual he had merely subdued could be facing such a dire fate. Yet the present circumstances afforded him no time for contemplation. In an instant, Syndra closed the distance between them, emitting a low, guttural growl. Her eyes fixed on the horrified Yuri with a fierce intensity. She resembled a wounded beast, her gaze filled with a ferocity and madness that disregarded all rationality. This palpable dread rippled through everyone present, their eyes widening in terror as their hearts raced in sync with Syndra's frenzied assault. What? No way. Yuri gasped in disbelief, witnessing Syndra's unhinged fury magnifying his own dread. In a moment of inattention, Syndra's punch struck him squarely in the abdomen, propelling him backward with a force akin to that of a cannonball crashing into the stone floor of another arena. The ground trembled violently, amidst the spectators' gasps. A cloud of dust and debris erupted, sweeping through the entire venue like a scorching tide. Syndra let out a furious roar and plunged into the swirling chaos. Accompanied by a piercing scream that echoed from an unknown source, a series of dull thuds reverberated through the air, reminiscent of blunt objects colliding with flesh. These sounds were heavy and resonant, assaulting the eardrums of all present, instilling a visceral sense of dread that raised the hairs on their bodies. The ground quaked again, creating an illusion of an earthquake, as the billowing dust momentarily halted, only to be drawn into a corner by an unseen force. This energy coalesced into a brilliant beam, erupting towards a dark speck high above, a manifestation of Syndra's wrathful ultimate technique, the tenfold sky cannon. The dark speck was engulfed in the tenfold sky cannon's might, letting out a scream yet emerging unscathed from the overwhelming energy. Instead, it accelerated, darting southwest. Run, but where can you flee? Syndra murmured to herself, her eyes sharp as blades, sweeping across the arena. In that very moment, cries of agony erupted from various corners of the venue. Soon after, lifeless bodies, their abdomens eviscerated, fell to the ground, as Syndra, moving with astonishing speed, eliminated the remaining elite forces left by Yuri, effectively cleansing his influence from the arena. With her hands drenched in blood, Syndra showed no sign of remorse, her lips curling into a cold smile as she soared after Yuri's fleeing figure, leaving behind gaping pits and a devastated battlefield. In the control room, Best rested his chin on his hand, smirking at the departure of both Yuri and Syndra. Suddenly, he stood up, startling those nearby. With these two troublesome figures gone, all shall be serene, Best remarked, his demeanor relaxed, as if he had merely swatted a bothersome mosquito. A trivial task, yet those privy to the truth felt a chill run down their spines, their hearts pounding with trepidation. Duin, still uneasy, inquired, isn't that risky? Both of them are top-tier powerhouses from Aegilis, capable of obliterating a planet. If Syndra relentlessly pursues Yuri and drives him to desperation, forcing a mutual demise, it could spell disaster. Best chuckled, not at all. If Syndra chases Yuri, it is she who will suffer, not Yuri. How is that possible? You must be jesting. Duin and his companions gazed at Best in disbelief, their expressions akin to those witnessing folly. Although both individuals were formidable, there existed a significant disparity in their combat prowess, a chasm of 6,000 that was insurmountable. Even a child could discern who held the upper hand in this contest. Yet Best's assertion implied that the mightier Syndra would falter against Yuri, leaving them astonished. Had they not known Best's character, they might have erupted in laughter, deriding this apparent imbecile who could not even perform basic arithmetic. However, Best remained confidently resolute, proposing, shall we make a wager? Duin raised his somewhat insufferable face, weighing the power differential between the two, glancing at his companions. After a hushed discussion, they unanimously concluded that it was impossible for Syndra to come out unscathed. Duin, taking the lead, spoke up, what shall we wager? Best smiled, let us bet that Syndra will pursue Yuri only to find herself thwarted, while Yuri escapes her grasp, only to be captured by my operatives. If I lose, I shall grant you a raise and an extended holiday. If you lose, you will tend to my gardens. What? Tend to gardens? Awaken. Scion. Chapter 32. The entire universe is my chessboard. Best's audacity to wager with Duin and the others stemmed from a confidence that was far from baseless. He had meticulously orchestrated events leading from Yuri injuring Syndra's son to the latter's eventual demise, culminating in an irreparable rift between the two. Best had gathered extensive information and laid numerous plans, all leading to this moment. There was no way he would allow for any unforeseen complications. In truth, Best was already intimately aware of Yuri's situation, having formulated multiple contingency plans for potential outcomes. Even in the worst-case scenario, he was confident in his ability to mitigate any repercussions. Moreover, he had a firm grasp on Yuri's every move, and the situation was unfolding precisely as he had envisioned. To be thorough, Best had planted several hidden traps to ensure a flawless execution of his plans. Everything was prepared. He awaited the moment to ensnare his quarry. Furthermore, Yuri, gravely injured and more desperate than Best himself, might employ various tricks to evade Syndra, possibly even turning the tables. However, such tactics, while preserving his life, would only exacerbate his injuries, compelling him to seek the very sanctuary Best had anticipated. Without that, he could hardly endure for long. Those sanctuaries were already accounted for in Best's calculations, which explained his unwavering confidence. As for Best's urgent desire to capture Yuri, it stemmed from the latter's immense potential danger. A nagging sense of foreboding pervading Best's thoughts. Individuals like Yuri, driven by boundless ambition and acting without restraint, often pursued their whims, with morality hanging by a thread. He was akin to a cunning outlaw, elusive and treacherous, akin to a venomous serpent lying in wait to strike unexpectedly. All signs indicated that this wily serpent had set its sights on Best's carefully cultivated base, not only intending to use him as cover, but potentially aiming to expose Best's faction or even eliminate him to take his place. Let us not forget, even if Yuri's hunting squad were to acquire the seeds of the mental tome, he would still require time to plant them on other planets. The official regulations governing various aircraft and IGLAs have become exceedingly stringent, necessitating registration and certification, effectively monopolizing all resources related to this endeavor. In order to evade the scrutiny of powerful factions, Yuri must seek advanced aircraft suitable for his travels elsewhere. In this regard, Best's base is perfectly capable of meeting his needs. Although Best is unafraid, this period is crucial for the execution of his plans, and any unforeseen complications would be most unwelcome. Moreover, the days are drawing near for Best to conclude the competition and journey to Namek in search of the dragon's assistance. Any delays at this critical juncture could alert the powerful factions of IGLAs and jeopardize his carefully laid plans, leading to his ultimate failure. In such a scenario, it would be too late for Best to lament his misfortune. Therefore, Yuri must be eliminated discreetly, employing a method akin to boiling a frog, gradually escalating the pressure rather than cornering him outright. This is vital, for Yuri is not only ruthless but also decisive in his actions. If deprived of any glimmer of survival, he would undoubtedly retaliate with catastrophic consequences, rendering IGLAs a graveyard for all involved. This is a significant reason why the factions and IGLAs hesitate to move against him, fearing that pushing him too far could provoke uncontrollable actions. Thus, Best has meticulously devised a series of traps, allowing Yuri to entangle himself further, while simultaneously undermining the factions represented by Syndra, redirecting their focus onto the dangerously deranged Yuri. This strategy affords Best precious respite. However, another predicament awaits Best's attention. Following the recent tumultuous events, particularly the fierce clash between Yuri and Syndra, the situation in the arena has been significantly affected. Both individuals are renowned figures within IGLAs, and their actions are anything but restrained. Although their confrontation was brief, it wreaked havoc on several competition venues, leaving scars that will be difficult to mend in the immediate future. More critically, the ferocity of their battle has reverberated through the audience. This is not merely an issue affecting one or two individuals. The majority have been caught in the aftermath of their attacks. Several competitors participating alongside them have perished, with few emerging unscathed. The same is true for the frail spectators, many bearing the marks of debris and smoke, their cries echoing in despair. It is a scene of utter devastation. They came to witness the spectacle, not to risk their lives, which has swiftly frightened away a portion of the crowd. A sentiment likely to spread throughout the town, with the number of fleeing individuals only expected to rise. Even among those still competing, there exists a palpable fear, prompting many to forfeit their participation in a bid to escape. Consequently, Best finds himself confronting a grave situation, one that is far from easy to resolve. In contrast to Tien, who is frantically pacing in response to this news, Best remains remarkably composed, as if everything unfolds as he anticipated. Observing Tien's agitated demeanor, eager to rally a group to intercept those wishing to leave, Best cannot help but chuckle softly, reassuring him, "Let them depart. We shall continue with our competition without undue concern." Tien, alarmed by these words, retorts, "What do you mean, without concern? If you do not devise a plan soon, everyone will flee." Best responds calmly, "It is better to facilitate than to obstruct. Those who wish to leave cannot be detained. Conversely, those who do not wish to leave will not be easily persuaded to go." As he speaks, his gaze fixates on the large screen in the control room. Despite a few cameras being damaged in the fray, the majority remains steadfast, faithfully transmitting the events unfolding in the arena back to the computer. It is now evident that the audience has dwindled significantly, with many remaining engaged in heated disputes with Tien's staff, their faces flushed with anger. Only a handful sit resolutely in silence. Conversely, most competitors continue to remain present, with only a select few opting to depart. For any other organizing body, this scenario would likely incite chaos. Having competitors but no audience renders the event meaningless, effectively wasting the investment. However, Best is unconcerned, as the previous betting ventures have already yielded substantial profits, more than compensating for the expenses of this competition. Moreover, the event has reached a critical juncture. Though the audience may have diminished, broadcasting the competition across Aigila's cities, synchronizing it with betting activities, lotteries, and other gambling projects, and allowing his associates to exploit the situation for profit, will inevitably draw greater attention and increase potential earnings. Best remains unfazed. For Aigila's lacks the stringent constraints of the previous world, with no relevant regulations or enforceable laws. As long as he does not encroach upon the foundations of the major factions, they will not dare to challenge him. Furthermore, the emergence of such new ventures will not be met with resistance. Instead, the factions will perceive the immense business opportunities inherent within, opting to emulate Best's strategies to outmaneuver their competitors and secure their own profits from this newfound bounty. In Best's estimation, as long as he and Petra can return from Namek unscathed, Aigila's will undoubtedly fall into his grasp. At that point, no one will be able to rival him, and he will be free to fully unleash his potential. Consider the fact that Dr. Gero is merely a product of Earth, his civilization lagging far behind the advanced colonial technologies of the universe. His scientific prowess and production capabilities pale in comparison to what Best now commands. Yet, this individual, bereft of the Red Ribbon Army's financial backing, fueled solely by a vengeful spirit, managed to produce a series of formidable androids within a few short years. Recall the initial encounter Son Goku had with Android 8, the monstrous creations that obliterated the future, Androids 17 and 18, followed by the formidable Android 13 and others, rivaling even Super Saions in strength. Even considering the ultimate Android 17 from Dragon Ball GT, the fully realized cell possesses power comparable to that of a Super Saiyan. In the original narrative, this troublesome entity, upon resurrection, managed to elevate his strength to a level that severely challenged Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, who was already at a disadvantage due to injury and energy depletion. Had it not been for the deceased Goku encouraging Gohan to confront the challenge, and Vegeta's interference to disrupt Cell, Gohan would not have seized the opportunity to unleash the full force of the Kamehameha wave, making Cell's demise improbable. Here, we do not extol Cell's prowess, but rather marvel at the genius of Dr. Gero. Judging by the numbering of the androids, after Android 8, merely 5 generations later, Dr. Gero had already elevated his technological expertise in android creation to a level that even the most elite of the best could scarcely aspire to reach. It is difficult to fathom that, with Earth's relatively rudimentary technology and the absence of the Red Ribbon Army's financial backing, Dr. Gero could independently develop such a formidable weapon as the androids. If there were no hidden secrets therein, it would indeed seem suspicious. Best could hardly believe that Dr. Gero possessed such extraordinary abilities. Moreover, Best now aimed to harness all advanced civilizations across the universe, integrating them under Agilus's foundation, gathering countless talents for his own use, and transforming the abundant resources scattered across various planets into his personal wealth. Surely, he could create war machines far superior to Dr. Gero's android series. Best's ambitions extended far beyond the confines of Earth or the four corners of the galaxy. He envisioned a vast universe that included the outer realms. In the aftermath, the arena, nearly reduced to rubble, was shrouded in despair, with cries of anguish echoing throughout. Amidst the debris of concrete and metal, bloodied and battered individuals were being evacuated, convulsing as they were transported to a nearby town for urgent medical attention. One individual supported a particularly large and corpulent alien warrior, following the evacuation orders with swift yet careful precision, guiding his companion into a makeshift medical tent. His face, however, was etched with frost, eyebrows knitted tightly together, and eyes ablaze with fury directed toward the horizon, clearly indicating he was seething with rage. Karong, I am fine. Do not worry about me. By the way, I didn't lose since I was knocked off before the match, even started by those two ruffians, the hefty competitor exclaimed, his size making it difficult for the temporary medical tent to accommodate more than half of his body, coupled with the numerous gruesome wounds across him. Purple blood mixed with fat oozed from these injuries, creating a repugnant and troublesome scene that could not be staunched, turning the tent into a chaotic mess reeking of blood. However, the doctors remained dedicated, sweat pouring down their brows as they stitched his wounds, laboring tirelessly without a moment's respite for water, clearly enduring great hardship. In stark contrast to the doctor's somber demeanor, the gravely injured fighter exhibited a spirited restlessness, incessantly shaking his body and complaining of itchiness to the doctors working diligently on his back, even attempting to crawl out of the medical tent multiple times, alarming the surgeons. Yet, with companions nearby, he displayed restraint, gradually engaging in conversation with them, momentarily refraining from any startling actions, which brought a sigh of relief to the attending medical staff. Karong, the one supporting the large warrior, seethed with anger upon witnessing his companion's plight. Still, he managed to suppress it, placing a hand gently on the other's shoulder, offering words of comfort. Porter, it's all right. I will take care of everything. The hefty warrior protested, that simply won't do. When we arrived, we agreed that you would take first place, and I would secure second. The prize money is meant to aid those in need, enabling us to journey the cosmos in our small spacecraft. How can it be fair for you to claim it all? He continued, moreover, I was not defeated by an opponent. I fell victim to the shockwave unleashed by those two intruders. If anyone should be disqualified, it is them. As they were thrown out of their own arena, the innocent words of the hefty warrior elicited a smile. Yet understanding their true implications would surely send chills down one's spine. In truth, when Yuri was struck out of the arena by Syndra, their subsequent clash occurred on the very battleground of the large warrior. The residual energy from their confrontation obliterated hundreds of square meters of the ground, creating a vast crater. Porter's opponent, a high-ranking warrior with a battle power exceeding 100,000, was instantly reduced to ashes by the overwhelming force, while Porter, caught at the epicenter of the chaos, endured an impact from an unknown source. Miraculously, he was later rescued by Karong from beneath the rubble. Having survived the ordeal against all odds, his condition appeared stable, and he spoke coherently, showing no signs of imminent peril. This remarkable resilience could not help but astonish observers. Had he been on Earth, he would surely become the focus of numerous journalists and experts alike. First place, Karong furrowed his brow at the mention. Glancing toward a certain direction, there stood a child with hair standing on end and an underdeveloped physique. For reasons unknown, an air of aloofness and indifference emanated from this youngling, causing those around to instinctively avoid him, even refraining from making eye contact. He seemed akin to a ferocious beast, poised to unleash harm at any moment. Even without those two ruffians, just dealing with this little brat would make securing first place a formidable task, Karong pondered silently. But then he recalled the dire needs of the Kaltarians back home, weighed down by a heavy heart as if an invisible hand were crushing him. To prevent his expression from betraying his feelings and affecting Porter, he nodded and calmly reassured, "Rest assured, I will secure the prize money. You must hold on. Your father and your people are counting on us to deliver the supplies." Porter murmured in agreement, perhaps due to excessive blood loss, feeling his eyelids grow heavy. And soon he succumbed to slumber, snoring away. This sight elicited a mix of amusement and sorrow, for who could comprehend the burdens he bore? Had Karong not fortuitously lingered on Colt, learning of the dire circumstances there and rescuing this oversized child, Porter might have already sacrificed himself as the mightiest warrior of his people, destined to fill the volcano that erupted every century, bringing fleeting peace to his kin. As the environment on Colt deteriorated further, the inhabitants would ultimately succumb to extinction. Karong gazed at the slumbering Porter, a rare smile gracing his features, and asked a nearby doctor, "Could you prepare a healing capsule for my friend? May I offer something as collateral for the expense?" The doctor regarded Karong with a quizzical expression and replied, "Our healing capsules are provided free of charge to injured competitors. There is no fee involved. However, due to your friend's size, we do not have a compatible model available, so the preparation will take a bit longer. Rest assured, once we address his wounds, we will deliver it." Karong nodded in acknowledgement, thanking the doctor, but his gaze inadvertently caught sight of a hidden camera stealthily recording him, eliciting a slight furrow of his brow as he fell into deep contemplation. In the depths of the western desert, amidst swirling sands and roaring sandstorms, a blinding sphere of light erupted, radiating a brilliance akin to the sun, enveloping thousands of miles in a pale, chaotic glow. As the light dissipated, a figure descended from the sky, panting heavily, and stumbled into a vast expanse of translucent, glass-like fragments. The sand, transformed into glass under the terrifying heat of the luminous orb, resembles a crystalline layer cloaking the desert. It appears exceedingly peculiar. From a lofty vantage point, one can perceive only an expanse of glaring whiteness, reflecting an almost blinding radiance, stretching for an indeterminate distance. The individual who descended was none other than Syndra, the pursuer of Yuri. The two engaged in a relentless chase, ultimately finding themselves deep within the vast western desert. Perhaps realizing the futility of his escape and cornered into a desperate situation, Yuri suddenly retaliated, igniting his entire being into a colossal fireball that hurtled towards Syndra, who was caught off guard and bore the brunt of the assault. Though it was merely a single strike, it came at the cost of Yuri's life and possessed destructive power akin to his self-detonation. Under normal circumstances, even with Syndra's superior combat prowess, he would have been unable to evade a fate of mutual destruction. However, for reasons unknown, Yuri's attack was considerably less impactful than anticipated. Akin to a damp squib, imposing in appearance yet lacking in the expected efficacy. Syndra, though puzzled by this anomaly, did not dwell on it. Surviving such a suicidal charge was already a fortunate outcome. Did he truly wish for his opponent's attack to be more ferocious, leading to his own demise? With Yuri's death, he felt a semblance of vengeance for his son. Furthermore, Yuri had long been a malignant presence within the alliance, causing significant distress among the leaders of various factions. By eliminating him, Syndra had accomplished a significant feat for the alliance, ensuring that he would not go unrewarded. With this thought, a sense of equilibrium settled within him. Awaken. Scion Chapter 35. The fall of Yuri on the opposite side of the Egila's western desert, nearing the eastern edge of the vast expanse. The landscape differed markedly from that of the best experimental base. Here lay extensive remnants of abandoned materials and architectural ruins left by previous researchers. Legend has it that a perilous experiment conducted in secrecy by some researchers in this very locale resulted in a catastrophic leak, leading to the desiccation of Egila's once lush forests and the degradation of its fertile soil into arid sands, giving rise to the now infamous Egila's desert. The atmosphere in this place is ominously dark, perpetually shrouded in a thick, grayish-purple mist that emanates the acrid stench of alcohol and industrial pollutants, effectively obscuring both sunlight and sky. Consequently, vegetation and viable biological populations have failed to flourish here, rendering the locale lifeless and devoid of daylight, a place even rats would hesitate to linger. Yet today, a group of individuals has arrived. Clad in heavy radiation-proof attire and wearing gas masks, they carry sophisticated high-tech instruments, silently converging at a specific location, seemingly orchestrating a significant operation. Hours swiftly pass, and one of the individuals glances at his watch, nodding slightly before raising a hand to signal the others to spring into action. Several members quickly retrieve a collection of disassembled equipment from a concealed area, skillfully reassembling the components. Before long, a machine resembling an arcade game, attached to a small radar, stands before them. One of the individuals, with fingers flying, begins to tap rapidly on the device. Initially, the vast screen displays a chaotic swirl of colors, but soon transforms into a three-dimensional image of a pyramidal structure. With deft movements, the operator navigates through the intricate layout, pinpointing each room within the pyramid as if conducting a comprehensive search. In due time, they detect a life response emanating from the core of the pyramid. Under the operator's guidance, the image magnifies, revealing a humanoid creature submerged in a colossal egg-shaped vessel filled with a mysterious liquid. Could this be Yuri? One observer murmurs, unwittingly vocalizing his thoughts. The others, however, do not chastise him. Their own tension mounts upon recognizing the infamous super warrior, whose prowess ranks just below the three champions of Aegilis. The atmosphere becomes charged with anxiety, even accelerating their heartbeats uncontrollably. Only the team leader maintains composure, nodding at the displayed image and stating, "Indeed, this is the notorious maniac, Yuri. He is our target for today. Has he truly lost the ability to resist?" A team member inquires, concern evident in his voice. The leader glances at him and replies calmly, "There is no need for alarm. He is utterly unaware of our presence. While we have meticulously orchestrated everything from the shadows, we have not only infiltrated his lair but have also tampered with the healing liquid he requires. At this moment, Yuri's entire nervous system has been paralyzed by toxins. He is likely incapable of even lifting an eyelid. A mere child could easily dispatch him. Truly, our Lord Best is remarkable, almost as if he possesses foresight." Another team member reflects with a hint of admiration. He prepared for every eventuality before the operation commenced, even manipulating a brute like Yuri with ease. Mention of Best ignites fervor among the group, including the captain, whose demeanor transforms into that of a zealot, fervently extolling Best's virtues. Of course, what is beyond Lord Best's capabilities? To him, Yuri is merely a minor obstacle, easily vanquished. Were it not for his potential utility, Yuri would have already met his demise. Such sentiments are the result of Best's long-standing indoctrination of his subordinates, molding them into unwavering disciples eager to sacrifice themselves for his grand designs. Their devotion rivals that of cult followers, viewing Best as the singular divine entity. They would heed his every command without hesitation, even to the point of death, their loyalty unyielding. This is the terrifying aspect of Best's psychological manipulation, effectively commandeering both the bodies and souls of his followers to serve his will. Although the time investment far exceeds that of Barfiti's control magic, the efficacy of Best's mental conditioning is undeniably formidable, potentially surpassing that of even the most adept experts in the field. Having verified Yuri's condition, the team swiftly embarks on their mission. Yuri's lair appears to be an ancient relic, concealed deep beneath the earth, nearly 10,000 meters below the surface, and expertly hidden from standard detection equipment. The initial efforts to locate this site had proven arduous for Best's subordinates. Thanks to the supercomputer, Campaign, housed in their laboratory, they managed to penetrate the interference shrouding the area and transmit signals to this nearly isolated location, conducting a comprehensive scan and ultimately uncovering Yuri's whereabouts. Yuri is, in many ways, a tragic figure. Within his expansive abode, he is utterly alone, devoid of even a trustworthy aid, akin to a vast prison. Forced to confront cold machinery day after day, his cunning, cold-hearted nature has shaped both his existence and his downfall. The failure he faces today is closely tied to this very character. When the capture team ruthlessly employed the earlier machine's shortwave technology to dismantle the defenses within his computational systems, they stripped away the final veil of secrecy, exposing his sanctuary to the world. The capture team advances unimpeded, soon arriving at the chamber where Yuri resides. This room constitutes the heart of the pyramid, exuding an ancient, almost religious ambience. Instruments indicate several faint life signals emanating from adjacent laboratories. However, these are not human. Previous capture team members had already examined the premises, confirming that these signals originate from Yuri's cloning experiments. Within these labs lie the so-called hunters, Yuri's secret weapon, still in their embryonic stages, grotesquely suspended in various tubes. Yet, the arrival of the capture team has compromised the computer systems, severing the power supply. The incubators sustaining the hunters' growth and respiration have ceased functioning, leaving only death in their wake. Meanwhile, their target, Yuri, lies grotesquely contorted within a massive egg-shaped healing pod, resembling a corpse, an overinflated, pallid body. One of his hands weakly grasps the oxygen mask entangled around him, as if attempting to extricate himself from this predicament. It is evident that, after realizing his dire situation and struggling against it, Yuri has succumbed to the toxic concoction within the healing liquid, a potent formula painstakingly derived by Best, capable of incapacitating even the mightiest creature. Given his injuries from the battle against Syndra, where his arm was brutally shattered, with bone protruding through torn flesh, Yuri stands little chance of resistance. In this scenario, he is submerged in the healing liquid of the capsule, and the effects of the toxins only intensify, leaving no hope for escape. Although Yuri's eyes can still faintly move upon the arrival of the capture team, startling a group of onlookers, his fate as a tool for Best is now inescapable. It is tragic for such a formidable figure to meet such an end, a conclusion no one could have anticipated. Awaken. Scion, Chapter 36, the main event. Best is acutely aware of the impact this orchestrated series of events will have on Aguilas and understands how to conclude his scheme. He stands just one step away from success, yet this seemingly brief step is crucial to determining the success or failure of all his endeavors. Once taken, Best will be free to soar without concern. Should he falter, he will be perpetually confronted by the myriad threats posed by Aguilas' local forces, with his lair vulnerable to obliteration at any moment, rendering all efforts futile. This pivotal step hinges on the reckless Yuri, whose presence is vital to the success of Best's plan. It can be said that despite Best's outward confidence, he felt a cold sweat as he arranged the details, fearing unforeseen complications. Only upon receiving news from the capture team did Best exhale, his tense muscles finally relaxing, granting him a moment of unparalleled ease. In the arena, after a period of respite, the competition resumed as usual. The tournament officials received directives from Best, choosing to remain unresponsive to the prior events. When the news spreads through Aguilas' major cities, the ensuing public scrutiny will undoubtedly fall on the alliance represented by Syndra, sparing Best the burden of resolution. As for the competitors, aside from a few who opted out in fear and others like Porter, who were severely injured and unable to compete, most managed to adapt to the tournament's arrangements and continued their participation. The tournament organizers expressed their apologies to the unexpectedly injured participants, assuring them that their eligibility would be preserved, allowing them to rejoin once healed. Best, indifferent to the minor expenses, willingly provided healing capsules, ensuring that even the gravest injuries could be mended within a day, causing minimal delay. Consequently, the competitors were swiftly organized, and the match proceeded as scheduled. The audience, however, had thinned, leaving only a handful of brave souls to spectate, resulting in a somber atmosphere that replaced the usual clamor with a sense of foreboding and tension. After several rounds of lackluster competition, it became evident that the recent events had left their mark on the participants. These once fearless warriors, now somewhat apprehensive, tempered their aggression, their strikes lacking the ferocity of yore. Instead, they fought cautiously, as if restrained, testing the waters, which appeared rather comical. This inevitably extended the duration of the matches. Yet the content felt dreadfully tedious, leaving spectators disheartened. Fortunately, Best's intent was not to garner viewership, or else such circumstances would have driven him to madness. Nonetheless, some unruly brutes continued to wreak havoc in the arena, their audacity affording them certain advantages. They left their opponents in disarray, lamenting their defeat. Their remarkable performances became the sole highlight of the day's competition, at least until the main event orchestrated by Best commenced. After a prolonged wait, it was finally Petra's turn to enter the arena. As he stepped onto the continuously damaged yet constantly refurbished battleground, his opponent emerged from the opposite side, moving with a steady, deliberate gait. The man, tall and clad in a black bodysuit, exuded an aura of coldness and restraint. While he appeared merely robust, the bulging muscles hinted at explosive power. Despite having yet to engage in combat, both men were acutely aware of each other's techniques and combat habits, as if gazing into a mirror, intimately familiar with every inch of their being. At least, prior to their encounter, they both perceived each other in this light. "You are remarkably strong," Kieran remarked, admiring the young fighter before him, sighing after a long pause. Unmoved, Petra assumed an offensive stance, gazing intently at Kieran. Resembling a meticulous scholar, his expression perpetually serious, Kieran chuckled wryly, straightening his posture into a bow stance. Truth be told, he had no desire to engage with this child. Other competitors had likened him to an unkillable monster, akin to a cockroach, growing stronger with each blow. Engaging him would devolve into a war of attrition, a battle no one could endure. Moreover, this peculiar child possessed an alarming talent, effortlessly absorbing and replicating techniques, rendering him exceedingly formidable. Kieran had inexplicably lost several of his signature moves to this young fighter, and the same could be said for others. Yet, Kieran was not without his own advantages. He still had one hidden technique left to unveil, a powerful move learned during his travels through the galaxy, one of his trump cards. He was confident that this peculiar child would be unable to withstand it or replicate it, as it transcended the understanding of most warriors in the universe. This was not about talent, but rather an ideological construct that few could shift rapidly. It was akin to informing a person from the 15th century that the earth is round. Even the most brilliant minds of the time would struggle to accept such a notion. Even if they could, it would take considerable time to digest. Kieran could utilize that time to defeat Petra countless times. Come, let me see what you are capable of, Kieran said, a rare smile gracing his lips as he regarded his opponent, who stood so close. Years ago, he too had embodied the same spirit as this young fighter. However, through the trials of time, one must learn to grow and confront challenges. With the referee's whistle piercing the air, the highly anticipated battle between Petra and Kieran commenced at last. Awaken. Scion, Chapter 37. Are you losing? With a sharp whistle, Petra's figure suddenly blurred, akin to an old film reel deteriorating, fading into nothingness. Meanwhile, 10 meters away, a leg shot out towards Kieran's left ear, accompanied by a fierce wind and a roaring sound, akin to a steel whip aimed directly at him. In a moment of dire urgency, Kieran abruptly raised his arm to shield the side of his head, only to hear a resounding thud as his arm collided with the whip-like leg of his opponent, resulting in a dull echo, swiftly followed by separation. Seizing the momentum from the previous strike, Petra surged forward, launching a flurry of kicks even before his feet touched the ground. The arena reverberated with the sound of explosive impacts, sending waves of heated air rippling outward, reminiscent of steam rising from a boiling cauldron. Within Petra's gaze, a flicker of fervor ignited, akin to a fuse igniting the latent power within him, causing his blood to surge like a volcanic eruption, yearning to be unleashed. Kieran watched in astonishment as this seemingly deranged youth's strength magnified with each passing moment, his battle spirit intensifying and enhancing his capabilities as the fight progressed. Kieran gradually found himself struggling to withstand Petra's relentless onslaught. Only now could he fully grasp the predicament faced by those warriors who had previously clashed with Petra. This child was not merely an indomitable monster. He was a being who grew stronger and more valiant with each confrontation, seemingly impervious to fatigue. In combat against him, regardless of one's advantages or even lethal techniques, they paled in comparison unless their strength vastly surpassed his, enabling them to incapacitate him in a single blow. Otherwise, one would inevitably be overwhelmed by his burgeoning momentum. The concept of being defeated before the battle even commenced became apparent, as the initial loss of morale would lead to a crushing defeat. Though Kieran was a warrior in his own right, he understood this principle, recognizing that allowing Petra to continue his assault would ensnare him in a metaphorical quagmire. He resolved to alter his strategy. A determined expression crossed his face as he ceased to endure Petra's attacks, propelling himself skyward with a swift tilt of his head. Petra's expression sharpened, and he pursued closely, astonishingly outpacing Kieran, reaching a height above him in mere moments. With muscles taut like a bowstring, Petra unleashed a kick aimed at Kieran's head, creating a luminous arc in the air, mesmerizing in its beauty. Kieran, however, wore an anticipatory smile, as if foreseeing the impending strike. Just as Petra's foot was about to make contact, Kieran deftly leaned back, narrowly evading the kick that whizzed past his nose with mere centimeters to spare. In that fleeting moment, Petra's previous strength waned just as Kieran seized the opportunity. With a powerful shout, he unleashed a fist, a surge of energy radiating from him. Petra, caught off guard, was struck squarely in the abdomen, the force of the blow akin to a thunderclap, eliciting a gasp and a flush of pain across his face. Kieran's strike, though seemingly restrained, unleashed a torrent of agony within Petra, akin to a bomb detonating within his very being. While many may draw comparisons to the exaggerated powers depicted in tales of martial arts, the reality of Kieran's punch was far more devastating. Unlike a superficial blow that merely sent an opponent flying, this strike infiltrated Petra's body, wreaking havoc upon his organs and bones. Though it was not fatal, it rendered him incapacitated, unable to summon the strength necessary to resist. Yet, having endured countless trials to reach this stage, Petra was no ordinary contender. Kieran's assault did not cease. He swiftly grasped Petra's neck, yanking him downwards. As Petra attempted to resist, Kieran's massive knee came crashing towards his face, instinctively prompting him to raise his arms in defense. However, the prior blow had left Petra reeling, his body twitching in pain, unable to muster any counterforce. Kieran's knee collided with Petra's face, causing the child to see stars, blood splattering like blossoms in bloom. The sheer force propelled Petra away, rendering him helpless as he began to plummet towards the ground. Kieran stood tall in the air, shaking his head at the youth's inexperience in battle. If circumstances held, Petra was on the verge of falling outside the arena, thus losing the match. As Petra descended, the control room's best observed with furrowed brows. Yet, relief washed over him as a brilliant beam of light erupted just as Petra was about to meet the ground. This radiant energy, a desperate attack wave formed from Petra's gathered strength, struck the earth with tremendous force, akin to a rocket's propulsion at launch. This surge of energy lifted Petra back into the air, allowing him to execute a graceful roll, landing securely back on the arena floor. A massive screen within the arena replayed the dramatic moment of Petra's narrow escape, ensuring that every spectator could witness the thrilling spectacle. The dazzling sequence of movements left the remaining spectators in the audience utterly bewildered, their mouths agape in astonishment. It took them a considerable moment to react, ultimately erupting into a fervent cheer. Even many competitors who had been keenly observing the match between Petra and Kieran could not help but exclaim in amazement, as though witnessing something truly extraordinary. The referee had been prepared to blow the whistle, declaring Kieran the victor, yet to his surprise, Petra managed to turn the tide and return to the arena. In that instant, he swallowed the breath he was about to release, choking on his own disappointment, which triggered a fit of intense coughing. Kieran, too, stood with his mouth agape, incredulous as he watched Petra re-enter the fray, observing the child's fervent and passionate gaze. He could not help but change color and mutter, "What a tenacious kid. He has returned. It seems I cannot underestimate him after all." Petra, clutching his abdomen, took a deep breath towards the sky. Despite the agonizing pain still coursing through his insides, the strength that Kieran had previously shattered began to coalesce anew within him. It was as if nothing had transpired. He stood up once more, gazing up at the imposing Kieran above. His eyes seemed to ignite with a burning flame of excitement and eagerness. This stubborn child, still not fully recovered, insisted on pushing through. "This time, I shall not grant you another opportunity," Kieran said to himself, casting a deep glance at Petra before suddenly accelerating towards him like a falcon diving for its prey. Kieran's speed was astonishing, akin to a flash of lightning. A clear image of him lingered where he had once stood. Yet the searing heat generated by his rapid descent was already upon Petra. Petra felt a constriction in his chest as a blurred silhouette rushed toward him. Resembling a heavy weapon slicing through the air with an unstoppable force, akin to a cataclysmic avalanche headed straight for his chest. At the critical moment, Petra's pupils constricted sharply, and he instinctively crossed his arms in front of his chest, bracing himself for the impact. From the techniques he had learned from Kieran, it was clear that Kieran excelled in leg techniques, and the force emanating from his legs was several times stronger than that of his fists. Furthermore, this kick, augmented by the momentum of his high-speed dive, was even more powerful than usual. Petra, still not fully recovered, could only muster half of his strength in a hasty effort, which was insufficient to withstand the onslaught. In an instant, he was struck as if by a speeding freight truck, sent flying by the overwhelming force. Yet Petra's feet remained firmly planted on the ground, causing him to appear as though he was sliding backward abruptly, leaving long marks on the solid surface of the arena while kicking up clouds of dust and debris. The air was thick with a scent reminiscent of something burnt. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Kieran's mouth as he executed a graceful landing after sending Petra sprawling. He swiftly transitioned into a bow stance, raising one arm high and shouting, a blinding brilliance erupting from his palm, radiating like the sun. "Great flash cannon!" he roared, flipping his palm and aiming directly at Petra's face. Almost the moment Petra regained his footing, a colossal golden beam, akin to a divine sword cleaving through the heavens, tore across the arena with a terrifying ferocity. In the midst of that blinding light, everyone's vision blurred into chaos. In the instant the shockwave erupted, they were rendered nearly blind, unable to discern anything beyond the piercing beam. Kieran's great flash cannon left an indelible mark on every spectator present. As a few seconds passed, and their vision gradually returned, the audience was left in shock to see that the basketball court-sized arena had been cleaved in two by Kieran's attack, a deep and wide trench stretching across its entirety. However, what astonished them even more was that at the trench's end, where Kieran's great flash cannon should have consumed Petra, he stood resolutely at the edge of the arena. The ground beneath him had collapsed under the immense pressure, yet Petra remained defiantly upright, facing Kieran without yielding an inch. Many were left bewildered, clearly unaware of what had transpired in that fleeting moment. Only a handful, including the technologically advanced best, understood the truth. In reality, Kieran's great flash cannon had not struck Petra. The young boy had countered with a shockwave of his own, while Petra's shockwave lacked the grandeur and might of Kieran's. It had an enduring energy that managed to withstand the attack, allowing him to escape peril once more. Kieran and Petra faced each other from a distance, their expressions darkening. After unleashing the great flash cannon, Kieran found himself slightly winded, while the persistent boy before him appeared unperturbed, exuding vitality and vigor. This was an unmistakable sign that Petra had not expended much energy, aside from the initial surprise of Kieran's assault. How infuriating! What manner of monster is this child? No matter how I strike him, he remains unfazed. Is he truly invincible? Kieran pondered, realizing that he had no choice but to resort to his ultimate technique. Meanwhile, Petra had begun to stride toward him, halting at a distance of 5 or 6 meters, gazing up at Kieran with a hint of regret and stating, "You are impressive. You managed to inflict considerable damage upon me. You are a worthy opponent. However, you are no match for me now." Kieran regarded the young boy with a serious demeanor, feeling a strange mix of amusement and exasperation. His lips twitched slightly before he eventually replied, "That was merely a warm-up. Now, I shall unleash my full strength." "Oh." Petra's eyes lit up, and his excitement surged as the warrior spirit within him ignited once more. Fixating intently on Kieran, he playfully declared, "I await your full might. Do not disappoint me." Petra's seemingly naive words reflected the scion's inherent arrogance and pride. This was not merely his trait. Indeed, throughout the Dragon Ball saga, the scions exhibited a similar, almost hubristic confidence. Even the protagonist, Son Goku, was not exempt from this characteristic. A particularly ironic moment occurred when Vegeta emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, effortlessly defeating the second form of Cell. He possessed the capability to eliminate Cell entirely. Yet he foolishly permitted Cell to absorb Android 18, merely to compare his power to that of the complete form. Trunks even went so far as to attack his father in an attempt to thwart this reckless decision. However, among the Scions, the most formidable, obsessed, and frenzied is undoubtedly Broly from the cinematic adaptations. This legendary Super Saiyan, despite his mental shortcomings and extreme ferocity, becomes utterly unrecognizable in his madness, even causing the demise of his own father, Paragus. His overwhelming confidence and pride lead to his downfall as he meets his end not once, but twice. Though technically there are 3 appearances, the third being a biochemical clone of Broly, which is merely a shadow of the original and thus not counted. His excessive self-assurance repeatedly deprives him of opportunities to eliminate Goku and his son, as well as Vegeta, ultimately resulting in his defeat at the hands of Goku's son, who was far weaker than he. The Saiyans' confidence, flamboyance, and pride are exemplified in Broly's character. Now, Kirin perceives this very confidence and flamboyance in the gaze of Petra. Yet, unlike Broly's arrogant disregard for others, Petra's desire lies in battling formidable opponents, seeking to hone himself through continuous encounters, striving to grow stronger. This ambition closely parallels that of Goku, the protagonist of the Dragon Ball saga. Observing the child's fervent and determined expression, Kirin takes a deep breath. Placing his fist at his waist, lowering his center of gravity, and adopting a horse stance, he gazes intently at Petra and suddenly declares, "If you strike now, there is still a chance for victory. Once I unleash my full power, your opportunities will vanish." Petra, adopting a combat stance with a serious expression, responds, "Unleash your full strength. I am ready." "Well done, young one. You are an exceptional warrior." Kirin closes his eyes, veins bulging like serpents along his forehead, letting out a growl reminiscent of a beast. Suddenly, without warning, the fabric of his upper attire bursts apart, and an astonishing wave of energy erupts from his entire being, cascading outward in a cataclysmic surge, akin to the very collapse of mountains. At this moment, anyone equipped with devices to detect the combat power of others was horrified to find their detectors flashing wildly. The numbers indicating energy intensity fluctuated dramatically, escalating in an unbelievable manner, spiraling out of control. Most detectors could not withstand such an overwhelming burden of computation, resulting in a series of faint explosions that burned out their circuits and chips, rendering them mere heaps of useless scrap metal. Of course, a select few possessed advanced detectors that barely managed to endure the rapid calculations. However, their owners lacked the fortitude to cope with this overwhelming surge. They stared in horror at the frantically increasing numbers on their devices, repeatedly challenging their psychological limits, and could not help but scream in desperation. Combat power 140,000. This is impossible. The machine must be broken. It has to be malfunctioning. Damn it, what is going on? This can't be real. That individual has surpassed 160,000. The combat power continues to rise. Has this person been concealing their strength all along? With a resounding bang, some individuals took matters into their own hands, crushing their detectors in a fit of panic, shouting, "The machine is broken, or it's being interfered with." I refuse to believe these numbers. When established mindsets are shattered in a ruthless manner, it inevitably impacts the emotional state of those affected, delivering a profound psychological blow. Many among them might have descended from generations of warriors, proud of a lifetime spent in combat. Yet, suddenly being told that their previous methods of fighting were erroneous, that there exists a simpler way to enhance combat power and to defeat them, what would one think? Initially, disbelief would prevail. But as others presented irrefutable evidence, dismantling the deeply ingrained thoughts they had nurtured over the years, stripping away their most cherished pride, they would feel utterly exposed. This sensation is far more intense than any physical blow, a burden few could bear. In contrast, the observers who grasped the underlying principles found themselves perplexed, gazing at the frenzied participants with a mixture of confusion and curiosity, wondering, what on earth is happening? Is such excitement truly necessary? In the control room, Best's expression mirrored the astonishment of others, as if he had been struck with a stunning revelation, leaving him utterly bewildered. Yet, soon after, a wave of excitement surged through him, an exhilarating thrill. He was certain that this was the very knowledge he had long sought to acquire, the essence he yearned to study. As for the nature of this energy, the narrative of Dragon Ball offers no definitive explanation. However, Gohan had once mentioned to his future wife, Mr. Satan's daughter, Videl, that this energy was likely what ordinary people refer to as power. Yet, the intricacies of this concept remained elusive, even to Gohan, a well-educated hybrid scion who embodied the dual roles of scholar and warrior. Best, resembling a researcher more than a fighter, seemed to have channeled his scion combat prowess into the realm of study, establishing himself as an unparalleled genius in this field. However, to expect him to delve into the essence of this energy without any prior information was akin to a blind man attempting to comprehend an elephant, utterly baffling. Yet now, Jiren had presented him with an opportunity to dissect this phenomenon thoroughly, a chance to significantly enhance his faction's power. How could he possibly let this slip away? Almost instantaneously, Best urged those around him, quickly, connect to the supercomputer. I must uncover the truth behind this damned energy. Under the immense temptation presented by Jiren, Best struggled to maintain his composure, his face betraying a fervor and impulsive eagerness. This transformation left those accustomed to his calm, collected demeanor taken aback, their expressions morphing into something peculiar. Nevertheless, spurred by best urgency, they diligently resumed their tasks, their fingers flying across the keyboard, preparing to analyze everything they had just recorded through the supercomputer's formidable computational abilities. In the arena, Petra's expression mirrored that of Best, brimming with excitement and impulsiveness. However, his fervor stemmed from a thirst for combat with a formidable opponent. Once again, Jiren ignited that desire within him. This realization sent a wave of exhilaration coursing through him. Although he was unaware of the nature of this energy and lacked a combat power detector, the blood coursing through his veins instinctively recognized the strength and terror of his adversary. His muscles involuntarily swelled, as if something within him was brewing, growing more potent with each heartbeat, threatening to burst forth at any moment. Suddenly, a surge of golden energy erupted from Petra's, enveloping him entirely. The ground beneath him seemed unable to bear the overwhelming pressure emanating from him, fracturing violently and spreading numerous wide cracks in all directions. "Come on, I am ready," Petra's called out to Jiren, his expression transformed from calm to a terrifying, tremulous fervor. In such a moment, to have broken through once more is truly remarkable. However, the disparity in strength cannot possibly be compensated for by mere fleeting courage. Tien silently contemplated as his soaring combat power finally halted at 190,000. Presently, regardless of speed or strength, Petra lagged far behind him. It was evident that Petra's quest to defeat Tien was an insurmountable challenge. The atmosphere in the arena was palpably oppressive, creating an uncomfortable tension. All eyes were fixed on Tien, filled with fervor, curiosity, envy, and an unmistakable undercurrent of jealousy. Taking a deep breath, Tien abruptly opened his eyes, unleashing a formidable, surging aura that erupted like a storm, akin to a mountain torrent. Amidst this chaos, large shards of rock were propelled forward, crashing towards Petra like a tidal wave. The chaotic storm obscured Petra's vision, rendering his surroundings a blur, while he instinctively recoiled from the onslaught of the fierce wind. Seizing this opportunity, Tien launched his attack. In an instant, he covered a distance of over 10 meters, appearing before Petra as if a high-speed train had just raced past, leaving a lingering illusion in its wake. He then raised his arm, clenched his fist, and struck with a fluidity that seemed preordained, tearing through the chaos with an unstoppable momentum aimed directly at Petra. Petra instinctively sensed an immense force barreling toward him. Despite the simplicity of the punch, its power clearly exceeded that of the previous kick, overwhelming him. Reluctantly, Petra stepped back and squatted low, narrowly evading the blow that grazed his scalp. Before he could recover, Tien's massive knee collided heavily with his body, but alas, this too was in vain. With remarkable speed, Petra reacted swiftly, pressing both hands against Tien's attacking knee, using Tien's own momentum to propel himself upward, resembling a missile launched from a platform, reaching the heights in the blink of an eye. This young rascal possesses such a rapid response even in this dire situation. Tien furrowed his brow slightly, preparing to pursue Petra, when suddenly the sky erupted in blinding light. A colossal beam of light materialized, akin to a divine sword cleaving the heavens, illuminating half the sky with its brilliance and descending with a ferocious impact. What? The great flash cannon. Tien gazed incredulously at the golden beam crashing down from above, a tremor of unease rippling through him. This was one of his proudest techniques, a move he understood to harbor immense power. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The great flash cannon, among energy waves, was known for its swift strike and tremendous force, unrivaled in destructive capacity. However, it bore a flaw. It could not be sustained for long, lasting at most 6 to 7 seconds before its user felt fatigued, making it challenging to maintain. Thus, the technique demanded a high degree of control over energy, force output, and execution precision. Even Tien had only devised it after mastering energy manipulation, having practiced it countless times before achieving perfection. Yet, he never anticipated that this boy named Petra, without understanding how to harness energy to regulate his own capabilities, could nearly replicate a technique he had labored to perfect through sheer talent. This incited within Tien a profound sense of defeat. The true combat genius stood before him, while his own abilities felt trivial in comparison. Nevertheless, Tien's musings ceased there, for in the current circumstances, no matter how exceptional Petra's talent or how keen his insight, he could not swiftly bridge the gap between them. In the realm of absolute strength, all efforts would be futile unless Petra could masterfully wield his own energy to augment his physical prowess. Otherwise, his attempts to turn the tide were nothing but a whimsical dream. Let me bring this to an end. Tien extended his hands, firmly grasping the tip of the golden beam, allowing the overwhelming force of the great flash cannon to push him toward the edge of the arena. Then, with a mighty roar, he thrust his arms upward, causing Petra's unleashed golden beam to dissipate like a fleeting meteor. Petra clasped his hands together, clearly intent on launching another attack, but Tien would not grant him such an opportunity. In an instant, he appeared before Petra, elbowing the young beast in the cheek. This time, he struck true. Tien's elbow collided forcefully with Petra's face, causing a rush of warmth to erupt from his nostrils, the taste of blood flooding his mouth. However, before Tien could revel in his success, Petra deftly entangled himself around Tien's elbow, his legs wrapping around Tien's waist, delivering a fierce punch to his face. This blow was significant, landing squarely on Tien's chin, leaving the cold warrior momentarily dazed. When he regained his senses, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. For Petra seized this chance to unleash a flurry of punches, raining down upon him with wild abandon. "Get off me!" Kieran roared in fury, attempting to dislodge Petra. But the young rascal had transformed into a slippery opponent, no longer stubbornly resisting, but rather darting about like an agile monkey. He maneuvered swiftly, delivering rapid strikes, leaving Kieran with no means to counter. In the control room, Best observed Petra being thoroughly overwhelmed, his injuries mounting with each passing moment, and his counterattacks growing increasingly feeble. He felt a surge of impatience, urgently inquiring, "Have you deciphered the data yet?" Beside a massive machine, several operators were sweating profusely as they manipulated the intricate controls, responding, "Almost there, but it will take a few more minutes to fully decode." "What? Several more minutes?" Best furrowed his brow, pressing his palms heavily against the control panel, leaving 2 imprints on the steel surface. He stared intently at Petra, who was locked in a fierce struggle with Kieran, his frown deepening. "My objective has been achieved. Even if Petra loses this match, he will still grow stronger. However, with his personality, would he accept defeat? Impossible, he will not concede. The scion nature is such, and I cannot alter that. But to wait several more minutes? In that time, Kieran could easily eliminate Petra multiple times over. How infuriating. The only course of action left, it seems, is to intervene." Best suddenly lifted his gaze, his formidable telekinetic force pouring forth like mercury. He fixed his gaze intently on the large screen in the control room, observing the stubborn expression on Petra's face, and sighed, "Petra's, listen, you can take off that garment." In the arena, Jilin, a formidable warrior with a power level of 190,000, clearly surpassed the former Yuri in strength. Now, having seized the initiative in the battle, he would not be easily thwarted by Petra's seemingly reckless tactics. After a brief moment of confusion, Jilin swiftly devised a countermeasure. His chest expanded and contracted as if he were a balloon being inflated and deflated, every pore on his body seeming to split open. "Get down!" Jilin bellowed, unleashing a tempestuous aura that enveloped him like a roaring flame. In an instant, the tranquil sky was shattered by an explosion akin to a mighty bomb detonating amidst the clouds. Petra's was engulfed in darkness, as if struck by a colossal hammer to the chest, propelled backward by the immense force. The impact was so intense that blood flowed from his orifices like serpents, his body marred with wounds, leaving little unscathed. In truth, the technique Jilin employed was quite simple, commonly utilized by many in the Dragon Ball universe, particularly in battles against foes. It represented a surge of energy, akin to a fiery aura, symbolizing the warrior's indomitable spirit and potent energy. This phenomenon was not rare. It was rather prevalent in combat. Even Petra's earlier golden aura could be classified similarly. However, he lacked the understanding of energy control and failed to utilize it effectively. The energy he unleashed was merely a primitive overflow, a manifestation of the need to alleviate internal pressure. Beyond its visual appeal, it held little other significance. Nonetheless, Jilin's ability to create a powerful explosion from this external energy not only repelled the entangled Petra's but also inflicted considerable damage upon him. This demonstrated Jilin's exceptional mastery over energy control, suggesting he had reached a level of finesse where he could manipulate it effortlessly. Such a character should never be underestimated. Petra's, having been blasted several meters away, was gravely wounded, his strength visibly waning. Yet his spirit remained undaunted, his eyes glinting with ferocity as he stared intently at Jilin. Jilin felt a chill, realizing that the true advantage lay not with him, but with the seemingly diminutive adversary before him. Suddenly, Petra's raised an eyebrow and seized the collar of Jilin's peculiar vest, instilling in Jilin an ominous premonition. Almost instinctively, he dodged to the side, delivering a knee strike to Petra's abdomen, halting the boy's subsequent action and bending him over like a shrimp. With a swift motion, Jilin grasped Petra's unruly black hair and unleashed a flurry of punches, each blow reminiscent of a blacksmith hammering molten iron, steady, profound, and powerful, yet capable of inflicting grievous internal damage. "I do not wish to kill you, boy. Surrender?" Jilin exclaimed, holding Petra's head firmly as he observed the boy's relentless struggle, his determination unwavering. A flicker of compassion surged within him, prompting his words. Petra's, upon hearing this, initially froze before convulsing with rage. He lifted his head, not with gratitude, resignation, or the earlier silence and obstinacy, but with a countenance brimming with malice and defiance. Jilin could scarcely comprehend the expression on Petra's face. It was a visage he had never encountered before and hoped never to see again. It evoked a visceral fear of death, stark and unavoidable. "How dare you look down upon me?" Petra's roared, his eyes igniting with a crimson glow. In an instant, while Jilin was caught off guard and attacking, Petra's effortlessly seized Jilin's fist, rendering Jilin's strike impotent. "What?" Jilin exclaimed in disbelief, startled by the sudden eruption of Petra's ferocious power. Before he could fully process the shock, he felt excruciating pain as his fist was crushed by Petra's overwhelming strength, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. Simultaneously, Petra's metallic vest erupted with arcs of electricity, unable to withstand the pressure, exploding violently. Jilin trembled, beads of sweat instantly forming on his brow, his throat emitting ragged breaths as he stared incredulously at Petra's. In that fleeting moment, he discerned that Petra's energy had surged exponentially. surpassing his own and reaching a level that could easily obliterate him. In the arena, the previously spared power detectors shattered, catching their owners off guard, prompting collective gasps of astonishment, yet none understood the cause of the tumult. Nevertheless, they could feel the terrifying pressure emanating from Petra's. Akin to the depths of a colossal mountain, under this suffocating weight, they lacked the courage even to glance upward. These once arrogant, self-assured elite warriors trembled uncontrollably, drenched in sweat, teetering on the brink of collapse beneath the oppressive aura radiating from Petra's. The wrath of the Scions had finally erupted. Frustration welled within Jilin. He knew there was an alternative path, yet now much of his power had been unleashed, driven mad by instinct, devoid of rationality. He hoped Petra's could endure and not descend into a monstrous state like Broly, lost in a vortex of destruction and power. Otherwise, Jilin felt a dread creeping in as he observed the tides of battle turning in Petra's favor, devoid of any joy in his heart. Due to his long-standing concerns, the inevitable has finally transpired. The Scion's fury is a formidable force, a notion that resonates deeply with many. In the Dragon Ball saga, during the Frieza arc, Goku's wrath was ignited by the brutal murder of his dear friend and fellow disciple, Krillin, by Frieza. This unleashed within him an unprecedented power, propelling him beyond the limits of an ordinary Scion and marking his transformation into the first Super Saiyan from the ranks of the regular Scions. Similarly, in the subsequent Cell arc, Gohan's overwhelming potential was unleashed following the poignant words and demise of Android 16, allowing him to surpass all Z fighters in the Cell games and attain the second level of Super Saiyan transformation, nearly overwhelming the seemingly invincible Cell. It is important to note that the fury of a Scion is not solely the privilege of a Super Saiyan. Even those who have not reached that level can be terrifying when provoked. This is exemplified in the Dragon Ball TV special, where Bardock, after witnessing the deaths of 4 comrades and suffering grievous injuries from Dodoria's ambush, defiantly returned to planet Vegeta, determined to rally his fellow Scions against their foes. Yet, none believed him. In a fit of despair and rage, Bardock single-handedly confronted Frieza, the tyrant of the universe, ultimately meeting failure and perishing alongside planet Vegeta. Nevertheless, his courage and resolve are unmatched among Scion warriors, earning him the title of a true fighter. If the rage of an ordinary Scion is this formidable, what then of the legendary Super Saiyan? While Petra may not possess the qualifications to be considered a legendary Super Saiyan, nor even a standard Super Saiyan, underestimating him would be a grave error. To draw an imperfect analogy, if Goku and the other Super Saions are likened to stable chemical compounds in a laboratory, then Petra and Broly represent volatile substances left exposed to the elements, capable of explosive reactions. From birth, Petra has never confronted the power within him. Instead, he has been burdened by it, leading to a profound silence and self-doubt. Even when Best rallied a majority of the elite fighters from Aguilas for a so-called strength competition, no opponent could fully compel Petra to reveal his true strength. This has left him uncertain of his own capabilities, fighting merely for solace and to prove to his brother that he is not worthless. This aspect remains unknown even to Best. However, when Petra was defeated by Kirin, a fighter whose strength appeared far superior, and all attempts to reverse his fate proved futile, the resilient Petra was unexpectedly met with Kirin's pity, who urged him to surrender and cease his futile struggle. In that moment, unable to accept the reality of his defeat, Petra erupted in rage, akin to a lit powder keg, awakening his inherent ferocity and unleashing his full power. Abandoning reason and humanity, he became a vessel for pure brutality. Driven by a desire for destruction, this is the essence of a true Scion warrior, embodying the consciousness capable of fully embracing and wielding the entirety of his powers. Now, Kirin faces a Petra transformed by anger into a relentless, bloodthirsty, and uncontrollable force. At this moment, he comprehends the true might of the being labeled as a monster before him. Overcome by fear, Kirin instinctively lashes out with a kick, attempting to distance himself from the approaching Petra, as the terrifying aura emanating from him has shattered Kirin's psychological defenses, leaving him devoid of confidence to continue the fight. In the midst of a fierce wind, a powerful leg slices through the air like a scythe, tearing apart the atmosphere, as if a great calamity were upon them, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. This was a sonic boom, the result of Kirin's kick surpassing the speed of sound, compressing the air and unleashing a thunderous explosion. Yet, even in the face of such a terrifying onslaught, Petra did not flinch. He simply raised his head and launched a seemingly unremarkable punch. However, this simple strike countered Kirin's attack with devastating force. The resulting shockwave rippled outward, creating a tempest of white energy that engulfed the surroundings. With a resounding crack, Petra's unadorned punch shattered Kirin's leg bone, simultaneously channeling immense force back into Kirin's injured limb, unleashing excruciating pain that nearly caused the stalwart warrior to lose consciousness. This was the very dark energy Kirin had employed against Petra, now returned with greater ferocity. At that moment, Kirin realized the magnitude of Petra's true strength. Gasping in disbelief, sweat beading on his forehead, he looked at the formidable child before him, suddenly grasping the situation with a bitter smile. So that's it. I should have seen it sooner. The individual behind the Western Desert Base has truly orchestrated this with great cunning, provoking all the forces of Aguilas to focus their attention on you, thus awakening your latent power. It is laughable that they are embroiled in their own conflicts. completely unaware of their manipulation, unable to gather any intelligence on you, while their warriors are systematically eliminated or led to destroy each other, intensifying existing rivalries. As your power gradually emerges, even if they sense something amiss, they will find themselves powerless to act against you. Your original plan must have been to wait until this so-called strength competition concluded, at which point your power would fully manifest, allowing you to contend with Agula's top 3 warriors and claim a substantial share of this great prize. And we, the neutral warriors drawn in by the allure of rewards, are merely pawns to be eliminated or seduced. The words spoken were indeed profound. However, Tien inadvertently overlooked a crucial point. Considering Petra's astonishing potential and the accumulated strength within the base, does Best truly need to share anything with those decayed powers? Best has never contemplated retaining those avaricious individuals. In his eyes, all who hinder his ambitions must perish. Moreover, Tien misjudged his audience. Speaking such words to a scion on the brink of losing his sanity is akin to playing a lute for a cow. Thus, upon Tien's conclusion, Petra had already approached him, seizing him by the throat and coldly uttering, "You have lost. Awaken, scion." The simplicity of those 3 words rendered Tien, who had resigned himself to fate, momentarily speechless. As he awaited the inevitable lethal strike, he opened his eyes to behold Petra, a figure reminiscent of legendary deities, standing before him. His lips twitched slightly, yet no words emerged. In this atmosphere, he found himself at a loss for expression. All he could do was widen his eyes, staring blankly at this formidable madman before him. A torrent of thoughts and confusions surged within him, ultimately crystallizing into a persistent question that had long troubled him. What manner of person is this child? At this moment, a rosy hue had emerged in the distant sky, signaling the descent of the sun and the transition from day to night. If one were to listen closely, the howling roar of the fierce wind sweeping through the desert could be heard, sharp and relentless, as if echoing the spirit of a young child before me. Though seemingly frail and delicate, this child possessed an indomitable fighting spirit and an almost obsessive resolve. As long as the flame of his life flickered on and his adversaries remained unvanquished, he would continue to fight tirelessly, unafraid of pain, until one of them fell. It was a brutal truth, yet it epitomized the iron will and destiny of a formidable warrior. After each skirmish, there awaited waves of enemies. A relentless cycle of combat leading toward an inevitable conclusion, fighting until death. Perhaps, this encapsulated the tragic existence of a great warrior. Beneath the waning light of the sunset, Tien could clearly discern the crimson scars and bloodstains adorning his opponent's face and body, marred by clouds of dust. Yet, it was the eyes, eternally shimmering with confidence and defiance, that drew the most attention, eyes that seemed oblivious to the concept of surrender. In that moment, the madness and brutality that had surged within the child's gaze were gradually dissipating, returning him to a state of calm that preceded his fury. He appeared resolute, yet somewhat bewildered, as if he himself was unaware of the turmoil that had just transpired within him. It became clear that the crystalline pendant, a sacred artifact revered by the Blada people, possessed extraordinary properties capable of dispelling negative emotions. Alas, it was a mysterious magical creation, far beyond the reach of contemporary scientific understanding. If only it were not so, the enigma surrounding the scion's innate ferocity and propensity for irrationality could have been easily unraveled. In the control room, Best, who had initially prepared to employ special measures, sank back into his chair, exhaling a sigh of relief, perhaps due to his newfound ease. Best suddenly felt an odd tingling sensation on his scalp and instinctively brushed his hand across his smooth head, only to discover it was damp with perspiration. A realization that left him momentarily stunned. Unbeknownst to him, he had been sweating profusely, lost in his thoughts, as Petra's negative emotions were alleviated by the Blada crystal pendant. The extreme persona controlling his powers swiftly dissipated, vanishing almost as quickly as it had appeared. Tien sensed the transformation within Petra. Although the intensity of his aura had not diminished, there was an unusual quality to it. Even the grip of his hand around Tien's neck fluctuated erratically, alternating between heavy and light, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. It seemed as though he was tormenting himself, savoring the sensation of asphyxiation and pain before his demise. Yet Tien understood that such self-imposed suffering was unnecessary. He keenly perceived that the boy struggled to harness his power, having lost control. In that moment, clarity dawned upon Tien. If he were to counterattack now, the likelihood of turning the tide would exceed 70%. However, despite sustaining a grievous injury in his leg from Petra, which had somewhat impaired his combat capabilities, he was not devoid of the ability to retaliate. The energy within his body, which contained a combat power of 190,000, could erupt with reckless abandon, enough to obliterate the entirety of Agilis, reducing it to cosmic dust. Thus, Tien recognized that he held a significant advantage. Slaying Petra would not pose a formidable challenge. Yet, he was confronted with an opponent whose extraordinary nature defied conventional reasoning. One who had already wrought too many miracles. No one could ascertain whether further surprises awaited. Having been humbled by Petra, Tien found himself devoid of the energy to confront such a genuine enigma. He swallowed hard and ultimately refrained from striking back, instead managing a wry smile as he admitted, "I concede." Upon utterance of those words, Tien distinctly observed a subtle smile break upon the usually stoic visage of the child. though the curve of his lips was faint. It was indeed a smile. Beneath the purity of that child's grin, the bitterness on Kieran's face softened considerably, and he felt the grip around his neck loosen. He instinctively shifted his neck and, without a word, descended toward the ground. Regardless of the circumstances, he had undeniably lost, and to a child no less. Had anyone suggested this to him beforehand, he would have found it utterly implausible. It was a revelation, a lesson learned. There are always those stronger than oneself. And one must never underestimate anyone, be they an elder or a child. At this moment, the supercomputer's analysis regarding Kieran's ability to enhance his combat power through the manipulation of internal energy was nearing its conclusion, when a large optical image appeared before Best. Even his typically composed mind was momentarily shaken, prompting him to exclaim, "What? This? This is based on the same principle as Moger's method of compressing his internal energy in an attempt to self-detonate, isn't it?" A staff member raised his head, drenched in sweat as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle, and spoke in a weak tone. "Yes, my lord. They employ the same principle. However, this contestant named Kieran has reached an astonishing level of control over his internal energy, able to compress and unleash it at will. Yet, his body lacks the requisite strength, so he can only maintain his energy at around 190,000 units. Exceeding this threshold would lead to his body collapsing and exploding. In fact, according to the supercomputer's analysis, if he were to further compress his energy to its limits, his combat power could reach an astounding 300,000 units in a single burst, sufficient to obliterate the entirety of Igila's in an instant. At this point, an uncontainable fear spread across the staff member's face, as if he could already envision the scene of Igila's annihilation. However, in such a scenario, he would not survive either. Best added softly, bowing his head and murmuring to himself, "It appears that Kieran's mastery of this technique surpasses my expectations by a considerable margin." The King Kai Fist, learned from King Kai by Sun Wukong, seems to operate on a similar principle. Chapter 44, The Ruler of Igila's, Fengdu. A magnificent metropolis, the result of generations of dedication, comprised of towering steel structures arranged with grandeur. It stands rugged and bold, resembling a colossal giant, defiantly rising amidst the vast expanse of sand and dust south of Igila's. Having conquered this desolate land, miraculously it has flourished to the point of awe-inspiring scale. This is not merely a visual spectacle, it elevates the spirit, creating a subtle resonance with the steel giant, leaving an indelible mark in the memories of every newcomer. Moreover, this colossal steel city serves as the economic and commercial center of Igila's, housing over 40% of its population. Countless merchants, adventurers, and warriors flock from across the cosmos, choosing this locale as their first landing point to procure supplies, exchange goods, and indulge in lavish spending, rewarding themselves generously. This influx has significantly influenced the economic development of Igila's. According to incomplete statistics, the population flow during peak hours in this super city can exceed 1 billion daily, sometimes surpassing the total population movement of other regions in Igila's. Of course, such prosperity comes at a price. It was the remarkable Lord Jabbar who, with astonishing speed, rose to power, employing iron-fisted methods to consolidate the rampant factions within Igila's, compelling them to sign a resolution to cease internal strife and unite against external threats. The newly formed alliance then asserted a dominant presence in Fengdu, weaving together the disparate factions in Igila's into a tapestry of shared honor and disgrace, fortifying the planet's defense system to an almost impregnable state. Even the envious Cooled, who longed for this planet, could only harbor resentment, refraining from rash actions for fear of disrupting the intricate web of relations and incurring the ire of the cosmic merchants with whom he had long-standing trade ties, risking immeasurable losses. Thus, under Jabbar's leadership as the supreme head of the alliance for 30 years, Igila's and this steel city entered a glorious era. He guided the people of Igila's towards prosperity, bringing peace and abundance, even though beneath this veneer of tranquility lay unresolved tensions and undercurrents. Nevertheless, during this period, the common folk indeed enjoyed a good life, living in stability, no longer fearing the endless conflicts of the factions that once displaced them. They were free from the dread of shockwaves raining down from above, threatening to send their families into oblivion. Consequently, they revered Jabbar, the wise ruler, hoping for his continued reign. In the hearts of the people of Igila's, Jabbar held an irreplaceable position. In some areas, the fervor born from simple personal adoration even deified him, turning this sagacious man into a deity worthy of worship. This was Jabbar's true wisdom, beyond mere martial prowess. As the vast throngs of suffering people, liberated from their shackles and no longer oppressed or exploited by the factions, began to flourish, they gradually became steadfast supporters of his regime, bolstered by Igila's unique geographical position. Over the course of 30 years, Jabbar's initial aspirations indeed materialized. His subjects supported him, the populace adored him, and other factions feared him. No one could shake his status as the sovereign of the alliance. Even the most formidable and malevolent forces in the northern galaxy had to exercise restraint in his presence. This satisfied him, leading him to indulge in comfort, gradually fostering arrogance and pride. 30 years is a span sufficient to transform a person significantly, Even one endowed with a long life cannot withstand the corrosive effects of time. Jabbar remained the same Jabbar as before, yet his heart had long ceased to be the ambitious one it once was. Now, Jabbar had grown old. In the heart of the Steel City, a conical edifice rises majestically, encircled by towering skyscrapers that reach heights of 100 meters. Perched atop a massive peak that seems to have emerged from the very earth itself, this structure, soaring into the clouds, serves as a celestial ladder bridging the chasm between heaven and earth. From a distance, it presents a grand and awe-inspiring spectacle. This building is not merely an architectural marvel. It is the residence where the paramount ruler of the Alliance conducts affairs and seeks repose, symbolizing the most significant power within the realm of Aegis. It stands as a monument akin to the Eiffel Tower in Paris or the Sphinx in Egypt. Yet, in a broader sense, this edifice represents Jabral, the sovereign who has reigned over this land for more than 3 decades. To the ordinary inhabitants of Fengdu, this structure embodies a sense of mystery and sanctity, akin to a sacred mountain governed by divine forces, impervious to intrusion. However, on this day, the hallowed ground they venerate is shrouded in ominous clouds, the atmosphere thick with tension, creating an almost suffocating sensation. Within the grand hall, adorned in pristine white and complemented by a lavish crimson carpet, the figure of Jabral sits regally upon an expansive throne, his piercing gaze surveying the several individuals prostrated at the foot of the steps. He speaks slowly, his voice resonating with authority. What has transpired to provoke such alarm among you? Under Jabral's scrutinizing gaze, the assembled crowd feels a chilling gust sweep through the room, akin to the sharp edge of a cold blade brushing against their skin, awakening their senses and inducing involuntary shudders as goosebumps prick their flesh. A warrior with silver hair and blue skin, possessing a certain handsomeness by earthly standards, raises his head, placing his left hand upon his chest in a gesture of respect. He addresses Jabral with a tone imbued with reverence. My lord, Dr. Lake has informed us that the super detector within the palace has registered multiple powerful energy readings in the western direction. The most significant of these readings appears to have reached a staggering 57 watts. His revelation causes an audible gasp among those present, even prompting a change in Jabral's demeanor. However, before he can respond, a diminutive figure, who has been exhibiting the demeanor of a devout acolyte beside Jabral's throne, leaps forth. With a shrill voice, he exclaims, "Nonsense! That is utterly impossible. Clearly, your machinery has malfunctioned. Otherwise, such absurdity would not transpire. Do you presume that the elite dispatched by my lord and the energy detection devices strategically placed throughout Aegis are inept? You claim ignorance of such a formidable presence infiltrating Aegis? Your failure to rectify the super detector promptly and to present such ludicrous machine failures to disturb my lord's repose is nothing short of an outrageous act, fraught with ulterior motives." As the imposing hat was placed upon him, it evoked a profound change in the demeanor of all present. The scientists, who had previously been prostrating themselves in submission, could not help but engage in fervent debate. Even the soldier who had been silent until now glared angrily at the Cambartian beside the throne, the very one who had ensnared their leader's mind, one of Dr. Fite's compatriots. A deep-seated revulsion stirred within him, prompting him to exclaim, "My lord, we have followed you faithfully for over 30 years, loyal without falter. Yet, this Cambartian, since his arrival at your side, has contributed nothing of worth and seeks to tarnish the reputation of your devoted subordinates, subjecting us to injustice. I beseech you, my lord, to execute this vile creature and restore our honor." Others, who had long endured the Cambartian's acerbic tongue, joined in a clamorous chorus demanding Jabbar's judgment upon this insidious being. Unbeknownst to them, Jabbar's countenance darkened with each passing moment, teetering on the brink of eruption. The Cambartian, sensing the tide turning against him, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his instinctive remark would incite such vehement opposition. Terrified, he fell to his knees before Jabbar, ready to swear fealty in the name of the great Abaddon, when a sudden gust of wind sent him sprawling against the wall of white granite, leaving him dazed and nearly unconscious. In his hazy state, he barely heard a voice, both furious and authoritative, command, "Enough. Look at how you present yourselves. Are you still the elite under my command?" Jabbar's chest heaved with anger, a clear indication that he was genuinely furious. Time had eroded the king's zeal and passion, rendering him indecisive and suspicious, a common affliction among aging rulers, who often become enamored with flattery and inscrutable in their judgments. However, this did not signify a loss of discernment. His intellect remained sharp, allowing him to make astute evaluations. Suddenly, this decayed ruler emanated an awe-inspiring aura, reminding all that Jabbar was still Jabbar, the king of Aegis, the linchpin of the alliance, renowned as the mightiest man in all of Aegis. "Leak, speak." Jabbar's once clouded gaze regained its sharpness, resembling a majestic eagle surveying its prey. His eyes swept over the assembly, pausing slightly on the most vociferous soldier, before quickly settling on a diminutive elder. With an impassive expression, the elder responded. The elderly figure, Dr. Leak, small in stature and bearing a wrinkled visage with sparse facial hair, appeared quite aged and unkempt. His peculiar appearance made it apparent that he belonged to the Hain people. Yet, Dr. Leak was not only one of the earliest inhabitants of Aegis but also one of its most distinguished scientists, a steadfast supporter of Jabbar, whose loyalty was beyond reproach. Upon hearing Jabbar's summons, the earnest old man slowly rose and trembled as he made his way to a corner of the palace, pressing a hidden button. Suddenly, the brightly lit hall was plunged into darkness as an enormous screen descended from above. My lord, the situation is as follows. Initially, we followed your orders to deploy super detectors to scout for potential hiding places of Yuri, so we could relay information to Lord Gauss. Although Yuri's disappearance was obscured by an unidentified signal, hindering our ability to ascertain his whereabouts, we have made progress through thorough investigation and analysis. It is now confirmed that Yuri is concealed in the Deathlands at the eastern edge of the Great Desert. However, we are still searching for his exact location. Just half an hour ago, several super detectors in our lab detected an unusual energy fluctuation. This energy initially measured around 13,000, but surged dramatically within seconds. Akin to a snowball effect, ultimately reaching 19,000, exceeding even Yuri's strongest state. The detectors issued a danger alert, prompting our vigilance. As Dr. Leek spoke, the massive screen displayed a series of maps marked with flickering red dots, captured by satellites in outer space in response to the energy readings. These images were undeniably authentic. As the maps transitioned, the visuals grew increasingly distinct, culminating in a close-up of the face belonging to the source of this formidable energy, a visage that appeared unremarkable and indifferent, yet concealed in immense power. Just as the assembly marveled at the might of this unknown warrior, Dr. Leek shifted the focus of his revelation, dropping a bombshell. However, this is not the crux of the matter. What I truly wish to address is the presence of an even more powerful energy signature, one that reaches a staggering 576,000. What? Such a being truly exists? The hall erupted into a cacophony, the atmosphere charged with disbelief. In truth, not all present were Jabbar's subordinates. Several were key figures within the Alliance who had come merely to discuss Yuri's situation. Unaware of the significant developments in the Western Desert, they became agitated, questioning Dr. Leek's findings and expressing profound skepticism akin to that directed at the Cambartian. Their apprehensions converged. Many believed that the data from Dr. Leek's detectors must be flawed, dismissing the notion of any warrior beyond Jabbar's known strength existing on Aegis. Such is the reality. No matter how much you doubt, it does not alter the fact of the super warrior's existence. In the face of such skepticism, Dr. Leek calmly adjusted his glasses and replied with measured composure. He then turned to Jabbar, stating, "My lord, the opposing force exceeds our capabilities, and only you possess the means to confront him. I must caution you, however, that considering the opponent's age and method of power augmentation, he likely has significant room for further enhancement. You must decide swiftly." Silence. A glint of severity flashed in Jabbar's eyes, and his furious voice commanded immediate stillness in the previously tumultuous hall. The assembly stood obediently in their designated places, resembling well-behaved children in a kindergarten. However, this could not extinguish the fury that burned within Jabbar. He felt acutely that with the passage of time, the authority he once wielded was gradually fading. An increasing number of individuals were eyeing his position, although they dared not express their ambitions openly. They were certainly engaged in covert maneuvers. Jabbar was keenly aware of these machinations. Fortunately, his loyal subordinates remained steadfast, diligently executing his commands without significant error. Much of this could be attributed to Dr. Leek, whose support had been instrumental in establishing a formidable power base that could counterbalance the other factions within the Alliance. Achieving such success without his genius and the respect he commanded among the Hain people would have been nearly impossible. Jabbar's ascendance would have required years of arduous effort otherwise. It was Dr. Leek's extraordinary intellect and the resources he provided that allowed Jabbar to thrive and expand, laying the foundation for his reign over Aegis. Nonetheless, while Dr. Leek's contributions were undeniably significant, his forthrightness often bordered on the abrasive, making his words quite irksome. His recent comments clearly implied that Jabbar was aging, that his strength had plateaued, and that, given enough time, he might be surpassed. Such statements felt like a slap in the face, especially in front of so many outsiders, an indignity that a long-standing ruler could hardly tolerate. Comparatively, even the sycophantic remarks of the combat people seemed more palatable, as they at least recognized Jabbar's preferences and sensitivities, never daring to presume superiority based on age. Yet, it must be said that Jabbar was quite wise in allowing someone as stubborn and impervious to change as Dr. Leek to remain by his side for decades. Had he served under Frisia, he would likely have met a swift demise, his body discarded without a second thought. "Kara, what is the matter? Did I not send you to patrol outer space? Why have you returned, and why are you with Leek?" Jabbar's gaze shifted to the warrior who had first spoken, his eyes narrowing with a predatory sharpness. It was evident that Jabbar teetered on the edge of rage. And should this warrior fail to provide a satisfactory explanation for his failure to execute orders, he could very well face Jabbar's wrath. Kara, however, maintained a serious demeanor and said, "My lord, more people are approaching." Jabbar scoffed. "What do they want this time?" Kara swallowed hard, struggling to articulate. "They demand our unconditional surrender, or they will raise all of Aegis to the ground." The gravity of his words sent a shockwave through the assembly, and all eyes turned to Jabbar, their nominal ruler. His expression darkened, teeth grinding audibly as he exclaimed, "What audacity! Who dares threaten to obliterate my Aegis? Is it Cooled or his arrogant son, Frisia? Which of the two is it this time? Let them come. I shall await their arrival. No, my lord. It is neither Cooled nor Frisia, Kara replied, shaking his head. His voice was strained, as if he were choking on a thorn. It is Kfila. With a resounding crash. Jabbar's palm shattered the armrest of his throne, the material, tough as steel, splintering into fragments that scattered across the floor. Kfila, a name that evoked nightmares. He commanded an invincible legion, having conquered countless star systems and trampled over ancient civilizations. Numerous beautiful and prosperous planets had been reduced to dust under his merciless onslaught, and countless lives banished to eternal torment at his whim. His hands were drenched in blood, yet this did not hinder his relentless expansion. The anguished cries of dying souls failed to stir even a flicker of compassion within him. If one were to quantify the death toll at his hands, it would surely amount to a mass equal to that of a sun. Thus, he was heralded as the most powerful and brutal monarch in the northern galaxy, his infamy eclipsing even that of his father, Cooled, and hinting at a potential usurpation of his legacy. Even the most vicious and malevolent criminals in the galaxy trembled in fear at the mere mention of his name. A decade ago, Kfila was merely a minor faction within the northern galaxy, serving under his father, Cooled, and holding dominion over a limited region. Perhaps it was his uniqueness that incited deep-seated trepidation in Cooled, who feared his son might jeopardize his own position. Consequently, Cooled denied Kfila the status he deserved, obstructing his development and leaving him with little more than a modestly established elite force, the Kfila Mech Corps. Nevertheless, even at that time, Kfila's prowess far surpassed that of his pampered brother, Frisia. No one could have anticipated that the boy, once deemed a lost cause, would return stronger than ever, even to the point of instilling fear in his own father. What transpired during that time remains a mystery. All that is known is that Kfila's power surged dramatically, seemingly overnight establishing an immensely powerful empire right beneath everyone's noses. To this day, the only information circulating about him pertains to his seemingly inexhaustible army of biomonsters and the formidable new addition to his ranks, Abaz, a super soldier whose combat prowess exceeds 500,000. Such rare snippets of information only serve to amplify the awe surrounding Kfila and to fuel speculation regarding the true extent of his capabilities. Yet, who would dare to test such a formidable force? Those who dared challenge this new cosmic sovereign had met their demise, and not just them. Their homeworlds had been annihilated, becoming mere collateral in Kfila's relentless rise to power. Jabbar dismissed Cooled and Frisia with contempt, knowing they lacked the audacity to confront him directly, allowing him to remain comfortably aloof. However, Kfila was a different matter altogether, a reckless individual capable of any atrocity. This realization sent shockwaves through the leaders of the Alliance, who lost all semblance of decorum and erupted into heated arguments, even resorting to physical altercations. The scene within the Grand Hall was both absurd and tragic, evoking feelings of humiliation. Jabbar, feeling powerless to quell the chaos, coughed lightly and rose, expressionless, as he strode deeper into the palace, followed closely by the sycophantic Kambat. In truth, Jabbar understood that the frantic displays of his peers were mere theatrics. Few truly felt the urgency of their situation. While it is often said that with a new ruler comes a new court, the reality is that the true casualties of regime change are the rulers themselves, not the bureaucrats. The latter would simply find a new sovereign to serve, content to continue their roles in governance. Though this realm belongs to another dimension, is it not the same principle when the time truly arrives? The leaders of these alliances represent the mercantile elite of the universe, serving as a nexus for trade between the colonial forces like Quira and Kurd and the cosmic merchants. Even if the annihilation of Agilas were to occur, their own existence would remain unscathed. When that moment comes, their only course of action would be to submit to Quira and re-establish their dominion in the aftermath of the conflict, dividing the resources and territories that rightfully belonged to Jabbar. As Jabbar traversed the lengthy corridor, his expression grew increasingly menacing. Upon reaching its end, he abruptly halted, addressing a seemingly empty corner. Luz, what is your perspective? Although the area appeared devoid of life, save for an ancient beast statue casting a considerable shadow, a sudden surge from within that shadow startled the Kambat aliens following Jabbar. Had it not been for Jabbar's cold glare, the timid creature might have cried out in alarm. In mere seconds, the shadow materialized into a tall youth with cascading hair, strikingly similar to Jabbar, yet devoid of his maturity and severity, lacking the domineering aura of authority. Instead, he exuded a courteous demeanor reminiscent of a well-bred gentleman. As he casually tousled his hair, a faint smile graced his handsome visage, and he remarked nonchalantly, "Father, fret not. Quira lacks the appetite to consume Igilas just yet. He's merely testing our limits." "I am well aware of that," Jabbar replied darkly. "However, the hearts of men are in disarray. Those scoundrels are likely conspiring on how to usurp me and welcome Quira's army with open arms, returning to their nefarious trade." Luz smiled. "The situation has not deteriorated to that extent. We still possess opportunities." "Oh, what thoughts do you harbor?" Jabbar inquired with a hint of indifference. "Father, are you testing me?" Luz teased, twisting a lock of his hair as he gathered his thoughts confidently. "Our chance lies with Kurd." "Proceed." Jabber urged. It is well known that Frisia and Quira are at odds, with the latter's incompetent son, Frisia, evidently favored by Kurd over the remarkable anomaly that is Quira. Moreover, the unchecked expansion and relentless destruction wrought by Quira in recent years have disrupted the territories originally delineated by cosmic powers and threatened their interests. It is likely that even Kurd harbors profound dissatisfaction with his son's actions. What remains is merely a spark to ignite this discontent. Luz continued, a cold smirk emerging on his face. Let us awaken. The Star Wars initiative is at hand. We can capitalize on this and ignite the fuse for a struggle over cosmic supremacy. With a deliberate gesture, Luz spread his fingers as if combing through his long hair, his expression transforming into one of icy mirth. At that juncture, Quira will find it challenging to maintain his arrogance. Such a monumental conflict, which will inevitably reshape the balance of power among the universe's great forces, will engulf the cosmos, leading to the annihilation of countless races in a relentless war. By then, even if they wish to retreat, Quira will not grant them that luxury. Quira and his army will be ensnared in the maelstrom of cosmic rivalry, perhaps struggling even to preserve their own existence. Even if his power is as formidable as the legends suggest, what of it? Not to mention the formidable Dark Lord Shalako, who, second only to Kurd, commands an army of 1.2 billion across 7-star systems adjacent to Quira's influence, with countless bases and several super warriors boasting combat capabilities exceeding 100,000. Clearly, a confrontation looms where it is a matter of life or death. How many of these tough bones can Quira truly gnaw on? Of course, the greatest variable in this interstellar conflict remains Kurd. It is likely he has long harbored discontent towards his son. Nevertheless, Quira is still his progeny, representing a segment of his family's interests. Thus, Kurd's stance will be pivotal in this grand confrontation. Should we manage to incite him to deliver a covert strike against Quira, the latter's downfall would be all but assured. Conversely, should the opposite occur, the outcome remains uncertain. It is inconceivable that Kurd would aid Quira, even if he is his biological son. Jabber nodded in approval at his son's insight, stating, I understand that fellow well. He is a cold-hearted butcher. Then Kurd is most likely to adopt a neutral stance. In such a case, once the battle concludes, he would reap the greatest benefits as a passive observer, Luz mused. It seems we must further stir the internal strife within their family. At the very least, we must embroil them in this war, ensuring the loss of several key members. Otherwise, we would be remiss. You are referring to Frisia, Jabber noted. Luz lifted his gaze, a slight smile curving his lips. To be precise, it is the discontent and jealousy of this intended heir to the cosmic throne regarding his brother's meteoric rise. Frisia's actions will undoubtedly be pivotal in determining the outcome of this battle. This diverges somewhat from my earlier considerations, yet it matters not. The sharper the blade, the swifter the kill. The more grievously they are wounded, the more advantageous it will be for us. The father and son exchanged glances, and simultaneously let out a chilling laugh, their mirth identical and laden with a sinister undertone. The nearby Cambart alien twitched slightly at the corner of its eye, struggling to swallow hard. So what are your thoughts on that Western Desert base? Jabber's eyes narrowed, a glint of coldness flickering within, as he spoke again. That mysterious force that has suddenly emerged? Russ's expression grew grave, and after a moment's contemplation, he slowly replied, I just visited Dr. Ryan's laboratory. That place indeed possesses a super warrior with a combat power of 570,000. Moreover, I uncovered an intriguing detail. After the emergence of this 570,000 super warrior, the mysterious force temporarily withdrew the camouflage covering their underground base, allowing us to gauge their situation. To my astonishment, I discovered that their base harbors several energy fluctuations indicative of high-level warriors. The strongest among them has reached 300,000, while the weakest exceeds 120,000. It's quite terrifying. However, such strength certainly cannot be possessed by a newly risen faction, especially without the Alliance's knowledge. I believe there exists an even more formidable force behind them, orchestrating everything from the shadows. It seems they have intentionally revealed their strength to me, Jabber said, his eyes narrowing further, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Intentionally. Russ was taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication, exclaiming, I see. It appears this mysterious force could very well be the vanguard of Quila or Kurd infiltrating Igilas, preparing to rise during this phase and carve out a place for themselves. Perhaps even sowing discord between the Alliance and us. There is another possibility, Jabber analyzed. They may not fear my attacks at all, perhaps even provoking me to strike. From the signs you mentioned, they seem to aim to instill fear of that 570,000 warrior's potential in me, deliberately provoking me, hoping I would personally eliminate them. Russ's mouth fell open, his brow furrowed in disbelief. But, father, that seems impossible. They can't be insane. Jabber scoffed. Russ, your youth blinds you to the harsh realities of these matters. They would resort to any means necessary to diminish my power and topple me from my throne. But that warrior possesses astonishing potential, Russ countered. No matter what, they wouldn't easily part with such an asset. Astonishing potential? Nonsense, Jabber retorted coldly, stubbornly insisting. Have you ever encountered a race that experiences exponential growth and strength without engaging in battle? Moreover, this report states that this warrior's combat power surged from over 100,000 to more than 500,000 without undergoing transformation. Such a phenomenon is simply impossible. If such a formidable race existed, they would have already dominated the universe, leaving no room for Kurd or anyone else. Seeing his son's incredulous expression, Jabber added, "Do not forget the genetic enhancement serum that wreaked havoc in Igelas a few years ago." What? Russ's expression shifted, visibly shaken. "You suspect they injected this into their warriors?" "It's not a suspicion, it's a certainty," Jabber affirmed. "Or perhaps this serum was developed by them in the first place. This genetic agent can unlock latent potential within organisms, activating ancient genes and accelerating evolution, thereby giving rise to powerful individuals. However, using such substances effectively seals the opportunity for further potential development, relegating the organism to this stage for life. Akin to a one-time explosive release of their infinite potential through a rather cheap method. This is clearly a tactic often employed by Kurd's former subordinates in their experimental bases. There is no doubt the serum originated from them. Claims of a Champions tournament or astonishing potential are mere smoke and mirrors, intended to exert pressure on me, compelling me to act personally to allow these inferior factions to inflict harm upon me. Then they could conspire with those scoundrels in the alliance to push me aside, or even incite Gauss and Syndra against me. Such petty tricks cannot deceive me." In contrast to Jabber's paranoia, Russ remained notably calmer. While he acknowledged his father's reasoning held some merit, he sensed Jabber had become overly consumed by fear, his mind clouded by the weight of internal and external crises. Once someone has stubbornly fixed their beliefs, it becomes exceedingly difficult to redirect their thoughts. Thus, he sighed and shifted the subject, asking if that is the case. "What is your plan? The impending conflict with Quila and various cosmic factions is unavoidable, so we must take action during these years of respite. Otherwise, once the dust settles, regardless of Quila's fate, we will still face pressure from Kurd as before. From your earlier demeanor, it seems you have devised a comprehensive plan. I find that quite intriguing." "Of course, my son. With these years of reprieve, I will surpass Kurd and become the strongest ruler in the universe," Jabber declared, his body trembling with barely contained excitement. "Awaken, Scion." Chapter 48. "He assumed you have leaked the information about the spirit tree, Haven to you?" In a spacious and peculiar room within Best's underground research center, an elderly man polishing the shell of a large hourglass-shaped machine suddenly lifted his head, a glimmer of insight flashing in his squinted eyes as he addressed a bald youth across from him with a hint of nostalgia. Seated opposite the elder was Best, the creator of this research facility and the instigator of numerous crises in Igelas, causing countless casualties and widespread panic. This perilous youth appeared relaxed in the room, casually pressing buttons on the massive machine alongside his chief steward, Tien, inadvertently disrupting a vast array of electronic devices in the vicinity. This resulted in a chaotic influx of signals surging into the room, which the supercomputer, boasting exceptional analytical capabilities, processed and translated into coherent dialogues. Currently, the supercomputer was relaying the secret conversation between the father and son hiding in their courtyard. Listening to Jabber's confident declaration of his ambition to become the ruler of the universe, Best could not help but close his eyes, a strange smile creeping across his face. The elder was none other than Dr. Mark, a significant figure within Best's research base and the true second-in-command behind the supercomputer's development. In his field, his stature was undeniably comparable to other renowned bosses within the Dragon Ball universe. Just as Dr. Jero's research on androids in Dragon Ball Z, or Dr. Reichi's fearsome creation in the theatrical version, the supercomputer served a civilian purpose, highly treasured by Best for its vast applications. In the pursuit of wealth, one cannot overlook the significance of this entity. However, if you presume that this supercomputer lacks lethal capabilities, you are gravely mistaken. When it comes to destructive power, the capabilities of the Campbell supercomputer are certainly on par with those of other esteemed scientists' creations. Its most remarkable attribute is its ability to voraciously absorb the chips of other supercomputers, continually enhancing itself, while also possessing the capacity to influence and even control various electronic devices. Whether it be a diminutive radio or a colossal interstellar vessel, they could all potentially fall prey to Campbell's remote manipulation. One can only imagine the catastrophic consequences if Frisia's spacecraft were to lose control and hurtle towards the sun, an immensely hazardous star. Even if Frisia were to survive due to his inherent traits, he would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Moreover, with the vast distances separating planets, can one truly be assured of a safe return? The journey could prove exhausting, and if fortune smiles, he might find refuge on a habitable planet to recuperate. Conversely, should luck be unfriendly, he may be condemned to drift aimlessly through the cosmos. Thus, the wisdom of this elderly gentleman is beyond question, earning him the unwavering trust of Best, who regards him almost as a mentor. Nevertheless, this old fellow seems rather unappreciative of his employer's generosity, exhibiting a rather obstinate demeanor. It is worth noting that he was once a prominent figure on Igelas, having allied with Dr. Ryan to rally the entire Hainan faction to support the nascent Jabbar, firmly establishing his position within this emerging power. Subsequently, Dr. Mark served as Jabbar's right-hand man, entrusted with significant responsibilities. Even now, Ryan, the most senior and esteemed of Jabbar's subordinates, is relegated to a secondary role. However, that is all in the past. After decades of service, Mark has come to realize that Jabbar is fundamentally stagnant. Upon seizing the symbolic throne of Aegilus's highest authority, Jabbar recognized his limitations and acknowledged that he could not contend with the great families that have ruled the cosmos for generations. Thus, he forged treaties with the Alliance, content to live as a complacent lord, enjoying a life of ease. This only perpetuated the exploitation of the common people by the various factions on Aegilus, transforming him into a new oppressor. Dr. Mark, who had once harbored high hopes for Jabbar to unify Aegilus and restore order, found himself profoundly disillusioned, albeit more resigned than anything else. As he neared the twilight of his life, he chose to retreat to his hometown, a quaint place called Agaka, to await his end. However, the subsequent events unfolded in a manner that Mark could never have anticipated. It all began when his rather unremarkable nephew, Tien, who dabbled in second-hand furniture and appliances, sought his assistance in joining a mysterious organization as a consultant. Naturally, Mark was unwilling to entertain such an idea, being a shrewd individual who quickly discerned the implications behind his nephew's vague suggestions about the organization's ambitions. Yet, he felt no obligation to involve himself in this matter. Had this occurred a decade earlier, he might have considered it, but back then, he was too preoccupied with waiting for death. Merely relying on Tien's persuasive skills was insufficient to sway him. Ultimately, Tien resorted to subduing his uncle, akin to a kidnapping, transporting him to Best's location, essentially taking over the responsibilities Mark was meant to fulfill. Despite the years that had passed, the environment and atmosphere at Best's facility rejuvenated Mark, rekindling the vigor of his youth. Yet, he remained somewhat resentful towards the individual who had incited his nephew to act so irrationally. Regardless of how Best treated him, Mark perceived an inherent dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, he recognized that Best had been orchestrating significant plans aimed at fundamentally altering the existing dynamics of Aegilus and truly unifying the planet. Moreover, having witnessed some of Best's capabilities firsthand, Mark acknowledged the potential for success, which motivated him to remain and provide guidance and research, curious to see whether Best could fulfill the aspirations of his younger years. Without such ambition, it would be improbable for Best, in his relatively obscure position, to accommodate someone of Mark's stature. The elder's stubbornness was notorious. Persuading him to conform was nearly impossible, and in a fit of desperation, he could resort to drastic actions. Furthermore, Best's methods of psychological manipulation, being mere imitations of Baffity's control magic, posed a risk to an elderly individual like Mark, rendering such tactics inadvisable. In light of recent events, with Best's frequent visits and significant departmental shifts within the research facility, Mark discerned that the time for action had finally arrived. The previous conversation between Jabbar and his son was unmistakable, and upon witnessing his former employer's continued paranoia and lethargy, Mark found himself muttering in frustration. Yet, he was powerless to effect change. Nevertheless, Jabbar's sudden boast of aspiring to become the ruler of the cosmos intrigued Mark. Although Jabbar had grown increasingly erratic with age, he was inherently cautious, having long understood his limitations compared to Kurd and his faction. Thus, his recent declarations could either be a sign of madness induced by internal and external pressures or an indication of newfound confidence. Observing the smug expression of that bald young man and recalling his nephew's recent mention of a spiritual tree, Mark had an epiphany, unable to suppress his thoughts. In response, Best merely smiled and nodded, stating that he had facilitated the investigation into Yuri's unexpected ascendance by discreetly sharing information with the Cambartians. While Best's casual demeanor masked ulterior motives, it was evident to perceptive observers that he harbored nefarious intentions. The Cambartians' loyalty to Jabbar could not solely be attributed to flattery. Their true value lay in their vast intelligence network, which encompassed nearly the entire universe. Wherever Cambartians set foot, they possessed substantial knowledge of the planets involved. The colonial forces of Yuri relied on this intelligence to assess potential territories and deploy appropriate combatants based on the gathered data. Therefore, the Cambartians were indeed exceptional. Jabbar's association with the Cambartian elite indicated a mutual agreement to leverage their resources in uncovering the reasons behind Yuri's sudden power surge. A classic case of reciprocal exploitation. Currently, Best chooses to divulge information not to just anyone, but specifically to the Cambartian, revealing his insidious intentions. This Cambartian, being subordinate to Jabbar, is plagued by a lack of qualifications. Moreover, his arrogance and inability to restrain his tongue have led to a complete estrangement from Jabbar's subordinates, inciting a collective desire for his demise. In his ambition to ascend the ranks, he must present something that satisfies Jabbar, otherwise, even Jabbar may grow discontented and eliminate this incompetent individual. Compared to the agreements between Jabbar and the upper echelons of Cambart, he is merely a conduit for information, inconsequential if he were to perish. Thus, the intelligence Best clandestinely procured is a fortuitous boon for him, and since the information is authentic, he eagerly rushes to present the verified details to Jabbar, hoping to establish his credibility and status within Jabbar's faction as swiftly as possible. Were it another individual, the source of such information would certainly be met with skepticism. You wish to lure him into the cosmos. I see. Dr. Mark murmurs, squinting as he comprehends the situation. This time, Jabber is as good as doomed. Your cunning is indeed formidable. Tien glances between his uncle and the enigmatic Best, scratching his head in confusion, feeling utterly perplexed. Half a month later, a spindle-shaped spacecraft ascends from an obscure port, gradually departing from Aguilas and venturing into the vastness of space. Luz gazes upward at the spacecraft disappearing from view, his once warm smile fading into a sullen expression. He bows his head, seemingly lost in contemplation. And after a prolonged silence, he touches his cheek and murmurs to himself how hasty the departure has been, with even the most basic arrangements left unmade. This is unlike you, my dear father. Have the threats from the Cooled family truly driven you to such extremes? The allure of immortality and enhanced combat prowess is indeed captivating, compelling you to shun your own son and conceal the truth from me. Yet, if one could attain eternal life, what need would there be for a son? To reign over this universe alone would suffice. It seems I was correct in my assumptions. So, are you now intrigued by the plan I proposed? A figure emerges, his bald head and tightly bound tail conspicuously noticeable. It is Best. The boy transformed into a scion clone. If you can indeed provide me with what I seek, I would not mind serving as your subordinate. However, how can I ascertain the veracity of your claims? Luz regards Best with deep apprehension. Despite the boy's combat power being merely in the thousands, he emanates an aura reminiscent of a terrifying beast, instilling a sense of unease. Being in his presence is profoundly uncomfortable. Let time be the arbiter of truth. In no more than 3 months, results will manifest. Best replies with a smile, striding towards the exit, affording Luz no opportunity for negotiation. Luz's expression shifts as he instinctively exclaims, "Wait, are you not concerned that I might reveal your plan? You value your life too highly to act recklessly when uncertain." Best responds, his voice striking Luz like a hammer, rendering him breathless. By the time Luz turns back, Best has already departed. And despite Luz's considerable combat power and advanced detection equipment, he finds himself utterly unable to perceive Best's presence, as if he has vanished into thin air. Very well. 3 months it is. Should you truly achieve your goal, I shall willingly become your subordinate. Father, do not blame me. You have forced my hand. I have no choice. Luz grits his teeth, oblivious to the blood trickling from his lips, tainted a faint purple hue. Simultaneously, within the Western Desert Base. What? Are you joking? How exorbitant are Porter's medical expenses? Kieran exclaims, his eyes wide as he glares at the bill before him in disbelief. Please refrain from moving. Your injuries are quite severe. Although they have been treated, proper care is still required, the young nurse insists. Her sense of responsibility evident as she tries to stabilize the agitated patient. A diminutive Haiyan, bearing a bulky briefcase and clutching the bill, stands beside the hospital bed, resembling a student punished for tardiness. His demeanor remains unflinchingly professional, his smile unwavering despite Kieran's ire. Upon hearing Kieran's inquiry, the Haiyan responds politely. It amounts to 50,000 jias. This does not include your treatment expenses. Fury wells within Kieran, who, unable to shake off the nurse's firm grip, mutters through clenched teeth. At the time, your doctor explicitly stated that the healing capsules would be provided free of charge, with no additional fees. Indeed, we have such a policy. The Haiyan continues to smile. Then why do you expect me to pay? Kieran retorts, fuming. Herein lies the matter. Our hospital is only responsible for providing medical devices and basic care. The costs for medication, the physician's visit, and subsequent care and nourishment are to be borne by you. Generally, patients injured during competitions receive only rudimentary treatment. Once they are able to move, we promptly dispatch them home. However, since you two have no stable accommodation and have remained with us, we must continue to provide medical care and assistance. But rest assured, the accommodations and care we offer are the most luxurious in all of Aguilas, with no exceptions. The Haiyan rubs his hands together, his eyes gleaming as he extols the virtues of their medical facilities and service. This explanation nearly incites Kieran's fury to a boiling point. The luxury implied denotes equally exorbitant fees. Porter's medical costs alone reach 3 million, and Kieran cannot fathom how they arrived at such sums. This is outright extortion. Toying with a warrior can have grave consequences, Kieran warns coldly, fixing the Haiyan with a steely glare. The Haiyan instinctively takes a step back, wiping the sweat from his brow, and replies with a nervous smile. Our facility is equipped with exceptional riot control measures. I trust you have sensed this by now. Kieran's expression darkens. Indeed, he has felt several powerful presences nearby the hospital, although they exude an unsettling numbness, akin to marionettes on strings. Regardless, the potency of these auras cannot be dismissed. Even the weakest among them boast a combat power of 70 to 80,000. If conflict were to erupt, even if he could force his way out, he would be unable to take Porter with him. What exactly do you intend to do? After a prolonged silence, Kieran raises his gaze, his tone resolute. However, these words were not directed at the Haiyan individuals nearby, but rather to a concealed camera affixed to the ceiling. Report. Has the other party discovered our intentions? Suddenly remarked an extraterrestrial researcher in the command room, adorned with a headset and adeptly typing on a keyboard with 6 arms. Best sycophantic chief, Tien, stroked his chin and mused, this individual is quite troublesome. despite having administered numerous nerve-numbing substances over the past few days. We have been unable to quell his exuberant energy. If he were to go berserk, he could wreak considerable havoc. For now, let us invite him to the reception room. We shall await the return of our superior for further deliberation. More than a year had elapsed, and with a hint of perspiration, he thought to himself, let us test my skills and see if I can still manage. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 50, Chi. An hour later, Jilin sat quietly in the reception room, arms crossed, his somber expression betraying a flicker of impatience. How rude it is to keep our guest waiting. Amidst his low murmur of reproach, the massive alloy door creaked open, retracting into the wall. Jilin cast a sidelong glance, momentarily taken aback. Standing at the threshold was a youthful boy with a glistening scalp, accompanied by a meticulously attired Heian. Jilin maintained a stoic demeanor, coldly scrutinizing the pair while his mind analyzed the situation with calm detachment. Another Heian, it seems this place is replete with them. What are they scheming to send a mere child? This room too has its peculiarities. It appears to subtly diminish my presence, siphoning energy from my being. Had I not undergone training on the planet Odrat, gaining a significant understanding of my own energy, I might not have detected such subtle fluctuations. Outside, there are several exceedingly potent auras, evidently prepared for defense. Their security measures are indeed commendable. The Heian strode in with purposeful steps, unlike those cringing and timid Heian merchants. He exuded a quiet authority. He nodded to Jilin and introduced himself. Esteemed guest, I sincerely apologize for your prolonged wait. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Duane, the head of this underground research facility. To be the head, he certainly holds significant stature. Jilin's brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. However, it was Du Yin's subsequent revelation that left him utterly astounded. This individual is the founder of our Western Sandstorm Company, Mr. Best. The diminutive Heian pointed at the bald youth. Indeed, Jilin felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The founder, the proprietor, this child? What nonsense is this? Mr. Jilin, do you believe I am too young? Upon observing the expression on Jilin's face, Best discerned his thoughts and could not help but chuckle. This sensation resonates with that of the child on the battlefield. Could it be that they share a common lineage? Yet, his smile inexplicably incited an intense feeling of peril within Kieran, causing his pupils to involuntarily constrict. There is no need for alarm, in truth. The rudimentary setup here poses no real threat to you. It is merely a fade. I am confident that, given Mr. Kieran's capabilities, escaping this place would be a rather uncomplicated endeavor. Best took a seat opposite Kieran, gesturing with his hand, and a three-dimensional holographic screen materialized within the spacious meeting room, displaying footage of Kieran's battle with Petra. Mr. Best, and you, Mr. Duane, I presume. I am a warrior and prefer straightforwardness. What is your true intention? Or rather, what is it that you wish from me? Acknowledging the negotiation stance of the other party, Kieran resolved not to lose his composure. Nevertheless, he harbored a desire to clarify certain matters, prompting him to inquire aloud. Mr. Kieran, you are indeed refreshingly candid, Heian interjected with a chuckle. In fact, we are quite intrigued by your methodology of energy manipulation. At this, Kieran's expression shifted dramatically. Do not rush to defend yourself. Allow me to continue. Heian's fingers danced swiftly across the screen, sending ripples across the holographic display. The footage transitioned from the competitive arena to the audience, ultimately isolating Kieran, who was seen unleashing shockwaves into the emptiness. His form appeared almost digitized, reduced to mere lines and points of light. As he emitted the shockwave, a green line surged forth from his chest, moving in an extraordinarily unconventional manner. After a brief pause, it rapidly extended along his arm. During this interval, the motion of his arm attracted attention. The lines representing his muscles trembled as if a powerful compression machine was condensing the originally thick lines by more than tenfold. Yet, this compression rendered the previously loose lines more refined and compact. At the moment the shockwave erupted, even the color of the lines transformed, shifting from green to a deep emerald hue. Simultaneously, a synthesized voice announced precise data. Upon examination, this individual's initial energy intensity measures at 36,045. The normal explosive intensity registers at 78,500. The maximum explosive intensity reaches 168,640. The atypical explosive self-detonation intensity stands at 367,800. It is noteworthy that this individual's energy utilization efficiency has achieved 30 times the normal rate. Kieran's eyes widened in shock, riveted to the holographic display, his face drenched in perspiration. In that moment, he could no longer maintain his composure. He stood abruptly, gripping the table, and exclaimed, You all. Quite remarkable, isn't it? Heian continued with a smirk. In fact, we possess comprehensive records of all competitors' performance data. Should we choose, the supercomputer within the base can analyze every technique employed and produce digital breakdowns, formulating the most effective application strategies. Whether regarding simple energy projection or unique racial skills, nothing escapes the scrutiny of our supercomputer. There is no room for concealment. Of course, their rudimentary skills pale in comparison to yours. Duane calmly reassured the agitated Kieran, flawlessly embodying the role of spokesperson. He clapped his hands together and resumed. According to our researchers' analysis, We unanimously believe that your control technique represents a highly advanced form of super martial ability, one that remains largely unrecognized by most cosmic races. It not only compresses scattered energy, rendering it more solidified, but also amplifies its intensity by several multiples. Thus, in that fleeting moment, the bizarre phenomenon of your combat prowess surging forth occurs. In truth, it is not the energy within you that has increased. Rather, it is merely the transformation of its state that has resulted in this qualitative leap. You have acquired what you sought. What more do you desire from me? Please expedite my release, Tien demanded sternly, veins bulging on his forehead. Indeed, we hold great respect for your intellectual property. You must realize that should this method of control disseminate, its impact on the universe would be incalculable. By the way, Mr. Tien, it seems you are in need of funds, Best remarked with a smile, though his last inquiry seemed rather abrupt. Tien scoffed, remaining silent. Awaken. Scion. Chapter 51. The Downfall. Such a topic, if spoken aloud, would undoubtedly provoke laughter and even ridicule from the crowd. It is essential to recognize that even a warrior with a combat power barely exceeding 10,000 possesses the capacity to obliterate a small planet when fully unleashed. Such individuals command respect wherever they go, existing in a realm above the ordinary. In life, sources of wealth are naturally abundant. Moreover, what does it matter if they indulge in a life of ease? Who would dare to utter a word against them? Ordinary people, in comparison, inhabit entirely different worlds, rendering any comparison futile. Were it not for the intricate balance of power among the various factions in Aegilis, which strictly regulates the actions of these warriors, currency would be no more than worthless scraps of paper to them, scarcely worthy of attention. The warrior before us, known as Tien, is a formidable force with a combat strength of 19, proficient in martial arts, truly a master among masters. From the perspective of an average person, such an extraordinary figure would undoubtedly be a sought-after ally by all major factions. How could he possibly suffer from a lack of funds? Thus, it is only natural that he would regard Best's claims with skepticism. However, the reality is quite the opposite. Tien is indeed in dire need of money, and it is a pressing concern. As negotiations reached an impasse, Best smiled and snapped his fingers. Instantly, a holographic screen materialized before them, displaying a scene of a colossal, rotund alien feasting voraciously. Before this alien lay a mountain of dishes and an array of fruits, while attendants hurriedly wheeled in cart after cart laden with food, piling them high before him. Despite the abundance, the alien's insatiable appetite quickly reduced the towering heaps of food to nothing. Watching this spectacle, Tien felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, his face alternating between pale and flushed. This alien was none other than his companion, Porter. At this moment, Tien spoke up, saying, "Mr. Tien, we have gathered ample information regarding your companion and deeply admire your noble sentiments. If you do not mind, our Western Sandstorm Company is willing to contribute 10 million to cover the cost of that batch of supplies. We will also dispatch 10 medium-sized transport ships to facilitate this relocation. I believe it will take about 6 months to transport all the residents from Porter's planet. Is that truly the case?" A flicker of excitement flashed across Tien's face, but he quickly composed himself and replied coolly, "What is it that you seek in return?" "Consider it compensation for you, Mr. Tien. After all, we have pilfered your martial skills, causing you significant loss," Best said with a grin, revealing a row of pristine teeth. "Is it really that simple? Spare me the deception." Tien was naturally incredulous, yet he found himself harboring a growing sense of gratitude towards the two before him. Taking a deep breath, he resumed his seat, feeling considerably more relaxed and at ease. "By the way, Mr. Tien, you are a local, are you not?" Best inquired casually. This question, however, caused Tien to tense up once more. "Why do you ask?" "Oh, it is nothing. If Mr. Tien is indeed a local, we might have crossed paths a few years ago," Best replied, pressing his temple thoughtfully. "A few years ago? Since that incident, I have not returned here to evade pursuit." Why would he ask such a thing? This lad does seem familiar. And that Haiyan, if only he were to remove his beard and don a wig. In a sudden flash of realization, Tien sprang up as if someone had stepped on his tail, fixing a penetrating gaze on Tien, trembling as he exclaimed, "You are the alien merchant who sold the gene repair fluid. How do you know?" Tien gasped, standing up in shock. Anyone would be startled when their greatest secret is unveiled before them, and Tien's reaction was no exception. "Tien, do not be alarmed. We have actually met before. Have we not, Mr. Poboski?" The first part of this statement was directed at Tien, while the latter addressed Tien. "Poboski, the wanted criminal?" Tien's expression shifted as he began to grasp the situation, his gaze towards Tien now filled with trepidation. Though nervous, he dutifully sat back down, falling silent. Tien, too, snorted coldly, having deduced the identity of his interlocutors. 3 years ago, the gene repair fluid had wreaked havoc in Aegilis, resulting in untold deaths. Yet, a significant number had succeeded, among whom 2 stood out. One was the now-renowned powerhouse known as Syndra, and the other was a figure named Zwadandi. After Zwadandi injected the gene repair serum, his potential surged remarkably, surpassing even the likes of Syndra and nearly rivaling Gauss, the second of the 3 formidable beings known as the Aegilis. However, His wild nature and flamboyant actions led him to disregard the overtures from various powerful factions, choosing instead to follow his own path. He even gathered warriors who had also become powerful through the serum, forming an organization called the Brotherhood. This behavior, while audacious, soon provoked the ire of the influential figures who harbored a deep-seated resentment towards him. The leaders of Igilas monopolized 95% of the planet's resources, akin to parasites thriving on these assets to achieve their current prominence. In stark contrast, Zwadandi commanded his ragtag brotherhood against these dominant forces. He advocated for a redistribution of resources, urging the elite to share their wealth to ensure that every resident of Igilas could attain basic living standards. Although such a request was not insurmountable, it hinged on the collapse of these powerful factions, which they would never concede to. Compounding matters. Zwadandi's stance resonated significantly among the common folk, leading to a swelling movement under the Brotherhood's guidance that threatened to disrupt the order of Igilas. Inevitably, Zwadandi became a target of unrelenting animosity from the elite. In an unprecedented show of unity, they resolved to eliminate him. Thus, a conspiracy against the Brotherhood unfolded, with Syndra, a genetically modified warrior of equal caliber, acting as an insider. Under the guise of a banquet, he poisons Zwadandi's food, resulting in the death of the revolutionary champion of freedom. Subsequently, the Brotherhood's members faced relentless pursuit, with Zwadandi's brother, Pabaski, becoming a notorious fugitive, carrying a bounty of 100,000 Bejasi. Years passed, and one could only wonder where he had vanished to and why his strength had transformed so dramatically. After a long contemplation, Best finally voiced the question that had been nagging at him. Kirin, or rather Pabaski, gazed intently at the young scion before him, aware that his brother's actions were significantly intertwined with this youth. Once, they had traversed the cosmos as merchants, telling tales of a realm of freedom and a land of peace, which had inspired his brother to entertain ideas that clashed with the will of the elite. Initially, his brother had even maintained contact with these two individuals, receiving financial assistance from them. Alas, his brother's aspirations remained unfulfilled until his demise. How unfortunate to encounter you here. This world is indeed cruel, Kirin mused, shaking his head to dispel the sorrowful memories. Adopting a neutral tone, he remarked, since then, I have been a wanderer in the cosmos. It was not until my spacecraft lost power and crash-landed on a planet called Yadalat that I found some semblance of stability. The inhabitants there, though lacking in combat prowess, possessed a mysterious ability to control the fluctuations of their inner energy, enhancing their strength. They termed this method Chi. It was from them that I learned to manipulate my combat power and subsequently achieved the remarkable skill of explosive energy release, which accounts for my current capabilities. So, it was a self-taught skill. This individual is indeed extraordinary. Yadalat, the very planet where Sun Wukong acquired the art of instant transmission and fusion techniques. How intriguing, Best thought. Thus, you have returned with vengeance in mind, he stated. Indeed. Kirin's eyes glinted with malice as he vehemently declared, Syndra, that scoundrel, must be utterly destroyed. Yet, your strength pales in comparison to his. Moreover, once hostilities commence, Jabbar and his elite subordinates will undoubtedly intervene. Best closed his eyes, pondering. It seems you are prepared to embrace a fatal resolve. In the face of insurmountable odds, you would resort to self-detonation, opting for mutual destruction with your foe. However, such an act would also claim the lives of all beings on this planet. Kirin's facial muscles twitched, revealing an internal struggle. Yet, he ultimately retorted with fervor, no matter the consequence, I must avenge this wrong. I can provide you with a fair chance to duel Syndra and ensure his demise, allowing you to present his head as a tribute to your brother. You are aware that I possess such capabilities. I could have accomplished this 3 years ago, and now it would be effortless. However, there is one condition. Best opened his eyes, his crimson gaze imbued with an irresistible allure, tempting Kirin. What condition? Kirin stammered, trembling involuntarily. At that moment, he had completely succumbed to the temptation. In the long, dimly lit corridor, the only illumination emanated from energy-efficient lamps, casting a cold, metallic sheen over the walls and floor, evoking a sense of unease. The soundproofing of the space-age metal effectively isolated rooms designated for experiments, allowing only glimpses of busy figures through circular glass panes, devoid of any auditory trace. Occasionally, one might catch sight of a figure passing silently, perpetually engrossed in their tasks. The voice of Duin broke through the silence, adding a touch of life to the sterile environment. Uncle, your perspective is misguided. While mindless thugs are plentiful, seasoned martial artists are a rarity. Even if his combat power is lacking, his skills and insights are exceptional, far surpassing our own. If he were to become a teacher, his students would undoubtedly excel. Teacher? Who would he teach? Petra? My heavens, does that young lad even require instruction? Duin exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Of course not, Best replied, halting in front of a room filled with neatly arranged petri dishes. With a softened tone, he elaborated, beyond Petra, there are also these 300 little ones. They require the finest nurturing and education. Once they mature, they shall become our pillars of strength. Just wait, I will unveil a monumental surprise to the universe, showcasing the resurgence of the Scion race. The Scion Empire, Duin murmured, a shiver running down his spine, rendering him suddenly apprehensive. Once these little ones come into their own, will you still have need of us Hanians? Best, I have watched you grow. In my heart, you are akin to my own child. But when that time arrives, will you still remember us? It's not that I doubt you, yet certain realities are undeniably disheartening. Certainly, regardless of how the times may change, the Hanians will always remain the most steadfast friends of our scions. Our friendship is indestructible and unalterable. Best seemed to sense a shift in the tone and suddenly clapped his hand on the shoulder of the diminutive Haiyan, startling him. Gazing into Best's blood-red eyes, the Haiyan felt an inexplicable sense of relief, as if a heavy stone had gradually been lifted from his heart. At that very moment, in a room within the base, a corpulent extraterrestrial, resembling a toad, puffed on a cigar, disdainfully eyeing the Haiyan before him. Your technology is so antiquated. This, and this. What on earth are these contraptions? Ah, and your concept of space traversal. I'm afraid that notion has already been put into practice at our headquarters. We successfully tested it months ago. Thus, these documents are nothing but refuse. To think you could gain our chamber's support with such rubbish is sheer folly. The Haiyan rubbed his hands together, trembling. Whether from anger or anxiety, he could not tell. After a long pause, he managed to catch his breath and forced a smile. Our Sandstorm Company cannot possibly compare to your esteemed chamber in terms of research and technology. However, we have designed some intriguing gadgets. I believe they may prove useful to certain travelers. Oh, let me see, the toad-like creature said, dismissively. He could hardly believe that this desolate place could yield anything of merit, and thus, he casually asked without much thought. The Haiyan produced a capsule-like object from his pocket, holding it delicately between his thumb and forefinger. One end of the capsule featured a small button, the purpose of which was unclear. What is this? A pill for enhancing virility? The toad-like creature chuckled, his arrogance resurfacing as he lavished scorn upon the Haiyan. To emphasize his own humor, he opened his mouth wide, releasing a cacophony of laughter. Yet, as the Haiyan pressed the small button on the capsule, a soft pop echoed, abruptly silencing the obnoxious laughter. Akin to a duck being grasped by its neck. Is this some kind of magic trick? The toad-like creature stared at the sudden appearance of a refrigerator, a wine cabinet, kitchen utensils, and an array of other miscellaneous items. His expression shifted to one of seriousness. He reached out with his rough hands, poured himself a glass of red wine, and took a sip. Instantly, a rich aroma blossomed on his palate, undeniably real and exquisite. Spatial compression technology? Or perhaps space folding? Although the toad-like creature was arrogant, he possessed some understanding and quickly grasped the principle behind the technology, prompting him to ask aloud. Both, of course, along with various other technological principles, the Haiyan replied ambiguously. Sensing that he had finally subdued this arrogant fellow, he felt a surge of satisfaction and enthusiastically continued. This little device is called a spatial capsule. Its specific function is already evident. Any product from our company can be installed and utilized, whether it be ordinary appliances or accommodations for travelers, with just a gentle press. They can be compressed into this small capsule, making it incredibly convenient for transport. Technically, it has been proven feasible. I believe it can soon be promoted in Aegilis. May I inquire about the limits of this technology? Specifically, what volume can it accommodate? The toad-like creature, having set aside his previous disdain, now sat upright, his demeanor serious. Quite astutely put. As expected from a representative of the Clark Chamber, the Haiyan smiled, filled with pride. In truth, we have yet to test the limits of this technology. It is entirely capable of infinite expansion. Put simply, if you can provide sufficient funding, we could even fit an entire planet inside. The toad-like creature choked on his wine, coughing profusely in a state of disarray. The Clark Chamber, of which he was a part, was one of the few venerable chambers in Aegilis, a super conglomerate that stood shoulder to shoulder with Jabbar. Having operated on this planet for many years, they could easily discern the monumental impact that such compression technology would have on the world. The ability for limitless compression and portability alone could generate staggering wealth beyond imagination. Indeed, we are speaking of unimaginable riches, billions, not just a paltry sum. As this realization dawned upon him, the toad-like creature's eyes bulged with excitement, akin to an impulse ready to explode. This made collaboration with this relatively obscure company seem not only plausible but necessary. To speak frankly, the industrial technologies of these cosmic powers bear some resemblance to Russia on Earth, particularly in heavy industries where they excel. Whether it be aerospace technology, weaponry, or the art of space traversal, they have all matured, ushering in the era of interstellar travel. Even the Kurdish, notorious for their vast dominion in the universe, must occasionally swallow their pride and engage in commerce with them. They often invest astronomical sums annually to procure numerous spacecraft and aerospace equipment, vying for dominance in the cosmos. Sometimes, planets suitable for biological habitation, once conquered, are treated as intangible assets mortgaged in exchange for even more advanced technological products. These merchants have amassed fortunes rivaling nations through such ventures. Naturally, in this reciprocal relationship, they have not made significant strides in light industries, often described as abysmally inadequate. This time, the Western Sandstorm Company has chosen an unconventional path, intending to penetrate the cosmic market with affordable light industry and daily necessities. Hoping to seize a portion of that substantial pie. Their actions, while not attracting excessive scrutiny from some powerful entities, are seen as inconsequential. After all, they are merely purveyors of everyday goods, so let them be. However, should they establish a foothold and grow in scale, these seemingly trivial enterprises could transform into insatiable beasts of wealth, leaving many in a state of envy. In terms of revenue generation, their methods could rival even those of heavy industrial equipment. Yet, these cunning Hanians are aware that venturing out rashly would jeopardize their standing, potentially inviting the attention of other powers seeking to absorb them. Hence, they have sought our Chamber of Commerce for collaboration, believing that they require a robust support system as the Frogman perceives it. Our chamber also needs to secure an advantage in the light industry sector. Therefore, pursuing this partnership with the Sandstorm Company is indeed imperative. It must be said that these shrewd Hanians possess keen insight in identifying our Clark Chamber of Commerce as a potential ally. Ultimately, we may claim 99% of your profits, but had you approached other factions, you would likely find yourselves stripped bare to the bone. Recognizing this, the Frogman lowered himself and solemnly stated, "Very well, I will report what I have seen today to the higher-ups of our chamber. I assure you that within 3 days, within a single day, we shall formulate a cooperation plan. I hope that when we meet again, your leadership will also be present." Naturally, after seeing the Frogman hastily depart, the Hanians exhaled in relief, muttering to themselves, "At last, we have managed to send that fellow away. They should be ready on their end as well." In this vast, labyrinthine underground base, a similar scene is unfolding repeatedly. These individuals have been dispatched by powerful factions to engage with this suddenly emerging force. Whether they approach with humility, disdain, or veiled threats, they will ultimately be astonished by the trinkets presented by the Sandstorm Company. While all express willingness to collaborate, they simultaneously insist on meeting the highest authorities here. The crafty Hanians readily agree, promising to arrange a meeting time. Yet, what awaits these individuals is likely beyond their imagination. In the expansive control room, observing the myriad images on the screens, Best's lips curled into a faint smile. At last, the moment has arrived. Securing control over these individuals equates to controlling the entirety of Aegilis. Then, I can depart without reservations. Tien could not conceal his excitement, yet he remained somewhat apprehensive, analyzing. These fellows will undoubtedly bring formidable bodyguards. While your brainwave manipulation can easily control those feeble-minded individuals, facing warriors with combat power exceeding 10,000 renders you powerless. If an incident occurs, it could become exceedingly troublesome. Rest assured, the brainwave enhancer from Experiment 3 has been successfully developed. This device can amplify my abilities 100-fold in an instant. With it, even warriors boasting combat power over 100,000 cannot escape my control. Best replied nonchalantly. Of course, he withheld one crucial detail. Excessive use of mental power would deplete his life force. Awaken. Scion Chapter 53, The Evolution of Peace 3 days later. Luxurious spacecraft with dazzling flame tails performed a spectacular display before finally landing at the spaceport established by Best. As the dignitaries aboard the vessels descended from the lift, they were momentarily taken aback by the bustling crowd before quickly exchanging greetings. Among them were presidents of aerospace companies, arms dealers, and entrepreneurs profiting from the extraction of rare minerals. In short, they were prominent figures within Aegilis. Even if not leaders of a faction, they wielded significant influence. Their familiarity with one another was evident, some even being rivals. Despite the smiles and cordial greetings exchanged, tumultuous waves surged within their hearts, each secretly speculating about the true intentions behind the Western Sandstorm Company's invitation to so many influential individuals. Yet, no matter how astute they were, they could never fathom that Best planned to gather them all and eliminate them in one fell swoop, extinguishing any future threats. Such audacity, even Jabbar, the nominal ruler of this planet, could only contemplate but not dare to ignite that highly sensitive fuse. I believe most have arrived. There is no need to wait any longer. Welcome, everyone, to my base. I am the creator of this place, Best. With a clear and resonant greeting, the dignitaries turned their heads to behold an unforgettable sight. A youth with crimson eyes sat upon a menacing, oversized steel chair, slowly rising from the underground platform. One hand propped under his chin, he gazed at them with keen interest, his arrogant demeanor clearly dismissing their presence. I suspect you have many questions. By the way, it seems 3 guests have departed without bidding farewell. Petra, please invite them back. The youth instructed a nearby child. This black-haired, spiky-haired child, exuding an aura of coldness, was indeed the formidable warrior detailed in their files. The champion of the martial arts tournament that had greatly impacted all of Aegilis. The tournament had been forcibly interrupted following Best's display of power, and Petra had rightfully claimed the title of champion. His presence undoubtedly instilled tremendous intimidation among the dignitaries. Even those among them who were proud or accompanied by bodyguards with combat power exceeding 10,000 found themselves feeling somewhat powerless under the child's subdued yet potent pressure. Some even experienced an overwhelming urge to prostrate themselves in trembling submission. Upon hearing his brother's command, Petra nodded, expressionless, and gazed skyward, swiftly locking onto the departing spacecraft. With a flash of light in his hand, he unleashed hundreds of orbs imbued with immense energy, instantly pursuing the fleeing vessels and engulfing them in a blinding explosion. Instant annihilation. This scoundrel, does he truly intend to slay us? At that moment, an overwhelming sense of dread surged within the prominent figures of the spaceport. A collective anxiety that rendered them oblivious to their appearances. They erupted into frantic exclamations, some scrambling atop their spacecraft, frantically pressing a myriad of buttons, while others retrieved their communication devices, desperately attempting to relay the unfolding chaos to headquarters. However, under the influence of the supercomputer campaign, every electronic communication device was rendered ineffective, akin to heaps of corroded scrap metal. Curse it all. Attack. Whoever slays those two, I shall reward them with 10 million, no, 100 million bages. Amidst the palpable terror, one individual suddenly cried out in a frenzied manner, resembling a madman. In the shadows, the soldiers remained motionless, already ensnared by the genetically engineered warriors lurking in ambush. Even a certain individual, endowed with the ability to camouflage and attempting to assassinate the best brothers through stealth, was swiftly detected and met his demise at the hands of Petra. Today was destined to witness an unprecedented spectacle. As witnesses to this grand event, you should feel an immense sense of honor and pride. Observing the frantic escape of the cosmic merchants below, Best could not suppress a cold smile. Just moments ago, these individuals had held themselves in lofty esteem, now reduced to mere prey. Their fate, whether life or death, rested solely within his whims. Let us commence, he declared. You should consider yourselves fortunate, for I shall spare your lives. Suddenly, a circular apparatus descended from above, resembling a precision instrument, encircling Best's head. His profound gaze transformed. Erupting with an untamed ferocity, akin to a tranquil lake suddenly besieged by tumultuous waves, inciting an unparalleled storm of emotions among all present. Beneath the resplendent night sky, in stark contrast to the desolation of the west, the eastern cities remained aglow, resembling vibrant metropolises that never slumbered. On the massive electronic screens, alluring starlets posed seductively, presenting an array of high-tech products in a voice laced with temptation. Their enticing demeanor stirred primal urges within the onlookers. The atmosphere was thick with excess, spirits, exhaust, narcotics, unfounded insults, brawls, and bouts of inexplicable laughter, enveloping the city in a hedonistic ambience. Slumped in a languid manner, reminiscent of a dying serpent, Sindra stood aloft, gazing at the somber scene outside, a restlessness gnawing at him. Since the death of his son, he had not enjoyed a single night of restful slumber. Each day, he consumed copious amounts of alcohol merely to coax himself into a semblance of sleep. Today, a peculiar tension hung in the air, as if foretelling impending calamity, robbing him of any chance to rest. In a fit of frustration, he donned a layer of outerwear and leaped from the window, seeking distraction in the city below. However, before he could glide far, a figure emerged before him, an individual whose body was predominantly mechanical. It's you. What brings you here? Sindra halted, his expression filled with wariness. Nothing of consequence. An old friend is returning today, and I merely wish to pay him a visit. The metallic figure before him was none other than Gauss, the second of the formidable trio of Aguilas, longtime adversary of Sindra. Today, however, he appeared markedly different. His haughty demeanor had vanished, and he refrained from targeting Sindra with his usual malice. Even his tone was devoid of fervor, as if he were recounting an event unrelated to himself. Bewildered, Sindra took a cautious step back, wary of this unpredictable madman and his potential for sudden aggression. Just as he contemplated a retreat, an overwhelming force surged toward him, propelling him through the air with tremendous might. What? If not Gauss, then who could it be? Beneath the somber sky, a towering warrior clad in a black bodysuit materialized before Sindra, seizing him by the throat and lifting this combatant of over 200,000 in power as effortlessly as one would a lifeless dog. In a swift motion, the intruder's other hand crunched the bones of Sindra's limbs, rendering him utterly defenseless. In excruciating pain, Sindra fixed his gaze upon the somewhat familiar visage of his assailant, whose ocular device on the left eye pulsated wildly, displaying values that seemed to escalate infinitely. Finally, with a resounding pop, the device succumbed to the pressure, exploding in a shower of fragments, as the numbers soared to an astonishing 600,000. In that moment, Sindra, pale as a ghost, recalled the identity of this formidable foe. Sindra, do you remember me? The warrior taunted. I had initially intended to engage you in a fair fight. Yet now, you present yourself before me like a dead dog, utterly devoid of any interest. Kieran leaned over, scrutinizing this trembling adversary, seemingly wishing to etch his likeness into Sindra's memory. With venomous contempt, he declared, Go to hell and repent, you wretch. Suddenly, a blinding brilliance erupted from the overcast horizon, akin to the sun rising in the night, an unstoppable force descending upon the world. The grandeur was overwhelming, rendering it impossible for anyone to discern whether they stood in the light of day or the shadows of night. In the aftermath, chaos erupted in the city below, piercing alarm bells ringing with a deafening urgency, shaking the very earth. You have grown, and you have become stronger. I hardly recognize you. Gauss sighed as he gazed upon the now unfamiliar young man before him. Their history, it seemed, stretched back to a time long forgotten. It has only been 3 years. Hardly a lengthy span. Without your assistance, I would never have escaped back then, Kieran remarked, his gratitude, long buried in his heart, finally finding voice. Enough with the foolishness. It was Lord Dandy who saved my life. Were it not for him outfitting me in this formidable battle armor, I would not be here today. Though I disapprove of his methods, I cannot disregard his fate. Alas, the news came too late for me to rescue him, Gauss lamented. You have done all you could. By the way, I am currently employed by the Sandstorm Company in the West. They are planning an operation today to seize control of this planet. If you have no pressing matters, I advise you to leave this place quickly. Their power is beyond your imagination. Kieran nodded, offering a timely warning. A means to repay Gauss's kindness. Should Gauss choose to remain obstinate, Kieran would have no choice but to subdue him. As Kieran gazed upon the brightly lit city below, an uncanny sensation washed over him. After avenging himself, it felt as if he had lost his motivation, adrift in a kaleidoscope of vibrant landscapes. Unsure of what lay ahead or where his path led, he pondered whether his life had truly reached its conclusion. In his later years, every action seemed to serve others rather than himself. Observing Kieran's silence, Gauss spoke thoughtfully, I will not depart. 30 years ago, my home planet was annihilated by the brutal Frisia clan, resulting in the loss of all my kin and my homeland. This land beneath my feet has become my second home, and I cannot bear to part from it. Though the times have changed, I remain steadfast. Please inform the owner of the Sandstorm Company to cease trampling upon this land, to stop desecrating our home. I am willing to relinquish my resistance and offer all the resources at my disposal. Awaken, O Scion. Chapter 54. Set sail in a single night, this high-energy planet, located at the edge of the northern galaxy and coveted by countless schemers, had been completely conquered, becoming a possession of Bistar. Remarkably, after Jabbar's palace was seized, the majority of the planet's inhabitants remained in a daze, oblivious to the unfolding events. The course of developments proceeded with unexpected ease. Initially, Bistar had anticipated significant backlash from his offensive, even the possibility of riots. He had prepared contingencies and was ready for a bloody suppression. However, no one could have foreseen that at the onset of the turmoil, Gauss, the second-in-command of Augulus, would emerge to restore order, scattering Jabbar's guard who had come in response to the chaos. This act effectively stripped the city of its last vestiges of defense, allowing Bistar's forces to seamlessly infiltrate and seize pivotal strongholds, capturing the bewildered members of the guard. What transpired next was even more bewildering. Prince Russ, renowned for his admirable reputation within Augulus, joined the effort to placate the populace, releasing a statement via electronic media that claimed a foreign spy had infiltrated Augulus to steal vital secrets, prompting the military search. Fortunately, they had apprehended the spy in time and apologized for any inconvenience caused to the citizens' nightly routines. Despite this, many sensed the undertones of conspiracy. Yet, in such grand circumstances, they were powerless to voice their doubts. All they could do was wait silently at home, hoping to witness any monumental news come dawn. However, when the sun finally rose, no trace of scandal or espionage was found. Opening their windows, they were greeted by the same bustling crowds and vehicles, the cacophony and congestion unchanged from the ordinary. It seemed as if everything had returned to normal, with no signs of unrest or intrigue. As for the influence of the merchant associations, Bistar handled it with remarkable precision. Under the sway of the supercomputer, Cambane, their base, effectively a city under private control, found all electrical, energy facilities, and electronic programs rendered inoperative, completely devoid of effective defense. In the midst of rising panic, as their leaders or second-in-command returned in flying vehicles, they would naturally encounter a sweeping reshuffle of power. These individuals, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Jabbar and even influencing his decisions, undoubtedly wield extraordinary power. Moreover, having operated on this planet for many years, their influence is deeply entrenched throughout the entirety of Agilis, such that their every action resonates widely. To eliminate them recklessly would inevitably trigger a seismic upheaval, plunging the whole of Agilis into profound panic and paralysis. Thus, it would be far wiser to exert control over these entities and compel them to serve one's interests. Furthermore, as a researcher, Best harbors a keen interest in the cutting-edge technologies they possess. Broadly speaking, the advanced technologies in their hands are undoubtedly centuries ahead of the entire universe's technological landscape. Among them, some have even established within their bases formidable weapons such as superconducting rails and antimatter annihilation cannons. With the mere push of a button, one could effortlessly obliterate a planet, reducing an asteroid to mere fragments. In terms of destructive capability, even a super warrior with a combat strength of 1 million, at full capacity, could only achieve such destruction. Moreover, this is merely a fraction of their overall power. One can only imagine the vast energy these cosmic merchants command. Naturally, a considerable number of the Hain people under Best's command were dispatched to these bases, granted substantial management authority. Once the main computer of these research institutions was linked to the supercomputer of Best's experimental base, his plundering of these unscrupulous merchants could be deemed truly concluded. Even if they regained consciousness and recalled the events that transpired, escape from Best's grasp would be utterly impossible, and they would be unable to stir even the slightest ripple. For under the vigilant gaze of the supercomputer, Cambane, every electronic device on this planet has become its eye, constantly monitoring and observing all, rendering everyone incapable of evasion. As for the subsequent cleanup tasks, Best showed little interest in participating. After outlining some essential considerations, he, accompanied by Petra, boarded a sophisticated spacecraft produced by Cruise Company. Embarking on their second voyage into the cosmos. At long last, all has concluded. It arrived at least 5 years earlier than I had anticipated. In retrospect, it seems almost surreal, akin to a dream. So what lies ahead? Is it planet Namek? Dragon Ball, here I come. Best sat comfortably in his armchair, pressing the button on the spacecraft. A mysterious smile crept across his face. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 1. Planet Namek. The scene shifts. Let us extend our gaze into the vast cosmos. Several star systems away from Augulus, a spindle-shaped spacecraft is steadily approaching a twinkling light. Guided by signals captured by its intelligent computer, the spacecraft, which appears unremarkable at first glance, is in fact equipped with the most advanced navigation system in the entire universe. On the immense electronic display, hundreds of three-dimensional images continuously shift, indicating the coordinates of nearly 100 galaxies within the northern galaxy. The density of information rivals that of an ant colony excavating a subterranean palace. Moreover, this is merely the beginning. It is essential to understand that the distance between galaxies is not comparable to that of neighboring houses. Traversing this expanse is akin to crossing an unfathomable chasm. The travelers navigating this void are akin to insignificant insects, humble and diminutive. To cross this abyss propelled solely by fuel would require decades, if not centuries, of accumulation, nothing short of a fanciful dream without such time. Consequently, bold ideas such as space jumping have emerged in the realm of aerospace exploration. These concepts invariably exist to reduce travel time in space, enabling specially designed vessels to execute transitory leaps between nodes separated by hundreds of light years, allowing instantaneous passage from one galaxy to another. Remarkably acute and extraordinarily powerful, the spacecraft known as the Eternal Voyager embodies the culmination of these cutting-edge technologies. One can only imagine the staggering and terrifying cost of its construction. The vessel in question is owned by Jabbar, famously known as the Emperor of Augulus. The target they are pursuing has been stationary on a planet for several days. This news has provided Jabbar with a sense of relief amidst the turmoil threatening his reign. Under the weight of internal and external pressures, his position is precarious, and he cannot afford to appear as calm as he outwardly seems. In his extreme desperation, the emergence of the spirit tree has become his final lifeline. When he first received this news, his immediate thought was not to verify its authenticity, but rather to contemplate how he could seize it. At this moment, he trusts no one but himself. Only by grasping this legendary tree in his own hands will he find peace and be able to sleep soundly. Quickly, is the energy charged? He demanded. The distance is not far. With one more spatial jump, we shall reach our destination. The spirit tree will be mine. Jabbar's eyes glowed crimson, his demeanor frenzied. His expression betrayed none of the composure he once possessed. Instead, he resembled a desperate marauder. Almost there, replied a bald technician in the cockpit, his hands trembling over the controls. After 12 hours of overloading, we should be able to initiate the spatial jump. However, this may result in irreparable damage to the Eternity vessel. Sweat streamed down his face, his features twisted in terror, as if something immensely frightening loomed nearby. Enough with should and might. You must and absolutely. Do you understand? Jabbar bellowed, crushing the alloy armrest of his seat and rising to his feet. His menacing presence sent shivers down the spines of the crew. He paced the cabin, finally halting before a charred corpse, growling. If you don't want to end up like this fool, follow my orders. No more excuses, I demand speed. The crew, paralyzed with fear, clung to their posts, unwilling to provoke Jabbar further. Unbeknownst to them, outside their ship loomed a peculiar craft cloaked in a glossy black sheen, having followed them since Augulus, like a relentless parasite. At the moment the spatial jump commenced, the entire Eternity vessel was to be engulfed by a sudden black hole. The strange craft emitted a series of beeps, illuminating rows of buttons within the sealed cabin. Finally, it focused on a colossal machine nearly 2 meters tall. Countless digital signals flickered across its surface, and after filtering, it erupted with an electronic voice. Diagnosis complete. All systems within the cabin are operational. The carrier is approaching the target planet. Estimated arrival in 30 minutes. Following the spatial jump, separation from the carrier will occur. Deploy Test Subject 1 for self-detonation within the carrier. Commence the capture operation. Test Subjects 2, 3, and 4 will proceed with capture. Prepare the electromagnetic railgun for extermination should the capture fail. Repeat task details. Task has successfully passed the black hole. Test Subject 1 has awakened. Estimated self-detonation energy at 130,000. Survival rate of life forms within the carrier is less than 1 in 100,000. Preparing for separation. Countdown. 9, 8, 7, 6. Separation complete. With a snap, the black craft gradually distanced itself from the Eternity vessel, leaving behind a violet incubator filled with a pale green liquid in which a swollen, unconscious giant floated. His decaying skin and bulging muscles, alongside exposed tooth roots, made him resemble a creature from a horror tale. Suddenly, without warning, the incubator detonated. The giant's eyes shot open, as if waking from a deep slumber. And with a sudden descent of his massive frame, he forcefully pressed downward. The thick space-grade alloy was torn apart as though it were mere fabric, creating a gaping hole. Upon sensing the intrusion, Jabbar immediately felt the disturbance on board. Yet what met his eyes was a grotesque creature, its body engorged and grinning maniacally at him. Yuri, how could this be? Jabbar gasped in horror, preparing to subdue this unexpected intruder. But his expression shifted abruptly as the bloated creature erupted, releasing an explosive energy that obliterated the Eternity vessel, reducing it to cosmic dust, leaving no trace behind. The self-detonation was merely a process. With Jabbar's combat prowess, he could have erected a protective shield in time, but he needed to comprehend his surroundings. He was lost in the vastness of space. Despite his noble lineage, he was not of the Frisia race, capable of withstanding the vacuum of an explosion. Thus, as the ship detonated, death was the only fate awaiting him. No one could have anticipated that Jabbar, the ambitious ruler of Aguilas, would meet such a tragic end. Simultaneously, in another direction, a more advanced vessel approached a verdant planet after a series of spatial jumps. This planet was quite extraordinary, approximately 10 times the diameter of Earth, with 3 smaller suns orbiting it, ensuring perpetual daylight without night. It was the homeland of the Demon King Piccolo and the origin of the Dragon Ball saga Namek. As this ship, which had traversed the cosmos for half a month, landed on Namek, the hatch opened, revealing a broad staircase. The travelers who emerged were 2 boys, or rather, 2 children. Awaken. Scion. Chapter 2. Cold reception. According to the data, Namek is a relatively inactive planet. Although its crust comprises several tectonic plates, their movement is slow, resulting in almost no earthquakes or volcanic activity. Beneath its surface lies an abundance of resources, particularly high-energy and heavy metal deposits. The Namekians once mined these high-strength, lightweight, and highly corrosion-resistant metals to advance their space-faring technologies and shipbuilding industries with remarkable success. In terms of energy, vast deposits of combustible mud lie about 100 meters underground, akin to coal but containing energy 900 times greater. The inhabitants of Namek typically stand between 1.3 and 1.9 meters tall, with some, like Piccolo, Nail, and Slug, exceeding 2 meters. They lack body hair and possess 2 antennae on their heads for light detection. Their green skin exhibits characteristics akin to photosynthesis. Thus, during ordinary times, they merely need to drink water and harness photosynthesis to produce starch, fulfilling their physiological needs. They lack a centralized government, with the populace dispersed across various locations, forming small settlements. Each village is overseen by an elder, resulting in the absence of armies or large organizations. Nevertheless, within each village, there exist 1 or more warriors to safeguard their homeland, with the elder entrusted with the Dragon Balls, defending against all intruders. This is not a mere fabrication by the author, but rather extracted from Baidu Encyclopedia. Hence, this is a peculiar race that exists between a sophisticated society and primitive settlements. It seems that gaining their trust is no simple task. Oh, someone is approaching from that direction. It appears our movements have already been detected. Best glanced towards the southeast and nodded, remarking on the ancient tribe's profound understanding of Qi, which enables them to detect the energy fluctuations of outsiders at once. Their caliber is exponentially superior to that of the drunken layabouts from Aguilas. Petra lifted his head and glanced in the same direction, but quickly averted his gaze, coldly commenting, "Too weak. Petra, you are mistaken. Sometimes, the strength of energy does not dictate everything," Best said, noticing the puzzled expression on his brother's face. He reached out to pat Petra's head and continued, "Within the same tier, a martial artist who has mastered various techniques far surpasses a mere warrior. Even when faced with enemies many times stronger, they possess the potential to turn the tide through unique energy techniques. Thus, one must never underestimate such individuals. However, brother, you once stated that only warriors are the strongest in this world." Petra frowned, unusually challenging him. Best, taken aback yet amused, replied, "Indeed, that is true. In fact, martial artists also belong to the warrior category. They primarily focus on cultivating their own energy and techniques rather than relying solely on combat to enhance their strength." As they conversed, the energy of the Namekians rapidly approached, not just 1 but a total of 5 individuals. However, they halted at a considerable distance, seemingly cautious in their observation. Only upon confirming the absence of danger did they draw closer, settling on a nearby slope. Never before had they sensed such potent Qi. The energy emanating from these 2 individuals was rife with brutality and bloodlust, both immensely powerful and terrifying. The overwhelming oppressive aura they exuded was suffocating, even despair-inducing. Were they also seeking the Dragon Balls? Such wretched beings are beyond our capacity to confront. We must promptly inform Darsal, only he can contend with these formidable outsiders. The Namekians concealed on the slope watched attentively. The close proximity unveiled a starkly different scene from their previous vague sensations. Perspiration began to bead on their foreheads, quickly coalescing into rivulets that cascaded down. One Namekian gritted his teeth and whispered to his companion, "These 2 are formidable, while they remain unaware of our presence. You must leave quickly to inform the Elder and Darsal. I will stay here to continue monitoring them. Remember, haste is essential." "No, it's too dangerous for you to stay alone. I will remain to assist." Another Namekian immediately countered, "This is not the time for disputes. Trust me, hurry to notify Darsal. Only he can handle these 2 powerful invaders." Also, try to evacuate the villagers. The first Namekian grasped his companion's arm, his tone resolute and unyielding. Promise to wait for our return. The four companions exchanged deep glances before swiftly departing, dispersing in various directions with utmost urgency. In such circumstances, they had endured countless times before. Yet, this occasion was the one that truly instilled in them the threat of extinction. Their companion was right. This was not a moment for impulsive actions. They needed to swiftly evacuate their fellow villagers and inform the elder of the situation. In the grand scheme of their race's survival, the fate of one individual had long ceased to hold significance. At this moment, his ability to articulate these thoughts indicated he had already resigned himself to a fatal outcome. What nonsense is this? Do they think that by suppressing their aura, they can evade my perception? Best rubbed his chin, casting a discreet glance towards the earthen slope. Without uttering a word, Petra remained silent, her head bowed, offering no reaction. It appeared as if she was entirely oblivious to the presence of the Namekian, showing no signs of awareness. Fortunately, these two individuals, like those before them, lacked the ability to harness their ki. Otherwise, our existence would have been discovered long ago. Hiding on the slope, the Namekian observed cautiously, inadvertently letting out a breath of relief. However, the next moment, he was jolted into alarm, nearly leaping to his feet. For he had seen that the larger of the foreign invaders had clearly fixed his gaze upon him, not merely in his direction, but directly at him. With a tone laced with mockery, he remarked, "Namekian, is this how you treat guests from afar? Cursed be this revelation." In an instant, the Namekian was drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by an urge to flee. Yet, he restrained himself, managing to stand and address the uninvited guests, saying, "Apologies, but Namek does not welcome outsiders. If you seek supplies, I regret to inform you that we possess nothing of what you desire." Though he intentionally raised his voice to mask his trepidation, the tremor in his words betrayed his fear, undoubtedly proving his intense anxiety in that moment. What a conundrum this is. I never expected to be confronted with such a dilemma upon arriving on Namek. Clearly, the privileges of the protagonist are not something just anyone can enjoy, Best mused, pressing his forehead in frustration. Yet, he spoke candidly, what I seek is indeed here, the Dragon Balls that grant wishes. Awaken. Scion, Chapter 3, Dacial. Damn it. He truly came for the Dragon Balls. The Namekian stiffened, clenching his fists tightly. After a moment of silence, he suddenly became animated, resolutely declaring, "Give up, outsider. We will never hand over the Dragon Balls to someone as wicked as you." Wicked? Best pondered the term, suddenly inquiring, "What leads you to believe that I am wicked?" "Stop your evasion. Your ki is cold, bloody, and suffused with death. It is clearly the aura of a merciless killer. Someone like you cannot be anything but evil." The Namekian's antennae twitched slightly, initially cautious, yet when faced with Best's question, he spoke out loudly. "I see. I had forgotten that some ki masters can discern not only the aura but also the moral alignment of others, as when Krillin first sensed Frisia's ki on Namek. This is rather intriguing. However, this method of judgment is indeed rather hasty. Indeed, I have taken many lives," Best admitted frankly, or rather. He had never intended to deny it, stating directly, "But how do you know whether I have killed the righteous or the wicked? If I only slay the wicked, does that not prove I am a good person?" The Namekian was momentarily speechless, rendered unable to respond. Beautiful flowers and exotic creatures often conceal deadly toxins, capable of unwittingly stripping others of their right to exist. Fools are prone to judging by appearances, enamored by beauty and allure, while despising the ordinary and the ugly. They hastily judge a person's character, leading the innocent into unjust predicaments while letting offenders roam free. I once thought the Namekians were extraordinary, but now it seems they are no different. Best continued. Such reasoning left the Namekian in a cold sweat, feeling overwhelmed. "That's nonsense. I do not judge by appearances. Your ki is undeniably filled with evil and indifference. A good person's aura could never be tainted with such pervasive coldness. You will not deceive me," the Namekian retorted, though his tone lacked the previous conviction. In truth, the intelligence of the Namekians is beyond question. In certain talents, their abilities are truly astonishing. Yet, they are not a particularly articulate people, and their lack of contact with the outside world has led to a deficiency in their verbal skills. Now, though this Namekian had a plethora of rebuttals, he found himself at a loss for the right words, hastily blurting out a response that seemed somewhat desperate. "This is due to certain issues with my body, which prevent me from expressing emotions like a normal person. This is why I traversed the vast galaxies to seek your assistance, as only the legendary Dragon Balls can heal my condition. However, witnessing how you Namekians treat your visitors is truly surprising. It seems that the tales of your kindness and love for peace are merely rumors spread by the ill-intentioned. You are not like this, not like this. If I were truly a wicked brute, I would not need to speak so much or offer such explanations. Nor would I allow your companion to leave. How do you reconcile that?" In stark contrast to the Namekian's faltering arguments, Best's replies remained steady, slow yet powerful, entirely reasonable, leaving no room for flaws. It could be said that from the outset of this debate, the Namekian had already found himself at a disadvantage. As his confidence was gradually shattered, he was astonished to discover his inability to counter the questions posed by Best. Consequently, he became ensnared in deep contemplation. The once firm stance he had held began to waver amidst the uncertainty. "Cursed be it, Is what he speaks the truth? If it is as he claims, have I wronged an innocent? The reputation of the Namekian people cannot suffer because of my single error. But what evidence is there to prove his correctness? What is the truth? Who can enlighten me? The antennae on the Namekian's forehead trembled violently, as if stirred by an unseen force. He gripped his fists tightly, exuding an air of determination, yet remained uncertain of how to proceed. In this moment, his thoughts were evidently ensnared in a chaotic state, unable to extricate themselves. The chicken lays the egg hatches the chicken. Such questions of cause and effect are indeed challenging for those of a simpler disposition to ponder. Nonetheless, he managed to keep this fellow at bay. Had he accidentally taken his life, the repercussions would have been quite troublesome. A faint smile curled at the corners of Best's lips as he lifted his gaze towards the direction from which the earlier Namekians had retreated. There, a formidable presence surged rapidly towards him, its intensity seemingly exceeding 20,000. Moments later, an elderly Namekian, gaunt and resembling the celestial beings of Earth, appeared before Best. Upon his arrival, the Namekian lost in contemplation jolted awake, his eyes wide with recognition. Gazing at the aged Namekian, he exclaimed with fervor, "Dasser, you have finally arrived." This must be the warrior guarding the elder of the Namekian people. Surprisingly, he is not the Neru, from the original work. Could he be a predecessor? However, judging by his age, he likely belongs to the same generation as the Namekian elder, the deity on Earth, and the character slag from the side story. He must hold an extraordinary position among the Namekians, Best contemplated. Beside him, Petra glanced over and suddenly inquired, "Brother, is he the martial artist you mentioned?" Indeed. Best replied, momentarily taken aback, before adding with a smile, "Why do you ask?" "Because a warrior who has fought for many years upon reaching this age would see their bones and muscles gradually deteriorate. It is impossible to maintain the combat prowess of their youth. One cannot possibly be as spirited as he is." Petra responded earnestly, surprising Best with her insights. "Who informed you of such matters?" Best pondered aloud. "I noticed it myself," Petra replied with sincerity. "What a determined little one. To fight until death, such is the fate of the scions." Best sighed inexplicably. He patted Petra's head and said, "Very well. You are a good child." Meanwhile, under the watchful gaze of Darcier, the Namekian recounted the recent events, concluding with a pained expression, "I truly cannot discern the intentions of these two outsiders. Forgive me, Darcier. It was my mistake to summon you without knowing their nature." "No, you did well," Darcier reassured him with a comforting pat on the shoulder, taking a deep breath. "If you cannot comprehend it, then do not dwell on it. Leave it to me to handle." "Understood," the young Namekian replied. After a moment's thought, he addressed Best and his brother, "I apologize for my rudeness earlier. This is Darcier, our warrior from Namek. If you wish to make a wish upon the Dragon Balls, you must obtain his and the elder's consent." After the earlier altercation, his animosity towards Best had evidently diminished. "Greetings. I am Best, a traveler from Edris. This is my brother, Petra." Best introduced himself. "Greetings, distant travelers. I am aware of your purpose. Darcier and I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." The Namekian nodded, delivering words that astonished Best. Awaken. Scion. Chapter 4. The Spirit Tree in the Northern Galaxy, on a planet teeming with life. According to the data, this planet boasts fertile soil and a pleasant climate, rendering it an ideal primitive world for human habitation. Although no signs of advanced biological activity have been discovered, the nascent stirrings of intelligent life are evident. They resemble newborn infants, still unsteady on their feet, exploring the world around them, inviting anticipation for their growth. Just days ago, this place was a vibrant landscape of lush mountains and flowing waters. Yet now, it is left with only withered vines, aged trees, and cawing crows. The stark contrast of the current scene evokes an inexplicable pang of sorrow. The once verdant mountains, previously draped in lush foliage, have lost their emerald hue, becoming desiccated and languid. The once thriving rivers seem to have been maliciously severed at their source, gradually drying up and losing their vitality. Animals lie motionless among the wilting underbrush, softly lamenting their plight. Fish struggle weakly in the parched riverbeds. Rough, primitive beings raise torches in the dim twilight, worshipping deities in fear and hunger. During this time, many fall and perish, and the earth is strewn with cries of despair, devoid of its former vibrancy. The landscape is engulfed in an eerie stillness. The soil is mysteriously losing its nutrients amid sudden upheaval. In mere hours, the once fertile land has dulled in color, becoming dry and brittle, cracking like ancient relics weathered by millennia. A gust of wind will turn it to fine dust, carried away by the mournful whispers of the breeze. An ominous aura of decay permeates the entire planet, as if it is being devoured by a vile beast. It resembles a frail patient, nearing the end of life, consumed by illness. Yet amidst this desolation stands an exceptionally vigorous giant tree, thriving and reaching for the heavens, a striking contrast to the planet's silence. This colossal tree stands tall and imposing, evoking a sense of terror. Even its elevated roots rise dozens of meters high. Resembling fierce dragons with much of their bodies buried within the earth, their formidable presence radiating outward in all directions. Its trunk is akin to a towering pillar, supporting the vast expanse of the sky. The roots delve deep into the ground, entwining even the sheer cliffs and the dark abyss of the ocean. resembling a sprawling net that firmly secures the entire planet. Its magnificent canopy resembles a floating continent, nearly enveloping the entire heavens. When one gazes upward, they are met with an overwhelming sea of verdant hues that fills the vision. As the wind sweeps through, the leaves undulate like waves upon a vast ocean, imparting an indescribable sense of awe. One might well believe that this unparalleled giant tree is the world tree of Norse mythology. This colossal tree marks the inception of all malevolence and serves as the root cause of the desolation of life on this planet. At this moment, a child, no more than 8 or 9 years old, stands beneath its towering presence, clad in tattered garments, with unkempt hair. Bloodstains adorn his entire being, emanating an intense aura of hostility. Typically, children of such tender age should embody innocence and naivety, yet this child resembles a famished beast, instilling terror and dread, evoking a primal instinct to flee. The spiritual tree approaches maturity. Its ripening fruit is nearly within reach. Once I consume this fruit, no one shall have the power to harm me. Those foolish enough to attempt to seize the seed from my grasp shall meet their demise. I shall trample their heads beneath my feet and crush them mercilessly. Nevertheless, I must extend my gratitude to those individuals, were it not for their spacecraft. Documenting the coordinates of various planets, I would not have been able to locate so many suitable worlds for the growth of the spiritual tree in such a brief span. As a token of appreciation, I shall track you down and personally ensure your annihilation. The child fixated intently on the towering tree above, murmuring softly to himself. His eyes resembled those of a famished wolf prowling the prairie, glimmering with a vivid, emerald sheen. His contorted expression appeared somewhat menacing, evoking a chilling sense of dread. The child in question is none other than the pure-blooded scion warrior, Dales, who appears in the Dragon Ball film series, specifically in Earth's Super Battle and the Scion Extinction Plan. Waiting is a lonely and agonizing ordeal. Yet it is also a time when unexpected changes are most likely to occur. Suddenly, 3 bright streaks of light pierce the atmosphere, resembling meteors with their long fiery tails, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Who could it be? Are those individuals back again? How infuriating. Their malevolence seems never-ending. Standing beneath the massive tree, Dale sensed something and became agitated, letting out a series of guttural roars filled with rage. His eyes radiated an uncontrollable fury. I will destroy them all. I shall annihilate every last one of you. He bellowed, as if driven mad, propelling himself toward the location where the 3 meteors descended. In an instant, his diminutive form transformed into a streak of rainbow light, dashing forth at supersonic speed. Before he even arrived, a colossal shockwave erupted, echoing like a roaring dragon. On the ground, 3 enormous sealed cultivation tanks exploded, revealing 3 towering men clad in thick military attire, their bodies adorned with dense circuitry. Their expressions were lifeless and robotic, resembling eerily realistic mannequins. Under the onslaught of the shockwave, the earth itself rippled, as if on the brink of collapse, shaking under the immense pressure. The 3 men were engulfed in a blinding column of light in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, a bizarrely shaped small spacecraft hovered silently in the atmosphere. It initiated a scan, revealing the target's energy intensity at 254,000, a significant enhancement compared to the original. No unusual enhancements were detected. The second, third, and fourth test subjects had initial energy levels of 50,000, which, after the perfect genetic serum repair, reached 205,000, 197,000, and 202,000 respectively. Due to being clones of Yuri, their bodies contained remnants of the genetic repair fluid, thus limiting their enhancement. They were also equipped with third-generation energy conversion armor, capable of absorbing energy attacks under 60,000. The analysis indicated a 99.99 success rate for the capture operation. The operation commenced now. As the narrative unfolds, we are transported to the homes of the Namekians, constructed from gel derived from a certain long green plant native to Namek, forming an elliptical structure with a single level, reminiscent of a snail's shell. However, the interiors are surprisingly spacious, devoid of any cramped or suffocating atmosphere. The Grand Elder of the Namekians resides atop a steep cliff, his abode uniquely divided into 2 levels, differing from those of other Namekians. Upon entering, Best felt an inexplicable sensation of being watched, stirring something within him. In his recollection, the Namekians possessed formidable mental powers, even including telepathy and telekinesis, capable of conjuring objects out of thin air. Evidently, their mental development surpassed that of most cosmic civilizations, presenting a potential avenue for Best to explore. Ascending to the second level, Best discovered the sparsely furnished room contained only a uniquely styled Namekian chair, upon which sat an elderly Namekian, serene and seemingly in slumber. Best recognized this large, harmless-looking elder as the custodian of the Dragon Balls and the supreme leader of all Namekians. Welcome, esteemed guest from afar, the Grand Elder coughed lightly, his eyelids fluttering open to gaze upon Best and his companions. His eyes briefly lingered on Petra before settling on Best, swiftly discerning their significance in this encounter. Just moments ago, it seemed he cast a glance at Petra's crystal pendant, Best noted, subtly aware of the elder's scrutiny. However, recognizing the need to engage, he felt it inappropriate to remain silent like Petra. Recalling the ambiguous words uttered by Daciel upon their meeting, Best ventured to inquire, "Greetings, Grand Elder of Namek. May I be so bold as to ask if you were aware of our impending arrival?" "I had no knowledge of your coming," the Grand Elder replied, prompting a frown from Best, who felt an unsettling gloom settle in his heart. Yet, the Elder's next words astonished him. "I only know that in the years to come, our Namek will face a tremendous calamity. However, a scion will emerge to aid us in overcoming our tribulations." In that instant, Best felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, an indescribable chill washing over him, nearly freezing his very blood. "Impossible! How could you foretell future events?" Best managed to suppress his astonishment, his expression reflecting disbelief at the Elder's claims. "All this was revealed to me by the dragon," the Grand Elder sighed, turning his gaze to the window, reminiscing. "Long ago, our Namek experienced an unprecedented disaster. At that time, the vast majority of Namekians perished in that calamity, with only a handful of children sent away by their parents in the chaos, managing to escape. Daciel and I were among those fortunate survivors. Years later, after traversing countless planets, they returned to a desolate Namek, devoid of life. The sight of their barren homeland filled their hearts with immeasurable sorrow. To restore their home and revive Namek's vitality, I inherited the Dragon Balls from my ancestors and awakened the dragon. With its omnipotent powers, the dragon breathed life back into Namek and bestowed upon us the ability to pass on our legacy. At that time, we had one final wish. We asked the dragon if it could use its boundless might to safeguard Namek and all Namekians, ensuring that disaster would never again befall us. Yet the dragon informed us that such a wish was beyond its capabilities. At this point, the Grand Elder was seized by a fit of intense coughing, his demeanor showing signs of fatigue, as though this brief exchange had drained much of his vitality. "Grand Elder, please take a moment to rest," Daciel urged, gently patting the Elder's shoulder. He then continued to address the solemn-faced Best. "We were left feeling despondent and fearful, apprehensive that our painstakingly rebuilt home might once again be ravaged by catastrophe. Thus, we pressed the dragon for answers about what disasters awaited us and how we might evade them. The dragon, however, informed us that the wisdom of the Namekians would become the greatest factor in your demise," referring to the Dragon Ball saga. "In countless years to come, a tremendous calamity will befall you, plunging the entire Namek into crisis once more. Only when a scion warrior appears can this crisis be averted, allowing the Namekians to continue their existence." As the Grand Elder and Daciel gazed at him with intense scrutiny, Bastar remained silent for a moment before suddenly laughing. "What a fascinating prophecy. In truth, I do possess some insight regarding the calamity you speak of. However, I have another question to pose." "What question?" "Please, speak." The Grand Elder and Daciel exchanged glances and nodded in response. The Scions have also endured a great calamity, nearly facing extinction. Yet, many of the surviving warriors remain. On what grounds do you assert that I am the Scion foretold to alleviate your plight? Furthermore, throughout the cosmos, the reputation of the Scions is exceedingly negative, often characterized by selfishness and brutality. Surely, you have heard of this. You cannot possibly regard every Scion you encounter as a savior, can you? Bastar's smile faded as he voiced the question that lingered in his mind. The Namekians were certainly not fools. Their belief in associating themselves with Sun Wukong must have a sound rationale. Such unfounded assumptions and misidentifications would never arise among these ancient beings who have lived for countless years. Note, the ancient Namekians once possessed remarkably advanced technology, even sacrificing their environment for progress. Consequently, Namek suffered severe pollution, with the protective carbon layer destroyed, and cosmic radiation rendering it a lifeless planet, nearly leading to the Namekians' extinction. Fortunately, their advanced space travel technology allowed a few to endure on other planets for a time before returning to Namek, where they learned from their mistakes and began cultivating green plants to restore the carbon atmosphere. There is also speculation that the Namekians were driven to extinction by scion attacks. However, the truth remains to be verified. With no definitive conclusion, speculation arises. In this instance, I shall not adhere to either of the aforementioned theories, but present my own interpretation. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 6. Seizure upon hearing Bastar's inquiry. A faint smile graced the Grand Elder's face. His gaze once more fell upon the crystal pendant worn by Petra. Years ago, when Namek faced its great disaster, Daciel and I were sheltered by the inhabitants of planet Brada, who taught us the ways of cultivation. Planet Brada. I see. Bastar's pupils constricted, as memories of the enigmatic and profound Brada inhabitants, particularly Bibite, surged forth in his mind, dispelling all doubt. Meanwhile, on the planet designated T-12, the capture team's efforts had made significant progress. The weary Dale stared at the three seemingly impervious creatures, unaffected by any assault. As an indescribable fear crept into his heart, this fear only intensified with the passage of time. "Vile creatures, what are you? Do you not know death?" Dales bellowed in fury, striking one of the Euroclone's faces with a powerful punch. He twisted his waist to evade the creature's grasp, executing an impressive aerial maneuver. As he descended, he seized another specimen's head and forcefully slammed it downward. The sound of shattering bones echoed as blood and flesh erupted like a torrential downpour, reminiscent of a shattered watermelon. The energy conversion device currently developed could only passively absorb various forms of energy attacks and was ineffective against pure physical strikes. This limitation constituted Dale's primary reliance in battle. Unfortunately, by the time he realized this, he was already exhausted, gasping for breath. The energy he could muster had diminished significantly compared to earlier. Moreover, the three adversaries before him were merely clones, devoid of self-awareness and sensation. Their movements were governed entirely by an electronic chip implanted within their bodies, rendering them oblivious to death or fear. No matter how fiercely he fought, as long as they remained alive, they would not yield an inch. Most notably, these genetically modified beings possessed an alarming threshold for physical endurance. As long as their bodies were not entirely destroyed in the initial moments, the vials of catalyzing and splitting agents sealed within their uniforms would continue to act upon their flesh, prompting their cells to divide and proliferate grotesquely, unleashing their utmost destructive potential. Thus, even after enduring significant damage, with up to 80% of their skeletal structure shattered by Dale's attacks, they could regenerate and maintain their assault without faltering. However, despite this resilience, these artificial monstrosities could not transcend the realm of organic life. After sustaining such severe injuries, they could only be destroyed, unable to be repurposed. In Bastar's words, these beings were mere disposable combat tools. Utterly despicable. You have forced my hand, Dale's roared, thrusting his head forward to break free from the grip of a Yuri clone, then unleashing a deafening howl. A blinding radiance erupted from his palm, which he swiftly hurled into the skies. Under the dim sky, a blinding light ascended, illuminating the world. Ultimately, it transformed into a radiant orb of energy, casting waves of brilliance across the heavens. Beep, 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 unidentified energy detected. Warning, the target's energy intensity is escalating abnormally. Please implement containment measures immediately. Warning, target intensity has reached 173W, reducing capture success rate to 0.01. Experiment 3 is irreparably damaged. Please take action. The artificial moon emitted over 1700W of buzz waves, causing Dale's form to undergo a drastic transformation. In an instant, he morphed from a youthful appearance into a colossal, fierce creature, covered in coarse fur, resembling a grotesque gorilla. The remaining two experimental subjects, having received directives from the mainframe, soared upwards, circling the spirit tree in a high-speed maneuver, attempting to engage the gorilla in a tactical assault. Unbeknownst to them, despite his mindless destruction and loss of coherence, Dale's instinct for combat had not vanished. Rather, it surged exponentially. He swiftly discerned the intentions of the two minuscule adversaries that had previously wounded him. With a colossal arm, as thick as a pillar, he swept through the air, generating a powerful shockwave that resonated throughout. After a prolonged moment, the atmosphere erupted with a thunderous roar reminiscent of a cataclysm. The first experimental subject collided with the fist unleashed by the transformed gorilla. Under such immense force, his body remained unyielded. Instead, it was directly obliterated in midair, transformed into a crimson mist, utterly annihilated with not a trace left behind. Immediately thereafter, the great gorilla pounded its chest and let out a thunderous roar. With a tremendous fist raised high, it forcefully yanked down the second experimental subject, which was subsequently crushed in a gruesome manner. The demise was particularly harrowing. Beeps echoed. Capture operation failed. Capture operation failed. Initiate the second plan. Neutralize the target. The electromagnetic railgun prepared to lock onto the target, counting down. 10, 9, 8. Far away on Namek, Best suddenly pressed his ear. There, he wore a miniature electronic communicator relaying the combat situation on T-12. Wait a moment. Best held the communicator and abruptly instructed, before the electromagnetic railgun fires, to first use the small impact cannon to destroy the artificial moon. The two shots should be spaced 3.5 seconds apart. In the next instant, a synthesized voice from the computer announced, "New task received, duly noted." This must be a form of interstellar communication. It is astonishing that during our time of rebuilding our homeland, such remarkable technology has emerged externally. The intelligence of those wise races should indeed not be underestimated. The Grand Elder and Darciel gazed at Best, who was lost in thought, and suddenly came to a realization. At the same time, Best fixed his piercing gaze upon the Grand Elder and remarked, "In light of this, the situation is evidently clear. However, I trust you are aware of my purpose for coming to Namek. I shall not engage in a transaction that results in loss. As the epitome of the wisdom and strength of the Namekians, the Dragon Balls rightfully belong to any who harbor dreams." The Grand Elder firmly grasped the armrest of his chair and, trembling, rose to his feet. He extended a finger and pointed into the air, whereupon a faint yellow light blossomed in the void. From the Grand Elder's exclusive seat, a colossal Dragon Ball ascended, shining brilliantly in the heavens. On Namek, 6 larger villages were also illuminated by 6 beams of golden light. The light spiraled in the sky before converging in one direction. This extraordinary sight caused the previously silent Petra to lift her head, her delicate face revealing a hint of astonishment. "Child, tell me, what is the reason for the existence of the Dragon Balls?" The Grand Elder fixed his gaze upon Best, calmly inquiring. "During the festive season, visiting relatives and feasting is commonplace. The updates may be somewhat unstable. Awaken, Scion." Chapter 7. The Dragon Balls. Child, tell me, what is the reason for the existence of the Dragon Balls? The Grand Elder quietly regarded Best, awaiting his response. This is undoubtedly a multiple-choice question, devoid of a singular answer. It is akin to someone inquiring, what is happiness? I believe that each individual harbors their own response within their hearts. Moreover, in varying locations and circumstances, this answer may evolve accordingly. There exists no definitive definition. Of course, this is merely a metaphor. The Grand Elder does not intend to be difficult. His inquiries are undoubtedly rooted in logic. Upon reflection, I have distilled 2 key points for the Namekians. The Dragon Balls symbolize their wisdom and strength, as well as embodying their faith, the eternal dragon. For adventurers and schemers alike, the Dragon Balls represent an undeniable shortcut to fulfilling their dreams and desires. However, therein lies the dilemma. Regardless of the stance taken, there always exists a point of opposition between the two sides. Their relationship is simply that of guardians and usurpers. Choosing a side may appear to be a 50-50 decision. Yet, it is not so easily made. The significance of the Dragon Balls undoubtedly lies in their capacity to fulfill the wishes of individuals like us. This holds true in both the animated series and the manga. However, is this what you truly wish to hear? Observing the Grand Elder's serene gaze, I involuntarily shrugged my shoulders, pondering whether I had misinterpreted his intentions. Perhaps the answer he sought was not this. Outside, the 7 Dragon Balls had converged, akin to magnets, producing an inexplicable attraction and radiating a dazzling brilliance. Their grandeur was so overwhelming that it was difficult to behold directly. Wait, could it be that I have indeed misunderstood? The answer is, in fact, quite simple and clear, requiring no excessive contemplation. I have convoluted a straightforward question, leading myself into a dead end. Suddenly, a flash of insight ignited in my mind, recalling a statement made by the Grand Elder. Instantly, the confusion that had clouded my thoughts dissipated, and I comprehended the Grand Elder's query, a confident smile emerging upon my face. Evidently, you have arrived at an answer. Noticing the change in my expression, the Grand Elder chuckled. So, may I hear your answer? Of course, I nodded, responding without hesitation. The Dragon Balls exist because of dreams. Whether it be the Namekians guarding them or the treasure seekers traversing the cosmos, each individual harbors a dream and possesses unwavering belief. The Dragon Balls exist due to the dreams of these individuals. Without dreams, the Dragon Balls would lack any value. Indeed, the Dragon Balls do exist because of dreams. Your ability to glean such understanding from my brief words is a testament to your extraordinary wisdom, the Grand Elder remarked with a hearty laugh, then shook his head, adding, however, you are only partially correct. What? I furrowed my brow, confused by the Grand Elder's implication. Regardless of whether one is benevolent or malevolent, every being possesses their own dreams. When countless beliefs converge, they can transform into an extraordinarily mystical force. This force can manifest your innermost thoughts into reality, allowing one to see their desires come to fruition. It can even warp time and space, resurrecting that which has vanished from the annals of history and bringing it back into this world. Sadly, despite this power permeating every corner of the universe, few are aware of its existence, and it cannot be directly harnessed by individuals. Pointing to the 7 Dragon Balls suspended in the void, glowing with resplendent light, the Grand Elder spoke slowly. The Dragon Balls serve as a vessel for the beliefs of all beings. They capture the collective faith from the vast universe, enabling the summoning of the great eternal dragon to fulfill wishes and manifest desires. This is why I assert that the Dragon Balls do not solely belong to the Namekians but to all those who possess dreams. Awaken. The Scions, Chapter 8, Palunga. To capture the intentions of all beings, to forcibly alter the order of causality, to unearth and resurrect entities that once existed in history, and ultimately bestow them upon the wishers. This is the true secret hidden within the Dragon Balls. It resembles the Shard of Chaos from Death, the Master God from Infinite Terror, and the God List from Infinite Future. Undoubtedly, these artifacts possess the extraordinary ability to alter causality and conjure something from nothing. However, in comparison, the Dragon Balls arguably surpass the aforementioned 3 in terms of utility. After all, each of the first 3 is bound by numerous constraints. If one's strength is insufficient and one lacks the capability to wield such power, the outcome is merely to serve as a means for others, ultimately benefiting them alone. In stark contrast, the Dragon Balls exhibit a fundamental difference. They do not impose such rigorous requirements. Anyone, even the most ordinary individual, can utilize them as long as they gather the 7 Dragon Balls. Moreover, upon summoning the Eternal Dragon, regardless of the summoner's nature, be it righteous or malevolent, they can make wishes that will manifest their dreams. The Eternal Dragon does not show favoritism or neglect based on one's identity, exemplifying the inherent fairness of the Dragon Balls. Thus, the Dragon Balls can be seen as a wish-granting machine designed specifically for the common folk, capable of gathering the collective desires of all beings and returning them in kind. However, this reciprocation is not without its costs. It is essential to recognize that with gain comes loss. Just as sipping a beverage leaves space for air to fill the bottle, so too does the act of wishing with the Dragon Balls consume the willpower of sentient beings, nurturing the dark energies of the negative universe. Frequent use can lead to perilous consequences. Otherwise, the Dragon Balls, symbols of hope and aspiration, would not become tainted by negative energy. Ultimately birthing an evil dragon, an ultimate dark force that knows only destruction. Bester, in a moment of clarity, contemplated these matters within the context of the GT storyline. Although the true intention behind the Elder's words eluded him, he could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Exclaiming the terrifying potential of altering causality through the collective will of sentient beings and reversing the course of predetermined events. Indeed, it is profoundly frightening. It is astonishing that the Namekians can harness intangible psychic energy to optimize resources. They are truly a highly intelligent ancient race. Countless wise races inhabit the universe, and many possess the ability to manipulate reality. The Namekians, however, merely found a fortunate leverage point. The Elder chuckled softly before inquiring, "Child, what is your wish? Is it for yourself or for others?" It was clear that your pursuits are not rooted in fame or fortune, nor in the quest for eternal life. Fame and wealth are but fleeting illusions. To me, immortality holds little value. A life imbued with meaning, even if brief, is sufficient. There is no need to complicate existence with an unending burden. Bester smiled gently, replying, "I merely wish to witness the myriad secrets concealed within this world. If possible, I would strip away their enigmatic veils, allowing the world to see what lies beneath." From your words, it is evident that your aspirations far exceed those of mere cosmic conquerors. Let us hope this is a fortuitous endeavor. The Elder sighed, casting his gaze skyward, fixated on the 7 Dragon Balls, uttering cryptic phrases. As these words resonated, the previously unyielding brightness of Namek dimmed inexplicably, shrouded by an ominous veil of darkness. Thunderous roars erupted, as if drawn by some unseen force, crashing down violently with a cacophony that shook the earth, resembling a frenzy of silver serpents. The Namekian dragon, known as Purunga, meaning god of dreams in the Namekian language, possesses capabilities far surpassing those of its earthly counterpart, akin to an omnipotent deity from myth. However, as it is crafted by the Namekians, the summoner must articulate their wishes in the Namekian tongue to invoke the dragon. This is akin to a security code inscribed by the Namekians, decipherable solely by them, unless one receives their acknowledgement. Even seizing the Dragon Balls would not enable one to summon the dragon for wishes, as demonstrated by the misfortune of Frisia in the original narrative. Beneath the shadowy heavens, lightning flickered, accompanied by resounding explosions. The 7 Dragon Balls converged, transforming into a magnificent pillar of light that surged toward the heavens, filling the sky in mere moments. In such a terrifying spectacle, all appeared diminutive and powerless, akin to a speck of dust in the vast ocean or a mere grain of rice. Is this the legendary Shenlong? Indeed, it is colossal beyond measure. I fear that only the Shenlong summoned by the Black Star Dragon Balls in GT could rival it. I wonder if it can break through the barriers of space, allowing me to return to my own world. Best stood transfixed, gazing at the immense creature that had appeared in the sky, his heart racing uncontrollably. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming impulse. We, the Mekians, refer to it as Purunga, the god of dreams. The Elder said from beside him, "Those who have gathered the Dragon Balls, speak your wishes. Within the realm of possibility, I shall grant you 3 wishes." The Mekian Shenlong gazed down at the earth, its authoritative voice resonating throughout the cosmos. The Elder looked at Best and urged, "Child, speak your wish. Is it to return, or to remain here?" How surprising it is that when the Dragon Balls are truly summoned, I realize just how unstable my heart is. Pressing his aching temples, Best had already made up his mind. When he opened his eyes, his expression had returned to one of serene composure. He spoke with conviction. "For my first wish, I desire the Shenlong to heal the wounds of my brother and me, restoring our bodies to their prime condition." "Is it truly that simple?" Daciel asked, uncertain. "Indeed, it is that simple," Best replied with a smile. The Elder nodded and recited Best's wish in the Mekian tongue. "I understand. Complete healing, is it? That is quite simple." The Mekian Shenlong's eyes glimmered with a crimson light. Instantly, 2 soft yellow waves surged into the chests of Best and Petra, granting them the sensation of being nurtured within the womb. Despite their appearances resembling those of normal humans, both Best and Petra harbored severe bodily defects. They had never undergone the typical process of maternal development, having been birthed instead from a petri dish as clones, while others experienced 10 months of gestation to develop from a fertilized egg into a fully formed being. They had merely spent a few days in a sterile dish to complete this process, rendering them incomparable to normally developed life forms. Even Petra, a creature of extraordinary nature, could not overcome this inherent flaw. Left to grow naturally, their bodily functions would age rapidly, leading to premature decline. A teenager would resemble an octogenarian, ultimately failing to reach the age of 20, as Dr. Fate had never intended to cultivate them into beings of intellect. He merely sought mindless, selfless warriors to fight for his glory and gain. Thus, the predicament of the Best brothers was born. In this regard, Best's condition was even graver than Petra's, which compelled him to make such a wish. The blood-soaked world, the air thick with the stench of death, the agonizing pain wrought by mutated genes. I am finally liberated. Best inhaled deeply, and as the crimson haze faded, revealing light and darkness, he realized he had attained freedom at last. Now, it is time to mend the fractured genetic chain. For this day, I have prepared for 5 long years. Come forth. Let me witness the ferocious impact you shall bestow upon me. I apologize, it seems I must take my leave for a moment. However, I shall return promptly. As Best's shattered genetic chain began to mend, he suddenly let out a furious roar, tearing his garments asunder, and in an instant, he vanished from the Mekian realm. Awaken. Scion. Chapter 9. The genetic chain which has transpired? How did he suddenly disappear? Dashiell's countenance changed as he gazed at the empty space where Best had stood, bewildered. Ahem. That must be a form of instantaneous movement, he surmised. No matter, once the Shenlong is summoned, it can linger for quite some time. Since we have nothing else to do, let us wait for him. The elder spoke calmly, settling into his designated seat, closing his eyes as if he were asleep. Though he said this, the aura that leaked from Best in that fleeting moment was indeed unsettling. What a terrifying individual he is. Could he truly be the savior of our Mekian realm? Dashiell furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding lingering in his heart. At this moment, standing there like a piece of wood, Petra, who had been overlooked by everyone, raised his head and proactively spoke. Hello, warrior from Namek. What? Dasher turned his head in astonishment, staring at the child who barely reached his waist, and asked curiously, Child, is there something you need? Yes, Petra replied earnestly, nodding his head while pointing at Dasher and then at himself, saying, I wish to engage in battle with you. Upon hearing this, Dasher coughed, as if he had been choked. His expression shifted from surprise to confusion as he said, I can sense that your strength far surpasses mine. If you seek to gain battle experience, it seems unnecessary to challenge an old man like me. My brother once stated that warriors of the same rank are far superior to mere fighters. Thus, I wish to witness firsthand the true prowess of a warrior. Therefore, I intend to suppress my combat power to match yours and engage in a duel, to ascertain the differences between the techniques mastered by warriors and our fighting style. Petra spoke with utmost seriousness, clasping his hands together and earnestly requesting, Please, suppress your combat power to my level and fight with me. Ah, young one. Should I call you arrogant or simply naive? Scions are indeed a group fervently obsessed with battle, Dasser mused internally. A hint of eagerness appearing on his face as he grinned. As a guest of our Namekian people, I will naturally fulfill your request. However, before we proceed, we must select a battlefield to avoid disturbing the Elder's rest. Petra nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on a small asteroid not far from Namek, the elusive Best was rampaging like a mad rhinoceros across the cracked earth. His teleportation ability stemmed from Jiran, a high-ranking warrior he had recruited. This individual had trained on Yardrat for many years, often discussing the mysteries of energy with the Yardratans, and had learned numerous techniques from them. Teleportation was among these skills. Upon his surrender, these techniques became valuable assets, freely provided to Best for his research. To be honest, mastering teleportation is exceptionally easy, with a lower threshold than conventional energy techniques, as long as one can mentally lock onto a coordinate point and, under the guidance of energy perception, expend a certain amount of energy to facilitate transportation between the 2 points, instantaneous movement can be achieved. However, the further one progresses in this ability, the greater the demands on the user's stamina, energy, and mental fortitude become, often increasing geometrically. Ordinary individuals cannot meet such stringent requirements. Thus, even the creators of this ability, the Yardratans, can only manage teleportation within 100 meters, and after several consecutive uses, they would exhaust themselves and be unable to continue. It was only when extraordinary individuals like Sun Wukong inherited this ability that teleportation evolved into a super skill capable of interstellar travel. Though Best could not compare to that stage of Sun Wukong, he could still manage to teleport from one planet to a nearby one with considerable effort. At this moment, he was engulfed in a surging, violent power, his muscles contorting in an abnormal manner. Thick veins bulged on his forehead, neck, and arms, writhing beneath his skin like worms, threatening to burst forth, sending chills down the spine of anyone who gazed upon him. Haha, as I expected. The components of the genetic enhancement serum from years ago still affect my body. However, my genetic chains had previously ruptured due to excessive outbursts, which inadvertently saved my life. Now that they have been reconnected, the toxins that have plagued my body for years are also erupting forth. Nevertheless, I am more than prepared for today's situation. Though Best's mind remained clear, his body struggled to comply. In a desperate attempt to alleviate his suffering, he crashed into a mountain that resembled a towering skyscraper, causing the ground to tremble violently. Instantly, the hardened rock shattered, sending debris flying like shrapnel. The entire mountain collapsed with a resounding crash, stirring up clouds of dust into the sky. A roar erupted from the crimson earth, followed by a sudden quake. Great fissures spread across the ground like serpents, extending thousands of meters away. From the collapsing earth, an enormous arm covered in thick black fur emerged, shattering the surface soil and stone, revealing the terrifying form of a colossal gorilla. Under the absence of a moon, Best was able to undergo his transformation into a giant ape. How was he able to achieve this? And what was the purpose of his transformation at this moment? Awaken. Scion, Chapter 10, the third type of scion for a long time. Many have held a misconception that a scion can only transform into a giant ape during a full moon, stimulated by Blutz waves. However, this is not entirely accurate. While the full moon serves as a significant catalyst, the primary factor remains the Blutz waves themselves. According to Vegeta, Blutz waves are created when sunlight strikes the moon and is reflected back to Earth. Furthermore, only during a full moon do Blutz waves exceed 17 million units. When a scion's eyes absorb these waves, their tails react, prompting their transformation. However, this raises a question. In the Dragon Ball Z storyline, there is a scene where young Gohan, upon seeing the full moon projected by a spaceship, uncontrollably transformed into a giant ape and began wreaking havoc. At that moment, he was not looking at an actual full moon, and thus could not absorb any so-called Blutz waves. What then caused his transformation? If this were the case, wouldn't Vegeta's statements conflict with the narrative, rendering them self-contradictory? In truth, the reality is quite different. Through best research, he discovered that even during ordinary times, scions can unconsciously absorb the Blutz waves emitted by the moon. Although the amount is minimal, over time, it accumulates into a significant figure. This is likely the fundamental reason some scion warriors can create artificial moons. Of course, these waves remain dormant within a scion's body in a static state, akin to lacking a key to unlock a door. Only upon witnessing a full moon or using an object that resembles one can they stimulate their primal instincts, unleashing the latent Blutz waves within their bodies and completing the transformation into a giant ape. This is the true essence of the transformation into a great ape. Best, a master of psychology, possesses the ability to hypnotize himself. Even in total darkness, he can vividly conjure images of a full moon in his mind, convincing himself of its reality. Thus, his metamorphosis differs significantly from that of the scions. To some extent, he has achieved the capability to transform at any moment, in any place, detached from external stimuli. As long as the Bruz light waves within him remain intact, he can indefinitely sustain his great ape form. On the desolate ground, a colossal gorilla roars and bellows, occasionally expelling a towering beam of light from its mouth, akin to a furious dragon, obliterating everything visible into mere dust. Even the continuous mountains and hills are swiftly reduced to flat terrain, vanishing into nothingness. The gorilla violently strikes the rock layers, thrashing about as if to unleash the fury within, releasing the burgeoning energy coursing through its body. Suddenly, it leaps high into the air and, with unmatched ferocity, crashes down, its limbs slamming into the ground, causing a cacophonous crackling sound. In an instant, a massive crater, reminiscent of one created by a colossal meteorite, appears on the surface of the planet, accompanied by numerous broad fissures that spread like veins across the entire asteroid. The sheer force exerted by the berserk gorilla is astonishing, leaving observers in disbelief. With raw power shaking the very stars, this feat transcends the calculations of mere mortals. Typically, ordinary cosmic warriors obliterate planets through cunning methods, akin to bursting a balloon with a pin. The pin's mass alone would not suffice to crush the balloon. Rather, its sharp tip pierces the surface, allowing the gas within to escape explosively in a fraction of a second. Their use of shockwaves to strike a planet's surface follows the same principle. The ability to destroy a planet does not stem from an innate capacity for annihilation, but rather from manipulating certain principles to trigger the planet's self-destruction. Now, Best's gorilla form shatters the surface with a force exponentially greater than before, presenting challenges of an unfathomable magnitude. It is akin to the difference between cracking a walnut with teeth versus squeezing it with hands. A comparison reveals the stark disparity. Thus, even if the small asteroid lacks substantial mass and has a loose structure, achieving such prowess is extraordinarily remarkable. In the past, even a warrior with a power level exceeding 1 million could not have accomplished this feat without relying on energy attacks rather than brute force. In a normal state, my physical prowess is approximately 20 times that of an ordinary human. After transforming into a great ape, it escalates to an astonishing 230 times. My endurance has also significantly increased. As of now, I have endured the madness of my genes for 1 minute and 36 seconds, surpassing my previous record by over 10 seconds. The energy intensity has surged from 45W to 80W, nearly doubling. It appears that my capacity for endurance increases in tandem with my overall attributes, rather than remaining static. Best silently calculates as the gorilla wreaks havoc, trampling the planet beneath its feet, rendering it nearly unrecognizable. From within the enormous cracks, a deep crimson hue faintly glows, intermittently erupting in torrents of flames. The surface fractures intensify the volcanic activity within, seeping through to the surface. If this continues, the asteroid will not withstand much longer. Remarkably, I have yet to reach my limits. It seems that my body, after transforming into a great ape, can, to some extent, endure the explosive energy of the scion's perfected genes. If successful, I would be the first scion to experience a complete gene energy explosion without succumbing to death. Currently, scions are categorized into 3 types. The first type includes figures like Son Goku, Vegeta, and Raditz, constituting 999 of all scions throughout history. They are a naturally combative race, inherently aggressive and tempestuous. Their physical strength is formidable, and each time they recover from severe injuries, their power increases significantly. Best believes that they trigger their genetic chain at the brink of death, releasing their latent energy. Consequently, their bodies are rather ordinary, lacking substantial research value. The second type encompasses legendary scions like Petra and Broly. It is said that one is born every 1,000 years, endowed with immense energy from birth, making them the mightiest warriors of their lineage. They do not require training. Even in mundane circumstances, their combat prowess escalates over time, inspiring awe and envy. This phenomenon arises because their genetic chains exist in a state of extreme instability, akin to a half-open door, allowing for a continuous release of energy that affects their physical form. Thus, their mental state leans towards the feral nature of the great ape transformation, bordering on madness. When unleashed, their power is extraordinarily terrifying. The final type has yet to yield any successful examples. Best can only consider himself a half-member of this category. The 2 scion clones confined by Dr. Fett in an underground laboratory also qualify as half-examples. After receiving gene enhancements, their genetic chains entered an exceptionally volatile state, nearly fully activated, constantly releasing surges of energy. Typically, within mere seconds, they could cause their host bodies to explode. This is also why Dr. Fett's Super Saiyan Project failed to materialize. Fundamentally, he had taken a misguided approach. Now, Best's endeavor is to balance the relationship between these 2 types. If he succeeds, he will ascend to the ranks of the 3rd type of scion, wielding unparalleled strength akin to that of a deity. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 11. The catastrophe 12 years hence. In truth, the 3rd type of scion exists only in theory. Achieving it in the real world is nearly impossible. Prior to this, Best conducted countless calculations using a supercomputer. Ultimately, the data revealed that only the Petra type, with a partially activated genetic chain and freely increasing strength, represents the most reasonable existence. While scion genetics are undoubtedly perfect, they carry a fatal flaw. No matter how robust Best's body may be, capable of enduring such explosive energy, excessive activation of the genetic chain can lead to a catastrophic rupture, reducing everything to naught. Conversely, if the body cannot withstand the surge, it will succumb to the overwhelming energy, resulting in a fatal explosion. This relationship is pure and simple. Therefore, once unleashed, the average person can only close their eyes and await their demise. However, Best is charting a new course, possessing a 90% confidence in this experiment. Otherwise, given his character, he would not dare to gamble with his life so recklessly. It appears my body is nearing its limits. The final assessment indicates a peak of 120W, with a likely retention of 8W to 13W post-transformation. The growth rate compared to my original energy intensity has increased approximately 25-fold. Truly terrifying. Nevertheless, such an extraordinary increase at the outset is understandable, especially under my deliberate restraint. Thus, let us conclude the first phase of the experiment. Commencing the simulation of genetic chain rupture, as the notion of Best emerged, the rampaging gorilla abruptly halted, seemingly immobilized by an overwhelming force. For a moment, it could no longer execute any further actions. Engaging in such a task was akin to cradling a ticking time bomb. Haste was not an option. One misstep could lead to utter annihilation, a warning Best silently imparted to himself. Concurrently, within his skull, the mutated organism that had inflicted countless agonies upon him whirred in unison with his brain, operating as if Best's mind housed 2 supercomputers. A gentle wave of psychic energy descended like a net, enveloping his entire being. Guided by this mental force, the frantically operating and tumultuously shifting cells within Best gradually calmed, ultimately falling silent. Logically speaking, a person's cells number in the billions. Attending to even a couple is a monumental task. Yet, confronted with a multitude of mutated cells, it remains an impossibility to manage them all. However, Best achieved this feat with the assistance of the mutated organism. He effectively possessed 2 brains, or rather, 2 extraordinarily powerful supercomputers, capable of disseminating his mental energy into billions of fragments, precisely targeting each individual cell. Such an ability transcended mere surface understanding, delving deep into molecular and even quantum realms. With but a thought, he could sever the vitality of another's cells, extinguishing their life force entirely. In other words, this was what it meant to penetrate the minutiae. The out-of-control genetic chain resembled a rusted iron door, incapable of being closed once again. At this moment, Best's objective was not to fully embrace the chaos and let it erupt indefinitely, but rather to apply some lubricant to this rusted door at the appropriate time, thereby restoring its closure. Of course, accomplishing this required a profound understanding of himself, alongside the countless prior experiments that laid the groundwork. Were he to switch subjects, he would be unable to wield such precise control. Yet, merely assisting himself in this simulation demanded the expenditure of most of Best's mental faculties, potentially leading him into a brief state of unconsciousness. Suddenly, the form of the giant ape was forcibly retracted. The colossal gorilla, amidst a whirl of confusion, diminished into a frail youth. A success rate of 90%. It appears Lady Luck favors me. With this, I need not squander a wish for Petra to revive me. Despite the dissolution of the transformation, Best found himself utterly drained. His body convulsing as each nerve and muscle swelled, rhythmically twitching in unconscious protest, inflicting waves of excruciating pain upon him. It seemed the planet was on the brink of explosion. Dying here would be a most unfortunate outcome. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. The watch on Best's wrist emitted a series of beeping sounds as a small, pre-positioned aircraft shot forth with a dazzling tail flame, hovering in the near distance. I concede. I have lost, a child remarked upon the desolate, ravaged plains of Namek. Upon hearing this, Darcel collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Drenched in cold sweat as he gazed at Petra from afar, bitterly exclaiming, "What a troublesome little brat." The victor was left panting, exhausted, while the defeated remained invigorated and scathed. This situation exuded an air of absurdity and strangeness, yet the reality remained unchanged. Under the formidable assault of Darcel, techniques such as the phantom fist, transmutation, and concealment of presence converged upon Petra, who could scarcely defend himself, suffering a thorough beating and remaining dazed for an extended period. Accustomed to a straightforward, forceful combat style, Petra found himself ill-equipped to adapt to such intricate tactics, remaining perpetually on the defensive, treated as a living target for Darcel to practice upon. Conversely, Darcel was equally frustrated. Despite exerting every ounce of strength into each punch, he could not breach Petra's defenses to inflict true harm. As if the child were forged from unyielding steel rather than flesh and blood. Thus, the two remained locked in this peculiar stalemate. In truth, even if Petra were to endure until the bitter end and be brutally defeated, he would never concede. Yet, the manner of this battle left him feeling unduly constrained. Devoid of any enthusiasm. Lacking a solid grasp of the properties of energy, he harbored an inexplicable aversion to overly intricate techniques, rendering it impossible for him to develop any interest in this fighting style. Through this encounter, Petra recognized that martial artists were indeed formidable, far surpassing mere warriors in certain aspects. However, such techniques demanded equal strength to be executed effectively, otherwise, they amounted to nothing. Nonetheless, he was the type of scion warrior who grew fiercer with adversity. The longer a battle persisted, the more invigorated he became. Once aroused, no adversary could match him, unless they could annihilate him instantly. Otherwise, anyone who lingered would ultimately succumb to his relentless onslaught. Observing the opponent gasping for breath, Petra lost the desire to continue the skirmish. He understood that dragging it out would secure his victory, but such a triumph would be a disgrace. Thus, he preferred to concede now rather than accept such a hollow victory. After a while, Darcel rose to his feet, astonishingly recovering much of his spent energy. Particularly remarkable for an aged and frail individual. "Child, you were quite powerful. Ahem, you didn't expend much effort earlier, did you?" Darcel remarked with a smile. "Indeed. I promised not to exceed your energy limit. I cannot go back on my word," Petra replied earnestly with a nod. What an excessively honest child, Darcel mused, momentarily taken aback and pondering. Yet, he soon recalled that this young boy did not share the cunning of the larger one. Seizing the opportunity, he inquired eagerly, "Child, do you know what calamity will befall Namek? Did your brother tell you anything beforehand?" "Yes," Petra contemplated before relaying words that tightened Darcel's chest. "Brother said that 12 years from now, Namek will attract an exceptionally powerful cosmic force. Their leader will become my greatest adversary. 12 years hence." Darcel had no time to ponder how Best possessed such precise knowledge. He muttered, "I wonder just how formidable that individual will be." "At least 100 times stronger than I am now," Petra replied. Peter extended his hands, silently calculating for a moment, then suddenly spoke. "What?" Darcel raised his head in astonishment, staring at Peter with a look of shock, beads of sweat forming on his azure skin. In disbelief, he asked, "How can you be so powerful?" Peter nodded gravely and replied, "Within 10 years, I am confident I can enhance my strength 100-fold. Since he can stand as my opponent, he must possess at least equal power to mine. Thus, 100-fold is merely a conservative estimate." Awaken, Scion. Chapter 12. 3 wishes. Several hours later, the unfortunate asteroid that had suffered the wrath of Best's unleashed power could no longer withstand the internal upheaval. Erupting in a tremendous roar, scattering like fireworks, and transforming into cosmic dust. At this moment, the architect of the chaos had already returned to Namek in a small spacecraft, reappearing beneath the watchful gaze of the dragon Purunga, observing Best, whose face was pale as if recovering from a severe illness. The elder's wrinkles relaxed slightly as he spoke slowly. "It seems you have completed a certain stage of transformation. The aura surrounding you has changed." "Sort of," Best replied. "However, it merely confirms a preliminary hypothesis. There remains a long journey ahead to true success." At that instant, 2 blinding beams of light suddenly streaked across the sky, swiftly descending in the vast darkness of night. It was Peter and Darcel, who, sensing Best's aura, had returned to engage in their training. "Brother, are you all right?" Peter inquired with concern, gazing at Best's pale visage. "I'm fine." Really, Best smiled back. He then turned to Darcel, saying, "This little fellow is quite the warrior. He must have sought you out for a battle. I apologize for the trouble." "What?" "Oh." Darcel seemed momentarily lost, taken aback before responding, his face flushed with embarrassment. "It's nothing. He is extraordinarily strong. In truth, I am no match for him." Well then, let us begin. We shouldn't keep the dragon waiting. The elder, having worked alongside Darcel for many years, could easily discern his old friend's distracted demeanor and cleared his throat to interrupt their trivial exchange. He then turned his attention back to Best, calmly asking, "Child, what is your second wish?" Best remained silent, merely nodding at his wristwatch. The black device emitted several dense beams of laser light, constructing a broad holographic image in the air. The screen flickered, revealing a sequence of close-up images depicting the transformation of a planet. Cracked earth, desolate rivers, and lifeless oceans painted a picture of utter desolation, suggesting this was a remarkably barren world. However, this desolation appeared oddly sudden, with remnants indicating the existence of life forms that once thrived here. Not long ago, vibrant plants flourished, yet something had drained the life force from this planet, leaving it in such a wretched state. What is this? The elder suddenly stood, astonished by the colossal tree displayed on the screen, exclaiming, "Could it be the fabled spirit tree?" Indeed, Best confirmed. This tree is the spirit tree. My second wish is for this energy-depleted planet to be filled with boundless life energy to nourish this divine tree, allowing it to grow to its true potential. What do you intend to do? The elder gasped, his face losing its calm demeanor, astonished. This will infringe upon the domain of the divine, bringing unimaginable misfortune upon you. Moreover, with your abilities, you do not require such external aid to enhance your strength. Of course, I do not. Best smiled. But I wish to witness the wondrous transformations that will occur when this spirit tree has been fully nourished with energy. He understood that they were all astute individuals. There was no need for subterfuge. It was better to be open-hearted and express his true intentions. Ahem, the dragon can only manifest things that have existed in history. It cannot create from nothing. Are you certain such boundless life energy exists in this world? The elder suddenly inquired. Absolutely, Best assured him. If not, how could the gods have planted this spirit tree? Would they resort to exterminating a planet to indiscriminately extract life energy? The elder sighed, stating, "Do you not see this as a challenge to certain rules? With my current power, I am not yet capable of altering the rules. I can only strive to adapt to them. I aim to discover the most potent means of evolution within the existing framework to strengthen myself." Best inhaled deeply, seemingly intoxicated by the fresh air of Namek, unabashedly declaring, "Yet, when my power is sufficient to alter the rules, I wish to see what lies beyond this universe. Is it an endless chaos or a series of ordered realms, akin to our own world? Sometimes, knowing too much does not equate to greatness. Those who aspire to change the rules inevitably face divine retribution," the elder said calmly. "Are you referring to the wicked sorcerer Bibite, the creator of Mage and Bu?" Best suddenly queried. "Oh, so you have heard that taboo name as well." Indeed, he too sought to alter the rules, and was but a step away from success. The elder's tone grew somewhat unnatural, as if recalling something profoundly terrifying, sending shivers down the spine. This formidable sorcerer, whose name instills dread, should still be imprisoned in the depths of hell, should he not? Logically speaking, beings of malevolence such as Frisia, Cell, and Bibite continue to wreak havoc in the afterlife. Unrestrained by the Lord of Hell, why then has he seemingly vanished without a trace? It is as if his very existence has been deliberately erased. There must be some hidden truths behind this. Bastet nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries. Alas, at this juncture, I cannot go back on my word or deny your wishes. I can only hope that you will tread carefully from now on, the Grand Elder lamented. Subsequently, he conveyed Bastet's desire to Barunga in the language of planet Namek. I understand. Your wish lies within the realm of my capabilities. On this occasion, Balanga exhibited a marked contrast to his previous forthrightness and candor. Instead, he paused for an extended moment before solemnly articulating his thoughts. Concurrently, from hundreds of miles away, the ship's mainframe, linked to a series of communication devices, erupted into a cacophony of alarms. Attention, a substantial amount of unidentified energy is being siphoned. Attention, the computer lacks any data regarding this particular energy's shortwave signals. An analysis of this shortwave communication has commenced. Preliminary assessments indicate that this energy shortwave is generated by the brainwaves of living beings. However, the specific information remains beyond analysis. Warning. Another form of unidentified energy shortwave has been detected, coalescing near coordinates 234, 456, which corresponds to Balanga himself. Please be advised that this energy is exceedingly perilous, entirely incompatible with the energies of the material realm. Should it be released, it would wreak catastrophic havoc upon the world. Analysis complete. The mainframe lacks the capacity to dissect these two types of energy shortwaves. The mysterious shortwave A and mysterious shortwave B have been duly noted, awaiting return to the main base for further examination in conjunction with the supercomputer. Thus, it becomes evident. The collective belief of sentient beings acts as a vast protective membrane, enveloping the cosmos, akin to the ozone layer safeguarding Earth. It silently upholds this world, warding off the incursion of negative cosmic energies. Should this belief wane, the negative energies will seize the opportunity to invade, precipitating circumstances akin to those just witnessed. However, given that the ship's mainframe could detect this anomaly, it appears the void created by my wish is indeed substantial. A glimmer of insight flashed in Best's eyes as he discreetly regarded the Grand Elder, who bore a countenance of evident concern. It seemed he too had recognized the energy void instigated by my desire. Simultaneously, the visuals broadcasted by the wristwatch shifted dramatically. The celestial body known as T12, a desolate star, underwent profound transformations under an inexplicable energy pull. It took several minutes for these alterations to gradually subside. The earth remained parched and cracked, a barren expanse devoid of any sign of vegetation. Yet, amidst this desolation, every inch of soil and every breath of air exuded an extraordinarily vibrant essence of life. The vitality was so potent that it nearly coalesced into a tangible form, evoking a sense of surreal absurdity. Your second wish has now been fulfilled. Please, articulate your third wish, Belanga intoned, fixing his gaze upon Best with a tone that revealed no hint of alteration. This time, Best pondered for an extended period, causing the Grand Elder, Daxier, to feel a twinge of unease. Due to an unforeseen circumstance, I found myself in this world. For many years, I believed I had acclimatized to life here, no longer clinging to memories of the past. It was only moments ago that I realized deep within my soul, I could not forget that world, the loved ones there, and the friends I left behind. Best spoke softly, a trace of sorrow glimmering in his eyes, though it quickly vanished without a trace. It was nonetheless noticed by the remarkably observant Daxier. Once he finished speaking, he suddenly lifted his head and implored with fervor, if possible, please return the me of that time to my own world, allowing him to avoid repeating my mistakes. This presents an exceedingly arduous conundrum, as it necessitates reverting the erroneous timeline to its origin. It has been years since he encountered such an intriguing youth. In comparison, the aspirations of immortality pale in significance beside him. The Grand Elder contemplated this, a faint smile of bittersweet amusement gracing his features. After making his wish, Best lingered on Namek for a few more days, continuing to exchange insights on mental abilities with the Grand Elder. After all, the denizens of Namek are undeniably masters in this domain. Although Best unexpectedly acquired a mutated ability that rendered his mental energy exceptionally powerful, his prior understanding of this energy's application had been largely self-taught, inevitably leading him down several convoluted paths. Over the years, he had yet to formulate a comprehensive cultivation method. Thus, regardless of his prowess, Best could not be compared to these ancient sages who had immersed themselves in this knowledge for countless years. Particularly in the presence of the Grand Elder, no matter how formidable Best became, he could only adopt the role of an apprentice, seated in quietude, absorbing his teachings. Petra, on the other hand, deliberately suppressed his combat power, engaging in battles with various battle-oriented Namekians, participating in dozens of fights daily with reckless abandon. From an initial state of confusion, he gradually acclimatized to these peculiar and multifaceted combat styles, shifting from a passive to an active stance. In doing so, he cultivated a fighting style uniquely his own, with invaluable experiences gained along the way. Ultimately, regardless of how long they remained, they would inevitably depart this place, returning to their homeland. On that day, the Best brothers departed aboard a small spacecraft, while numerous Namekians silently watched from below, waving farewell to their newfound guests. The unpredictability of fate was palpable. At that moment, who could have foreseen that 7 years hence, Namek would transform into a hellish battlefield? In due course, the tranquility that the Namekians desperately sought to preserve would be obliterated beneath the feet of the avaricious, dissipating into mere illusion. With hands clasped behind his back, Best gazed down at the receding crowd, lakes, and mountains, muttering to himself, I shall not allow those people to destroy this place. No matter how many they are or how strong, I will vanquish them. Petra also silently observed Namek, suddenly speaking with unwavering conviction. Namek, upon a raised hillside. Gazing up at the vessel that had transformed into a distant star, Daster sat cross-legged, having not seen the child who had vanished several days prior. Beside him, a small child chased butterflies and caught caterpillars in the lush green grass, his innocent face radiating intense curiosity, despite appearing to be merely 4 or 5 years old. However, considering the Namekian method of reproduction, this child had likely only recently been born. Daster suddenly coughed, his aged visage and ashen complexion evoking thoughts of an elderly man on the brink of death. Kneel, he called to the child. Yes, replied the Namekian boy, excitedly running over with a butterfly in hand, eager to showcase his prize. Child, do you know that our homeland faces an unavoidable calamity? Soon, all that is beautiful here will transform into a battlefield filled with smoke, no longer serene, no longer lovely. Stroking Neil's head, Daster looked at the innocent child and sighed. Had I not encountered that scion child, I would have ensured your peaceful existence, preparing you to protect the elder and safeguard Namek, fulfilling the responsibilities our lineage has upheld for generations. But now, knowing our future adversary will be an extraordinarily fearsome foe, I can only place my hopes in you. Promise me, you must diligently train and strive to increase your strength, so that you may fight for the glory of our Namekian people. Neil stared blankly at Daster's loving gaze, reflecting on his words, and nodded slowly. Child, I am nearing death. Throughout my life, I have guarded Namek with utmost vigilance, leaving not a single duty unfulfilled. I hope you too will defend our homeland with the same fervor, ensuring this land suffers not even a trace of war. Forgive my selfishness for placing such a heavy burden upon you. Forgive me, Dasser murmured, suddenly gripping Neil's shoulders tightly. His eyes igniting with unprecedented brilliance. We cannot place all our hope in outsiders. If we cannot protect our own home, what right do we have to call ourselves warriors? I am to die. This body will serve no purpose. It is better that you absorb me, devouring my power and soul. No, no, I do not want you to die. Neil stood frozen, tears welling in his large eyes as he cried out. Be obedient. Only then can you grow stronger. Dasser replied with a gentle smile. His form abruptly transformed into photons, bursting forth without warning. Alert! Alert! A massive energy reaction detected. Coordinates, 675 for 98, nearby. Energy intensity, 34W. The ship's mainframe suddenly blared an alarm. Best was momentarily stunned, taking a second to process the situation. The next time we come to Namek, it will surely be quite interesting. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 14. Entering a new era. GOLD. Roger, the Pirate King, once stated that the will passed down through generations. The shifts of time and the dreams of humanity are unstoppable. As long as people persist in their quest for the answers to freedom, all will remain eternal. These succinct words encapsulated not only his lifelong resolve and the aspirations of mankind, but also beautifully articulated the conviction residing within Best's heart. Sustaining the spirit tree with boundless energy was merely his first step. Returning the erroneous timeline to its origin, he ensured that the infinite parallel worlds reverted to their original state, effectively preventing tragedy from unfolding and rendering him the singular entity in this realm. Whether in the past or the future, he alone was best. Of course, this was merely an experiment, and its efficacy remained to be verified. Furthermore, Best was not naive enough to believe that simply wishing for such an outcome would grant him divinity or immortality, for that was not his desire. Time would not halt for any individual. The relentless torrent of time surged forward like a roaring tide, racing ahead without pause, eternally unceasing. In the coming years, numerous events are set to unfold, many of which have already embarked on entirely divergent trajectories that can no longer be altered. In the remote expanse of the northern galaxy lies a vibrant blue planet, the very genesis of all tales, Earth. 6 months prior, a demon who identified himself as King Piccolo abruptly emerged, launching a devastating assault on the royal city and capturing the king of the Democratic faction. The entire ordeal was broadcast live via cameras to global media, instantly shocking the world. This terrifying demon unveiled the sheer ferocity of martial prowess, overpowering the apparatus of the state through sheer individual strength, achieving an overwhelming victory. Such an absurd scenario not only delivered a resounding slap to the faces of those politicians who incessantly boast, but it also spread like a rampant plague, enveloping the globe in an atmosphere thick with dread and shadows. In an instant, a pervasive sense of vulnerability replaced the tranquility of days gone by. However, King Piccolo's rise was as swift as his fall. Just as he intended to obliterate the western capital, transforming the entire Earth into his playground of carnage, a youth named Sun Wukong hurriedly arrived to engage him in a life-and-death struggle. Ultimately, King Piccolo faltered, his chest shattered by Sun Wukong's dragon fist, leaving him to perish, laden with ambition and desire, on the path to conquest. Yet, this was merely the commencement of a larger saga. On the Pacific, as the sun ascended, it ignited countless shimmering waves, reminiscent of a multitude of golden carps swimming in unison, traversing towards a distant land in search of the legendary Dragon Gate. A child clad in oversized garb with green skin traversed the tumultuous waves, his expression vacant, as if strolling leisurely through a garden. In an unguarded moment, he glanced back, causing a distant cargo ship, blaring its horn, to suddenly tilt as if an invisible hand had forcefully overturned it. Moments later, the capsized vessel was consumed by the ocean, meeting its demise beneath the waves. The scene shifted to a violently erupting volcano, where a youth with an eccentric hairstyle and a youthful visage sprinted up the slope, bearing a boulder weighing several tons upon his back. Behind him, molten lava cascaded like an avalanche. In the sky, a rotund figure clad in ancient Arabian attire observed, clutching a stopwatch to gauge the boy's performance. Suddenly, the stout observer's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Wukong, how incredible you are! You've made remarkable progress." In the depths of the mountains, torrents of water cascaded over rocky outcrops, resembling a great dragon hanging in midair, thundering downwards. A muscular bald man stood resolutely beneath the waterfall, his torso bare. Abruptly, his brow twitched, and a third eye unexpectedly opened on his smooth forehead, causing the falling water to momentarily hesitate, splattering outward like a burst of liquid. Everything appears to be proceeding along its established trajectory, seemingly untouched by any external influences. However, on the grander chessboard of the universe, the tempest stirred by the humble butterfly known as Best has begun to reveal its formidable claws, affecting an ever-increasing number of individuals. This has left the ruler of the northern galaxy overwhelmed and in a state of disarray. In this year, Quila, poised to unleash its formidable power, harbored no reservations in its heart. It deployed an inexhaustible legion of biochemical monstrosities. The experimental base of Dr. Fate had been wholly commandeered by Quila. conquering one star system after another, with the bloodshed on its hands beyond calculation. In an instant, the northern galaxy was thrown into chaos, no longer resembling its former tranquility. In this year, the self-proclaimed cosmic emperor, Frisia, found himself unable to resist the allure of a magnificent cake. Resolutely, he ventured beyond his dominion to engage in fierce competition with other colonial forces, in a bid to conquer more territories ahead of his brother. The beleaguered Frisia committed all of his soldiers to the battlefield. He also assembled 15 elite battalions, each comprised solely of exceptional warriors, specifically dispatched to the front lines to undertake exceedingly challenging missions. Among them was a young scion boy named Vegeta. In this tumultuous year, which swept across the entire universe, countless reclusive powers emerged from the shadows. Some sought to defend their homelands, while others pursued their own selfish desires, with varied intentions. They stepped onto the vast stage of the cosmos, performing captivating displays both in light and in darkness. Among them were many familiar names, such as Lydok, Miyuki, and Machi, characters of Dragon Ball GT, whose powers rivaled that of Frisia. There was even Dr. Reiki, who could gather resentment to create Death Warriors, a figure from the Dragon Ball movie The Scion Extinction Plan. Of course, none of this concerned Best. At this moment, he had set foot on the land of Igelas. Returning to the base he had constructed, observing the orderly surroundings of the base, Best could not help but feel immense joy. The smile adorning his face was natural and warm, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, providing an unparalleled comfort, in stark contrast to his previously cold and rigid demeanor. This remarkable transformation prompted passing researchers to glance back, filled with astonishment. Outside a special room, Best, accompanied by several doctors clad in white coats, opened a heavy hatch. Upon entering, he beheld a spacious chamber lined with numerous cribs, each cradling a plethora of healthy infants. Most astonishingly, each little one sported a tail resembling that of a small monkey. Indeed, they appeared quite robust. As Best pinched the cheek of one little fellow, the infant, having just opened his eyes, swatted away Best's finger with the fierceness of a tiny tiger. The accompanying doctor wiped the sweat from his brow and cautiously remarked, "As per your instructions, we spent 10 months completely simulating the growth of a fetus in the womb, allowing them to develop. Therefore, they are as healthy as normally born infants." "That is excellent," Best replied. "These little ones are splendid. Exercise caution in disease prevention." Just as he was about to elaborate, Best suddenly felt an unusual sensation at his feet. Looking down, he was taken aback and burst into laughter. A little bare-bottomed infant had somehow escaped his crib and crawled onto his foot. The doctor's expression changed, and he immediately reprimanded the nearby nurses sternly. "What is going on? Did I not instruct you to keep a close watch on these little ones? How did a child manage to get out of the crib?" The young nurse shrank back, her large eyes brimming with tears, appearing utterly aggrieved. "Do not scold them. It must be that this little rascal is too mischievous," Best chuckled, carefully picking up the infant and holding him before his eyes. What a restless little imp. At such a tender age, already attempting an escape. How will he behave as he grows? He will surely be quite a handful. Upon hearing Best's words, the infant erupted into delighted giggles, adorably attempting to charm the man before him. What a delightful little creature. It's impossible not to be enamored. By the way, what shall I call you? Best pondered for a moment before inspiration struck. How about Alex? He cradled the little one, bestowing upon him this name. Awakening. Scion Chapter 15, The Super Saiyan Project, Part 1. When one focuses intently on a single pursuit, time invariably flies. 12 years may seem lengthy, yet for Best, who was engrossed in research, it was but a fleeting moment. T-12, a planet once shrouded in the shadows of death, with its life force nearly depleted, had been revitalized by Best's desire, gaining eternal vitality. Not only did it escape the fate of being drained by the Tree of Spirit, but it also miraculously flourished with renewed vigor. However, this resurgence was anything but normal. It could even be deemed grotesque. It resembled a river, contaminated by a chemical factory's pollutants, undergoing a series of transformations that led to eutrophication. The outcome was a frenzied proliferation of various microorganisms, encroaching upon the living space necessary for ordinary aquatic life, rendering them unable to survive. Thus, despite every inch of land and breath of air being saturated with an overwhelming vitality, evidence of plant growth was exceedingly rare. In stark contrast, the roots of the Tree of Spirit blossomed, giving rise to countless branches that pierced the Earth's lungs, crust, and even the surface, enveloping the entire planet in a dense network of roots. The planet's surface bore no trace of soil. Instead, it was a terrifying sight, a tangle of massive, intertwined roots. At the waist of the Tree of Spirit lay a vast hollow, covered with thick plywood and energy-efficient lights. Through a dim, narrow passage, the space opened up dramatically a few minutes later, evoking a sense of having traversed from a barren landscape into a hidden paradise. The interior of the tree hollow was immense, reminiscent of a legendary realm of bliss. Bathed in bright light, it was impeccably clean and orderly. Within this expansive area were numerous costly instruments and machinery, all functioning in harmony, creating a fully equipped research facility. At this moment, 2 children, both in their early teens, stood nervously within a large, sealed apparatus. Waves of shimmering light cascaded over their bodies, recording the changes within. The accompanying electronic display indicated that the two were a boy and a girl, both young scions. Let us commence. A young man with a shaved head instructed from outside the apparatus, gesturing through the oval-shaped alloy glass. Upon receiving the signal, the two children tightened their expressions and instinctively clenched their fists, bracing themselves as if preparing for a tug-of-war. The Super Saiyan Project, Phase 3 test, initiating data analysis. As the two children exerted their utmost effort, a golden aura erupted from their bodies, reminiscent of a roaring flame, radiating with unmatched intensity. Ray, Petra, do not be anxious. Just act as you usually would. Best observed the two young ones intently, noting the gradual emergence of a green hue in their eyes, oscillating between green and black in an eerie dance. The energy they emitted surged and waned, fluctuating dramatically, akin to two unstable bombs on the verge of detonation. I selected you both at the age of 2 and brought you here. Over the past decade, you have consumed countless fruits of the Tree of Spirit. The energy accumulated within you has long surpassed that of an ordinary scion, enough to breach the barriers of primal science and ascend to Super Saiyan status. Now, close your eyes and attempt to feel the changes occurring within your bodies. Listen to the pulse of your blood. Is there not an urgent, exhilarating impulse coursing through you? Best gazed at the two children, establishing a mental connection with them. Although his lips remained still and unspoken, his thoughts continuously guided and hypnotized them. Aiming to induce an exhilarating state within them, he observed the two children gradually entering a stable condition after a period of soothing. Best, stroking his chin, inquired of the computer, what are the current data? Subject 1, Ray, male. Neural activity increased by 55%, cellular vitality enhanced by 23.5 times. Energy intensity continues to escalate. State, extreme exhilaration, excitement. Subject 2, Petra, female. Neural activity augmented by 70%, cellular vitality amplified by 27 times. Energy intensity persists in its increase. State, profound fear, excitement. Best gaze fixed upon the little girl, who, with her lips pursed and fists clenched, subtly twitched at the corners of her mouth. Fear? Once again, what could this little one possibly be afraid of? Or rather, why does she exhibit such vehement resistance to my attempts at comfort? She resembles a vigilant young leopard, perpetually on guard against potential threats. It is truly perplexing. Best pondered. His eyes intently focused on the fluctuations within the equipment. Suddenly, the girl named Petra radiated an intense golden aura, expanding and emanating an extraordinarily powerful magnetic field. Countless tiny bolts of lightning flickered in the void, crackling with energy. Shortly thereafter, her tousled hair, as if electrified, stood upright. The once tied black ponytail broke free from its restraints, transforming into a resplendent golden blaze, as though it were a flame. The little girl, after undergoing her transformation, suddenly leaped into the air, her petite form stretching like a drawn bow in the void. It seemed as though every inch of her skin and every strand of hair was imbued with explosive, terrifying power. In her eyes sparkled a wild intensity, as she cast a fleeting glance at Best, revealing a palpable surge of eagerness and excitement. She emanated a formidable aggression, accompanied by a strong undercurrent of hostility directed towards me. Although she veiled it well, her inexperience rendered her emotions perceptible, allowing me to detect the subtle fluctuations in her demeanor. Truly, she was a child unversed in the art of deception. Yet, this was precisely what I appreciated. Otherwise, I would not have selected you few unstable factors for testing in this secluded environment. Within the confines of the apparatus, the space covered in alloy glass, though comparable to the size of a room, could not withstand the might of a Super Saiyon's every movement. With merely a sweep of golden energy, that layer of alloy glass, capable of enduring the impact of celestial meteors, shattered explosively, disintegrating into dust. Petra twirled through the air with astounding ferocity, yet landed silently, causing not a single sound. She gently settled beside Best, her eyes nervously surveying the scattered shards of glass, her cheeks flushing as she softly murmured, "Uncle, I'm sorry. I couldn't control it." What an adorable little imp, managing to suppress her initial surge of restlessness in mere moments, continuing to lie in wait. This was truly impressive. In contrast, Ray had fared much worse. He had brazenly displayed his murderous intent towards me moments earlier, an act tantamount to courting death. Do not be concerned. It appears your talent far exceeds that of Ray. A broader smile spread across Best's face as his hand effortlessly penetrated the aggressive golden aura enveloping her, casually brushing through Petra's resplendent golden hair. I could distinctly sense her body tense at the contact, as though she had received a jolt of immense shock. Awaken. Super Saiyan. 3 minutes later, the Scion boy named Ray similarly completed his metamorphosis, breaking through the barriers of his Scion rage. With a fierce roar, lightning erupted as he ascended to the status of a Super Saiyan. In that moment of transformation, a bloodthirsty grin contorted his face, the muscles there twisting with intense ferocity. He cast a glance at Petra, his eyes betraying a hint of inquiry, seemingly reproaching her for her inaction. However, the little girl chose to revert to her original state, regarding him with indifference as she subtly shook her chin. Best seemed oblivious to the unfolding dynamics. He merely gazed intently at the data displayed on the computer, his expression inscrutable. After a lengthy pause, he finally stroked his chin and addressed the two children. Well, the results from the third phase of the experiment have finally emerged. Your efforts have been commendable. Ray, Petra, you may leave now. All right, Uncle. Petra exhaled a sigh of relief, the tension in her body easing slightly. Noticing Ray's bewildered expression, she coldly grasped his sleeve, half dragging him away. Despite being somewhat prepared for the outcome, the results of the experiment were indeed disappointing. Best closed his eyes, instinctively pressing his temples, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In truth, their energy levels in a normal state were already nearing that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. However, their long-standing reliance on the fruit of the Tree of Might had rendered their energy utilization a paltry 5%, with their rate of energy depletion tenfold that of others. Consequently, they could not maintain their transformed state for extended periods, and once engaged in battle, that figure would multiply several times over. Given their physical attributes, they were ill-equipped for protracted combat. The most critical point was that these deficiencies had become entrenched and were irreversibly fixed. Nonetheless, my Super Saiyan project has finally made significant progress. Dr. Fight, if you were aware, you would certainly be grateful to me. Reflecting on the past, Dr. Fight utilized the remaining blood samples of the scions as a basis for restoration through biological means, ultimately cloning the scions and reviving this nearly extinct race. It was indeed a monumental achievement. However, this individual harbored excessive ambition, resorting to unscrupulous methods to achieve his goals. His intention behind cloning the scions was to forge an invincible scion army, granting him the power to overshadow King Cold and even dominate the universe. This ambition led to the subsequent inhumane Super Saiyan Project. Unfortunately, due to a lack of insight and the disastrous consequences of gene manipulation, Dr. Fight met his demise without realizing this plan. He instead left behind a rich legacy for Best, allowing this project to be perfected and elevated under his stewardship. Enhancing individual strength through external means and employing certain methods to stimulate their emotions to facilitate their ascension was merely a branch of Best's Super Saiyan Project. Although it yielded rapid results, it harbored significant risks. Thus, from the onset of testing, Best harbored little hope, conducting this small experiment merely out of boredom with the resources at hand. Now, the results from the third phase of the experiment confirmed Best's suspicions. These two children, whose combat abilities were artificially elevated through the Tree of Might, appeared ferocious but had little future ahead of them. As they traversed the dimly lit corridor, the two children felt an unsettling sensation, as though they were being watched from the shadows. They quickened their pace, hastily disappearing into the depths of the hallway, akin to two small beasts desperate to break free, unwilling to yield despite the hunter's attempts at reassurance. They were determined to devise a means of escape from this cage that confined their freedom. In comparison, Petra exhibited far superior wisdom and insight than Ray. That poor fellow seemed to be entirely muscle-headed, contemplating an attack against me even in the absence of any chance of victory. Nonetheless, this behavior conformed to the boorish and arrogant traits typical of male scions. What a pity. Best shook his head, seemingly lost in thought, before suddenly letting out a sigh. In truth, genetically speaking, Best and Petra were merely second-generation clones, directly replicated from the original blood samples. 80% of the experimental subjects used in the past were of this clone variety. To be blunt, they were mass-produced replicas, poorly crafted with little attention to detail, akin to a large batch of indistinguishable products. Physiologically, they retained the original features and characteristics of their genetic progenitors. However, these children differed. Though they emerged from the laboratory as products, they had, in certain aspects, transcended the realm of clones, evolving into entirely new scion individuals. In fact, Dr. Fight had once doubted whether his research had veered into a misguided path, resulting in repeated failures and stagnation. After considerable contemplation, he reluctantly initiated the second phase of his plan. Through the method of hybrid breeding, genes from two or more groups are blended and optimized, followed by a selection process to choose the strongest and most exceptional seeds. By means of artificial fertilization, these seeds are nurtured into fertilized eggs. The intention is to forego drug injections initially, cultivating a batch of outstanding scion individuals, and after observing their growth and gathering detailed data, further plans will be made. Thus, these delightful little beings unexpectedly came into existence. In terms of lineage, they resemble the descendants of Best after several generations. Their physical constitution is remarkably robust and resilient. Additionally, due to Dr. Fate's enhancements and optimizations, these little ones are exceedingly close to the royal lineage of Vegeta, inheriting nearly all the admirable genes characteristic of scions. Theoretically, they possess a greater developmental potential compared to ordinary scion warriors. However, during the incubation of 300 fertilized eggs, two of them exhibited abnormal traits, currently known as Petra and Lei. A caretaker once discovered that their brain activity during the fetal stage was significantly higher than that of other fetuses. Strangely, the brainwaves they emitted were almost equivalent to those of a child aged 8 or 9. This was an unimaginable phenomenon at the time. The only explanation is that they possessed consciousness from the moment of their birth, capable of imagination and thought. When Best received this news, he was equally astonished. initially believing they were also outsiders who had inadvertently arrived here for some reason, much like himself. Consequently, he covertly observed the growth of these two children, even isolating them from other scion infants and establishing an experimental base specifically for them to conduct certain experiments. It was only a few years ago that Best finally realized these two little ones were not like him, but rather individuals who had activated a segment of their genetic makeup and experienced a revival of some memories, akin to the awakening of the two scion clones he had encountered in Dr. Fate's laboratory. This was the primary reason behind their hostility towards him. Furthermore, Best learned that these two had been secretly plotting how to eliminate him, the one who can find their freedom and seize all the treasures for themselves. Naturally, no matter how cunning the prey, it cannot escape the eyes of an experienced hunter. In Best's view, these two scheming little rascals were quite amusing and provided him with some entertainment during his moments of boredom. That was all. Awaken. Scion Chapter 17. The Super Saiyan Project, Part 3. Standing at the cave entrance, surrounded by wooden structures that appeared as if hewn by knife and axe, rugged and formidable. More daunting than any precipice, one gazes down to find an ocean of mist and clouds, a vast expanse of white. The magnificent sea of clouds shifts with the wind, taking on myriad forms, ever-changing and unpredictable. A chill breeze brushes against the faces of the two children, causing them to involuntarily shrug, feeling the loneliness and desolation of high altitudes. At this moment, the spirit tree has grown significantly compared to 7 years ago. It no longer resembles a frail tree, but rather a continuous range of mountains rising up to touch the heavens. An ancient and desolate aura emanates from it, reminiscent of the mythical mountains that support the heavens and the world tree. It stirs the heart and leaves one in awe. Amidst the sea of clouds, the two small figures dart like fish, lively and spirited, appearing and disappearing. In an instant, they shoot forth like arrows, moving at an astonishing speed. Why didn't Tien take action earlier? Do you think we were incapable of defeating him together? Lei cautiously glanced around before abruptly seizing Purusha's arm, speaking with a sinister tone. Kill him? On what grounds? Purusha withdrew her arm and paused momentarily, yet remained steadily suspended in the mist, her expression cold. You dare ask why? Damn it, we just transformed. We have become the legendary Super Saiyans. With such immense power, what could possibly stop us? Just now, I felt I could obliterate the spirit tree with a single punch. Lei's eyes sparkled with fervor, excitement evident in his voice. Fool, Purusha scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. What does being a Super Saiyan even mean? Are we not merely test subjects for his data? After all we've been through, do you still not comprehend his true strength? That guy is an unfathomable monster, extraordinarily powerful. Our previous schemes have likely not escaped his notice. He simply couldn't be bothered to deal with us. If he were to take us seriously, in our current state, we wouldn't last 2 rounds against him. Are you joking? For all these years, aside from dull research, he has shown not a hint of his capabilities. Don't frighten yourself, Lei exclaimed, his eyes wide, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This is the essence of his terror. Enough. You wouldn't understand that feeling of discomfort. Let us not dwell on such matters anymore. Living like this, in the present, is quite good. Beneath the spirit tree, the world unfolds. Among the massive, thick roots lie patches of moss and low ferns. Under the nourishing vitality, these humble plants thrive abundantly, with only a few species capable of coexisting with the spirit tree. After years of growth, these lowly plants have flourished, blanketing the entire continent. Walking upon them feels akin to treading on a soft, slippery carpet, evoking a surreal sensation. Amidst the lush ferns, a group of green-skinned Namekians toils diligently. Wait, Namekians? What is going on here? As we draw closer for a closer inspection, it becomes clear that these busy figures are tall, sporting antennae and long-pointed ears. By their physical characteristics, they are undoubtedly Namekians, and their lineage is remarkably pure. In truth, the presence of Namekians here is not without the influence of Best. Let us not forget that Best had spent a considerable amount of time on Namek. During this period, aside from consulting the Grand Elder to refine his spiritual abilities, he engaged in numerous endeavors. For instance, he dispatched a multitude of micro-robots to collect the skin tissues of Namekians, extracting viable cells for cloning and cultivation. The aim was to ascertain whether these clones could possess the capacity to create Dragon Balls once matured. However, the experimental results were dismal, yielding no successful outcomes. Among the 1,300 cloned Namekians, only one, derived from dorsal cells, exhibited remarkable combat potential, while the rest were strikingly mediocre, proving utterly useless. Consequently, they were banished by Best to this location, tasked with afforestation and labor. Namekians are produced based on the Grand Elder's diverse will and needs, categorized into intelligent, medical, combat types, and so forth. A select few, possessing exceptional talents, are referred to as the Dragon Clan, such as Dandan or Earth's Guardian, who can create Dragon Balls and bestow life upon Shinran. Among them stood a remarkably tall Namekian, nearly 2.5 meters in height, distinctly standing out. Adorned with a pristine, fluffy collar and clad in garments fashioned from tree bark, he was intently receiving saplings from other Namekians. With focused concentration, He deftly pierced the hardened roots of the spirit tree with his fingernails, creating a series of varying depths of holes. That will suffice for today. After you plant the seeds, you should witness a small growth in about 3 days, he remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow with a friendly demeanor. The surrounding Namekians gazed at him in admiration, exclaiming, Curl, you are truly impressive. You can actually pierce the spirit tree. We could never manage that. Indeed. Whenever we concentrate our energy in our fingers and attempt to emulate your technique, the spirit tree drains our strength, rendering us powerless against it. Another Namekian chimed in. We're utterly useless, merely watching you toil without being able to assist, a voice lamented, plunging all the Namekians into a contemplative silence. Do not be disheartened. In truth, you can accomplish it too. It merely requires practice, Curl replied with a smile, patting their shoulders. Though he comforted others, an inescapable shadow loomed in his heart. What were those 2 immense energy fluctuations earlier? Could it be that they have succeeded? They are truly formidable beings. Lost in thought. A group of teenage scion children suddenly rushed over, screeching as they flipped thick moss towards the Namekians, shouting, Curl, why are you planting trees again? It's so boring. Come play with us. Heh, you mischievous little monkeys. If you catch me, I'll treat you to some fruit. What delicious treats do you have? We recently cultivated a vegetable called pumpkin. Really? Show us, quickly. The jovial atmosphere seemed to soften Perush's usually cold demeanor, revealing a flicker of a genuine smile. However, Ray scoffed dismissively. What is this nonsense? You are scions, possessing such incredible power, yet you cannot even fight, losing your true nature. If we united, conquering this planet would be effortless. And what are those green fellows? All they do is plant trees, utterly foolish. They waste the bounty of spirit tree fruits they consume. If you continue to babble, I wouldn't mind giving you a beating, Perusha warned, casting a stern glance at him, silencing Ray's complaints. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, amidst swirling dust and whistling sands, 2 individuals were engaged in an intense battle. One, enveloped in a fiery red aura, unleashed punches and kicks that radiated immense heat. Akin to boiling water, astonishingly powerful. His upper garments were torn, revealing bulging muscles on his youthful face, marked by an unwavering focus. This was none other than Goku, the protagonist of the Dragon Ball series. His opponent was a tall, lean man with shoulder-length golden hair, his attire reminiscent of a deity from ancient Greek mythology. With a serene smile, he effortlessly deflected Goku's relentless onslaught, appearing remarkably at ease. Still not enough? Let us try the 6-fold Kaioken, Goku exclaimed, drawing in energy as his fiery aura swelled, crackling like fire-consuming dry kindling. In an instant, his speed and strength surged to unprecedented heights, his punch resonating like a cataclysmic force, akin to a meteor crashing down, capable of shattering stars. Yet, even under such ferocious strikes, the man remained unfazed, not even requiring both hands for defense. Bring them to guide Goku. I foresee a potential advantage against that scion, chuckled King Kai, his eyes hidden behind small sunglasses, his rotund figure shaking with mirth. Suddenly, the antennas on his hat perked up as if sensing something, and he exclaimed in shock, Oh no, Goku, trouble is brewing. The scions are approaching Earth. They will land in 10 minutes. King Kai, what did you just say? A crashing sound followed, as Goku sprang forward. Urgency etched on his face. Didn't you say we had plenty of time? WL, King Kai stammered, rubbing his chin, unable to confess that his earlier statement was mere conjecture. Fear not, 10 minutes is ample time, he asserted, though his inability to articulate left Goku in a frenzy. Just then, a small man clad in monk-like garb, barefoot, and with a gaunt face carrying a hint of a smile, approached. His every step resonated with an undeniable strength, with the most striking feature being a fiery red mark on his forehead. This man was Shadi, a formidable martial artist from the North Galaxy. Approximately 3,500 years prior, a colossal meteor threatened to obliterate his homeland. In that critical moment, Shadi exerted all his might to deflect the meteor back into space, sacrificing his life in the process. After his death, he trained in the afterlife and was invited by King Kai to guide Goku's training. The golden-haired man was named Oliver, a martial artist hailing from Earth, just like Goku. His profound strength is indeed remarkable and not to be underestimated. In the original narrative after the game with Sheru, it was this individual who engaged in a vigorous battle with the Rib Rice of the Western Galaxy at the Underworld Martial Arts Tournament, showcasing a colorful display of martial prowess. Although he ultimately faced defeat, it nonetheless highlighted his extraordinary fighting capabilities. Observing the anxious expression on Sun Wukong's face, Shadi chuckled and remarked, Over these years, I have devised a rather intriguing technique. I believe it may be of assistance to you. What technique? Sun Wukong and the King of the Realm in unison inquired. In truth, this technique had emerged long ago, yet few had mastered it. Those who could utilize it referred to it as instant transmission. With a slight smile, Shadi grasped Sun Wukong's shoulder, and in an instant, they vanished from the spot. Chapter 18, The Scion Strike Earth. Suddenly, several blinding lights appeared in the sky, trailing long flames as they raced towards a singular direction. At that moment, all communication devices on Earth experienced a peculiar magnetic interference, rendering them utterly non-functional. Some even exploded without warning. Simultaneously, powerful and audacious energies cascaded down like a torrent. Unabashed and unrestrained, the creatures along the path began to scream in terror, scattering chaotically like headless flies, completely unable to be restrained, a scene reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. In an instant, across the vast expanse of Earth, countless locations sensed the disturbance. A tense atmosphere enveloped the land, heralding the imminent onset of a great battle. Damn it. Aren't there only two scions? How could so many terrifying energies manifest? What is going on? A rugged off-road vehicle racing across the desert suddenly screeched to a halt, kicking up a cloud of dust and dramatically halting its momentum. A young man with wild, long hair, adorned with several scars, leaped from the vehicle, his gaze fixed on the fleeting lights in the sky. With a fierce roar, he took flight, hastily pursuing the direction from which the lights descended. Young Master Lepin, wait for me. Trailing behind him was a small creature resembling a cat, with a long tail, who surprisingly spoke with urgency, desperately trying to keep pace. However, the distance between them only grew. In the depths of a dense forest, a robust man with 3 eyes, holding a handful of spring water, was about to wipe his face. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he froze in place. After a prolonged moment, he straightened up and addressed the dazed child nearby, saying, "Dumpling, we must depart." The child appeared expressionless, his pallid complexion contrasted sharply with the unusual rosy hue of his cheeks, reminiscent of the paper effigies burned for the deceased during funerals. An indescribable eeriness enveloped him, evoking chills even under the sun's rays. Yet, when he stood beside the bald man, an unspoken tranquility and harmony prevailed. The child scratched his head and inquired, "Aren't we waiting for Lanchi? We have more pressing matters to attend to." The bald man gently patted the child's head, his sweat-drenched face radiating an indescribable benevolence and solemnity. In the distance, the roar of motorcycles erupted, accompanied by a woman's wild laughter. "Tien fan, I prepared a plethora of wholesome delicacies for you today. You can't escape." At the Kame house, Krillin abruptly stood up while sipping tea with Master Rashi, clenching his fists, drenched in sweat, and exclaimed in horror, "What an overwhelming presence! The scions have arrived. I must hurry." Anxiously, he dashed out. "Krillin, wait." Master Rashi called after him, but it was futile. By the time he reached the door, Krillin had already taken flight, shooting off like an arrow, disappearing over the horizon in an instant. In another room, a blue-haired girl with a ponytail, dressed in a red short-sleeved top, emerged carrying a large pile of clothes, grumbling. After neatly placing the folded garments, she noticed Master Rashi standing at the door, a serious expression on his face, and curiously asked, "Where's Krillin? Why isn't he here?" Master Rashi turned, adjusted his sunglasses, and murmured, "The scions have come." At that moment, the girl, having just picked up a glass of orange juice, inadvertently dropped it, shattering it to pieces. The juice splattered across her clothes, accentuating her already striking figure. "Oh no." Master Rashi grinned lewdly, resembling a fly drawn to blood, seemingly oblivious to the dangers surrounding him. "Get away, you filthy old pervert." A loud crash was heard, followed by the girl's furious scream. Master Rashi, with his panda-like eyes wide open, blissfully collapsed to the ground. The blue-haired girl raised her foot, intending to stomp on his bald head, but unexpectedly, the old man, who had been feigning death to sneak a glance up her skirt, sprang to life with astonishing speed, adjusting his sunglasses and gravely stating, "What? Goku, you've already arrived at Yama's domain? Fear not. We have gathered the Dragon Balls and will soon resurrect you." In the underworld, Goku, donned in the turtle school training attire, paced anxiously in the grand hall, pulling at his hair in frustration. Suddenly, the voice of King Kai echoed in his ears. "Goku, I forgot to mention something important. You must pay close attention." "What is it, King Kai?" "You will face a total of 13 adversaries. They are minions of a nefarious figure from the Northern Galaxy, known as Vegeta's Special Forces." "What? King Kai? I thought there were only 2 scions. How did it escalate to so many?" Goku exclaimed, taken aback. "Indeed, there are only 2 scions. However, there are other alien warriors. Be cautious, each of them is formidable. Even the weakest among them surpasses the scion you previously defeated by tenfold. You must remain vigilant." "I see. However," the carefree Goku was unfazed by the gravity of the situation. Instead, he was filled with eager anticipation, exclaiming, "Fighting such powerful opponents will surely be thrilling." "Wait. I meant to warn you to be cautious." As Suddy meditated nearby, suddenly his brow furrowed, and he exclaimed, "They are coming." Just as he spoke, Goku vanished, having been resurrected by the dragon. Above the city, over a dozen egg-shaped spacecraft erupted with brilliant flames, suddenly flashing and descending with an ear-piercing sonic boom, violently striking the ground. In an instant, the earth trembled as if countless titans were jumping and roaring upon it. Dust and debris soared into the sky, spreading for miles, more ferocious than any demolition of skyscrapers with dynamite. The bustling city was transformed into a scene of chaos within moments. Pedestrians and vehicles fled in a frenzied panic, colliding and crushing one another, creating utter disarray. Buildings groaned under the immense pressure, their concrete structures crumbling and collapsing into ruins, burying countless innocent citizens beneath the debris. No one could have foreseen that a beautiful morning would turn into such calamity. What was once a thriving city had morphed into a veritable hell on Earth. The most severely damaged area lay where the egg-shaped spacecraft had struck, revealing 13 enormous craters, each measuring 10 meters in diameter. Thick, acrid smoke billowed from these pits, filling the air with an unpleasant burned odor. As the spacecraft opened its hatch, releasing a plume of white mist, the first to emerge was a diminutive alien clad in a tight-fitting combat suit. His oversized head was covered in grotesque bumps, his triangular eyes glinting with a menacing light, akin to a famished predator ready to pounce on its prey. A combat power detector blinked ominously on his left ear, signaling his malevolence. At that moment, a group of curious citizens cautiously approached the edge of the pit, their expressions a blend of anxiety and intrigue as they stole glances at the peculiar flying objects. The urgent wail of police sirens echoed through the chaotic streets, arriving with remarkable swiftness, displaying an impressive efficiency. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There were indeed several powerful energy signatures approaching us. It seems the inhabitants of this planet are quite alert. The alien being, with thick lips, extended its purple tongue to lick its lips, and suddenly glanced at the onlookers, emitting a bizarre laugh. Annoying flies. Do you not fear my presence? Meanwhile, other alien warriors began to emerge from their spacecraft, each varying in height and shape, yet all exuding an overwhelming aura of bloodlust that loomed like an indelible ink stain, instilling an inexplicable dread in those who beheld them. The last to emerge was a somewhat shorter man, with prominent brow ridges and sharp features. His smooth forehead was crowned with a thick mane of hair, standing upright like spikes, forming a pointed silhouette. He stepped forward with crossed arms, wearing an expression of indifference. Captain. Upon his appearance, the other 12 aliens shifted, gathering around him in unison, bowing their heads in a display of utmost submission, as if they were in the presence of a sovereign. How is it? Vegeta inquired, glancing at the first alien to emerge. Captain. We have detected 7 significant energy signatures approaching us. However, the strongest among them possesses only a battle power of 4,500. In truth, they are merely a group of formidable weaklings. Any one of us could easily handle them. The alien paused, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Moreover, there are 4 or 5 exceedingly powerful energy signatures on this planet, each exceeding 1 million in intensity, and they do not appear to be of natural origin. Unbeknownst to them, prior to their arrival, Earth had witnessed the emergence of 5 massive craters of varying sizes, reminiscent of those formed by colossal meteor strikes. Even the smallest among them had a diameter of over 100 meters, appearing unfathomably deep. Fortunately, these craters were located in remote, desolate areas, sparing human lives from harm. At that time, an expedition team composed of adventurers and governmental researchers was deployed to investigate. Despite extensive studies, no anomalies were discovered, nor were any meteorite fragments found. This incident soon became the subject of local folklore. However, in the regions where these bizarre energy signatures manifested, a peculiar transformation had taken place. For instance, the local soil and air were found to contain levels of radioactive material far exceeding those typically associated with nuclear contamination. The surface strength began to harden, with even cracked earth boasting the resilience of metal alloy. Most notably, the local gravitational force was significantly greater than elsewhere. The deeper one ventured, the more intense the gravitational pressure became, resembling layers of strange strata. These areas were ominously dubbed the Death Valley, a forbidden zone for humanity. Only those warriors who deemed themselves sufficiently powerful dared to venture forth, seeking to prove themselves to the world. Since Raditz left behind a message, proclaiming that the Scions would return in a year to seek vengeance, many warriors from Dragon Ball Z dedicated substantial time to training within these harsh environments, risking their lives solely to enhance their strength. On a lofty building, a white-collar worker in a suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, idly stirred the soup in his cup with a gilded spoon. Resting his chin on his hand, he gazed out at the apocalyptic scene outside, stifling a yawn. He then turned to a trembling waiter beside him, saying, "Please bring me another serving of blue cheese. Thank you. Sir, it's quite dangerous here. Perhaps we should leave." The waiter stammered, his voice quivering. "You coward. We are perfectly safe here. I assure you, our building is the most secure in the entire city. You must trust me." The impatient white-collar worker waved his hand dismissively. "And make sure to bring me a medium-rare steak. Hurry up. Delay, and I'll deduct it from your pay." As the waiter trembled away, the seemingly oblivious man adjusted his glasses, the lenses flashing with information about the group. The elite force under Vegeta comprised 13 members. Captain, Vegeta. Male, 30 years old, a scion, belonging to the 2nd Division of Frisia's elite fighting squad. His status and power were surpassed only by Frisia's strongest team, the Ginyu Force. Overall strength, 130,000. Evaluation level, D class. The white-collar worker stroked his chin and muttered to himself, "The boss sent us here after waiting for years, just for this lot? They don't seem impressive at all, although that spiky-haired one has a certain flair. Besides, I am a successful individual now, earning millions per minute. With 7 or 8 meetings daily, who has time for them? Let the heroes save the world. I'll pass on that. Hey, hurry it up, will you? I'm starving. Watch out, or I'll dock your wages. Awaken. Science." Chapter 20. The Lone Wolf. There's no need to concern ourselves with those matters. I only wish to know the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, Vegeta stated coldly, crossing his arms. Ahem. Well, we do not have any relevant intelligence on that yet. Why don't we capture a human to interrogate? The first alien suggested, scratching his head, suddenly struck by inspiration. Baralu, did you grow up eating dung? How can you utter such foolishness? At that moment, a figure with a shaved head and a slender, elongated face adorned with a small mustache suddenly spoke up. His voice dripping with mockery. Nappa, what are you saying, you scoundrel? The diminutive alien glared fiercely at the tall, muscular bald man, his face twisted with a bloodthirsty frenzy. Nappa, with a cold smirk, retorted, if the Dragon Balls were so easily found, wouldn't everyone on this planet be able to wish for eternal life? To utter such words is utterly foolish. Noticing the other alien warriors nodding in agreement with his statement, Nappa's expression grew more smug as he proclaimed loudly, in my opinion. Only those connected to Kakarot know the precise location of the Dragon Balls. In fact, the Dragon Balls may very well be in their possession. Let us not forget that when Raditz, that useless fool, perished, we overheard them say they would use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Kakarot. In other words, if the Dragon Balls were not in their hands, how could they have made such a statement? Nappa, your analysis is quite astute. Is it because your combat power is diminishing, and you fear being discarded by the captain, that you have begun to lean on your intellect? Laughed a tall alien warrior, smirking as he provoked a raucous laughter from the others. You despicable wretch. Nappa's face contorted with fury, his fists clenched tightly, the muscles on his face twitching violently, betraying his rage to an extreme degree. Throughout this, Vegeta remained aloof, watching them mock Nappa as if they were mere jesters. Hey, you down there, pay attention. I do not care who you are or where you hail from. Your actions have caused significant destruction and panic in this city. We, the police, have just cause to apprehend you. Surrender immediately and cooperate with our actions. I repeat, you must surrender at once. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed, accompanied by the mocking laughter of the extraterrestrial warriors, which pierced through Naba's ears, igniting an unprecedented fury within him. Damflies perish, Naba declared, extending his index and middle fingers skyward. In an instant, a blinding light erupted from the earth, far more dazzling than any lightning strike. Following this, a surge of intense energy exploded forth, resembling a blossoming firework, enveloping the surrounding landscape within 1,000 meters, which was promptly reduced to ashes. TSK, Naba. Why the anger? What merit is there in exterminating these insignificant pests? An alien approached, placing a companionable hand on Naba's shoulder, speaking to him with feigned warmth. He then pointed in a certain direction, stating, look, there's a being with a combat power of 3,500 approaching. To us, he is utterly weak, devoid of any amusement, and hardly worth our effort. However, it is quite suitable for you to handle such a foe. Ahahaha. You wretched bastards. How infuriating. The moment my combat power surpasses yours, I shall obliterate you all, crush you like the filthy insects you are. Naba gritted his teeth, his face dark with resentment. Yet he dared not strike at this individual. Instead, he could only swallow his anger in silence, his cold gaze fixed unwaveringly on a distant point. How vexing. At that moment, a furious roar suddenly echoed through the air. A figure, racing forth with immense momentum, descended with a thunderous crash, even while suspended midair. His spine arched dramatically, transforming him into a taut bow. In the next instant, a key blast, measuring several meters in size, gleamed brightly before forcefully descending upon the energy sphere. The first sea warrior to arrive was none other than Loping, though I prefer to refer to him as Yamcha. A mere weakling with a power level below 10,000, he was utterly deluded. The gathered extraterrestrials bore expressions of disdain, lazily observing the enormous key blast as it plummeted toward the ground, without flinching or retreating. With a swift motion, Lu Ping's eyes flickered with determination. He raised a finger and swept it across the air. As he did so, the energy sphere, which had been hurtling toward the earth, momentarily hesitated before astonishingly shrinking to about 1/10 of its original size, striking with the swiftness of a lightning bolt against the towering alien. At this moment, the energy intensity of the chi bomb surged dramatically from a mere 2,000 to an astonishing 7,000. The shockwaves from the explosion were far from feeble compared to that of a conventional blast. The rising clouds of dust were exceptionally fierce, reminiscent of a fearsome sandstorm in the desert that instilled dread in the hearts of all who encountered it. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, the relentless yellow sand and howling winds obscured all vision, rendering everyone momentarily blind and deaf. In this chaotic environment, Lepin approached a cosmic being silently, akin to a ravenous wolf prowling across the vast grasslands. With a sudden, powerful kick, he aimed directly at the creature's chest, sensing an unusual rush of wind beside him. The cosmic entity swiftly raised his arm to defend himself. In the next instant, he felt an overwhelming force collide violently with his arm, followed immediately by a barrage of attacks from Lepin. You insolent brat! How dare you challenge me? You're courting death! The enraged cosmic being roared, his senses dulled by the blinding dust storm. Despite being a seasoned warrior, he found his combat effectiveness diminished by 30% in that moment. In his fury, he inadvertently swallowed a mouthful of sand, leading him to cough violently. Seizing this opportunity, Lepin, cloaked in silence, allowed a glint of ferocity to flicker in his eyes as he concealed his aura once more, momentarily stunning the cosmic being. Wolf Fang Fist. With his fingers clenched and then slightly splayed, Lepin's hand resembled the maw of a famished wolf. It is essential to note that many techniques within the Dragon Ball universe require immense energy to unleash, capable of obliterating stars with their formidable might. As the battles progressed, the significance of energy intensity became increasingly apparent. Initially, the diverse and dynamic techniques driven by physical prowess were gradually rendered obsolete, unable to keep pace with the evolving era. However, Lepin chose to defy this trend, fully aware that in terms of raw energy, he could never surpass his opponent. The initial advantage he gained by forcing the enemy to retreat was merely a stroke of luck, aided by the unexpected nature of the chi bomb. Once the dust settled and his adversary regained their composure, he would inevitably find himself at a disadvantage. At that point, his demise would be all but assured. Over the years, while Lepin has meticulously refined his breathing techniques and diligently enhanced his energy, he has not forsaken his most cherished skills. His training amidst the treacherous ravines has allowed him to relentlessly strike the immensely resilient and daunting stones, significantly augmenting his physical prowess. Now, even without the use of chi, his grip possesses the formidable strength to crush tempered steel and iron blocks with unparalleled ferocity. Although these extraterrestrial beings possess formidable power, their shortcomings are equally evident. The most significant of these flaws lies in their reliance on a singular detection device to assess the strength of others. Should one refrain from utilizing energy and merely emit a hint of presence, they would be utterly oblivious to one's existence. It was this insight that prompted Lepin to take a daring risk, aiming to eliminate a few adversaries before his home field advantage dissipated, thereby clearing some obstacles for others. With a swiftness akin to a ravenous wolf pouncing upon its prey, Lepin's strike was ferocious and unrelenting. Even his eyes gleamed with a predatory green light. The extraterrestrial, unaware of the impending doom, futilely shielded his face with one hand while frantically swatting at the swirling debris with the other, cursing incessantly. Suddenly, he felt a sharp tingling at the nape of his neck, followed by excruciating pain. With a sickening crack, his neck was gruesomely torn open, completely severed. In the final moments of his consciousness, he could only faintly perceive the contemptible human he had underestimated retracting his arm, along with the savage glare of a hungry wolf emanating from the depths of the human's eyes. The tale unfolds with great complexity, yet it transpires within mere seconds. The average individual merely extends an arm in a gesture of concealment, scarcely grasping the events that transpired. A lifeless body has already collapsed amid the ruins. The battle has reached its denouement. Croc has perished. This human has indeed slain Croc. As the dust settles, the other extraterrestrials gain clarity of the scene before them. They behold the corpse, nearly obliterated, alongside the figure of Lepin, who has somersaulted a considerable distance away. Each one of them cannot help but widen their eyes, erupting in a chorus of incredulous outrage. Upon reflection, I realized there was a temporal miscalculation in my earlier narrative. Based on the protagonist's birth date, Frisia's arrival on Namek would occur no sooner than 11 years hence, rather than the 7 years I previously noted. My apologies. Awaken. Science, Chapter 21, The Fallen Hero. This group of adversaries proves to be quite formidable. Despite my utmost efforts, I have only managed to eliminate one. How splendid it would be if I could dispatch a few more before Krillin and Tien arrive. As for that individual with the spiky hair, he must be a scion. He appears rather unremarkable, yet the aura he emanates is undeniably potent, surpassing that of other foes by at least tenfold. Such a being, I fear, can only be contended with by Goku himself. Lepin adopts a bow stance, standing firmly with one hand forming a claw in front and the other clenched into a fist at his waist. This is indeed the most commonly used stance of martial artists on Earth. He contemplates this as, across from him, a cosmic being, his chest stained with patches of blood, suddenly roars in fury. With his hefty metallic boots, he forcefully propels himself off the ground, and with a resounding boom, he hurtles towards Lepin like a tempestuous gale. His speed astonishingly swift. What? Lepin gasps in alarm, his form instinctively arching back as he swiftly retreats, his feet dancing in a cross-step motion. Simultaneously, he shapes his fists into the form of a wolf, unleashing a flurry of strikes. In mere seconds, he delivers hundreds of punches, engaging in a frenzied exchange with the cosmic being charging at him with a clenched fist. In an instant, the earth trembles violently, erupting in clouds of pulverized dust. The concrete ground beneath them shatters, leaving a myriad of spiderweb-like cracks that radiate outward. The air is filled with the crackling sounds of explosive impacts, reminiscent of a multitude of firecrackers igniting, creating an extraordinarily terrifying spectacle. This extraterrestrial being is indeed the one who was caught off guard by Lepin's compressed energy blast at the onset. Although an energy explosion of approximately 7,000 is insufficient to threaten his life, enduring such an assault unprepared has left him wounded, a consequence of his carelessness. Naturally, Lepin's decision not to press the advantage after injuring him and to seek another opponent was not without justification. As the saying goes, a cornered beast still fights back. This refers to ordinary wild animals that, upon falling into a trap set by hunters, typically exhibit emotions of panic and fear. However, severely injured creatures display a different demeanor. Aware of their bleak chances of survival, they resort to their claws and fangs, revealing their ferocity and becoming increasingly savage and violent. In such moments, instigating them would yield little benefit and could even result in one's own demise. It is far easier to contend with those who are in a state of confusion. At this moment, the extraterrestrial warrior, driven not only by embarrassment over his injuries, but also by a desire to gain the upper hand in front of others, unleashed a ferocious strike. To his astonishment, this seemingly weak human possessed the fortitude to withstand his might. Both the speed and force of his punches were surprisingly on par with his own. In the blink of an eye, he found himself unable to subdue this human. Desperate to salvage his pride, the alien warrior, filled with rage, clenched his fists, causing his muscles to bulge and veins to throb ominously, giving his skin a peculiar, iron-like sheen, as if forged from steel. With a mighty roar, he swung his fist, resembling a massive steel whip, the sheer power generating a piercing sonic boom that sliced through the air. Leping, unable to withstand the force, hastily retreated. However, the alien warrior, tilting his head back, inhaled deeply, causing his abdomen to swell dramatically, resembling a woman in her 5th month of pregnancy. Then, with a fierce exhalation, he unleashed a fearsome column of luminous energy. In retreat, the force was tremendous, typically making it impossible to reverse direction. Had it been anyone else, they would undoubtedly have met their demise. Yet, Leping, a master of energy manipulation among Earth's finest, was adept at utilizing momentum. With a deft pivot, he shifted several meters to the side, effectively altering his trajectory. The brilliant energy column, swift as lightning, narrowly missed him. Damn it! The alien warrior roared in fury, charging after him once more, his fist raised like a massive drum, crashing down with a thunderous sound. Although these extraterrestrial combatants employed a singular fighting style, each punch was a lethal strike honed from the battlefield. Their robust physiques amplifying their strength exponentially, capable of cleaving mountains. Despite Leping managing to parry the previous exchange, it had taken a toll on his stamina, leaving him breathless. As the saying goes, one burst of energy leads to a decline, and eventually exhaustion. Though his fighting spirit burned brighter than ever, his energy waned. And he knew that if he continued in this manner, he would inevitably reveal a flaw, leading to his downfall. In a moment of desperation, he resorted to a risky maneuver, narrowly dodging the alien's punch. Channeling his energy, he shifted from side to side, creating 7 or 8 indistinguishable images of himself. In an instant, it became impossible to discern the real from the illusion. What was this? A technique of doppelgangers? The alien's left eye sensor flared, suddenly losing track of Leping's presence, leaving him momentarily stunned. Without time to ponder, one of the images swung a fist at him, forcing him to sidestep and deliver a powerful kick, intending to send the figure flying. To his shock, the blow passed straight through, striking nothing but air. An illusion. Simultaneously, another image lunged from the side, aiming for his neck, reminiscent of the fatal move he had used against Croc. The alien, startled, swiftly turned, launching a powerful punch in retaliation. Yet again, his attack met only emptiness. Meanwhile, 3 images converged upon him, targeting his eyes, back, and vulnerable areas, leaving him with no avenue for escape. The alien, twisting his waist and summoning all his strength, resembled a spinning windmill as he unleashed 3 punches and 2 kicks, culminating in a ferocious back fist that struck the figures. To his dismay, they were mere illusions, nothing but shadows. Damn it! The sequence of actions was executed with remarkable finesse, significantly diminishing his opponent's strength and energy. Exhausted from prior exertions, he remained unable to focus and unleash his full power. Seizing the moment of his inner turmoil and unrelenting fury, a figure akin to a famished wolf surged forth silently, delivering a powerful blow directly to the old injury on his chest. In an instant, blood erupted, splattering everywhere. Kaioken. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Leping shouted, as his arm, embedded deep within his opponent's chest, erupted with an intense radiance. Immediately, a massive beam of light shot forth, propelling the towering extraterrestrial into the air, where he disintegrated into dust against the sky. Following this, Leping found himself utterly drained, collapsing to the ground, gasping heavily, sweat pouring down his face. Ha, Earthling. You came here alone and managed to kill 2 of us. I truly admire your courage. However, your time to perish is nigh. Suffer now, lament your fate. A shadow appeared beside him, seizing Leping by the hair and, with a swift and brutal punch, pierced through his chest, accompanied by a mocking voice. Blood gushed forth violently, echoing like a death knell, draining the remainder of his spirit and strength. Leping let out a muffled groan, his pained gaze falling upon the elongated face of a bald giant, a thick tail coiled around his waist. Awaken, scion. Blood continued to flow uncontrollably, staining the ground beneath him. The giant slowly withdrew his arm from Leping's chest, causing the latter's muscles to convulse violently in a desperate struggle. Ugh. Leping coughed up blood, his breath shallow, his vision fading. Look, Earthling. In a bid to save you, your companions are racing towards this direction. The giant raised Leping's drooping head, directing his gaze straight ahead, where a rapidly moving figure drew near. Is it Krillin? Leping murmured weakly, his consciousness waning. Yet, the giant's face twisted into a grotesque grin as he mockingly tightened his grip around Leping's throat, declaring, unfortunately, you shall never wait for them. In the next moment, A muscular arm bent slightly before crashing down like a colossal hammer onto Lu Ping's head, splattering blood everywhere. Lu Ping. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, filled with despair. In his final moments of consciousness, Lu Ping vaguely heard someone calling his name from afar. He strained to lift his head, yearning to see who it was, but the weight of his neck felt as if a massive stone was suspended from it, rendering him utterly powerless. Farewell, Earth. Farewell, Pool. Farewell, my comrades. And you, Bulma. So this is how it ends. Ha ha ha, the life of an Earthling is indeed fragile. The giant raised his head, gazing towards the source of the voice, his brow twitching as he loosened his grip. With a powerful kick, he sent Lu Ping's lifeless body flying far away. Lu Ping. A swift figure, akin to an eagle soaring through the sky, suddenly reversed direction and descended rapidly, catching Lu Ping's body with a pained expression. It was none other than Krillin. Unexpectedly, in that fleeting moment, the two extraterrestrials exchanged a glance and, without hesitation, moved with blinding speed towards Krillin. Their hands poised to strike. Having previously tested the Earthling's bizarre and unpredictable abilities, they recognized that they could not rely on conventional assumptions. The earlier human, despite possessing only a battle power of 500, had managed to slay two warriors with powers exceeding 15,000. Such a fearsome feat, if not witnessed firsthand, would have been met with disbelief. At this moment, their scanners indicated that the approaching bald figure possessed a battle power of 200, meaning he was not far behind the earlier human, making him a formidable foe. Faced with such a powerful adversary, they could not afford to be complacent and unanimously decided to strike first. In an instant, four hands, resembling iron hooks, descended upon Krillin, trapping him and blocking all avenues of escape. With fury, Krillin raised his head, cradling Lu Ping beneath his arm. Spreading his fingers, he placed them at his temples and bellowed, "Solar flare." In an instant, a blinding light, far brighter than any lightning, erupted in the sky, dazzling to the point of blindness, rendering it impossible to open one's eyes. The sensation was akin to the sun itself plummeting to earth. Even a powerful being like Vegeta was compelled to shield his eyes with his arms. Spirit bomb. A furious roar echoed through the air. As the intense light dissipated, their vision returned, only to reveal the shocking sight of the two extraterrestrials who had attempted to ambush Krillin, now decapitated, their heads lying some distance away. Blood spraying in vibrant green arcs across the ground. What? The extraterrestrials gasped in disbelief, turning to their leader, Vegeta. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, his dark eyes flashing with a fierce glint, causing the others to lower their heads in fear. Wix, among them. While most extraterrestrials were embroiled in rivalry and vying for glory, three remained steadfastly by Vegeta's side, cold-faced and immobile. This was not due to their weakness, but rather because these three warriors formed the core of Vegeta's elite team. The others were mere recruits, easily replaceable. The extraterrestrial being known as Wike stepped forth, striding purposefully. His taut visage relaxed slightly as he observed the tense and enraged Krillin with keen interest, proclaiming, "Earthling, we have come solely for the Dragon Balls. Surrender that artifact, and your lives shall be spared. Dream on. We will not hand over the Dragon Balls to vile creatures like you." Indeed, the Dragon Balls were in their possession, making matters considerably simpler. A glint of determination flashed in Wike's eyes as he continued, "Your comrades have already perished in battle. Now, it is your turn. Are you truly unafraid?" As Krillin opened his mouth to respond, he was taken aback as Wike swiftly closed the distance, striking down with a powerful hand. By the time Krillin sensed the impending danger, Wike had grasped his bald head and forcefully pressed down. Crack. Blood spewed from the corner of Krillin's mouth, and he felt weightless as he was flung backward. "Little bald head, how can you lose focus in combat? This is a matter of life and death," Wike murmured, seizing Krillin's airborne form. With a swift bend of his knee, he unleashed a tremendous force, akin to a drawn bowstring, bursting forth with explosive power. A thunderous crash resounded as he struck Krillin's abdomen, causing him to spit a mouthful of blood, among which lay the remnants of shattered internal organs. Do you know why you're losing? Because your speed is simply too slow. No matter how peculiar or powerful your techniques may be, if I can suppress your ability to execute them in the first instance, they become utterly ineffective. A cold smirk graced Wike's face as he firmly grasped Krillin's head and prepared to deliver a final blow. Unexpectedly, at that critical moment, a robust arm appeared from behind the little bald head, delivering a fierce punch. The impact resonated like two hefty iron stakes colliding, abruptly halting Wike's advance. Wike's pupils contracted as he relinquished his hold on Krillin, his hands moving with the precision of supercharged springs, unleashing a barrage of blows in rapid succession, nearly 1,000 strikes in mere moments. Yet, his opponent displayed no signs of retreat. One arm gently cradled Krillin while the other, reminiscent of a deity with countless hands, executed a flurry of movements that repelled all incoming attacks with effortless grace. Meanwhile, two extraterrestrial beings attempted to advance, but a pale-faced child with rosy cheeks suddenly interposed himself before them, his feet barely touching the ground, appearing almost weightless. With a fixed gaze, he silently scrutinized them, sending chills down their spines. "Get out of the way," one of the aliens shouted, sidestepping to deliver a kick. However, his companion dashed forward, clawing at the child's head. In a twist of fate, the child extended his hands, lightly tapping, causing the ferocious onslaught of the two aliens to abruptly reverse, uncontrollably striking themselves. Simultaneously, atop a relatively intact skyscraper, a Namekian clad in a flowing white cape, billowing in the wind, gracefully descended, accompanied by a nervous child of about 5 or 6 years. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 23. The super machine. The vast populace took heed, urging cooperation with military efforts for a swift evacuation. Once again, please cooperate with our military operations and evacuate promptly. In the skies above, several new model Thunder Eagle fighter jets roared past, their amplified announcements echoing over the city. Further amplifying the chaos below, high-altitude satellite imagery promptly conveyed the upheaval in Island City, which, through countless media outlets, sparked nationwide turmoil and global astonishment. Hello everyone. I am currently situated in the heart of Island City. As you can see from the television broadcast behind me, the scene is chaotic, resembling the aftermath of a massive bombing. Around 9 o'clock this morning, Island City was suddenly. The blonde-haired reporter, standing amidst the smoke-choked ruins, spoke rapidly yet clearly, relaying the latest developments from Island City to the world. The footage on the screen trembled, revealing buildings collapsing without warning, consuming the streets, pedestrians, and vehicles below. This vividly illustrated the ferocity of the conflict that had unfolded. Penguin Village, God Village, a remote and exceedingly secluded hamlet far from the city. This place was once a veritable paradise, yet today it was disrupted by the arrival of a dozen roaring military jeeps, forcefully advancing along the crowded road, shattering the tranquility of the area. As rows of stern-faced, agile soldiers disembarked from the vehicles, unloading countless sealed alloy boxes from the compartments, several residents hid in the shadows, peering out and whispering, uncertain of the unfolding events. A young man, clad in an oversized military uniform and wearing black-rimmed glasses, stepped down from a jeep. After adjusting his glasses, he walked directly to a house and rang the doorbell. "Who is it?" A drowsy voice responded. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a short, stout man dressed in a white work outfit, adorned with a floral tie, his hair tousled and disheveled, wearing a pair of black bear slippers. He stepped outside, bewildered by the scene before him. "Who are you?" The man gazed at the spectacle outside, momentarily stunned, his heart sinking with an ominous premonition. "Greetings, Dr. De Bing, Zhuan Qianbing Wei, IQ Doctor. I am Major General Skok, the head of Earth Defense Operations. We met 3 months ago at the Robotics Exchange Conference in Dongguan City." Noticing that the man did not recognize him, the young officer lowered his head, offering his right hand in a gesture of greeting. "Skok, you are the military's rising star in research, reputed for the swiftest promotion in history. My heavens. When we first met, you were merely a colonel." Dr. De Bing exclaimed, surprise flickering across his face. He swallowed hard, extending a grease-stained hand to shake with Skok, nervously inquiring, "What brings you here?" Seeing the confusion etched on Dr. De Bing's face, Skok shook his head and succinctly replied, "At 9:15 this morning. The city of Haidao, located 300 kilometers from here, was attacked by extraterrestrials. To date, there have been over 150,000 casualties, with countless buildings damaged, resulting in direct losses exceeding 200 billion. How could this happen? An alien invasion of Earth? If this were uttered by someone else, Dr. Big Cake would undoubtedly scoff, believing the speaker had not yet awakened from slumber. However, the individual conveying this message is a prominent figure within the military, known for their meticulous work and serious demeanor, one who would never jest with such insipid banter. Thus, even Dr. Big Cake, with his carefree nature and tendency toward confusion, was taken aback by the startling news. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he bit his fingernails, his expression grave as he inquired, "Then why have you come to seek my assistance? You should be dispatching troops for rescue at once." From a nearby soldier, Skok retrieved a laptop and angled the screen towards Dr. Big Cake, allowing him to witness the heart-stirring scenes unfolding. The sheer force exhibited by these beings was astonishing. Initially dismissive, Dr. Big Cake's demeanor shifted dramatically upon observing a colossal alien unleash a blinding beam of light, obliterating a significant portion of a city. His face paled, and he gasped in horror. According to military assessments, these extraterrestrials possessed immense power, their individual energy capable of wreaking destruction exceeding that of a 4,000-kilogram nuclear explosion. In other words, with proper control, their energy could annihilate up to 80% of Earth's species in an instant. Skok adjusted his glasses, his expression somber as he asked, "What is the latest update? Can we contain them?" Dr. Big Cake suddenly raised his gaze, an unprecedented seriousness etched upon his face. Soldiers already engaged in battle on the front lines for Earth's defense, yet their endurance remains uncertain. Moreover, martial artists concealed within civilian life had also emerged to confront the aliens. Their displayed prowess was nothing short of astonishing. It was remarkable that we had overlooked the existence of such formidable super beings on our planet. They were akin to evolved superhumans, embodying the greatest hope for Earth's survival against this crisis. At this juncture, Skok furrowed his brow, stating, however, just moments ago, our reconnaissance satellite captured footage of an intense battle, only to lose contact with the military's computer systems. We are utterly in the dark regarding the situation there. Dr. Big Cake, biting his nails, responded somberly, "What can I do to assist you?" Skok nodded, declaring, given the fate of Earth hangs in the balance. We have no choice but to turn to you, Doctor. Your old rival, Dr. Malevolent, mentioned that you have developed liquid-form nanomachines. Our military is in dire need of your technology and your expertise. That fool who transformed himself into a robot? It has been years since I last saw him. Is he still alive? Dr. Big Cake reminisced upon hearing that long-absent name. 7 years prior, Dr. Malevolent had secretly joined our organization, dedicating himself to Earth's defense. Additionally, there was Dr. Breves, the founder of the Universal Capsule, Dr. Chris, creator of super electronic chips, and Dr. Comer, a university professor passionate about extraterrestrial exploration. Over the years, we had begun to draft designs for super robots and had even commenced production. However, our creations still lacked the performance necessary to contend with these aliens. And we faced significant disputes regarding their energy sources. Of course, with your collaboration, these issues would be resolved, allowing our robots to achieve a qualitative leap. Skok adjusted his glasses, revealing the internal circumstances of their project without reservation. He gestured for nearby soldiers to bring forth sealed alloy boxes, unveiling the partially assembled skeletal frames of robots within, alongside glimmering cannon barrels and minuscule chips. These individuals you mention are among the most brilliant scientists on Earth. Is this a compact particle cannon? A gravity-defying device? And the latest model of super electronic chips? Dr. Big Cake's earlier despondency vanished, replaced by a sense of awe as he caressed the machinery, recounting their details with familiarity. Then, with a hint of self-deprecation, he murmured, I originally researched these to help my eternally youthful child, Alale, hoping she could live joyfully like a true human. I never imagined that my creations would transform into instruments of warfare. The unpredictability of life is truly astounding. Our time is pressing. I hope you can expedite your preparations. By the way, is there anything else you need to gather? Nothing more. Let us depart. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 24. Balance. A gust of furious wind swept through, stirring up thick clouds of black smoke and dust. A 5 or 6-year-old child, adorned with a white scarf and clad in a deep purple training outfit, gazed anxiously at the menacing alien before him, boldly proclaiming, I am not afraid of you, you villains. The infuriated alien, nursing its swollen cheek, glared at the audacious child. Its fury palpable, yet internally, a tempest raged within. Just moments ago, Tianjin Fan had rescued Krillin, single-handedly thwarting the relentless assault from Vix. Meanwhile, Dumpling utilized his psychic abilities to restrain the movements of 2 aliens, redirecting their own force back upon themselves, rendering them powerless. This strange ability subdued the other restless alien warriors, instilling a sense of caution among them. However, it wasn't long before several alien warriors perceived the flaw in this strategy. They keenly noticed that when the oddly skilled pale-faced child exerted his powers, his body became rigid, his focus unwavering, rendering him incapable of any other action. In essence, this was the opportune moment to strike. With this realization, they each devised a plan, though speculation remained mere conjecture, and none dared act hastily. After all, they valued their pride above the thrill of victory. The last thing they desired was to suffer the same fate as their 2 comrades, becoming puppets at the mercy of the child, the subject of ridicule. Weighing the risks, they preferred to let their companions test the waters first before seizing the triumph for themselves. Of course, most aliens shared this mindset. But a few reckless individuals could not contain their eagerness and charged forth, one of whom now faced off against Gohan. Just as this warrior prepared to strike the child, intending to land a devastating blow, the child unexpectedly sprang into action, delivering a kick that sent him flying. Damn it, you little brat. You are inviting your own demise. The alien's eyes widened in fury, muscles tensed as it propelled itself from the ground, aiming straight for the anxious Gohan. Meanwhile, from his lofty perch, the formidable Piccolo finally made his move. The greatest antagonist from Dragon Ball, the fiercest rival of Son Goku, dramatically unfurled his billowing cloak, descending like a great bird. With a mere flick of his hand, countless slender beams of light erupted from his fingertips, akin to a rapid-fire barrage, ruthlessly surging toward the clustered aliens. The energy intensity registered at an impressive 18,000. Indeed, this foe surpassed the earlier ones by a significant margin. Faced with this overwhelming force, several aliens hastily retreated, soaring into the heights. Only Vegeta and 2 other aliens remained unmoved. Destroy him! Destroy him! Destroy him! One of the silver-haired, red-skinned aliens exclaimed, gazing up at the relentless barrage of energy beams with a face that betrayed an inexplicable thrill. He stepped forward, adopting a peculiar stance reminiscent of a student performing morning exercises, then unleashed a powerful motion. In an instant, dozens of dense currents shot forth, colliding with the beams in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the air. Piccolo's pupils contracted as he beheld the sudden emergence of the alien, whose leg shot out at astonishing speed, barely missing him. Yet, that leg proved to be tenacious, swiftly arcing back for another assault, producing a series of sharp cracks as it left fiery afterimages in its wake. Though quick, the force behind those kicks fell short. Piccolo's keen eyes quickly discerned the opponent's weaknesses. Choosing not to reveal his insights, he feigned vulnerability, After enduring a few strikes, when the alien committed to a powerful kick, Piccolo suddenly smirked, deftly grasping the alien's foot and yanking him closer, delivering a devastating elbow strike that sent the alien reeling, blood spewing forth as his chest caved in. Utterly tedious, Piccolo scoffed, intending to toss aside the dazed alien. To his surprise, the alien's complexion reddened, swelling grotesquely, and a deep purple hue surfaced. In the next moment, a formidable force erupted from him, akin to a high-pressure water jet, breaking free from Piccolo's grasp and delivering a crushing blow to his neck. Ouch, that hurt. Now it's my turn. How does that feel? Haha. The transformed alien's power had skyrocketed, elevating both his strength and speed to a new echelon, making him far more aggressive and unhinged than before. He laughed maniacally, his muscles bulging against his protective gear, unleashing a deafening roar as he descended with ferocity. A punch struck Piccolo squarely in the chest, followed by a powerful kick that sent him flying. What? His power has increased. This guy can transform. Caught off guard, Piccolo was struck by a headbutt, followed by several punches that, while not grievous, left him momentarily dazed and incensed. As the alien charged again, Piccolo's arm swelled, resembling a highly elastic serpent, and he forcefully pinned the alien's forehead down. Simultaneously, his other arm emitted a massive beam of light, akin to a colossal sword descending from the heavens. On another front, Tien Shinhan transformed his arm into a myriad of limbs, successfully blocking the onslaught of the alien named Wix. As continuous arm shadows converged, they created a cataclysmic illusion, overwhelming Wix from all directions, heightening his anxiety. Indeed, this is quite an amusing expedition. Who would have thought such fierce resistance could be found in such a remote location? Truly astonishing, Vegeta mused, a faint smile playing on his lips as he observed the exhilarating battles unfolding before him. Nearby, a towering alien clad in a heavy coat stepped forward, eyes gleaming with a predatory ferocity. His presence was akin to the final straw that would shatter the tenuous balance of power, dismantling the Earthling's desperate struggle. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 25. The fierce battle Earth is indeed a fascinating place. A year ago, the strongest among you possessed a mere fighting power of around 1,000, hardly sufficient to contend with Raditz, a third-rate foe. Yet, astonishingly, within just a year, you have managed to hold your own against my elite Vegeta task force. The speed of your advancement is truly remarkable. I am now most curious about what has enabled such a significant leap. Is it the Dragon Balls? Or something else entirely? If only I could grasp the method of this enhancement. Vegeta, arms crossed, pondered deeply, his expression remaining inscrutable as he focused on the ongoing combat, showing no inclination to intervene. Meanwhile, the alien warrior named Shiva strode into the fray, his gaze burning with intensity, akin to a ravenous beast. He inhaled the chaotic atmosphere of the battlefield, and after a few breaths, the metallic armor and heavy boots he wore burst apart, propelled by an overwhelming force that sent shrapnel flying. A chilling, bloodthirsty aura erupted forth, sweeping across the land like a demonic force from the underworld, shaking the very earth. Since 12 years ago, when Kvila showcased his formidable iron-fisted dominance and ignited the prologue to interstellar warfare, the cosmos has been devoid of its former tranquility. The delicate balance maintained between the major powers was violently shattered by this abrupt and unreasonable emergence. All pacts and agreements crumbled beneath Kvila's relentless onslaught, leaving no constraints in their wake. Consequently, whether willing or not, all were compelled to partake in this unprecedented turmoil, igniting a cataclysmic interstellar clash that has endured for over a decade, with countless casualties. In these 12 years, the universe has birthed multitudes of formidable warriors, some even rivaling Frisia's terror. Warriors boasting battle powers exceeding 10,000 have become commonplace. In such an environment, even the boastful Ginyu Force has abandoned its arrogance, focusing solely on battle and striving to enhance their own strength. It is precisely in this chaotic milieu that Vegeta found an immense opportunity. Countless brushes with death have accelerated his growth exponentially. At this very moment, compared to the original text when they first descended upon Earth, their strength has increased tenfold, rendering them incomparable. The Vegeta Special Forces have existed for 7 or 8 years since their inception, experiencing an unusually high turnover of personnel. Aside from the captain, Vegeta, and the auxiliary soldier, Nappa, the rest of the team has largely been composed of recruits brought in midway, continuously infusing new blood. Among these 3 pivotal extraterrestrials who have accompanied Vegeta for several years, their credentials pale in comparison to the seasoned veteran Nappa. However, when it comes to sheer power, they surpass him by a considerable margin and serve as Vegeta's trusted right and left hands. The individual currently making an entrance, Shiva, ranks third within the Vegeta Special Forces, the second being the reckless one who plays with Piccolo and seems a bit mentally challenged, although his rank is somewhat lower. His meticulousness and exceptional cunning, coupled with a predatory combat instinct akin to that of a ravenous wolf, render him far more favored by Vegeta than the dim-witted brute. As he strides onto the battlefield, he refrains from immediate aggression, instead observing the unfolding chaos with keen interest, analyzing the situation. With his sharp eye, he spots a rotund figure clad in a Ronin's attire, a katana hanging at his waist, attempting to conceal himself amidst a pile of rubble. Despite his efforts to hide his bulk, his excessive girth betrays him, revealing a significant portion of his posterior even behind a large rock. This plump individual seems to be waiting for an opportune moment, while the pale-faced youth is evidently allied with the bald-headed one. The child, who bears a resemblance to a scion, is in cahoots with the Namekian. How amusing. I shall first test the bald one's reaction. Shiva licked his parched lips, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. With a swift motion, he unleashed a beam of energy that detonated upon impact with the dumpling figure. Dumpling, Tien, who had been maintaining a steady approach, was taken aback by the sudden blow to Dumpling. Alarmed, he hesitated, allowing Weskier to seize the opportunity. The long-suppressed extraterrestrial surged forward, his eyes blazing with ferocity, revealing a set of white, menacing teeth. He launched an elbow strike with tremendous force, aimed squarely at Tien neck, then propelled himself forward, unleashing a series of powerful kicks akin to the rhythmic pounding of a war drum, striking with unparalleled might. This caused Tien to stagger back several steps with a muffled grunt. As Tien foot struck the ground, it left behind a web-like pattern of cracks that spread outward. Only after 7 steps did the fissures begin to fade, eventually vanishing altogether, indicating that Tien had dissipated much of the colossal force into the earth beneath him. Seeing the extraterrestrial grin wickedly, he conjured another beam of energy that shot towards Dumpling. Tien eyes widened in horror. He could no longer maintain his composure. Just as he intended to rush in to save Dumpling, Weskier had already positioned himself directly in front of him. Step aside, Tien commanded, attempting to maneuver around Weskier, only to find himself thwarted at every turn. Growing increasingly impatient, he muttered under his breath, "To get past me, you must first defeat me." Weskier shrugged nonchalantly, a mocking smile on his face. That was merely a warm-up. The true battle is only just beginning. The bald-headed foe was now flustered. Next, it would be the turn of this Namekian. I am curious to see if your heart is as soft as that of the bald one. Shiva mused to himself with a cruel smile, his gaze fixated on Gohan, who was engaged in a fierce exchange of blows with an alien warrior. Meanwhile, from atop the towering Karen Tower, a figure enveloped in fiery crimson, as if ablaze with an intense conflagration, leapt down with tremendous force, akin to a meteor plummeting through the atmosphere. The bespectacled Karen swiftly tossed a small pouch, exclaiming, "Goku, these are the last of the Senzu beans. The rest are with Yajirobe. I've already instructed him to deliver them." "Thank you, Karen." The figure shot forth like a cannonball, its form barely discernible, moving with the swiftness of lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was already thousands of meters away, displaying a ferocity and dominance unmatched. On another front, due to your negligence and incompetence, countless lives have been lost. We cannot afford any more casualties. We must put a stop to these rampaging aliens. The elderly king coughed violently, pounding the table in agitation as he spoke with urgency. "Understood, Your Majesty. The Divine Soldier Project will commence immediately." A general stood to attention, saluting while declaring loudly. "However, General Skok is currently absent," a soldier remarked hesitantly. "In the absence of General Skok, I shall assume command," the general asserted. "Earth is in grave danger. The Divine Soldier Project must be initiated. Soldier, your foremost duty is to obey orders from your superiors." The general raised his voice, commanding attention. As he pressed a finger onto a red button, within the military's experimental base, massive steel doors creaked open, revealing towering robots, each 7 to 8 meters tall, shimmering with a cold, metallic sheen. Strangely, emblazoned on their chests was a conspicuous hurricane emblem, its meaning obscure, yet eerily reminiscent of the insignia devised by the Western Sandstorm Company far away in Augulus. Awaken. Science, Chapter 26, Nappa. The extraterrestrials are indeed quite fierce. Merciless demons with no hesitation in taking lives. If I were to venture outside, I would surely be killed by them. At my young age, I have no desire to meet my demise. Aqualobe cautiously peered from the ruins, observing the battle not far away. The more he watched, the greater his terror grew. In a panic, he swallowed hard, only to choke on it, leading to a fit of violent coughing. Just prior to this moment, he had felt quite confident, having assured Carlin that he would not let him down and would complete the task. He even boasted that he would personally engage the aliens, taking them down one by one. However, upon arriving and witnessing the aliens' formidable power, the confidence he had mustered dissipated under their aggressive onslaught, leaving him devoid of the courage to fight. As he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, a wave of energy surged overhead, crashing down with a deafening roar, obliterating a precarious building into debris. A large stone hurtled towards Aqualobe, striking him on the head and eliciting a grimace of pain as he gasped, scratching at his scalp in distress. His predicament was utterly pitiful. At that moment, a diminutive figure, battered and scorched, was kicked through the air. It was Dumpling, who had earlier been used as a target by Zyva, suffering grievous injuries from multiple energy blasts. 3 or 4 aliens seized the opportunity to pummel him, mercilessly beating him to the brink of unconsciousness. With a mighty force, Dumpling was hurled away, crashing into a thick slab of concrete, shattering it upon impact. His momentum carried him, akin to a racing car skidding on a track, rolling over 100 meters before he finally came to a halt, lying motionless on the ground as if lifeless. Coincidentally, the spot where Dumpling fell was mere inches away from Aqualobe's hiding place. Startled, Aqualobe dropped to the ground, scrambling backward at an alarming speed, only to realize that the fallen figure was a human. He anxiously called out, "Hey, are you okay?" Dumpling struggled to lift his head, his eyes unfocused as he gazed ahead, muttering incoherently. Another thunderous explosion erupted as a bald, menacing man descended from the sky like a cannonball, crashing onto Dumpling and causing him to spew blood, contorting his body grotesquely. The impact left a significant indentation in the ground, while the surrounding earth was pushed outward, cracking under the pressure. "You're quite resilient, aren't you?" the bald man remarked, lifting the severely injured Dumpling from the debris, noticing a faint breath. With a wicked grin, he prepared to crush him. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Aqualobe, who was visibly alarmed. Energy intensity, 2,100. What a pitiful creature, hiding here and spying. Let me show you what true power is. With newfound excitement, the bald man released Dumpling, striding toward Aqualobe. Since the onset of the Interstellar War, 18-year-old Vegeta had been dispatched by Frieza as an elite warrior on perilous missions, constantly teetering on the brink of death, leading to rapid growth in his abilities. In contrast, Nappa and Raditz, initially overlooked and relegated to expendable roles, had seen some improvement over the years, but the gap between them and Vegeta had only widened. When they crossed paths again, the disparity was stark, and their previous camaraderie had vanished. Vegeta had since assembled a formidable team, diminishing Nappa's standing to that of a mere subordinate. With his current prowess and experience, Vegeta no longer acted recklessly. Though he retained a fierce aggression, he now sought formidable opponents capable of providing him with the opportunity for growth. These strongholds were not ordinary planets. They were either technologically advanced or martial arts havens, making conquest exceedingly challenging and fraught with peril. Consequently, his team often suffered heavy casualties, necessitating frequent replacements. Nappa, a mid-tier member of Vegeta's squad, had managed to survive, a feat that seemed improbable. His only explanation lay in his cautious nature, avoiding reckless actions. Despite his slow growth, Nappa was self-aware. He understood he could not match Vegeta's ambition or pace, so he remained in his shadow, patiently waiting for opportunities to strengthen himself. Over the years, he had learned the value of patience, realizing that those who endure often outlive the reckless. Even as others mocked him, he bore it in silence, knowing that survival would afford him a chance to settle scores later. In the meantime, Nappa found fleeting moments of pride when he bullied the weak, and at this moment, Aqualobe appeared to be an ideal target upon which to unleash his pent-up frustrations. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 27, Casualties. Aqualobe, at this moment, resembled a young girl cornered in an alley, on the verge of being violently assaulted. On the chubby face, there was an indescribable fear and panic. With a sinister laugh, Nappa suddenly raised his leg and delivered a fierce kick to Aqualobe's chin. In an instant, the over 200-kilogram man was sent flying, as if gravity had abandoned him. Suspended in the air, Nappa, raising his eyebrows, unleashed a flurry of punches. One after another, over 100 strikes exploded through the air, each carrying tremendous force, resulting in thunderous booms. Aqualobe appeared oblivious to how to defend himself, merely managing to protect his head and face, causing the relentless blows to rain down upon his body. Instantly, he was left covered in bruises, the pain excruciating. "You little chubby, you certainly know how to behave. Knowing you can't defeat me, you've given up and are just standing there for me to hit you. Ha ha ha. If that's the case, I might spare your life later." Nappa laughed heartily, seeing Aqualobe's lack of resistance. "Big bald brother, you truly are a good person. I will never forget you," Aqualobe replied, his swollen face betraying a hint of flattery. "Of course," Nappa chuckled, his hands never slowing. In the next moment, he seized Aqualobe's head and violently slammed it into the ground. Then, raising his fist, as large as a cooking pot, he struck down hard on the back of Aqualobe's head. Nappa, cruel and merciless, spoke those words merely to toy with his prey, never intending to let Aqualobe go. His strikes were exceptionally vicious. One punch could crush a 100-ton boulder, let alone a mere mortal. Seeing Aqualobe gasping for breath, struggling to fight back, Nappa's anger had dissipated somewhat, and he no longer cared for this worthless trash. Pathetic, unable to fight back at all. You are nothing but refuse. A useless being like you has no reason to live. Nappa spat disdainfully. However, as he turned away, he failed to notice the slight movement in Aqualobe's throat, a swallow. In that fleeting moment, a glint of steel flashed, revealing a blade several feet long, appearing as if the moonlight rose gradually under the night sky. What? Nappa's eyes widened in horror as he felt his body involuntarily lift. He instinctively looked down, only to be terrified to find that his lower body had completely detached from his upper half, still standing upright amidst the rubble. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Only seconds later, Nappa's heart-wrenching scream of rage echoed, piercing and terrifying. "You foolish alien. Did you really think I had no capacity for resistance? That was merely my ruse, waiting for you to let your guard down." Aqualobe stood unharmed, one hand resting on the half-exposed blade of his katana, his body maintaining the posture of a forward thrust. In that moment, his expression was grave and solemn, as if he had undergone a transformation. Blade drawing technique, Ayajutsu. He sheathed his sword, stepping over Nappa's body. After several paces, Naba's furious roar abruptly ceased. Upon him appeared countless lacerations, flesh and entrails separating from bone, like a butcher skillfully dismembering meat, scattering to the ground. He was left in pieces. Akalobe, wearing wooden sandals, hurriedly approached Dumpling, carefully lifting him up. "Hold on, I'll feed you a senza bean, just eat it, and you'll be fine." As Akalobe produced a senza bean and prepared to force it into Dumpling's mouth, he was startled to find Dumpling's limbs stiffen, devoid of any breath. His actions faltered, looking down to say, "I'm sorry, I've done my best." Meanwhile, sensing Dumpling's life force extinguished, Tianjin-Han's heart ached. And he suddenly roared in fury, as if possessed. In that moment, he disregarded Weskier's entanglement, attempting to break through the blockade. "Do not underestimate me. Your opponent is me." Weskier's eyes glinted ominously as he gripped Tianjin-Han's shoulder, forcibly lifting him. With a powerful twist of his waist, he spun like a whirlwind, flinging Tianjin-Han away. With a resounding crash, he demolished numerous buildings, sending clouds of dust soaring. "Die." Weskier spread his arms wide, as if holding something immeasurably heavy. In the next moment, a blinding light erupted from his palms, unleashing hundreds of energy beams that rapidly pursued Tianjin-Han's falling form. The ground trembled violently, the thunderous explosions resonating continuously. Reminiscent of a cataclysmic earthquake, engulfing the entire island city in a seismic upheaval. The scene shifted. "Release Gohan." Piccolo rose from the debris, shaking off the rubble, coldly gazing at a towering extraterrestrial holding Gohan by the neck, lifting him into the air. "Let go of the boy? That depends on your performance." Xiva tightened his grip, causing Gohan's face to turn purple, his limbs flailing in agony. "You vile scoundrel." Piccolo gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. He shifted forward, only to find the extraterrestrial who had been entangled with him reappear, though his body was nearly obliterated, wounds deep enough to reveal bone. Yet, bizarrely, he remained alive. His face alight with excitement, emitting a raspy sound from his throat. "It seems my comrade has taken a liking to you," Xiva said, stepping onto a large stone, bending slightly, and smiling without a hint of fear. "So, if you want that boy to be unscathed, you better stand still and let my comrade finish you off." How infuriating. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 28. The defender. This chapter is sourced from ECM for reading. Whoosh. A dozen swift currents of energy tore through the air, accompanied by a tremendous roar as they raced through the sky at an extraordinary speed. To the naked eye, it was impossible to capture their trajectory as they moved at such high velocity. Only through reconnaissance satellites could one barely capture the images of these objects. I have just learned that these objects, moving at astonishing speeds, are in fact humanoid war machines forged from steel. These colossal humanoid war machines, known as Earth Defenders, stand a towering height of 7.5 meters. Their entire bodies are ensnared by magnetic storm coils as thick as a human arm. And beneath their cumbersome exterior lies a gleaming, steely demeanor. Aesthetically, the Earth Defenders are far from beautiful, with their rugged mechanical arms and clumsy armor. Further equipped with portable Tesla coils, they resemble heavily armored engineers, specifically designed for demolition tasks. These formidable machines are one of the two super weapons developed by Skok after taking charge of Earth's defense network, now revealed to the world as the most powerful combat apparatus under government control. Unlike another type of combat robot researched by Skok, these humanoid war machines are piloted, akin to the towering mechas like Gundam or EVA. Initially, Skok had envisioned a miniaturized version, similar to Tony Stark's Iron Man suit, which could be easily donned by a human, significantly reducing the preparation time for mobile units and facilitating their deployment. Alas, reality proved that perfection is an elusive goal. The attempt to miniaturize the high-strength armor rendered some of the high-powered superweapons cumbersome to transport, drastically diminishing their defensive capabilities to less than 1/10 of the original. These limitations severely compromised the practicality of the Earth Defender. Subsequently, with the involvement of the scientific prodigy Dr. Massalet, a rival of the renowned Dr. Daping, Skok redirected his efforts toward the development of another type of super robot. This costly research was ultimately shelved, leaving the Earth Defender to present itself in this heavy and unappealing form, becoming the subject of fervent media coverage as the Earth's protector. As these numerous humanoid war machines soared over the city, several figures emerged, searching for targets to attack. They were the extraterrestrial warriors recruited by Vegeta. With the core members of Vegeta's elite squad already engaged, these lesser beings found themselves no longer needed and decided to indulge in their own pursuits of chaos, seizing the opportunity to revel in destruction. When these bulky humanoid war machines came roaring into action, the alien warriors hovering above expressed their astonishment. One alien, hailing from a technologically advanced civilization, remarked in disbelief, "I never imagined that such advanced mechanical civilization would exist on this remote planet. These robots appear quite impressive." "What? Merely a collection of useless scrap metal. I could obliterate them with a single punch," retorted another alien, who had been controlled by Jiaozi and had spent considerable time self-destructing. To him, the arrival of these clumsy machines was a perfect opportunity to vent his frustrations and rage. Without hesitation, he swiftly teleported atop one of the defenders, delivering a powerful punch to its thick alloy armor. With a thunderous impact, the defender shuddered violently, the robust alloy plating contorting and deforming under the force, leaving a colossal indentation. However, contrary to the alien warrior's expectations, it did not explode as he had boasted. The smile faded from the alien's face as he bent his arm, preparing for another strike. Unbeknownst to him, the magnetic storm coils entwined around the massive mechanical beast suddenly flickered to life, illuminating in successive rings. Then, with a resounding crackle, a blinding burst of fragmented lightning erupted from the sky, reminiscent of the hellish lightning summoned by a mage in legends. The destructive power of this magnetic storm weapon is extraordinarily formidable. In an instant of its eruption, it can generate temperatures reaching thousands of degrees Celsius, melting even the hardest steel plates into molten iron. Simultaneously, under the force of its potent electric currents, no matter how thick the armor, it would be rendered utterly defenseless. The magnetic storm rays, emanating from those coils, can effortlessly penetrate steel plates several meters thick, incinerating all electronic devices within, thereby incapacitating large electronic weapons in a heartbeat. Naturally, when this magnetic storm weapon is unleashed upon living beings, its might is equally unparalleled, inflicting tremendous damage. As the defenders endure fierce assaults, their electronic systems promptly initiate self-defense protocols. Thus, an exceptionally violent magnetic storm erupts, enveloping the extraterrestrial being in its fury. In an instant, tumultuous currents fill the sky, weaving through the void like serpents. The dazzling display is blindingly brilliant. As the ferocious magnetic storm penetrates, countless sparks of lightning surge unimpeded into the opponent's body, piercing through vital organs and countless blood vessels and cells. This results in a look of sheer horror forever etched upon the extraterrestrial's visage. Once the magnetic storm dissipates, the being appears as if scorched by raging flames, transformed into a mass of hardened, pitch-black carbon. The life signs have vanished. The soldiers among the defenders, evidently well-trained, may not match the superhuman strength of their adversaries in terms of neurological response. However, aided by electronic instruments, they respond with remarkable swiftness, quickly adapting to the shocking turn of events before them. They then raise their cumbersome mechanical hands and with great force crush the charred extraterrestrial into a fine dust that scatters into the air. In that moment, the remaining extraterrestrials are visibly taken aback, their previously indifferent expressions replaced by sheer astonishment. Invaders, you have been thwarted. Surrender at once, one defender proclaims, revealing an array of formidable cannons from within their chest, from which a swarm of fragmented black particles can be seen colliding violently, triggering a reaction of immense intensity. This weapon is quite common on interstellar battleships and possesses a resounding name, the Planetary Annihilation Cannon. Let my companions kill you. How despicable! To threaten me with this little brat is nothing short of a delusion. Upon hearing this, Piccolo stiffened, his knuckles cracking as he exerted control over his emotions. He quickly turned away, feigning disdain. Oh, is that so? Then let me see whether you are sincere or merely speaking in contradiction. Shiva chuckled lightly, exerting pressure with his palm, causing Gohan's legs to flail as his small face flushed crimson from the discomfort. The expression on his face revealed his immense suffering. You scoundrel! Veins bulged on Piccolo's forehead, his sharp teeth piercing his lip, letting out trickles of purple blood. Though he clenched his fists, trying to strike a threatening pose, his actions clearly lacked the vigor of before, giving off an impression of stagnation and revealing numerous vulnerabilities. I will kill you. I will kill you. The silver-haired alien rambled excitedly, relishing in the chaos. His previously broken arm, leg, and wounds from the magical cannon had miraculously healed in mere seconds. This troublesome opponent suddenly ceased his assault, halting in his tracks. The silver-haired alien's eyes lit up as he cackled, charging forward to deliver a powerful headbutt to Piccolo's chest, sending him hurtling like a cannonball, crashing into a tall building and raising a cloud of dust. Go ahead and attack him. He won't retaliate. If he dares to strike you, I shall break a bone of this little brat to avenge you, Shiva remarked with a grin. Piccolo's eyes bulged in fury, while the silver-haired alien's cackles grew ever more frenzied and fierce. In truth, I find myself more appreciative of those devoid of compassion than of those who cling to sentimentality. Only such individuals can be deemed flawless, free of any defects. Shiva coldly observed the silver-haired alien plunging into the dust, engaging Piccolo in a renewed bout of combat, extending his long tongue to lick his lips. He then turned his gaze to the squirming Gohan, loosening his grip slightly, and asked with a smile, little brat, is it not foolish for that Namekian, despite such formidable power, to be burdened by unnecessary emotions? You scoundrel! Uncle Piccolo will not lose. Uncle Piccolo and my father will surely defeat all these villains. Gohan coughed a few times before robustly retorting. His youthful voice echoed amidst the smoky battlefield, evoking a profound sense of awe, causing Shiva's smile to falter momentarily. It appears you are yet to grasp the situation. Indeed. How could a mixed blood like you comprehend the honor and solitude of a true warrior? All unnecessary emotions merely serve as burdens to the strong. Only those who sever their attachments can ascend to the pinnacle of this world. Shiva scoffed and continued. Gohan, baring his teeth, refused to heed Shiva's fallacies, resembling a little tiger as he struggled fiercely. Suddenly, he bit down hard on Shiva's finger, eliciting a fleeting expression of pain from the alien warrior. The grip around Gohan's neck loosened, allowing him to tumble free. You wretched little brat, How dare you bite me? You truly know no bounds. Die. Fury surged within Shiva as he swiftly moved behind Gohan, seizing both of his arms, raising a knee to deliver a powerful blow. With a gasp, Gohan spat blood, his pupils dilating as the vibrant world around him began to dim, gradually losing its luster. Die. A sinister smile crept onto Shiva's lips as he raised his arm, preparing to smash the stubborn little brat's head into oblivion. Just then, a furious roar echoed from the sky. Stop this at once. As the sound emanated, it was unmistakably distant. Yet, when the final syllable resonated, it was as if it were mere inches away, almost whispering in one's ear. Shiva's countenance shifted dramatically, and in horror, he turned to see a vague, furious flame roaring towards him. A violent impact shattered all his defenses, and he was flung away like a tattered sack. The crimson aura surged forth, parting the dust and debris, distorting the very air around it. In the midst of this chaos stood a figure with spiked hair and bulging muscles, none other than the protagonist of the Dragon Ball series, Son Goku. Simultaneously, in two other directions, powerful energy reactions erupted, causing the detector over Vegeta's left eye to flicker wildly, while a faint acrid scent wafted from the machine interface. Awaken. O Scion. Chapter 30. The onslaught the preceding punch, delivered with lightning speed, was fueled by Son Goku's pent-up rage. Consequently, the force was immense, far surpassing even the mightiest artillery bombardments. If one were to encapsulate it in 8 words, it would be indomitable and overwhelming, a spectacle of fire and lightning. Thus, even though these extraterrestrial warriors possessed formidable physiques, with skin and bones stronger than steel, capable of withstanding the relentless barrage of missiles, they could not endure such a ferocious strike. In the moment of being sent flying, Shiva initially felt little more than a mild fatigue in his limbs, as if he lacked strength. However, as the ferocious force permeated through his body, his muscles stiffened, rendering him utterly unresponsive. He crumpled helplessly to the ground. And no matter how hard he struggled or exerted himself, he found himself utterly powerless to rise. This also reflects Son Wukong's pure-hearted nature, straightforwardness, and untainted spirit. Even in moments of fury, he remains mindful of the martial virtues and ethos of a warrior. He administers only a light punishment, never seeking to take a life. In truth, this presents a rather intriguing topic. Throughout the 3 installments of Dragon Ball, countless adversaries have crossed paths with Son Wukong and his family. While one cannot claim they number as many as the fish in a river, the diverse array of foes certainly amounts to 100 or more. Yet, the individuals who ultimately perish at Son Wukong's hand are remarkably few, almost pitifully so. Among the most notable are the Demon King Piccolo from the first installment, Kid Buu from Z, and Omega Shenron from GT. Beyond these 3 figures, the rest are hardly memorable. Moreover, even in dire confrontations where lives hang in the balance, Son Wukong often displays great mercy, granting his foes a chance for redemption. This extends even to notorious villains like Piccolo, the second generation, Frieza, and Vegeta. There are never exceptions, which can be quite perplexing. In the present moment, amidst the searing crimson aura, Son Wukong carefully cradles Gohan, retrieving a senzu bean and placing it in his mouth. Then, gently stroking Gohan's head, he expresses his heartfelt apologies. I'm sorry, Gohan, your father has arrived late. Quickly consume the senzu bean, and you shall soon recover. Although Gohan is gravely injured, he still clings to life and understands the act of swallowing. With a soft gurgle, he manages to ingest the senzu bean. In the next instant, his curled form trembles, and he is suddenly revitalized, exuding a powerful life force. With a swift motion, he leaps up, embracing Son Wukong's neck in sheer excitement. Father, it's wonderful, you have finally returned. Just as Son Wukong is about to respond with a smile, a sense of foreboding washes over him. He quickly shifts his position, narrowly avoiding what erupts from where he once stood, a blinding flash of light that detonates with a thunderous roar. The violent energy surges forth, obliterating everything in its path, earth, debris, and man-made structures dissolve into mere dust. The entire world is enveloped in a blinding radiance, growing ever more intense, rendering it impossible to open one's eyes. Unlike the brilliant light of the solar flare, this blinding luminescence signifies pure annihilation and destruction, a hellish light potent enough to obliterate a planet. Kakarot, it truly astonishes me. The reborn you possesses such overwhelming power. As the blinding light fades, within several miles, all structures, streets, and any semblance of human architecture have vanished, leaving no trace behind. Not only that, but the once even ground has caved in significantly, stirring up clouds of dust that swirl away in the wind, resembling a desolate basin. Vegeta approaches, shoulders relaxed, strolling leisurely as if unperturbed by Son Wukong's presence. Instead, his face is marked by an intense thirst for knowledge. His fervent expression incites an instinctual chill within, akin to encountering some malevolent force. Unavoidably, a chilling sensation envelopes the heart, sending shivers down the spine. Son Wukong gently sets Gohan down, his expression grave as he warns, Gohan, keep your distance. This place is perilous. Vegeta uncrosses his arms, loosening his joints, and the haughty demeanor returns to his face. A faint smirk curving at the corner of his lips. The children of Scions thrive only in the most brutal of combat environments. Otherwise, It would be a disservice to the warrior blood coursing through their veins. You're mistaken. We are Earthlings, Sun Wukong retorts, taking an offensive stance, his expression unprecedentedly serious. The crimson aura enveloping him, fueled by overwhelming battle intent, ignites like oil on flames, surging higher and becoming increasingly fierce, reducing all debris caught in its wake to mere fragments. Meanwhile, Piccolo, engaged with the silver-haired alien Gerger, witnesses Gohan's escape, though his face betrays no joy. Internally, he breathes a sigh of relief, the weight on his chest finally lifting. Do not flee. I shall end you. He bellows as Gerger relentlessly charges again, his voice filled with fervor. Piccolo scoffs, engaging in a flurry of strikes, exchanging dozens of blows in mere moments. Gerger, spurred by heightened emotions, grows increasingly agitated, his power swelling and expanding, inducing a sense of danger akin to facing an injured beast. Do you think this is all the strength I possess? Piccolo retorts, retreating a few steps to evade Gerger's assault, shaking off the stiffness in his neck and the pain in his wrist. With a chilling smile, he adopts a hoarse stance and lets out a fierce shout. In an instant, his body swells exponentially, resembling a colossal demon standing proudly. His joints crack and pop, producing sounds akin to popping beans, while the flow of energy resonates like a cataclysmic roar. The terror of his presence instills fear in those who gaze upon him. Indeed, in the first installment of Dragon Ball, in his quest for vengeance against his father, the original Demon King Piccolo, Piccolo had demonstrated this transformation ability during the World Martial Arts Tournament, where he severely punished Sun Wukong with overwhelming attacks. However, Sun Wukong exploited a flaw in Piccolo's form, entering his mouth and delivering a brutal onslaught, forcing him to revert to his original state. This marked the end of that encounter. Subsequently, perhaps realizing the considerable risks and flaws inherent in this transformation, he refrained from using it thereafter. A year prior, Raditz' forceful invasion and his arrogant final words had instilled a profound sense of pressure in the warriors defending Earth, compelling them to strive forward in adversity, continuously honing their wills and strengths in search of breakthroughs. Among them, Piccolo, who had previously battled Raditz, comprehended the invader's might and terror more than most. It is fair to assert that over the past year, the sweat and toil he expended far surpassed that of the other Z warriors. In the Death Valley, Piccolo endured immense gravitational forces for over 6 months, living like a hermit in a brutally harsh environment, meditating in silence without sustenance, sharpening his will. Days turned into weeks. And just as he approached the brink of death, he suddenly awakened, rectifying the flaws inherent in his transformation ability. This awakening allowed the latent combat power, buried deep within his blood, to manifest, enabling him to unleash a formidable battle form reminiscent of Slug, the Super Namekian from the film series. At this moment, even referring to him as a Super Namekian would be an understatement. With a cold sneer, Piccolo swept his hand as if to swat away a fly. Yet this seemingly mundane gesture caused the eyes of his opponent, Gergo, to bulge in disbelief, emitting a series of unintelligible sounds. His movements faltered and gradually slowed. And in the next instant, his head rolled off, spewing forth a fountain of blood, his face still bearing an expression of incredulity. Meanwhile, amidst the roaring cannon fire, countless waves of energy followed Tien and Shinhan as they descended. In an instant, a deafening cacophony erupted, shaking the very ground as if heralding the end of days. The spectacle was utterly terrifying. I harbored thoughts of vanquishing evil, yet felt powerless to alter the course of fate. I loathed my own weakness, unable to avert the impending crisis of the world. All I could do was close my eyes and await my demise, becoming a fleeting specter. Tien, I am sorry. I lack the strength to save you. Allow me one last glimpse of this world. This beautiful land that has captivated my soul and which I vow to protect at all costs. Tien Shinhan lay weakly on the hillside, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, his body marred by countless wounds, with not a single intact inch of flesh remaining. Despite his exhaustion and pain, he resisted the urge to close his 3 eyes, striving to remain vigilant. Indeed, a world devoid of smoke and flames is the most beautiful of all. As the scriptures say, a grain of sand is a universe, a flower is a realm of Buddha. Just like the vast world before me, every blade of grass, every tree, every grain of sand, and every stone possesses its own soul and life. Coughing, I realized the truth. The power of one is always limited. No matter how vigorous one may be, there comes a time when exhaustion sets in. Only the power of the world is boundless and truly infinite. I understood. I finally understood. A flurry of thoughts raced through Tien's mind. Suddenly, his 3 eyes brightened in unison, bursting forth with unparalleled brilliance. Under such a fierce assault, West was confident that no one could evade it. Just as a victorious smile began to form on his face, he vaguely perceived a figure emerging from the billowing smoke and flames, stepping forward with steady strides, each footfall akin to an insurmountable mountain. What? This is impossible. How has his fighting power increased so dramatically? In an instant, West's expression transformed, his body trembling uncontrollably, clearly terrified. Just as he prepared to act, a luminous hand rested upon his forehead. Before him appeared a figure, shimmering with a glaze of ethereal light, softly intoning, "Be subdued, demon." Tien Shinhan joined his palms together, and from West's 7 orifices, an immense surge of photons erupted, coalescing around that luminous figure, making its brilliance even more concentrated and refined. Meanwhile, Wesk, in sheer horror, began to wither away, transforming into a mere empty husk. Simultaneously, three figures advanced, one of whom was the stoic Vegeta. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 31. Unparalleled Power. Tien Shinhan. Piccolo. It is you. Son Goku exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the two figures standing not far away, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. A sinister smile crept across Piccolo's lips as he confidently declared, "Of course. How could I allow you to surpass me? This Scion is mine to handle alone." Tien's three eyes drooped, appearing neither fully closed nor open, seemingly oblivious to Goku's call. However, the radiance surrounding him intensified, as if coalescing into a tangible form. At times, it erupted with immense sound, like raging waves of energy, powerful beyond measure. At other times, it waned, dimming into a faint glow, akin to decaying Earth merging with the cosmos. In this ebb and flow, life and death intertwined, each cycle strengthening the aura he emitted, solidifying the brilliance that surrounded him. Kakarot, 85,000. The Namekian, 87,000. The Earthling Warrior, 105,000. Unexpectedly, it turned out that Kakarot's fighting power was the lowest by the end. The tenacity of you lowly beings truly astonishes me. Vegeta pressed on his eyes scouter, watching the numbers flash across the display. A momentary look of surprise crossed his face, but it was fleeting, quickly replaced by disdain as he scoffed. But with such power, you think you can defeat me? You are merely daydreaming. Before Goku or Piccolo could respond, Tien's three eyes opened wide, and two bolts of lightning crackled through his white pupils, snapping like a startled dragon. With a swift motion, he launched himself into the air, and without uttering a word, a myriad of radiant arms erupted from his shoulders, each grasping mystical seals, resembling an imposing guardian at the mountain's gate, unleashing their unparalleled might in a coordinated assault. Before the attack even landed, a tempestuous force surged forth, lifting a cloud of furious sand, howling in all directions. Within the whirlwind, stones scattered like projectiles, some as large as grinding wheels, roaring through the storm with tremendous force. Any mortal caught within would be reduced to shreds unless clad in substantial protective gear. Vegeta's unruly hair flailed as debris crashed against him, shattering into fragments upon impact. He lifted his gaze, undeterred by the terrifying spectacle before him, his spirit ignited by the ferocity of battle. Instead of retreating, he revealed a fervent determination. Boom! The sound of countless fists colliding erupted, unleashing a cataclysmic roar that shook the earth as if it were being lifted by a giant's hand. The sight was overwhelming. A deluge of fist silhouettes eclipsing the sky, more astonishing than falling meteors or erupting volcanoes, invoking awe from the depths of one's soul. Ha! Amidst the storm of fists, Vegeta's raucous laughter resonated, akin to thunderclaps and raging torrents, exuding an unmatched dominance that overshadowed all other sounds. In a surge of bloodlust, Vegeta's energy surged forth, a relentless tide, as he yelled, pivoting his fist upward, landing a devastating blow on Tien's chest. In an instant, Tien's back erupted with a cascade of photons, dispersing like water splashes. To my surprise, after the photons dissipated, they momentarily lingered in the air, reminiscent of a great whale drawing in water, before returning to the form of Tien Fan. The silhouette of this luminous figure merely flickered as the myriad arms and hands surged forth once more, utterly unaffected by the occurrence. The strength of the world is indeed formidable. As Sun Wukong gathered his energy sphere, an overwhelming aura enveloped his entire being. Even in a state devoid of defense, he could withstand the frenzied onslaught of a Super Saiyan, evoking awe and prompting exclamations of external assistance. In truth, this was akin to a paladin casting divine armor, shrouded in a halo of sacred light, unwavering as long as faith endures. He embodied an indomitable essence. No matter the ferocity of the attack, it proved futile. At this very moment, Tien Fan was in a similar state, empowered by his indomitable essence. He was equivalent to invincibility. Demons, be vanquished. Suddenly, Tien Fan's face contorted with fury as he unleashed a formidable roar. His third eye split open, and beams of light erupted from his white, misty gaze, shooting out like bolts of lightning. Seemingly casual and aimless, the target was unmistakably aimed at Vegeta. In the blink of an eye, it formed a dazzling web of electric light, completely sealing off his escape route, ensnaring him within. Overestimating oneself, Vegeta, with his wild hair billowing like a bursting firework, appeared audaciously defiant. He grinned widely, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. With a sudden spring, he stepped forward, refusing to retreat, and unleashed a powerful punch. This punch was powerful and forceful, embodying all of his strength in a single strike. As the saying goes, it is better to seize the moment directly than to seek it through devious means. Rather than engaging in a drawn-out guerrilla fight, it is far more effective to confront head-on and see whose strength prevails. Thus, this punch was devoid of any finesse or flamboyance, carrying an indescribable, terrifying force. It was akin to a meteor crashing, causing the stars to shatter. Indeed, it was a technique that demonstrated the supremacy of sheer strength. Tien Fan's three eyes widened in fury as he gestured with his hands, executing a series of techniques, the 4 demon fist, the new key blast, the whole wave. The fiery light speed fist, the volleyball fist, the turtle school key blast, the 4 body fist, and the demon seal wave. He unleashed all the key techniques he had mastered throughout his life in a single moment, causing the heavens to flicker and suddenly dim. Only this terrifying figure remained, descending with overwhelming force. Recalling the time when Tien Fan first appeared, he was indeed a killer trained with great care by Master Cranes. Endowed with exceptional talent that could be described as dazzling, he engaged in a remarkable duel with Sun Wukong. At that time, he was willing to go to any lengths to defeat his opponent, even sacrificing himself to unleash the key blast. His assertiveness and dominance were on par with the former Piccolo and the current Vegeta. However, he was later touched by Master Roshi's benevolence and joined the ranks of the Dragon Ball warriors. His spirit and thoughts underwent a tremendous transformation, as if cleansed of all impurities, restoring his pure and innocent heart. He was now capable of fighting for the world against the malevolent King Piccolo, which was the greatest testament to his change. Later on, he retreated with Chaozi into the deep mountains to cultivate, leading a life akin to that of a wandering ascetic. For 10 years, he devoted himself to comprehending the way of nature. His temperament underwent a complete metamorphosis, shedding the arrogance of his youth and becoming more restrained. His martial arts practice became more attuned to nature and the world. As the saying goes, the sharpness of the sword comes from the grinding of the blade, and the fragrance of the plum blossom emerges from the bitter cold. After a decade of arduous honing, he awaited this very moment to soar to new heights. In the aftermath of Chaozi's tragic demise, the dying Tien Fan reflected on his youth. At the brink of death, he finally grasped that the power of the world is the true infinity. This realization shattered the shackles that had confined his heart for so long, transforming him into the formidable being he had become. Sun Wukong and Piccolo were astonished by Tien Fan's sudden acquisition of such terrifying power, their surprise eclipsing their shock. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, the king clenched his fists, his expression filled with dread. The integration of the world's power was the essence of the spirit bomb. This human truly is Earth. Through satellite imagery, one could distinctly see a yellowish half-dome suddenly bulging from the Earth's surface, over 100 miles in diameter, resembling a pus-filled pimple that erupted on the planet. Dust and sand swirled, the air thick with the scent of charred matter. The land lay ravaged, resembling the moon's surface after a meteor shower. The radiant form of Tien Fan was now shattered, displaying a countenance of despair. A hint of fatigue flickered in his 3 eyes, as if he could no longer sustain himself and might close them at any moment. Prior to this, he had already sustained severe injuries, teetering on the brink of death. Now, despite his struggle to maintain his breath and continue fighting, it was not only the world's power sustaining him, but also the fierce fighting spirit within his heart, a burning desire to battle for the world. After exchanging blows with Vegeta, this fatigued Earth warrior could no longer hold on. His brilliance flickered and dimmed, like a candle flickering in the wind, at risk of extinguishing at any moment. In contrast, while Vegeta was bloodied and his battle attire was tattered, his imposing aura had multiplied in strength. He burst into laughter, his cold gaze seeming to look down upon the world. What a thrill! Only in such life and death battles can my blood boil and my fighting power continuously rise. You lot are merely my sharpening stones. Once I slay you, my combat prowess will ascend to a whole new level. As Vegeta's laughter subsided, he turned his gaze to Sun Wukong and Piccolo, narrowing his eyes with a cold smirk. Who will be next? Kakarot? Or you, Namekian? Or perhaps you both together? Don't get too carried away. To me, your strength is merely mediocre. I alone am sufficient to deal with someone like you. Piccolo, filled with trepidation, felt a tempest brewing within him but couldn't help but voice, what terrifying battle awareness. It appears I am indeed no match for him. How infuriating. I thought I had rectified the flaws of my giant form, believing I could sweep through everything and become the strongest in the world. Yet, it seems I still fall short. However, if I can hold him off and drain his energy, perhaps when it's Sun's turn, he will be able to defeat him. As he contemplated this and prepared to step forward, a figure suddenly blurred before him. Sun Wukong had already taken the lead, saying, "Wait, let me go first. Old son." "You." Piccolo gritted his teeth, having just formed his strategy when Sun Wukong silently stepped forward, his crimson aura erupting with a roar, akin to a tidal wave. Let a single punch determine the victor. Eightfold King Kai Fist. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 32, Dr. Gero in the eastern part of Earth, night had fallen. The starry sky shining brilliantly. Unlike the southern hemisphere, where Vegeta invaded, the time here had clearly entered the depths of night. Countless night owls awakened, dressed in peculiar attire, laughing and cursing under the vibrant glow of neon lights, seeking amusement and venting their abundant energy and wealth. Under the night sky, numerous imposing skyscrapers stood tall, exuding grandeur. Even in the midst of slumber, the colorful lights twinkled, illuminating the night. Walking through this modern metropolis was truly breathtaking, leaving one in awe. At the heart of the city, there loomed a skyscraper resembling a colossal steel beast, its fierce structure piercing the heavens, boasting an exceptionally extravagant and dominant design. This was none other than the Hurricane Tower, reputed to be the second tallest tower in the world, the first being the Karen Tower. 3 years ago, the chairman of the Hurricane Group, known as the wealthiest man in the world, invested billions here, utilizing 3 million cubic meters of reinforced concrete, 80,000 tons of steel, and 150,000 square meters of diamond glass. It took 2 years to construct this edifice, standing at 3,600 meters tall and comprising 600 floors. Upon completion, it instantly garnered worldwide acclaim, a true marvel. The first 100 floors of the Hurricane Tower housed bars, dance halls, auction houses, shopping centers, and various exhibitions, a paradise for consumers. Floors 100 to 300 were designated as private apartments, containing over 15,000 luxurious suites that included hotels, residences, and business centers. Above the 400th floor lay the working and research facilities of the Hurricane Group, equipped with unparalleled amenities. At this moment, at the pinnacle of the Hurricane Tower, in the most enigmatic high-level conference room, all was silent. Only the voices of a few men could be heard, resonating in the stillness. Didn't we say we were having a meeting? Why does it seem like someone is missing? A portly, bald man lounged on a sofa, leisurely igniting a thick cigar with a crisp snap. Pouring myself another glass of red wine, I savored a delightful sip before turning my gaze towards the others, smiling broadly as I remarked, "Oh, my memory truly fails me. Please, make yourselves at home. There is no need for formality. If there is anything to discuss, do so promptly. Let us conclude this meeting swiftly. It's quite late, and you are encroaching upon my slumber." Among the assembly, a scruffy youth with dyed yellow hair, clad in tattered denim, yawned languidly, mumbling incoherently. Before he could utter much more, he leaned to one side and succumbed to slumber. Opposite the young man with yellow hair sat another individual, tall and slender, adorned with black-framed glasses and dressed in a military-style uniform. He was quietly engrossed in a thick tome, his expression one of intense concentration, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding commotion. This was none other than Major Skok, who had previously appeared in Penguin Village. It was perplexing to note that Penguin Village and Hurricane Tower were situated on opposite sides of the Earth, separated by hundreds of thousands of kilometers. How could he possibly traverse such a distance in such a brief span of time? It was truly baffling. Aside from these three individuals, there was also a white-haired man clad in a black suit, appearing no older than 25 or 26. Yet, his pallid complexion and frail demeanor suggested a state of ill health. Curiously, he was animatedly spinning a pen in his hand, deftly maneuvering it with remarkable speed. "What's taking go face so long?" the yellow-haired man muttered sleepily. The white-haired man redirected his gaze from the window, smacking his forehead in mild exasperation. "Never mind. Let us get started." Skok closed his book and adjusted his glasses. He is likely observing the battle and cannot afford to be distracted. At this moment, the plump man, seemingly struck by a thought, remarked with excitement, "That Galfei fellow must be from Island City. Perhaps he was eliminated during the Scion invasion. That is a possibility." The white-haired man nodded in agreement, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The yellow-haired man shivered and, still half asleep, mumbled, Who? Who died?" Skok frowned, unable to suppress a sigh. Enough with the jokes. The white-haired man's demeanor shifted dramatically. He radiated an unspoken authority. "I trust you are all aware of the reason for our gathering." "Indeed." "The Scion invasion," the plump man responded nonchalantly, puffing on a cigar. "Regardless, the identity of our adversaries is that of Scions. We ought not to involve ourselves in such matters. Should complications arise, none will be absolved of responsibility." The yellow-haired man, still in a dreamlike state, mumbled. "The Earth's defense perimeter is already activated. The modified core of Earth can easily absorb energy strikes of up to 10 million units and then redirect that energy for various extreme modifications, withstanding limits exceeding 100 million. Their meager display of strength is but a drizzle in the grand scheme of things. Let them cause their ruckus. Such sentiments cannot be dismissed lightly, given the loss of life involved," replied the plump man, though his expression belied a sense of apathy. The white-haired man picked up a remote control and pressed a button, causing a large electronic screen to materialize in the center of the conference room. The live broadcast displayed a fierce battle between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The two fighters had abandoned any superfluous techniques, relying solely on raw power and delivering relentless blows with astonishing speed. The imagery projected a visceral sense of reality, stirring the hearts of onlookers with fervor. The plump man squinted and chuckled. "The Scions are certain to prevail. What a ferocious fighting style," exclaimed the yellow-haired man, suddenly sitting upright, a serious expression crossing his face. "However, it appears they are evenly matched at present. Even if a victor emerges, it will likely result in mutual destruction. Besides, the defenders still have a Namekian watching closely. Why do you presume the invaders are assured victory?" The plump man grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. "The strength of the Scion is tangible, while Sun Wukong's combat prowess seems artificially enhanced through technique. If I am not mistaken, such techniques, much like Instructor Jiren Esper's technique, have their limits. Sun Wukong, despite appearing immensely powerful, will eventually wear himself down unless he can secure a swift victory. Prolonging the battle will surely lead to his downfall. Moreover, that Scion seems to thrive in conflict. If he can defeat Sun Wukong, his battle spirit will only escalate." "You're quite astute," the yellow-haired man said with admiration. "Of course. Who else could I be?" the plump man boasted, reveling in his own cleverness. Yet, Skok suddenly interjected, You seem to forget that the defenders possess sense of beans. The plump man, parched and on the verge of taking a sip of wine, choked upon hearing this and quickly turned away to mask his discomfort. The white-haired man smiled. Now, let us discuss the reconstruction plans for Island City. I trust you all understand that following such a terrifying attack, the government will designate Island City as a no-man's land. This presents us with an opportunity to acquire the land at a significantly low price. What use is that? The yellow-haired man asked, bewildered. Skok replied coolly, Sun Wukong and the others will undoubtedly strive to restore this place to its former state by securing ownership of the land. You essentially possess all of Island City. In due time, you can reap the rewards. The white-haired man added, we are not simply taking advantage of a crisis. As you know, I am set to participate in an election in 6 months. With this leverage, I could easily secure a position of power. Are you suggesting you wish to borrow money from me? The plump man said, instinctively clutching his pockets. The yellow-haired man shrank back, pleading, please don't look to me. I have no money. How absurd, to discuss such matters at a time like this. Skok frowned, preparing to speak further when a series of urgent beeps emanated from his wristwatch. Upon glancing at it, his expression shifted dramatically. Skok, what is happening? The white-haired man inquired sharply, his keen eyes detecting the change in Skok's demeanor, prompting a serious tone to emerge in his voice. The plump man and the yellow-haired man also turned their attention to Skok, their faces etched with curiosity. The main computer at the base just relayed 2 critical messages. Approximately half an hour ago, someone impersonating me infiltrated the research facility and made off with the design schematics for the super robot, along with a new set of experimental samples. Skok raised his head, his face ashen. What? That is impossible. Don't you have fingerprint and retinal scans? How could outsiders gain access without your approval? The plump man interjected. It must be the newly developed synthetic skin, Skok replied gravely. Seeing the bewildered expressions on the faces of the others, Skok could not help but explain. It is a technology that can instantaneously alter your skeletal structure, physique, appearance, and even the frequency of your voice. Oh, so they just stole it? Huang Mao scratched his head, attempting to console with his unconventional perspective. What do you know? Skok retorted angrily, seemingly striving to suppress his emotions. The intensity of his expression startled Huang Mao. The design blueprints of the robots are not the crux of the matter. What truly matters are the materials used in those designs. The indestructible, regenerative adamantium can absorb various energy attacks and convert them into stored energy through a transmutation device. There are also nanobots that can ignore physical strikes and liquefy. Additionally, there are superchips that store thousands of years of knowledge and can analyze and optimize various techniques, coupled with anti-gravity devices that can instantly adjust the combat form of the robots to their optimal state, regardless of adverse combat environments. These elements, when combined, are utterly insurmountable. Upon hearing such a grave situation, the expressions of the white-haired man, the stout fellow, and Huang Mao shifted to seriousness. The atmosphere in the conference room abruptly thickened, evoking a sense of suffocation. The white-haired man, deep in thought, suddenly halted the rapid movement of his pen and said, this individual managed to steal these items from a heavily guarded research facility in such a short time. He must be an insider from your laboratory. Indeed. I have already ordered an investigation. We must uncover this individual, Skok replied irritably, rising to pace the conference room. Moments later, news arrived. Projecting a 3-dimensional image from his wristwatch, a portly older man with graying hair. Chris, male, 64 years old, a lifelong scholar from Dennis University. Champion of the 36th robot design concept. Damn it, I should have anticipated this. He was the one who led the project on realistic skin, Skok murmured to himself, just as he was about to order the capture of this individual. Wait a moment. The white-haired man's expression changed suddenly. This identity is fabricated. What? Skok raised his head, incredulous. How do you know? The white-haired man explained. I have met Scholar Chris. Although this individual mimics him closely, Scholar Chris's gaze is quite gentle. He would never exhibit such aggressive demeanor. Quickly cross-reference this person's gaze with the profiles of high IQ criminals. Skok nodded, swiftly tapping on his wristwatch. Half a minute later, the return message revealed a gaunt, sullen old man. The malicious glint in his eyes was eerily reminiscent of Scholar Chris's. Simultaneously, the projected information read, Dr. Gallo, male. Damn it, we must capture this dangerous individual. You wouldn't want to encounter such an unforeseen monstrosity upon the boss's arrival, would you? Skok suddenly smashed the crystal coffee table, gravely stating, I need your assistance. Awaken. Scions. Chapter 1. The Space Wanderer on the 3rd day of the Scion invasion of Earth. The news finally reached Augulus. Oh. So the situation has become more intriguing. After reviewing the battle reports and the combat footage transmitted from Earth, Best, seated in a rocking chair, closed his eyes and gently rocked, a faint smile of contentment gracing his face. In truth, Best was not surprised by Vegeta's retreat. After all, even if the Dragon Ball warriors were incapable of fulfilling this task, the pieces he had strategically placed in the past could serve as saviors at critical moments, driving away this arrogant fiend and imparting a lesson he would never forget. However, Tien's ability to break through in the heat of battle, gathering the world's energy to empower himself, was something Best had not anticipated, leaving him greatly astonished. Given the current circumstances, it seemed likely that Tien would not revert to a mere background character for a long time. He might even fight alongside the Super Saiyans, becoming a primary force in defending Earth. Mr. Best, it is imperative to give such individuals high regard, the communications officer, with a serious countenance, reported. Clearly, he had sensed a hint of danger within the battle reports and held Tien's potential for growth in high esteem. The developments have taken a turn I did not foresee. However, I am uncertain about the limits of Tien's newly devised technique. Can it capture the beliefs of myriad beings, or the negative energy of the antimatter universe? If so, would his ultimate form not be akin to a humanoid Dragon Ball? A thought could lead to either enlightenment or devastation. Evidently, Best was contemplating deeper implications. Very well. Let us designate this Earthling as a subject of close observation, Best remarked, narrowing his eyes casually. The communications officer looked at Best, hesitating to voice his thoughts. What is it you wish to convey? Mr. Best, I have uncovered some issues I wish to report. Oh, pray elaborate. Upon hearing Best's inquiry, the officer stood upright, resembling a straightened spear, and rapidly articulated. The time taken for the Earth to relay this message was twice as long as usual, an unprecedented occurrence. Skok is one of my subordinates. His work ethic is meticulous and earnest, and he would never commit such an error. Furthermore, I have inspected the communication facilities along the route and found no faults or issues. They were all functioning optimally. The only plausible explanation is that Earth may be concealing some vital information, or that some unrecognized changes have transpired. Astute observation. Best nodded, smiling. It is merely a matter of using some bait to lure a large fish. By the time he fully consumes the bait, it will be time for us to reel him in. For now, let him continue his antics. The communications officer, perplexed, furrowed his brow. By the way, where is that warship currently located? Best continued his inquiry. Please hold on a moment. The officer's fingers danced across the control panel, producing a crisp, rapid sound like a series of sharp notes. The speed was astonishing, creating fleeting afterimages that left one awestruck. Moments later, the information returned. The officer promptly stated, Wanderer is currently positioned at Black Corner Star. If we disregard the use of transwarp technology and assume normal flight, it will take them a month and a half to reach their destination. Of course, considering this voyage is meant to test those youngsters, there may be unforeseen tasks and events along the way, likely extending the timeline to about 2 months. However, this extended time will not impede their journey. Within 3 months, the Wanderer will undoubtedly reach Namek and complete this rescue mission. Excellent. As long as they arrive on schedule, there should be no issues. Best smiled faintly. In the next moment, his figure flickered and vanished entirely, leaving behind only a holographic projection of himself. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of outer space, an unprecedentedly colossal battleship was slowly advancing, embarking on a protracted journey lasting 3 months. The vessel, named Space Wanderer, measures an impressive 116,700 meters in length, 83,500 meters in width, and 3,500 meters in height. It dwarfs other aircraft carrier-class starships by several magnitudes, truly embodying the essence of a colossal behemoth. The Space Wanderer is equipped with the most advanced propulsion system of its time, featuring a power configuration that is infinitely close to perpetual motion, alongside an unparalleled defensive mechanism. It is said to be capable of traversing the vastness of outer space for a millennium without any concerns regarding energy depletion. Within the ship, there are 12 meticulously crafted ecological zones that mimic authentic environments, designed to nurture a variety of rare flora and fauna. Following the advent of miniature technology and spatial folding techniques, both of which emerged as byproducts during the exploration of the temporal research facility, these ecological zones can expand to occupy 50 times their original area. They surpass even the realism of true forests, grasslands, and deserts, making them not only suitable for the cultivation of wildlife but also ideal for habitation and relaxation. Furthermore, these spaces can serve as training grounds for conducting data assessments. This colossal and unparalleled super battleship is the formidable weapon that Oculus has meticulously crafted over a decade, mobilizing thousands of scientists and numerous factions, expending immeasurable human and material resources. In the vast cosmos, regardless of the aspect considered, the Space Wanderer stands as the supreme force. Without question, at this moment, within a training room imbued with a stark and somewhat somber ambience, a being with a crew cut and clad in a black-fitted tank top stands at the center, arms crossed behind his back, wearing a stern expression as he addresses the assembly. His well-defined muscles gleam with a metallic sheen, evoking an image not of flesh and blood, but of a form forged from countless strands of steel. His piercing gaze resembles that of an eagle, sharp enough to instill an icy dread deep within anyone it touches. Before him is a group of solemn children, appearing to be around 12 or 13 years of age, huddled together in small clusters, resembling disparate factions. Surprisingly, each child is adorned with a black tail, subtly affirming their identity as scions. Lately, my workload has been overwhelming, with days filled from dawn till dusk, leaving little time to spare. At times, I am also preoccupied with conceptualizing another novel. Therefore, my updates have been somewhat sporadic, and I apologize for that. Awaken, scions. Chapter 2. The Elite. It is astonishing how swiftly the years have flown by. In the blink of an eye, over a decade has passed. Those once naked and crawling children have now grown into tall and robust youths, strong as young calves. Indeed, the future remains an enigma, fraught with unpredictability. 12 years ago, I would never have imagined that I would become the caretaker of a group of youngsters. As Kieran surveyed the faces of these children, he could not help but feel a sense of awe. Yet, his expression remained unyieldingly stern, imbued with a sense of gravity. After a moment's contemplation, he finally spoke. You young ones have proven your capabilities by surmounting numerous trials and emerging as the best among many. I can assert, without reservation, that you are the elite among the 300 who started. In the future, you will undoubtedly become the backbone of Augulus. Kieran's gaze settled upon a boy with tousled hair and a steely demeanor, admiration gleaming in his eyes as he nodded. Especially you, Helios. Reigning champion of the Augulus Youth Division for 7 consecutive years. You truly embody the essence of this title. You are indeed the cream of the crop. 12 years prior, the inaugural World Martial Arts Tournament hosted by Augulus was undeniably infused with a personal touch. At that time, Best aimed not only to hone Petra's combat skills and balance his prowess, but also to showcase his strength to the myriad factions, drawing their attention to ensnare them all. Consequently, the arrangements for the event, including the combat rules, were exceedingly rudimentary, almost non-existent. Contestants needed only to strike their opponents to claim victory and advance. This simplicity bred a host of ruthless tactics, reminiscent of the darkness and bloodshed of ancient gladiatorial arenas. However, as Best unified Augulus, absorbing the minds of various factions and rendering them as vassals, the once rudimentary martial arts tournament was entrusted to these factions for collaboration and management. This transition led to a more refined organization and a significant increase in funding. The tournament's influence expanded, resonating across the northern galaxy and even reaching the realms of the other 3 galaxies, attracting countless travelers each year to witness the fierce battles fought by thousands of cosmic warriors vying for the title of champion and substantial prizes. The youth division of the tournament was introduced as a means to nurture the burgeoning scion youths, allowing them to accrue practical combat experience without facing the perilous stakes of the adult division. Thus, Augulus innovatively established this youth competition, permitting any youth aged 5 to 15, regardless of race, to participate after paying a registration fee and insurance. The rules were designed to be relatively mild, devoid of the more brutal and primal spectacles. Yet the inclusion of these scion youths ensured that the youth matches were equally thrilling and compelling, rivaling those of the adult division. Among these young scions, Helios stands as the 7-time champion, a prodigious talent adorned with the crown of victory since the inception of the youth division. Kieran openly expressed his admiration for the boy. Yet his excessive praise drew mixed reactions from the other scion youths, some unable to conceal their discontent. Kieran, isn't that a bit excessive? One youth exclaimed, unable to restrain himself, though his gaze remained fixed on Helios, revealing a profound sense of trepidation. Undoubtedly, this youth did not stand alone. Though he was the only one to voice dissent, his sentiments echoed the hearts of all the scion youths, resonating with their collective discontent. Why should glory belong solely to Helios while they remained in his shadow? The members of Helios's team, however, wore expressions of mockery, seemingly deriding the youth's audacity. Among them, one remarked, Kratos, if you can't measure up, don't envy our captain. Don't underestimate him. After all, he was the runner-up 7 years ago. It's no small feat to be the eternal second, another chimed in, eliciting laughter from the group, which only deepened Kratos' frustration, making his fists clench and his face flush with indignation. Enough. Kieran interjected with a cold snort, his long-standing authority silencing the youthful voices, rendering them as still as spears. The more timid among them trembled, their courage faltering. Throughout this exchange, only Helios remained silent, leaning against the wall, his head bowed in contemplation, seemingly lost in thought. Kieran's gaze turned icy as he addressed Kratos. I am aware that you have long harbored resentment over your defeats. Yet, losing is losing, in my eyes. Apart from the first place, all else is merely trash. To attain glory, one must strive for it independently and conquer Helios. My sincerest apologies, instructor. I have lost my composure. Kratos suddenly unclenched his fist and expressed his deep regrets to Chiron. After taking a deep breath, he turned to the silent Helios, leaning against the wall, and declared, from this day forth, you shall be my benchmark for surpassing. I vow that I will one day eclipse you. My sole rival is Alex. Helios lifted his head and spoke in a nonchalant tone. Upon hearing the name of another anomaly, the young scions exchanged astonished glances, cautiously searching for the owner of that name. Even Chiron exhibited an unnatural demeanor, dragging his forehead in frustration as he muttered, why is it that troublesome child once again? Suddenly, Chiron raised his head, his piercing gaze sweeping over the group as he exclaimed, where is that guy? Why have I not seen him? The group of young scions exchanged bewildered looks, unable to provide an answer. Damn it. I instructed you all to keep an eye on that brat and not let him wander off. He is a notorious troublemaker. Chiron ground his teeth in frustration, the veins on his forehead bulging as he felt a mounting headache regarding this boy named Alex. Awaken, scions. Chapter 3, Alex in another direction, the hatch opened, revealing a scene of utter chaos. Numerous dishes and remnants of food were strewn about, piled high as if ransacked. Ah, What a satisfying meal. Eating those nutrient packs daily barely fills the stomach, and the taste is atrocious, akin to plain water, utterly flavorless. I cannot fathom how those individuals endure such fare. The scion boy named Alex emerged, belching contentedly. After a moment of swaying, he swaggered into the lift, intending to press the button, but was momentarily disoriented by the array of gleaming numbers. Hey, which floor should we go to? He inquired, scratching his head and turning to his companions. Accompanying him were two other scion boys. One was dark-skinned, with thick brows and large eyes, possessing an unusually tall and robust physique, entirely unlike a mere 12-year-old. His imposing presence resembled that of a standing grizzly bear, evoking an involuntary shiver in those who beheld him. The other boy, in contrast, appeared frail, his pale face bearing a sickly pallor. He resembled a middle school student recovering from a severe illness, utterly lacking in strength, easily toppled with a gentle push. Were it not for the soft tail trailing behind him, his scion identity would be highly questionable. Let me handle it. The robust boy immediately leaned forward, and under Alex's hopeful gaze, he began pressing buttons haphazardly, hitting at least a dozen. He clapped his hands and declared triumphantly, "Done. Hercules, do not press that. That is the launch button. Good heavens, you fool." Alex glared at him in irritation, yet before he could respond, the frail boy's face turned ashen, and he could not help but exclaim. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the lift shuddered violently, hurtling forward as though yanked by an immense force. Beep, beep, beep. The 75th lift is malfunctioning. The piercing alarm echoed in the control room, and fortunately, the supervising guards had not abandoned their posts for amusement. They swiftly shut off the power. Otherwise, the errant lift would have been ejected into the cosmos. Upon their urgent arrival at the scene, they found only a dilapidated cabin. The exterior of the cabin bore countless crushing marks, along with several distinct handprints. As for the occupants, they were nowhere to be found. To leave such imprints on superalloy, what immense strength must have been exerted? It must be at least 30,000 energy units. This mark appears to have been made purely through brute force, without the use of energy. This is inconceivable. Wait, this handprint? It looks familiar. It seems to belong to Hercules, that immensely strong creature. The guards stared at the handprints, chills creeping down their necks, and then, almost in unison, they exclaimed, "Thank goodness it is not Alex. Good heavens, you fools. What do you mean, thank goodness? Hercules and Messieurs have been inseparable since boarding the ship, always with that little troublemaker." The chief guard's eyes widened in alarm. Swallowing hard as he urged, "Quickly inform Lord Chiron that Alex is in the 5th level of the Space Wanderer. We require assistance." "What? Is that true? Good heavens. It truly is that fellow." Instantly, the 5th level of the Space Wanderer descended into chaos, resembling frightened girls beset by a flurry of scurrying mice. Simultaneously, the three troublemaking boys were climbing up the shaft of the lift, battling against the increasingly powerful suction beneath their feet. "Curse you, Hercules. You have caused yet another ruckus." The frail boy, being carried by Hercules, gesticulated animatedly toward his head. Perhaps speaking too hastily, he was seized by a fit of violent coughing, flushing crimson. All right. It is not that serious. If the instructor catches us, I will take full responsibility." Alex chuckled lightly, speaking with a casualness that suggested this was not his first encounter with blame. He was, indeed, a seasoned veteran at this game. He then glanced down at the two struggling to climb. Observing Hercules straining against the wall, he heard the screeching sound as Hercules ripped a thick sheet of metal. But despite his efforts, he found himself increasingly weighed down, unable to ascend further. Alex scratched his head, unable to resist lending a hand. He seized Hercules' collar and effortlessly pulled both of them up, then braced against the terrifying vacuum of space to continue their ascent. Damn it, is something malfunctioning? They have yet to close the launch bay doors. Is this not a death sentence? Alex muttered under his breath, moving with remarkable agility, akin to a monkey. Scaling the 6th level's entrance in no time, forcing the hatch open and slipping inside. That was close. I nearly became space debris, lost without a trace. Alex patted his chest and plopped down onto the ground. However, his expression bore no hint of relief from a near escape. Rather, it was one of utter nonchalance. "I cannot comprehend this hunger. We could have exited earlier, so why must we climb to the 6th level first?" Hercules panted, as if just emerging from a life or death contest. Sweat pouring from every pore. Beneath the skin, muscles and veins twitched involuntarily, hard as stone to the touch. "You fool. If we had exited on the 5th level, we would have hardly gone far before being apprehended by Instructor Chiron. Do you wish to be confined?" It was Misius who replied, despite being repeatedly labeled a fool. Haggard remained unfazed, scratching his head and chuckling foolishly. He patted Misius on the shoulder, saying, "I truly apologize for earlier. Are you all right, Deputy Captain?" Misius's expression softened slightly as he shook his head, indicating he was fine. Though he was also gasping for breath, his peripheral vision darted toward Alex, deep in thought. Indeed, Alex was one of the most legendary figures of Augulus. At birth, during his first escape, he was discovered by the leader and given his name. At 3, he infiltrated a spaceport, piloting a spacecraft and proclaiming his intent to circumnavigate the North Galaxy, only to be intercepted by more than 5 mechs upon timely detection by the guards. At 5, he single-handedly stormed Base 7, severing the main power supply, halting operations for half an hour and incurring losses of 350 million Beijasi, causing some experiments to come to a complete standstill. Subsequently, he was sent to the Devil's training camp, where he underwent solitary training for an entire year, becoming the youngest member of the Aguilas Guard in history. Based on various intelligence clues, it can be deduced that his overall combat capability exceeds 100,000, surpassing even Helios. What is even more outrageous is that despite possessing such formidable combat prowess, he has never participated in any form of competition or received any accolades. Rather, he has been apprehended 7 times for gambling during martial arts events, confined 21 times, and has escaped summons 12 times, while feigning illness on 13 occasions. Such a person is the epitome of a scion degenerate, either an utterly incompetent waste or a prodigious genius. This time, the officials selected an elite team for a 3-month trial activity. Alex's unexpected decision to recruit the 2 of us into this exceedingly rudimentary team left the authorities utterly astonished. To this day, no one understands his true intentions. Awaken. Scion Chapter 4, The Flying Vehicle Earth. Half a month has passed since the Scion invasion. The impact of this incident is unprecedented, far surpassing the chaos of the Demon King Piccolo 12 years ago. According to official statistics, the death toll has reached 360,000, with the number of injured being incalculably vast. Such a staggering loss has only been witnessed once in over a century during the World War. This represents the greatest crisis the Earth Federation has faced since its establishment. Televisions, computers, newspapers, and various electronic communication devices are incessantly refreshing the death toll, creating an atmosphere of frenzy. Daily, numerous high-ranking officials and experts express their opinions, urging the public to donate for the suffering populace of Hideout City. They repeatedly assure the public that the military's defender robots are capable of countering any sudden violent incidents, urging everyone not to worry excessively. But is the reality truly so? The plight of Hideout City, resembling an apocalyptic scene, has plunged all regions and populations into panic. Unsavory sentiments have begun to surface among the populace, with rising calls for the old king's abdication. Following the alien invasion, they have come to recognize the weakness and incompetence of Earth's officials. Those vulnerable groups desperately seek a strong protector to safeguard their lives and property, rather than relying on the increasingly frail and appeasement-driven old king. West City, headquarters of the Capsule Corporation. Son Goku, Krillin, Tien, Piccolo, and Master Roshi sat solemnly in the hall, tension palpable in the air. From the door, muffled voices of an argument could be heard. Why should they take over what Mr. Bobo and I found? This is nothing short of robbery. Bulma. Keep your voice down. The military's actions are out of goodwill. Such a spacecraft capable of traversing the cosmos is not something ordinary civilians can possess. It can only serve its purpose in official hands. Dad, when did you become so timid? By the way, did you tip them off about our discovery of the ship? It really was you. You've let me down. With a loud crash, the door swung open, and an irate blue-haired girl stormed out, tears glistening in her eyes as she struggled to hold them back. Behind her trailed a frail-looking middle-aged man in a white lab coat. Little did anyone know, this unassuming man was none other than Dr. Briefs, the founder of Capsule Corporation and the father of the genius girl, Bulma Briefs, possessing a fortune in the billions. He took a long drag from his cigarette, forcing a smile to the crowd, and said with a hint of resignation, "I apologize, everyone. Did they threaten you, Dr. Briefs?" Krillin stood up, exclaiming loudly, "Indeed, what are those people planning? Only Goku and the others can save Earth now." Master Roshi grumbled, adjusting his sunglasses. Under the scrutiny of the gathered friends, Dr. Briefs forced a wry smile, shaking his head. "No, I volunteered." Seeing the sudden shift in expressions and his daughter burying her face in her hands, trembling, Dr. Briefs sighed, "I understand that you possess extraordinary abilities. However, the majority of people living on Earth are merely defenseless civilians. For them, only the government represents the most authoritative and secure presence capable of safeguarding their safety. When a government's credibility erodes, no one believes in it anymore, and that is when the world truly becomes hopeless. Indeed, the populace can be blind. They revere and idolize heroes. Yet, this tendency flourishes only in relatively peaceful times, when they have the leisure to idolize. Once they realize their safety is not in their hands, that life and death hinge on the whims of a few, the state becomes nothing more than a puppet, devoid of significance and authority. What kind of thoughts do you think these people will harbor? Humans are inherently selfish. They do not wish for beings capable of easily annihilating the Earth to dwell among them. Once you are exposed to public scrutiny, even if you have performed heroic deeds, how will they perceive you? How will they view this world? In comparison to individual valor, only the government and military can fulfill the role of protector. It is only by restoring the government's authority and credibility that panic and chaos can be contained. The stronger the government, the better it can defend the peace of this world. Dr. Briefs, shaking his graying beard, spoke intermittently, his cigarette now reduced to a short stub, nearly burning his fingers. With a bitter smile, he lit another cigarette, inhaling deeply. The pallid complexion, shrouded in smoke, appeared somewhat haggard. In Bulma's recollection, her father, despite his absent-mindedness, had always been remarkably amiable and optimistic. He had no penchant for alcohol and possessed a minimal craving for tobacco. Days like today, marked by a furrowed brow and silent smoking, were exceedingly rare. Unable to restrain herself, she turned and sorrowfully asked, "Father, is there something you were concealing from me?" "Yes. I apologize, Bulma. Forgive me for withholding the truth." Dr. Brief's expression softened as he spoke quietly. "In fact, several years ago, during the rise of the Hurricane Group, my Universal Capsule Company was already on the brink of bankruptcy. At that time, I had accrued substantial research costs and debts, and the company was acquired by the Hurricane Group, just when I was at my wit's end. General Stock found me and invited me to join the Earth Defense Force to work for the military. I am a pure researcher. I established the company solely to provide a better material life for you and your mother. In truth, money holds little significance for me, no matter how much I possess. It remains merely an inconsequential figure. In contrast, I am far more passionate about various research endeavors. General Stock's invitation, along with the incessant stream of innovative ideas and materials in the laboratory, reignited the fervor of my youth and made me realize that Earth is not feeble. On the contrary, it harbors tremendous developmental potential. With our efforts, we can catalyze a collective evolution. Even without you superpowered individuals, we can tackle myriad crises. Let humanity usher into the era of interstellar travel." As he concluded, a fervent gleam illuminated Dr. Brief's eyes, and his frail form seemed to bristle with vigor. He clenched his fists tightly, his face flushed with emotion as he shouted with unrestrained excitement. Bulma, filled with concern, instinctively moved to embrace her father. However, someone was quicker than her. In an instant, a fleeting shadow darted past, and a figure cloaked in white had seized her father's neck, lifting him effortlessly. "Let go of my father!" Bulma exclaimed, rushing forward in alarm. Goku, who had remained silent until now, stood up and said with a grave tone, "Piccolo, release Bulma's father." "Uncle Piccolo." Little Gohan piped up, peeking out, though he was swiftly pulled back into Chi-Chi's embrace. "Humph." Piccolo relaxed his grip slightly, coldly observing Dr. Brief, who was coughing and now shielded by Bulma. His eyes gleamed with menace as he stated, "I do not concern myself with the populace. In any case, you must hand over what we require. Otherwise, I shall reduce your so-called Earth Defense Force to rubble." Cough, cough, cough. Individuals like you, unrestrained in power, represent the most significant instability that the populace fears. At this moment, Dr. Brief displayed an audacity that was almost defiant, exclaiming, "You." "Release Dr. Brief." Just then, the door swung open violently, and dozens of armed guards stormed in, their weapons aimed squarely at Piccolo. Unaware of the impending doom, Piccolo, filled with rage, let out a bitter laugh, his fury surging uncontrollably, igniting an intense desire for bloodshed. Born of the malevolent thoughts of a deity, he was a second-generation entity. Yet his temperament was even more unruly, wholly unbound by any constraints. Witnessing Dr. Brief's obstinacy and the disrespect from these mere mortals, his anger flared, compelling him to unleash a massacre upon these foolish beings, akin to ants beneath his heel. Sensing the ominous aura, Sun Wukong swiftly positioned himself in front of Piccolo, urging softly, "Piccolo, do not act impulsively. Get out of my way, Sun Wukong. Allow me to teach these ungrateful humans a lesson." Piccolo growled, his face a mask of uncontainable wrath. Though he found himself perplexed by Bulma's father's actions, he could not bear to witness harm befall them. Sun Wukong shook his head, his tone resolute and forceful. "I cannot allow you to hurt them." Piccolo, upon hearing this, felt his expression grow increasingly frigid, his ire burning hotter, igniting a desire to turn away from these trivial worldly concerns. Just then, a voice broke the heavy silence, halting Piccolo in his tracks. A young man, appearing to be around 25 or 26, impeccably coiffed, clad in an impeccably tailored suit that seemed meticulously pressed, and shining shoes that reflected light, stood before them. Adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and a gilded cane, he epitomized the image of a gentleman. Accompanying him was a soldier in a loose military uniform, sporting black-framed glasses, who also appeared to be relatively young. These two individuals were, at present, the most lauded figures in the public sphere, a rising star in politics, malevolent, and a military leader, Skok. At that moment, Piccolo furrowed his brow, intending to dismiss these two insipid mortals, but as the thought crossed his mind, the young soldier seemed to sense it, casting a discreet glance his way, causing Piccolo to feel an unsettling prickle down his spine, drenched in cold sweat. It was akin to wandering through a dense thicket only to be fixated upon by a lurking leopard. Though the sensation was fleeting, it caused Piccolo's expression to shift, compelling him to take a step back. "Do not be alarmed, nor overly excited, esteemed heroes. I stand here on behalf of the people of Earth to express our heartfelt gratitude for your valiant actions in saving the world. Please accept the government's awards." He continued, "Here is a check worth 1 billion, and this, the Grand Bauhinia Medal. I implore you to accept them." Mebelin dug through his briefcase, producing an array of items, his face beaming with delight as he surveyed the room. "Are these gifts for us?" Sun Wukong inquired, bewildered. "Yes, indeed." Mebelin nodded vigorously, sincerity etched on his face. "You have saved the Earth and vanquished the evil extraterrestrials. These rewards are rightfully yours. By accepting these gifts, you will also become part of our government. entitled to a monthly salary, along with medical insurance, and your children will receive tuition waivers for the highest quality education. Before he could finish, Chi-Chi, cradling little Gohan, exclaimed with sparkling eyes, "Is that true?" "Of course, madam, we are." The individual continued to speak at length, while his companion, Skok, adjusted his glasses and remarked softly, "I understand that for martial artists such as yourselves, these matters may not hold much significance. Our desperate measures are merely to provide everyone with a plausible identity. As long as you gain official recognition, even if exposed to public scrutiny in the future, it will help avert mass panic. Furthermore, it will bolster the government's authority and reassure the more timid citizens, allowing them to comprehend that you, as officials, wield unparalleled power capable of repelling extraterrestrial threats, correct?" Bulma now realized that these individuals were the instigators behind her father's drastic change in temperament. Naturally, she harbored no affection for them and retorted sharply, "You seem to have devised a rather clever scheme. However, isn't your approach somewhat fanciful? Do you genuinely believe you can control such formidable power?" "Certainly not, dear lady," my Bowen shrugged, explaining, "We are merely seeking a graceful exit for the government. And we do not wish to engage in conflict with you." "Then why did you take the spacecraft I discovered?" Bulma pressed on. "Oh, that is a lengthy tale." My Bowen scratched his head, eager to build suspense. However, Skok interjected directly, stating, "That vessel is far too antiquated, and during the alien invasion, it sustained damage from the conflict. Its exterior has suffered significant degradation, rendering it incapable of carrying you beyond Earth's atmosphere. The notion of traversing the cosmos is nothing short of delusional." Bulma furrowed her brow, left speechless. In truth, the situation was as he described. The valley where the deity had concealed the spacecraft was not far from the island city that the Scions had invaded. At that time, a tremendous energy shock had caused severe geological upheaval, resulting in a disaster comparable to a magnitude 9 earthquake. Subsequently, landslides occurred and rivers overflowed. The vessel was buried beneath a considerable mass of rock and debris, its surface marred with numerous impact craters. Otherwise, under Mr. Popo's guidance, they would not have searched for half a month without locating the exact position of the spacecraft. Now that the spacecraft is in your possession, you can say whatever you wish." Bulma seethed. She glanced at her father and continued indignantly, "From what I know, you government officials are nothing short of vampires. Each day, aside from your grandiloquent speeches, you engage in trivial pursuits and take advantage of us ordinary citizens. Can you honestly claim that you are not coveting the technology contained within that spacecraft, which is why you seized it?" My Bowen turned to Dr. Briefs and asked, "Doctor, did you not inform them that the military has developed a new model of spacecraft with the capability to traverse dimensions?" "That is classified information. I cannot divulge such details." Dr. Briefs replied seriously, then his expression shifted to confusion as he added, "Wait, have I made a mistake?" "Great. Doing a good deed only to be misunderstood," my Bowen lamented, pressing his forehead in distress. Skok disregarded his partner's plight and continued, "We have gathered comprehensive information about your situation through satellite reconnaissance. While we are uncertain of your intentions, the government will undoubtedly extend its assistance to you, the heroes saving the world. Should you require it, we can readily provide you with a spacecraft for a cosmic journey." "Is that truly the case? That would be marvelous. This way, we could reach Namek," Krillin exclaimed joyfully. Just as he was about to utter the word revive, he suddenly remembered the presence of others and quickly closed his mouth, chuckling awkwardly to cover his blunder. The oblivious Goku scratched the back of his head and cheerfully responded, "That's wonderful. We truly appreciate your help. What are these fellows up to?" Piccolo, with his exceptional wisdom, certainly would not be as jubilant as those before him, naively believing they had encountered benevolent individuals. Although he did not comprehend the intricacies of the situation, his instincts had already detected a hint of conspiracy. Furrowing his brow, he was about to voice a warning when he saw the delighted expressions on Goku and the others, prompting him to let out a resigned sigh. "Alas, I am not of their ilk. After resisting the Scions, these matters no longer concern me. Why should I foolishly meddle? It is best for me to retreat to the serene wilderness, where I truly belong." As Piccolo contemplated this, he turned to leave quietly when a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, jolting him. "Where are you going, Piccolo?" "We are headed to Namek." Turning around, he saw Goku's sincere face. A warmth rose within him, yet his expression remained aloof as he coldly replied, "You have enough strength among you. My involvement is unnecessary." "Not so." Goku scratched his head, troubled. "The King of Otherworld just informed me of a powerful evil force that has set its sights on Namek. If we do not act within half a month, Namek will surely face destruction. You are our comrade, and Namek is your homeland. This time, you must join us." "What?" Piccolo's demeanor shifted slightly, astonished. "Is that true?" "Indeed." Goku nodded earnestly. "The king told me that this evil force is exceedingly formidable. Even Vegeta is merely one of them. If we do not act swiftly, Namek will be utterly devastated." Very well. However, this is solely for the sake of Namek. I'm not doing this to aid you." Piccolo crossed his arms, turning his head aside, his expression remaining unyieldingly cold. "That's the spirit. We are comrades fighting side by side," Goku exclaimed, patting Piccolo on the shoulder with joy. "Yay, Uncle Piccolo is going, so I want to go too." Little Gohan cheered, waving his small fists. Before he could finish, Chi-Chi scooped him into her arms, scolding, "No way, Gohan. You must stay behind to study. You cannot become a delinquent who only knows how to fight. But, no buts. You are destined to become a scholar, and you must focus on your studies now." Chi-Chi emphasized, shooting a fierce glare at Goku. "You can go, but you are not allowed to take Gohan with you." On King Kai's planet, Barbarous and Gyredri were playing. While North Kai pondered with his hands behind his back, "What exactly are you scheming? Ever since you exiled your subordinates to Earth, have you been plotting? Why? What do you truly desire? Are these actions intentional or merely coincidental?" The thought of the increasingly terrifying scion, who could even shield his intentions from detection, brought a frown to North Kai's face. This individual was even more worrisome than Broly's assault on the South Galaxy, not to mention that troublemaker, Kawaira. Why must such formidable monsters appear under my jurisdiction? It is truly vexing. Goku, you are the martial artist I have chosen. You must grow quickly. You are the one who must confront these monsters. You cannot afford to lose to them. Suddenly, King Kai clenched his fists, his expression grave. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 5, The Harsh Training. Drip, drip, drip. Beads of sweat cascaded down, evaporating into invisible wisps of smoke before they even touched the ground. The earth resembled a sizzling iron plate over a fire, every inch scorched to a fiery red, releasing astonishing heat. The scarred surface of the land occasionally heaved waves of scalding heat, capable of turning flesh to ashes in an instant. Wide ravines glowed with tongues of fire, radiant with a vivid crimson hue, formed by rivers of molten lava silently churning below. In the distance, volcanoes erupted intermittently, belching thick lava that eroded the land, spreading rapidly and scorching everything in its path. How long will you all hide? I have already stated from the outset that you may attack with all your might. I will not unleash my full power. In this environment, your combat effectiveness will multiply, yielding great results with minimal effort. You have the advantage of time, place, and personnel. What more is there to hesitate about? Come forth and battle me. As this deep voice resonated, a tall and robust man strode forward. With each step, the ground trembled under his immense strength, forcing back the layers of boiling lava waves with a series of thunderous roars, scattering them far away. From afar, his gait was reminiscent of a dragon and tiger in motion, exuding an unmistakable aura of dominance. In 4 words, unparalleled tyranny. He is a young man, around 20 years of age, with dark hair and deep-set black eyes, embodying all the characteristics of an Asian visage. His appearance cannot be deemed handsome, nor is it particularly remarkable. Yet beneath this ordinary facade lies an intense aura of strength and dominance, reminiscent of a celestial being looking down upon the world, indifferent to all that surrounds him. However, marred upon his porcelain-like skin are deep and jagged scars, crisscrossing in an unsettling pattern, alongside numerous burn marks scattered across his body. Some wounds still bear traces of fresh blood, suggesting they are newly acquired injuries. His muscles are taut, with prominent, serpentine veins bulging from his rigid arms, a testament to their overexertion, leading to a slight cramping. Nevertheless, his eyes remain as radiant as stars on a summer night, sparkling with an extraordinary brilliance. At his chest hangs a teardrop-shaped amethyst pendant, glimmering intermittently and exuding a refreshing coolness, capable of calming the restless turmoil within one's heart. The man, exuding an aura of valor, is none other than the once taciturn child, now transformed into the immensely potent scion individual, Petra. What further schemes could they possibly concoct? Truly, they're a band of inept cowards. Petra surveyed his surroundings, murmuring to himself softly. Suddenly, his steps faltered, halting him in his tracks. At that moment, his eyes narrowed slightly, as if sensing the presence of an unseen force. He swiftly pivoted, delivering a powerful kick that sent magma splattering into the air. Erupting like a firework display, amidst the cascade of molten rock, a figure, hunched like a ravenous tiger, lunged forth, leaving behind a cacophony of wails as it raced ahead, crashing through countless towering peaks. Yet, it did not end there. As the figure struggled to regain its footing, the deep imprint left by a boot on its chest seemed to trigger a violent disintegration of bones and muscles, causing its complexion to shift dramatically, revealing a visage of sheer horror. Before it could react further, the being quivered and erupted into a myriad of flesh fragments, leaving no trace behind. In that fleeting moment of fiery chaos, 7 or 8 silhouettes burst forth from the ground, emerging amidst the splashing magma and thick smoke, simultaneously roaring in unison, hurtling toward Petra like cannonballs. With the previous encounter accounted for, this marked the 423rd. Petra raised an eyebrow slightly, as if a pair of eyes had sprouted upon his luminous back, granting him insight into his surroundings. With a swift movement, he retreated several steps, reminiscent of a butterfly flitting through a garden, appearing to evade the 4 assailants' ferocious ambush with graceful ease. In one fluid motion, he flipped, bracing himself with one hand against the ground, and with a powerful thrust, crushed the head of one who had just emerged from the earth, reducing it to pulp. Block him. A voice thundered, though its origin remained unknown. 3 alien warriors pivoted sharply, accelerating with ferocity. The friction between their bodies and the air ignited a shower of dazzling sparks. And 9 more. Have you finally lost your patience? Petra's gaze flicked sideways. With a mere glance, he discerned the number and condition of his foes. A smirk crept upon his lips as his arms extended, resembling a clockwork automaton. and he met their onslaught with a barrage of punches, instantly engaging in a fierce exchange of blows that numbered in the thousands. In the midst of this fierce battle, neither side seemed to gain the upper hand, resulting in a stalemate. A thunderous roar suddenly echoed in my ears, and in the next moment, a shadow enveloped the sky, accompanied by a howling tempest, descending with ferocious intensity. Before the assault even arrived, the heavens trembled violently, as if cloaked in a shroud of darkness, instantly transforming into a gloomy abyss. It was as if a multitude of colossal meteors had pierced the atmosphere, obscuring the sun and descending with an unparalleled ferocity, striking down with devastating force. At this moment, the area under attack was engulfed in chaos, with earth and stone fracturing and peaks collapsing. The ground continuously sank and shattered, as if the planet's gravitational pull had suddenly intensified 100-fold, overwhelming the land's capacity to endure. Countless fragments of stone, deep crimson magma, and dense clouds of smoke seemed to float weightlessly, as though gravity had abandoned them. Following a violent upheaval, a thunderous roar erupted, propelling these objects outward with immense force, transforming the space into a relative vacuum. Peter's breath caught. Without even raising his gaze, the wounds across his body erupted under this invisible, monstrous pressure, bursting into a mist of blood that drifted upwards as if in freefall. Phil's Darko. Peter's pupils constricted, recognizing the newcomer. Faced with this being of extraordinary strength, surpassing his own, he felt a surge of combative spirit. With a swift motion, he bent his arm against his ear, muscles contracting sharply before expanding with vigor. In mere moments, he gathered his strength and launched a punch without hesitation. A resounding crash followed, shaking the earth with a shockwave that swept across the terrain. A fierce wind tore through, stripping away layers of rock from the surface, reducing them to a whirlwind of swirling sand. The ground had sagged into an unfathomable crater, its diameter stretching over 100 kilometers, permeated by a choking stench. Though the spectacle lasted but a fleeting instant, it was far more awe-inspiring than a nuclear explosion. Exhausted, Peter managed to withstand Phil's Darko's earth-shattering blow, which had been prepared with great anticipation. The wielder of that fist was a colossal figure, towering 5 meters tall, entirely composed of irregularly shaped granite, resembling an armor of rocks forcibly adhered to his body. Between the broad gaps in the granite, a crimson glow flickered, continuously spewing forth tongues of orange fire, far hotter than the magma flowing on the surface. Seeing his attack withstood, a flicker of disbelief crossed the giant's eyes. Nonetheless, as a seasoned warrior, he refused to let this minor clash diminish his growing desire to fight. With a momentary pause, he swiftly swung his arm down in a powerful strike. Little did he know, Peter was faster by more than double. As the giant moved his arm, Peter seized his finger, swiftly elbowing down into his chest, causing the formidable rock creature to arch backward, his eyes bulging in shock. "Come at me," Peter growled, turning his body to crash into the giant's embrace, one hand gripping the giant's arm while the other reached beneath, lifting the granite behemoth as if he were a shield against the oncoming onslaught of other extraterrestrial beings. A cacophony of attacks rained down like a tempest, each strike a culmination of their meticulous planning. Every punch and kick was imbued with tremendous force, far exceeding the tentative strikes that preceded them. In their strategy session, they had decided that Phil's Darko would serve as the meat shield, entangling Peter to prevent him from focusing on anything else, while they unleashed their full strength to collectively vanquish this unparalleled monster. Yet, they could hardly have anticipated Peter's sheer resilience in a single encounter. He effortlessly subdued Phil's Darko and utilized him as a defensive instrument, repelling their carefully orchestrated assault. In an instant, lightning flashed and flames roared as innumerable fists and palms struck down upon them. The sound echoed like laborers wielding heavy hammers upon stone, reducing Phil's Darko to a grotesque mass, blood and flesh splattering. His eyes widened in horror, filled with a venomous glare, his mouth opening and closing as if struggling to articulate something. "Retreat. Now," one among them shouted, sensing the dire situation. They exchanged glances and hastily withdrew, desperate to escape. With a battered body, Peter bent his knees, sinking slightly into the ground, making him appear shorter. Yet, a smile crept upon his lips. In the next moment, black arcs of energy erupted from his being, initially scattering aimlessly like roaring thunder, before converging into a singular point, forming a pitch-black, bottomless abyss, a colossal black hole intent on devouring everything in its vicinity. Peter stood at the center of this void, radiating an overwhelming, indescribable power. Phil's Darko, clutched tightly within Peter's grasp, was the first to be affected. The dismembered giant's form distorted grotesquely before being consumed by the terrifying black hole, his formidable body disintegrating into mere particles. One extraterrestrial, overwhelmed by fear, was swept into the abyss despite his desperate struggles, hastening his demise. "And you," Peter exclaimed, lifting his gaze to the heavens as a brilliant silver blade of light descended with majestic force. Initially as thin as a cicada's wing, it grew sharper and more potent upon meeting the air, transforming into a streak of lightning that cleaved downward, targeting the ground where Peter stood, cloaked in a shroud of black energy. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 6. The Battle Simulation Laboratory. On Earth, there exists a master of the blade, a Kairai, the fortunate, portly figure. His strikes are fierce and direct, delivering lethal blows with astonishing speed, akin to the rise of moonlight. Each slash sends forth a torrent of lethal energy, capable of cleaving through flesh and bone with the precision of a butcher. His mastery of the blade is unparalleled, augmented by his penchant for surprise attacks, making him an unpredictable adversary. Unless one possesses overwhelming skill in combat, a close encounter with him spells grave danger. One must never underestimate the situation. However, his swordsmanship pales significantly when compared to the dazzling blade before him, even falling short of a mere fraction of its prowess. The blade's initial form is as delicate as a gossamer thread, akin to a feather, drifting lightly, almost ethereal. Yet, as the blade shifts, its momentum swells 100-fold, descending with the weight of a mountain. With a single stroke, it cleaves the air like a silken ribbon, traversing the heavens and the earth, its lethal energy radiating for dozens of miles. This is no mere strike. It is the culmination of thousands, if not tens of thousands, of swift cuts, converging into an unparalleled killing move. Originally, their plan was straightforward. If Fear's Dako could successfully entangle Petra, the other experts could maneuver around to distract him, ensuring he could not attend to multiple threats at once. This sudden strike, they believed, would secure their victory, allowing them to sever the head of this god of death. Yet, they could not have anticipated the adversary's formidable strength, which defied all logic. With a single, powerful move, he subdued fears and unleashed the ultimate death strike, creating a dimensional rift that consumed all in its path, scattering the others in fear. In just 2 swift motions, their meticulously crafted opportunity, forged through the sacrifice of countless allies, crumbled into nothingness, leaving them bereft of options. Such a turn of events was infuriating to the point of causing blood to boil, extinguishing any will to resist. This lethal technique was the product of a hidden master, pouring forth his lifelong hopes and convictions, choosing to risk everything for a righteous cause. It was far more ferocious and swift than any ordinary blade strike, leaving no room for retreat once unleashed. Amidst the swirling clouds, the blade descended like a torrential river, its brilliance akin to a celestial phenomenon. In an instant, the very heavens trembled, emitting a series of sharp, tearing sounds, as if the air itself had been cleaved apart. The relentless momentum was overwhelming, as powerful as the mightiest rivers, eclipsing even the roaring Yangtze or Yellow River. What an exquisite display of swordsmanship! Petra glanced sideways, a grave expression flickering in his eyes. He straightened, his body taut like a drawn bow, and suddenly, all the tension released, snapping back with a swift sound as he returned to form. With his movements, the seemingly bottomless dimensional rift expanded rapidly, transforming dramatically. It was as if gasoline had been poured onto a raging fire, amplifying its ferocity. Defiant and unrestrained, he bellowed, "You monster, meet your demise." Within the blinding white light of the blade, an elderly man, his hair and beard white as snow, emerged, wielding a long sword raised high as if to cleave the heavens. In an instant, the descending blade struck the dimensional rift. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no dramatic upheaval, not even the slightest ripple. It was akin to a leaf drifting onto the surface of a placid lake, creating only the faintest of ripples without a single splash. What? The blade descended upon the dimensional rift, akin to a grinding wheel polishing, sending sparks flying. Despite the lack of visible disturbance, this strike, potent enough to cleave stars and split planets, was rendered null and void. The elder, gripping the long sword, exerted every ounce of his strength. His once pristine arms transformed into grotesque appendages, veins bulging like serpents writhing beneath his skin. Overexertion turned his alabaster arms a sinister shade of purple, and the bursting veins erupted in a cloud of blood mist, a ghastly sight indeed. Witnessing his ultimate strike, a culmination of his lifelong martial spirit and beliefs, dissipate against the opponent's defenses into mere motes of light, despair washed over the elder's face. He managed a bitter smile, unable to utter a word, as he felt his strength ebb away, succumbing to the rift, his form erupting into a haze of blood. Such a formidable strike. If I hadn't transformed, I would have had no choice but to endure in this manner, Petra mused, rising and dusting off his clothes. The battlefield is a realm of perpetual flux, where life and death intertwine. The events that transpired, though lengthy in recounting, unfolded in mere seconds, from fear's ambush to the astonishing strike, all condensed into the blink of an eye. The master of swordsmanship had been defeated, leaving no trace behind, while the cosmic warriors who had aided in the ambush retreated in shock, oblivious to the events that had just transpired. "It appears, once again, you have lost," Petra remarked, his gaze sweeping towards the cosmic beings. With a flick of his fingers, he conjured a series of afterimages, moving with extraordinary grace. The dimensional rift, as if responding to its master's call, rapidly contracted back to its original state, reminiscent of the ultimate death strike. "Go," Petra commanded, casting forth a dark, massive sphere of energy, unfazed by the tremendous explosion behind him, stepping forward as if leisurely strolling. 432. Mission accomplished, exiting. In a spacious, stark room devoid of adornment, Petra sat in tranquility before suddenly awakening. His chest, back, and even facial muscles spasmed violently, contorting in agony. A faint scent of blood hung in the air, the source unknown. A researcher clad in a white coat and glasses rushed over, offering a towel for Petra to cleanse himself. "How much time did I spend?" Petra inquired, flexing his arms as he stood, revealing numerous ghastly wounds that sent chills down the spine. The staff member swallowed hard, responding, "General, you have spent approximately half a month in the combat simulation laboratory. In real time, it was merely 37 hours. The computer has amplified the projected strength of these entities to 100-fold, reaching the limits of calculation. It seems we can no longer meet your demands. Do not worry about resource limitations. In the past 12 years of combat, I have faced countless foes, many of whom were quite intriguing. With the assistance of the combat simulation laboratory, manifesting their specifics through projection is a trivial task," Petra replied, wiping away the blood. "By the way, where are we now?" "We have arrived at Namek. General Duran has dispatched a team to assist the individuals in need. Once we evacuate all the Namekians, the entirety of Namek will become the battleground for your confrontation with Frisia, ensuring you will be undisturbed." The staff member spoke with a countenance full of admiration. "After a 12-year wait, Frisia, you must not disappoint me." Apart from displaying exuberance and arrogance during battle, Petra remained inscrutable, his emotions concealed at all other times, rendering his thoughts a mystery. Upon receiving the report, he merely nodded lightly, indicating his awareness with an air of indifference. Yet, who could fathom that within him surged an inexplicable excitement? He yearned for the very next moment to be his turn to fight, to embrace this grand spectacle prepared solely for him. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 7, Frisia, the Other Side of Namek. A peculiar spacecraft, shaped like a disc with a flat edge and a slightly raised center, approached at astonishing speed. In a mere blink, it emerged from the vast nebula. And with another flash, it traversed thousands of miles. It bore with it an abundance of thunderous flames, and with a resounding roar, it forcefully rent the fabric of space. Appearing in the outer expanse near Namek, gazing at the increasingly distinct green planet, a compactly designed, slightly hovering craft gradually turned and retreated into the control room. Upon this vessel, there exists an extraterrestrial being clad in a purple and white alloy armor, characterized by pronounced brow ridges and sharp, pointed protrusions growing from the temples. His appearance may not be striking, yet it possesses a distinct peculiarity. Notably, beneath his eyes lie two vivid crimson markings, reminiscent of blood tears shed in sorrow, evoking an intensely eerie sensation. His gaze is chillingly frigid, surpassing even the biting winds that howl across Siberia. The corners of his purple lips curl slightly, as if to disdain all that surrounds him, imbued with a profound sense of mockery and contempt. However, one might not anticipate that this seemingly unremarkable extraterrestrial bears a name of resounding notoriety, Frisia. This name, regardless of its context, is capable of instigating a cataclysmic upheaval. At that moment, a tall and handsome man with flowing green hair tied into a long braid approached with measured steps, bowing his head slightly. He came to a halt beside Frisia and softly declared, "Lord Frisia, we have arrived. That planet below is the one documented in our records, Namek. Shanbua, since Dodoria's demise." "You have become quite restrained," Frisia remarked, shifting his gaze to the alien warrior beside him. His tone was laced with a hint of nostalgia as he continued. "It seems that 7 years have passed without my noticing. The events that transpired back then are still vividly etched in my memory." A barely perceptible twitch crossed Shambua's face, as though he recalled something profoundly terrifying, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Nevertheless, he inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure to avoid any display of weakness before Frisia. In a hushed voice, he stated, "It is our honor to follow Lord Frisia into battle." Frisia narrowed his eyes, seemingly oblivious to Shambua's words. "Lost in a sea of memories. I remember killing the guardian of the Elvira Star region, and then leading you all on a rampage, expanding my territory to the western galaxy. Just as I was celebrating with my father, that scoundrel Kvila appeared and, in front of everyone, took everything from me." As he spoke, a frenzied expression overtook Frisia's features, his crimson eyes radiating a savage light that seared the air. He gripped the control handles of the spacecraft tightly, the muscles in his neck twisting violently, as if they sought to escape his body. With a hand raised, his knuckles cracking ominously, he raged, "That damn bastard had the audacity to humiliate me in such a manner, trampling upon my dignity. Infuriating, utterly infuriating." Shambua, trembling in fear, was acutely aware of the catastrophic events that unfolded 7 years prior. He had witnessed Frisia's furious uprising, only to see him swiftly subdued by Kvila, left lying on the ground like a beaten dog. In a humiliating display for all to see, Kvila had further degraded Frisia, stripping him of his pride and leaving him unable to hold his head high. Even their father, King Cold, had stood by with a grim countenance, a silent spectator to the escalating conflict between his sons, raising suspicions that Kvila's power far surpassed his own, instilling fear in Frisia, the nominal leader of their clan. To this day, Shanbua vividly recalled the venomous glare Frisia had cast after Kvila's departure. It was laughable how Dodoria, in that moment, foolishly sought to claim credit, attempting to assist Frisia, only to be met with Frisia's wrath, his life extinguished in an instant. Despite the passage of time, the mere recollection sent chills down Shambua's spine, rendering him reticent and cautious, fearful that a slip of the tongue could lead him to share Dodoria's grim fate. "By the way, has the Ginyu Force returned? What of the brothers Aber and Kato?" Frisia inquired, his fury gradually subsiding. His icy gaze swept across the nearby alien warriors, who had witnessed his outburst. With a snap of his fingers, the warriors froze in place, their bodies rigid with terror, unable even to turn their heads. They lifted their gazes. Disbelief etched across their faces as if to question Frisia's cruel treatment. In the next instant, their heads burst like balloons, splattering red and white across the scene. Shanbo was drenched in sweat, realizing that to survive, he had to turn a blind eye to the horror unfolding before him. With a forced bravado, he managed to utter, "They have arrived." "Excellent," Frisia exclaimed, raising his hands in excitement. "Namek, the planet of the Dragon Balls, capable of granting one's wishes. With this, I can reclaim everything that Kvila has taken from me. I shall crush that wretch beneath my feet and show him who truly reigns as the strongest warrior in the universe. Relay the orders, all units mobilize. Target the 7 Dragon Balls. Anyone who dares to obstruct our mission, regardless of who they are, shall be mercilessly eliminated." Frisia gaze hardened. Fixated on the increasingly prominent green planet, his greed and malice laid bare for all to see. "Understood, Lord Frisia. Awaken, Scion." Chapter 8. A thought becomes a Buddha. A thought becomes a demon. Let us turn back time to 3 days prior aboard the Explorer 3 test spacecraft. On July 13th. It marked the 10th day since our departure from the solar system. The Scorpion constellation, revered as the guardian of steadfast love, lay before me, through the specialized glass. I could clearly observe the breathtaking, undulating nebulae and the twinkling celestial bodies. Yet, in stark contrast to the fantasies and dreams of my youth, my mindset has undeniably shifted, rendering me almost unrecognizable. I had never envisioned a day when I would venture beyond Earth, exploring the cosmos, nor did I anticipate representing the Earth Federation as an investigator, extending an olive branch to other civilizations. Perhaps I am simply unable to accept certain realities, opting for evasion instead. In my quarters, a blue-haired girl rested her slender fingers on a fountain pen, inscribing her thoughts into a thick diary, transforming memories into elegant prose. However, as she penned her reflections, her flowing strokes halted abruptly. She found herself at a loss for words, uncertain whether to continue. Gently biting the pen's tip, she furrowed her brow, a hint of bitterness and helplessness flickering across her features. After a long pause, she shook her head slightly, striving to dispel the lingering gloom, and resumed writing. The room was silent, save for her solitary presence. At this hour, the brutish figures, consumed by their training, were likely ensconced in the specialized exercise rooms, engaged in their monotonous routines. They resembled unrestrained children, their every action a source of concern and frustration. Nonetheless, the technological sophistication of this spacecraft was astounding, far surpassing my understanding. Despite my father's prior guidance on the vessel's functions, the advanced scientific marvels astonished me. I could scarcely believe that such technology, centuries ahead of Earth's capabilities, had come into existence and was actively employed. I remained uncertain whether this advancement was a boon or a bane, pondering the potential disruptions it could cause to our world. Perhaps, as my father had suggested, the era of humanity breaching the interstellar threshold and escaping the solar system had truly arrived. A series of knocks echoed from outside the bedroom, accompanied by the soft call of little Gohan. "Aunt Bulma, dinner is ready." Closing her diary with care, Bulma cradled it against her chest, exhaling deeply as though she had accomplished a significant task. Her light blue hair had been trimmed considerably, now barely grazing her shoulders. And paired with a fitted suit and crisp white shirt, she exuded an air of competence and poise. It was as if she had shed her youthful naivety and blossomed into a capable woman of substance. Upon opening the door, she found a small figure standing outside, his upper body bare and glistening with beads of sweat, panting heavily. "Gohan, you must be exhausted," Bulma said, her heart aching for the little boy. She affectionately ruffled his hair and handed him a towel to dry his damp locks and rosy cheeks, adding with a hint of exasperation, "I truly don't understand how to reason with those guys. They could simply train on their own without dragging you into it. And you, my dear, are far too mischievous. Why can't you stay at home and study instead of sneaking up here? Now you know the consequences. If Chi-Chi finds out, she will certainly have a fit." "I'm not tired, Aunt Bulma. Look, I'm very strong," little Gohan replied confidently. "Besides, I came here on my own. It has nothing to do with Dad and the others." Perhaps recalling his mother's fearsome disposition, his expression shifted, and he waved his hands dismissively. "Oh dear. I can't believe you. Such a small, quiet child, yet a battle maniac at heart. I won't be helping you anymore, young man." Bulma pinched his nose playfully, pretending to be cross, which made Gohan scratch the back of his head and chuckle sheepishly. "By the way, are Goku and the others still in that combat simulation lab?" Bulma inquired suddenly. "Yes," Gohan nodded, worry creasing his brow. "Dad, Uncle Piccolo, and Uncle Tien have been in there for several days now. They haven't come out. I wonder if something's wrong." "Don't worry," Bulma reassured him. "According to the information, that room loses its effectiveness after 5 days. If I calculate the time, they should be fine." Yet, a twinge of unease flickered within her, but to prevent Gohan from spiraling into anxious thoughts, she feigned nonchalance and said, "Your father is Son Goku, and the other two are formidable warriors in their own right. If they can withstand such powerful foes, surely nothing will happen to them now." "Right," Gohan declared, brimming with blind admiration and trust for his father and Piccolo. "Aunt Bulma is right. They won't be in any danger. Since they're working so hard, I must do my best too." After dinner, I'll set the gravity training room to 50 times Earth's gravity. I must keep up with Dad and the others. Bulma pressed her forehead, momentarily speechless. Oh my goodness! Krillin exclaimed, just emerging from the gravity training room, utterly exhausted. He plopped down on the floor, unable to suppress a dramatic cry. Data streamed through time and space from the farthest reaches of the universe, meticulously filtered and scrutinized by the supercomputer, Kambane. Every detail found its way into the eyes of Best, rendering all matters transparent. Thus, even without stepping outside, he could grasp the world as significant events and issues, analyzing and processing this information to steer the course of history toward his desired outcome. In the laboratory, one side housed the enigmatic supercomputer, Kambane, known for its ability to manipulate all mechanical functions, while the other side was occupied by Best, the master of Augulus, who had established a vast empire. He had acquired the combat data of Earthling Tien and began analyzing his techniques and battle characteristics. Filtering, please wait patiently. Identifying flaws within his techniques requires further computation to complete the analysis. This may take approximately 3 hours. Please be patient. Ding. Calculation complete. Comment. This technique, when perfected, can absorb 2 types of energy shortwaves recorded in the database. The resulting phenomenon is currently incalculable. Analysis complete. Do you accept this information? Kambane flickered with a cascade of red and green lights, its tone monotonous. Certainly, Best replied slowly, his eyes suddenly brightening. A crackling sound resonated as if the air itself had ignited with electricity, illuminating the room with an intense brightness that was almost blinding. Even a fleeting moment felt like staring directly at the sun. Placing his palm on the supercomputer, Best connected his consciousness with the motherboard. Instantly, a torrent of awareness surged forth, breaking through the confines of space and time, rushing in like a raging flood. The magnitude and speed of this flood of consciousness surpassed all limits, capable of overwhelming a normal individual in mere 10,000ths of a second, reducing them to a mere puddle of thought. Even a Jedi with immense mental fortitude could find themselves rendered mindless under such an assault. Yet, Best merely shuddered, his eyes flashing with a soft white glow as he withstood the onslaught. Good, 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 he exclaimed, repeating the word thrice before erupting into hearty laughter. All my efforts to immerse you into the subconscious for months of training have not been in vain. This result is truly worthwhile. As he spoke, a radiant light descended upon him, as if countless stray photons had attached themselves to his being, seeping into his very core. In an instant, his skin, bones, and even his internal organs shimmered with a crystalline brilliance, resembling exquisite crystal craftsmanship. Is this the power of collective belief? Best pondered, recognizing the boundless hope and aspirations contained within. Among them were the dark desires birthed from malevolence, the mundane yearnings for wealth and beauty, and the devout faith expressed by the good during their prayers. All these elements intertwined, creating a tapestry of human sentiment that transcended time and morality. Now, as Best absorbed this power of belief, it enveloped him, permeating every cell in his body. Had he not attained a level of mastery allowing him to control his own cells and discern changes within, he would have been assimilated into a mindless entity, devoid of independent thought. As Best moved, divine light radiated from him, a formidable presence emanating throughout. The polished figure suddenly swelled several times in size, resembling a deity emerging from myth and legend, each movement radiating an inexplicable aura of authority. Just as myriad thoughts endeavored to brainwash him, seeking to assimilate him, a chilling and chaotic energy surged forth from the vast expanse of the universe. It infiltrated the subtle void left by the vacated power of belief, descending upon Best. With a flourish, Best seemed to cradle a blazing black flame in his hand, flickering wildly in the air. This flame, akin to the power of belief, lacked consciousness of its own and could only manifest through a host. At that moment, despite its yearning to enter his body, it was repelled by the pre-existing power of belief, unable to penetrate. It was as though an ant in a boiling pot of oil, frantically scurrying about, desperate and agitated, emitting a shrill, piercing sound that sent chills down one's spine. Ah, so that is the case. Without a suitable host to inhabit, it would be countered by the energies of the material world and dissipate into nothingness. Best projected a fragment of his consciousness into the angry flame, which suddenly expanded exponentially with a resounding whoosh. Within it, a vague form of a golden savage emerged, beating its chest and howling in fury. Though diminutive, the ferocity it exuded surpassed that of a million ruthless marauders, embodying an extreme coldness and terror, devoid of reason, singularly focused on destruction and slaughter. The malevolent wave, reminiscent of the fusion of Vegeta and Goku's second form, surpassed even Goku's Super Saiyan third transformation, as well as the vengeful warriors created by Dr. Raichi. All manifestations of this chaotic energy. Understanding the nature of these two energies, Best suddenly erupted into thunderous laughter that resonated like a clap of thunder. He shook his form, forcefully peeling away the power of belief clinging to him, layer by layer, as if unraveling silk from a cocoon, until it vanished without a trace. Then, with a swift motion, he crushed the black flame in his grasp, causing it to explode violently. How absurd. I am who I am. What is the distinction between justice and evil? What is right or wrong? To attempt my assimilation is sheer folly. Oh, the agony. A few days ago, in a fit of curiosity, I searched for my author name on Baidu, only to discover a woman using the same name, writing about female supremacy. I felt a pang of frustration, nearly choking on my blood. Awaken, O Scion. Chapter 9. The Arrival on Namek. Just as Frisia issued the command to attack, numerous small spacecraft began to ascend from Namek, preparing to teleport back to the spacewalker using a short-range spatial converter, akin to the structures in Red Alert that allow for instant travel. Thus, at the moment Frisia chose to attack, Namek had already been hollowed out, reduced to a mere shell. Of course, no matter how strict the discipline, there will always be some inner duels. At this moment, 3 suspected miscreants ambled through the vast, uninhabited region, as if conducting a field study of Namek's terrain. Captain, we've been walking for half a day, yet we've seen no Namekians, Hagrid exclaimed, clutching a hefty piece of roasted meat, grease smeared across his hands and mouth, feeling quite stuffed and grumbling in frustration. Fool, what is wrong with your brain? At this pace, we'll never encounter any Namekians in our lifetime. Missus, pale and sickly, shot a sidelong glance at Alex, his lips moving as if to say something. But upon seeing his captain's nonchalant demeanor, he wisely chose silence, sighing in resignation. Indeed, Alex pulled out another large piece of roasted meat from his pocket, shoving it at Hagrid to continue eating, while nonsensically rambling. You must understand, the task we are undertaking is exceedingly arduous. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a competition to select elite individuals like us. It's reasonable to assume the difficulty of this mission. The Namekians must be residing in very concealed locations. If we could encounter them so easily, why would they send us? Though Hagrid was of the same age as Alex and possessed innate strength, dubbed a monster, he remained somewhat dim-witted, having yet to master the control of energy. Little did he realize that while they spoke, numerous Namekians were being taken away by their fellow squad members, leaving only a few small settlements scattered in remote areas, unclaimed. Meanwhile, Mrs., who had been hesitant to speak, now displayed signs of impatience. What the hell does that guy intend to do? At this slow pace, the others will snatch them all away. Those are precious credits. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Wait, is his true objective not those credits? As this realization dawned upon him, beads of sweat began to form on Mrs.'s forehead, and he could not suppress a cough, his face flushing with an unusual hue. Great Elder, please accompany us from this place. The battle is about to commence, and it is not safe here. Meanwhile, in the dwelling of the Great Elder of the Namekians, several young scions beseeched the enormous Elder, hoping to persuade the obstinate old man to leave. Cough, cough. The Great Elder appeared even more frail than 12 years ago, resembling a flickering candle flame, poised to extinguish at any moment. He sluggishly opened his eyes, their focus seemingly scattered, taking a long while to settle upon the young ones before him. Shaking his head, he rasped, I am nearing death. The flame of life will soon be extinguished. Even if I were to leave, it would bear no significance. It is better to remain on Namek and share its fate. If you do not leave, then we shall not leave. The elders from various Namekian clans rallied, their faces alight with determination. What is this nonsense? This is utterly foolish. We are here to save you, not to witness your demise. If you wish to live, come with me at once. A young scion exclaimed, raising his voice. Be silent. Regardless of who you are, I will not allow you to show disrespect to the elders. A distant, ethereal voice resonated, causing a collective shudder among all present. It felt akin to a scorching summer day, suddenly interrupted by a splash of icy water, prompting an involuntary shiver. At that moment, the young scions became acutely aware of an exceptionally tall Namekian among the elder Namekians. His appearance belied his youth, characterized by an expression of cold indifference that seemed to keep others at bay. Muscles rippled powerfully across his form, akin to bronze forged in fire, exuding an explosive strength. As he lifted his head and approached, the light in the room inexplicably dimmed, as if, within the confines of sight, nothing else could be perceived apart from this towering figure. The expressions on the faces of these scion youths changed dramatically, and they could not help but take several steps back. Initially, they had held a certain disdain for this race, believing the Namekians to be weak and easily bullied. Little did they expect that on Namek, such formidable individuals could exist. These beings had managed to rise through layers of selection, distinguishing themselves among numerous scion warriors. In terms of knowledge and experience, they were incomparable. Although this particular Namekian did not exhibit much combat prowess, every movement he made was in perfect harmony with nature, as if he were an embodiment of it. Even a mere glance from him felt like a piercing gaze, leaving them startled and stirring an inexplicable sense of trepidation within. The Namekian before them exuded an aura of extreme danger, his strength likely surpassing even that of the esteemed Captain Jiren. Among them stood Helios, a 7-time champion of the Agula's martial arts tournament, whose discerning vision was unparalleled, allowing him to perceive the formidable nature of this Namekian instantaneously. His expression shifted drastically as he spoke. Elder, if you persist in this course of action, it may lead to unnecessary casualties, which would contradict our original intentions. Cough, cough. Child, you speak the truth. You youngsters need not accompany this dying old man. You should all leave. Do not let this old fool die in unrest. The elder's voice was increasingly frail, yet his words brooked no argument. Esteemed elders, please do not place the elder in such a predicament. A young Namekian warrior stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the elder, addressing his fellow Namekians. And you, kneel? Inquired one of the elder Namekians, curiosity evident in the gazes of others. I have awaited this day for 12 long years. If possible, I wish for the Namekian crisis to be resolved by our own hands, rather than relying on outsiders. Today, I shall not leave Namek, even if it means perishing here. Let my blood merge with the soil of Namek. Neil declared, arms crossed, his gaze sweeping the vast sky, his tone imbued with an intense fighting spirit. Awaken, Scions. Chapter 10, Awakening. Damn it. Why are there only energy readings from lowly insects? Where are the Namekians? Have they all hidden away? A cosmic warrior clad in protective gear and a tight combat suit descended from the sky, muttering under his breath. Behind him, thousands of cosmic warriors surged forth, momentarily pausing before streaking away like meteors, scouring for traces of the Namekians. Among them, the most conspicuous were three factions: the ostentatious and ruthless Jinyu Force, the exceptionally gifted and enigmatic brothers Aber and Cardo, and the proud, solitary scion Prince Vegeta. These individuals were the elite among Frisia's ranks, each possessing overwhelming power capable of sweeping through an entire star system. They represented Frisia's most formidable assets, despite their might. The Aber and Cardo brothers, recently returned from the interstellar frontlines, lacked the renown of Jinyu and his ilk. Vegeta, having suffered a devastating defeat during the battle on Earth, returned in a state of disgrace, his specially formed Vegeta special forces decimated, marking it as his greatest humiliation, though his strength had increased upon his return. His reputation within the ranks had plummeted due to past failures, leading to relentless provocations and mockery from Jinyu's crew, further fueling his rage. Had it not been for the countless life-and-death battles over the past 12 years that tempered his nature, his once arrogant demeanor would have likely revealed thoughts of rebellion, crushing those who dared to mock him. As these cosmic warriors diligently searched for the Namekians using their scanners, Vegeta, floating with his arms crossed, suddenly jolted, his previously aloof demeanor shifting to one of surprise, excitement, and an unidentifiable tremor. It was evident he sensed something extraordinary. Without a sound, he pivoted and shot off in a specific direction with remarkable speed. Jeez and Goku from the Jinyu Force exchanged glances, their eyes fixed on the direction Vegeta had vanished. What is that scion up to? He seems to have discovered something, Jeez remarked, narrowing his eyes. Should we inform the captain? Berta pondered, stroking his chin hesitantly. The captain's new body can unleash a million-level battle power, but it's still somewhat uncontrollable. If he accidentally kills Vegeta, we'd be left with nothing, Jeez chuckled, though a flicker of envy at Jinyu's fortune danced in his eyes. Berta, with a comically exaggerated gesture, declared, then let us not inform the captain. I've wanted to teach this arrogant fellow a lesson for a long time. Just wait, I'll have him searching for his teeth. You can't hog all the fun, Berta. We should leave some scraps for the rest of us. Berta and Jeez chimed in unison, striking a pose and shouting the Jinyu Force's classic slogan as they zeroed in on Vegeta's energy signature, pursuing him eagerly. How despicable. Wait for me. You too. Berta shouted, his form darting after them with astonishing speed. Meanwhile, Vegeta had locked onto three distinct energy signatures and sped toward them. For some reason, a fine sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead, and he muttered in disbelief, it's true. It's truly the energy of our scion kind. Why are there so many scion signatures on Namek? What on earth is happening? Elsewhere, Alex, traversing the rugged terrain with two companions, sensed something amiss. Abruptly raising his head to gaze into the distance, a slight furrow forming on his brow. We've been so discreet. How could anyone have found us? I hope it's not my father sending someone to drag me back. I cannot allow that to happen. I've come here to witness this climactic battle and capture the scenes to sell as an exclusive news story. This is a lucrative business worth millions of bajasses. I absolutely cannot let it fall apart, the boy mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Awaken, Scions. Chapter 11, The Killing Intent Across the Vast Expanse of the Grassland. A streak of vibrant energy surged forth, embodying primal ferocity and overwhelming might, shattering layers of air and erupting into a thunderous roar, rivaling the sound of countless supersonic jets in flight. Under Vegeta's conscious search, he soon pinpointed three motionless figures below. The hundreds of meters separating them did little to obstruct his keen eyesight, revealing that the three dark silhouettes were none other than three somewhat youthful children, their tails swaying gently behind them, unmistakably signifying their scion heritage. They were indeed scions. At that moment, Vegeta's swift figure suddenly came to an abrupt halt, pausing within the blink of an eye. A formidable and exuberant aura erupted forth, cascading like the relentless tides of the ocean, surging in all directions. In the next instant, a resounding tempest roared high above. His arms, though firmly clenched into fists, strong and powerful, trembled ever so slightly, betraying the complexity of his astonishment intertwined with boundless joy. At this juncture, Vegeta's emotions resembled those of a traveler returning home after decades, filled with a sense of trepidation and exhilaration, a poignant conflict of feelings. He was not a born cold-blooded assassin, he harbored his own thoughts. when his race and his people were discarded like refuse, obliterated by others. The weight of sorrow and despair undoubtedly bore heavily upon his heart. Beneath even the most haughty and indifferent exterior lay a trace of affection and reluctance. Otherwise, as he traversed the cosmos, he would not continue to identify himself as a scion, nor would he take pride in his scion heritage. The man, seemingly indifferent, yet intrinsically fragile, bears an overwhelming burden. His treatment of himself, his subordinates, and indeed everything around him is marked by an exceptional severity. He possesses an extraordinary obsession with the outcomes of triumph and defeat. Consequently, his methods often appear exceedingly radical and ruthless, devoid of any semblance of humanity. Perhaps this is a consequence of his character, influenced by the lofty bloodline of royalty. Yet, could it not also stem from a minuscule flicker of belief within him? A desperate longing to restore the former glory of the scions single-handedly? Thus, he allows no one to tarnish the name of the scions. Even if that individual is one of his dwindling kin, he would execute them himself. Since their near extinction renders any hope of reconstruction futile, he resolves to uphold the scion legacy alone. The honor of the scion race shall dwell with him. His glory equates to that of the scions. His victories and defeats reflect theirs. Honor and disgrace are intertwined, life and death are shared. This has perpetually fueled Vegeta's indomitable fighting spirit, driving him to grow ever stronger. However, today he is suddenly jolted by the revelation that numerous scions still thrive and engage within the universe. What exhilarating and maddening news this is! In that moment, a tempest of emotion surges within Vegeta, rendering him unable to maintain his composure. In his excitement, he prepares to descend and confront those few scion children, yearning to uncover their lineage and origins. Yet, at that very instant, an unforeseen disruption occurs. Two flamboyant figures, one blue and one red, rush towards him, blocking his path. With an air of mockery, they jest, well, isn't this our scion prince? Where in such haste are you off to? Get lost. Vegeta retorts, furrowing his brow with an icy demeanor. Why so upset, Vegeta? After all, we are comrades on the same front. Although your team has been entirely wiped out, leaving you as the sole survivor, our Ginyu Force would gladly accept you, G's remarks. A smirk plastered across his face as he observes Vegeta's stoic expression. Barda, glancing around, inadvertently looks down and spots the three scion children. He exclaims with mock excitement. Vegeta, are those little ones your sons? No wonder you're in such a rush. Clearly, there is something amiss. G's, peering down, raises an eyebrow in surprise. Indeed, they are scion children. Vegeta, it seems you owe us an explanation. Ridiculous. Why should I explain anything to you lot? Now get out of my way. Vegeta snaps, crossing his arms, a menacing glint igniting in his eyes, revealing a hint of murderous intent. Exchanging uneasy glances, G's and Barda sense the impending danger. As Vegeta's eyes narrow, emitting a piercing light, an instinctual chill courses through them, as if they have been targeted by a ferocious beast. Awaken. Science. Chapter 12. Seeking Death. Eliminate him. Stimulated by Vegeta's murderous aura, every hair on G's and Barda's body stands on end, reacting instinctively to the terror. Their bodies respond immediately. These two individuals emerged from a sea of corpses, fierce warriors whose hands are stained with countless lives, far too numerous to count. Even in mundane moments, such as walking or dining, they exude an air of dominance and ruthlessness. A mere disagreement could lead to fatal consequences, treating human life with a disregard akin to that of mere weeds. In this moment, they suddenly erupted, akin to two starving wolves, devoid of any restraint. Fully aware that they had reached a dead end, should they fail to seize this chance, they would become prey for other beasts, leaving them with no hope of a complete demise. In this life-or-death scenario, their courage surged dramatically. Even the king of the savannah, the lion, would dare to reveal its claws and engage in battle. Vegeta observed with a cold indifference, resembling a mere spectator. As he witnessed the two suddenly erupt and vanish from sight, a faint, sardonic smile graced his lips. With a fluid motion of his arms, he deftly blocked and evaded their relentless onslaught, effortlessly neutralizing dozens of strikes, as if brushing off dust from his attire, without even shifting his position. Jace and Berta were utterly astonished. They were well aware that their coordinated ambush had been rehearsed countless times, their synergy nearly flawless, leaving no openings. If unleashed unexpectedly, their assault was formidable, making it nearly impossible to defend against unless one was of a significantly higher caliber, capable of breaking through their meticulously crafted blockade. Otherwise, defeat was inevitable. However, the scene unfolding before them left them utterly bewildered. They could not fathom how Vegeta, whose combat prowess had once been comparable to their own, had suddenly transformed into an indomitable force, akin to an unshakable deity. Despite their best efforts, they could not force him to yield even an inch. The shock deflated their previously surging courage, causing their rhythm of attack to falter, a barely perceptible pause emerging. Vegeta, a figure of immense prowess, discerned the flaw in their strategy and would not let the opportunity slip away. Suddenly, he bent his body, and his fists launched forward like cannonballs, striking their abdomens with a force that left them reeling, spewing forth mucus and saliva, akin to a football forcefully kicked away. With a resounding impact, They were sent hurtling through the air, visible ripples of shockwaves radiating outward, showcasing the ferocity of his strikes. Utterly inept fools, seeking your own demise, Vegeta remarked coldly. Arms crossed. Just as he was about to continue his actions, his gaze sharpened, fixating on the distance. There, a wild aura surged toward him, doubling in speed as it barreled through the air like a cannonball, accompanied by an ear-splitting roar that pierced the heavens. The Jinyu Force, led by Guldo. The projectile that struck was none other than the formidable Riku, the second most powerful member of the Jinyu Force, second only to Captain Jinyu himself. These pesky flies truly are a nuisance. Vegeta furrowed his brow, a hint of gravity reflected in his eyes. He understood well that Riku was not to be underestimated. Vastly superior to the two preceding weaklings. Though this creature presented an exaggerated and comical appearance that might evoke laughter, he was, in truth, a merciless butcher. His brutality was unmatched within the Jinyu Force, and while he may have slightly lagged in speed, his immense strength was unparalleled. Capable of withstanding meteorite impacts and shattering celestial bodies, he resembled a Tyrannosaurus clad in human skin, a terror beyond imagination. Hey, Jace, where's Buddha? Am I faster than them? Suddenly, a frenzied aura halted abruptly, followed by a thunderous crack, reminiscent of a colossal firecracker exploding. The air churned violently, creating a fleeting distortion. As the smoke dissipated, a towering figure emerged, as solid as rock. It was none other than Riku, the monster from the original story that mercilessly tormented Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin. At that moment, Riku appeared somewhat dazed, scratching his cheek with a finger and craning his neck in search of Jace and Buddha. Hey, Vegeta, have you seen Jace and Buddha? Riku suddenly exclaimed, his eyes brightening as he looked at Vegeta. Riku, Vegeta has betrayed Lord Frieza. You must kill him swiftly. At that instant, the two previously repelled figures crawled out from the cracked earth, clutching their stomachs and painfully groaning. Blood gushed from their mouths. A gruesome sight that sent chills down the spine. Brothers, do me a favor. If you have spare tickets, don't give them to me. Give them to this lady instead. Her new book needs to climb the charts, and my comrades must assist her. I would be immensely grateful. Awaken. Scion Chapter 13. Unleashing 900. Riku. Vegeta has betrayed Lord Frieza. Hurry, kill him. The anguished cries of Jace and Buddha momentarily froze the air. Riku's gaze sharpened, but before he could inquire further, Vegeta had already made his move. In the blink of an eye, the scene transformed into nothingness. A massive elbow loomed closer, accompanied by a piercing sound that sliced through the air, violently striking Riku's throat. Upon impact, the elbow extended, and Vegeta lunged forward like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey. With a powerful thrust, one of Riku's legs shot upwards at 180 degrees before crashing back down with unmatched force. The momentum was reminiscent of a colossal battering ram, pulled by thousands of slaves, breaking through the gates of an ancient city. Riku staggered backward once more, but could not escape. A hand descended upon him, grasping the tuft of red hair atop his head, forcibly pulling the towering giant back. What followed was a relentless barrage of punches to his cheek, each strike resonating with a force comparable to tactical missiles in a long-range assault. Riku endured a series of brutal blows, momentarily dazed, rendered unresponsive. Within a mere second, his combat armor, a blend of various space alloys, had become tattered and ragged, resembling a beggar's attire. At this moment, Vegeta's flurry of strikes had reached its zenith. With a fierce shout, he raised both arms high above his head, clasping his hands together. His 10 fingers intertwined, forming a massive hammer-like weapon that descended upon the crown of his opponent, a devastating blow. Crack, crack, in the void. It was as though a bolt of lightning had erupted, unleashing a magnificent radiance. The force of the impact sent the opponent, known as Lika, crashing through the clouds, tearing through the air like a meteor plummeting to earth, accompanied by a resounding roar. Upon his body meeting the ground, the earth shook violently, rending the very tectonic plates apart, surpassing even the most cataclysmic earthquakes of magnitude 12 or above. A layer of sand erupted from the ground, spreading like a shockwave in all directions, powerful enough to reduce reinforced concrete to mere dust, let alone flesh and blood. Vegeta straightened up, his breath slightly labored. Yet, there was no joy in his brow from vanquishing a formidable foe. Instead, his expression was one of intense focus, his gaze sharp as a blade, maintaining a stance of vigilance. As the dust settled, Lika, who had just been struck down, stood defiantly amidst the rubble, head held high. Though his body bore numerous bruises, they appeared to be superficial injuries, not sufficient to inflict a fatal blow. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Lika wiped his cheek and grinned. That hurt quite a bit. Vegeta, you scoundrel. How dare you ambush me? Uranium crystal battle body. Vegeta's eyes glinted with cold intensity, revealing a clear understanding. The previous assault had been his utmost effort. Fierce and decisive, a testament to his peak prowess. Had it been Jace or Berta, they would have perished without a doubt, yet Lika remained vibrant and resilient. His strength was not merely a result of monstrous physique, it was far beyond that. In their early years, these cosmic warriors had been irradiated by Dr. Fate's mutation rays, akin to the Fantastic Four from American comics, each possessing unique mutated abilities. For instance, Goku could manipulate time within a certain area, freezing it in place. while Captain Jinyu had the power to swap bodies with stronger adversaries. Berta frequently proclaimed his body as the fastest in the universe, his mutation likely manifesting in speed. Lika's mutation, however, was the unrivaled uranium crystal battle body, exponentially more formidable than any machine crafted from steel and iron. Now is certainly not the right time. Vegeta thought. In comparison to Frieza, I am utterly insignificant and not yet ready to confront him. If it weren't for you three brats, I wouldn't have lost my composure like this. Please, do not disappoint me. Vegeta, the kind of warrior who grew stronger in the face of adversity, was no ordinary individual. After 12 years of rigorous training, he had witnessed powers of unimaginable strength. He had witnessed Frieza's third transformation, battling the Cosmic Wanderer Redo, a spectacle that had left an indelible mark on his memory. Thus, the present Vegeta was not merely the arrogant scion prince of the original tale. He bore an added ferocity, lying in wait. If not for necessity, he would not act, nor betray. Since it has come to this, I shall eliminate you vermin first. And then seize the Dragon Balls. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Vegeta's eyes. As he saw Lika shouting and making a scene, anger surged within him. Crouching down, he charged like a cannonball, his lips curling into a smirk as a wild aura erupted around him. His fists descended like a torrential storm, clashing with Lika in a barrage of blows. Though Lika's punches were overwhelmingly powerful, they followed a straightforward trajectory, offering no room for maneuver. Vegeta effortlessly evaded them. In his wildness, he exhibited a speed akin to thunder. For every punch Lika threw, he retaliated with 7 or 8, targeting vulnerable spots, eyes, ears, throat, armpits, denying Lika any opportunity to counterattack. Lika roared in frustration, unable to contain his anger. Although these strikes could not breach his uranium crystal battle body, they accumulated, causing hairline fractures to appear, like glass under immense pressure, yet to shatter, but steadily spreading, revealing fresh flesh beneath. Below, Jace and Berta struggled to their feet, astonished as they gazed skyward. Witnessing Vegeta, the scion monkey, growing more formidable, toyed with Lika as if he were a mere puppet, left them utterly speechless. When did that bastard Vegeta become so powerful? Is Lika not his match? Berta, drenched in cold sweat, trembled uncontrollably. If the captain hadn't found that body capable of unleashing 1,000,000 combat power, he might not stand a chance against this scion monkey. Damn it. At this rate, we will be killed by this scion. Jace exclaimed, fear etched upon his face, regretting his reckless actions. Suddenly, he caught sight of 3 small figures nearby, whispering among themselves. With a gleam in his eye, he turned to Berta, quick. Capture those 3 brats and coerce Vegeta to release us. Right. Berta replied, a sinister smile creeping onto his face as he bolted into action. Even in his injured state, his speed was astonishing. Captain, look at what that kid is planning. Hegless suddenly turned, reporting to Alex. Oh, he's merely seeking his own demise. Alex shrugged, warning the frenzied Berta. Hey, be careful. Don't come too close, or I might just end you with a single punch. Foolish child. Berta, of course, dismissed any notion that these younglings possessed any combat capabilities, glaring menacingly. You wretched scion monkeys shall perish. When I capture you, I will break your limbs and render you crippled. See, it proves my point. This fool truly seeks his own death, Alex remarked leisurely to Hegless and Mishuz, as he nonchalantly pressed a finger against Berta's forehead at a critical moment. In that instant, his delicate finger acted as a divine pillar, abruptly halting Berta's fierce advance, leaving the latter's face etched with disbelief. First, gather, then unleash. Feeling Berta's ferocious momentum coursing through his fingers, Alex narrowed his eyes, suddenly opening them wide, releasing a radiant burst of energy. He uttered those 5 words softly, as the overwhelming force within him swirled, as if catalyzed by some mysterious agent. Suddenly, a force of 900 times erupted forth, akin to a river breaching its dam, unleashing a violent recoil. All of it reverberated back to Bart. In an instant, the space before him trembled violently, warping beyond recognition. Following a tremendous crash, Bart was reduced to mere powder, utterly obliterated. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 14, The Grand Entrance. Let us redirect our attention to the Space Wanderer. At this moment, within a corridor adorned with stark, cold hues, the lighting flickered dimly. A tall figure gradually approached from afar. The hatches along the path opened with heavy, resonant sounds, echoing around him as if guiding his way forward. When the final hatch swung open, revealing the vast expanse of outer space, an overwhelming and terrifying force seemed to manifest from thin air. The intensity of this pull surpassed even the fiercest hurricanes at sea, threatening to forcibly draw in and utterly consume everything in its vicinity. It is worth noting that in the classic sci-fi series Alien 4, even the extremely terrifying evolutionary beings were powerless against the vacuum explosion and the suction of outer space. Ultimately, they were crushed before the eyes of onlookers, reduced to a mere puddle of goo. Only exceedingly rare cosmic races, like Frisia's, possess the privilege to wander through space, transcending atmospheres to engage in interplanetary battles. Yet at this moment, that figure continued to advance, step by step, despite the thin fabric of his attire being buffeted violently by the winds, threatening to tear apart. His gait remained unperturbed by the terrifying suction. Instead, He leisurely twisted his neck and joints, continuing his slow march forward. As he approached the hatch, an astonishing burst of lightning erupted from his entire being. It radiated with a brilliance surpassing that of the sun, transforming into a spectacular arc of auroral light, racing towards the verdant planet below. Simultaneously, in a certain location on planet Namek, "Captain, it's bad. The life signals of Lick, Bart, and the others have vanished. This is a stout and somewhat robust extraterrestrial being. The temples on either side of its head are notably swollen, resembling a festering abscess. When it opens and closes its eyes, it reveals a pair of exceedingly fierce, oversized eyes, reminiscent of a grotesquely mutated creature. However, at this moment, the alien's face is etched with horror, as if it has witnessed something utterly inconceivable. After a brief pause, it turns in shock and stutters to a nearby individual. Where is Jess? Behind it, a blue luminescent figure, standing upright with arms slightly extended as if defying gravity, suddenly opens its eyes. In that instant, its gaze reflects a blinding brilliance akin to a supernova. That individual has sent Bart to ambush 3 small scion specters while he makes his escape. Gudu, drenched in sweat, fumbles with his scanner, utilizing the specially designed communicator of the Jinyu Force to replay the recording from that moment. Although he was not present at the scene, he has pieced together the situation with considerable accuracy. This individual is indeed quite cunning. The blue luminescent figure speaks with a monotone voice, devoid of any expression, merely tilting its head slightly as it slowly remarks, "Has Vegeta finally revealed his fangs? I knew a decade ago that this brat was not one to be subservient. Now, let us seek him out." Just as Gudu is about to pinpoint Vegeta's location, his expression suddenly shifts dramatically. In the next moment, the device affixed to his left eye experiences a catastrophic failure, as if subjected to an overwhelming electromagnetic disturbance, exploding into a cloud of dust. It is not just him. At that instant, all electronic communication devices fail, rendering them utterly useless. The blue luminescent figure also appears to be affected, gasping as it spews blood, its eyes wide open, fixated on the vast, unending sky, filled with incredulity. "Captain, what is happening?" Gudu, now in a state of panic, stares at the blue figure, the series of bizarre occurrences filling him with dread. The blue being bows its head in silence. After a prolonged pause, it finally lifts its gaze and states, "I do not know. It seems this body retains some innate warning ability. However, my understanding of these mysterious powers is quite limited, and I am unable to utilize them effectively. It is truly unfortunate. Could it be the Namekian?" Gudu forces a smile, nervously inquiring. "Ah, the stronger, the better. I prefer a combat-oriented physique over this bizarre form. Only such a body would allow me to unleash my full potential. Let us go and find Vegeta, and first deal with this traitor." The blue luminescent figure seems oblivious to the gravity of the situation, its arrogance causing it to miss the optimal opportunity to report to Frieza. But our scanner is rendered useless. Gudu swallows hard, cautiously reminding, "Useless? I knew I could not rely on you at a critical moment," the blue being retorts coolly. As it speaks, its eyes suddenly brighten, projecting an image that reveals Vegeta and Alex fleeing in a specific direction. "Look, that is Namek," Bulma exclaims excitedly, pointing at the increasingly closer green planet on the screen. Behind her, several individuals gather around a dining table, indulging in a feast. Goku, cheeks stuffed and mouth smeared with strands of noodles and meat, hurriedly approaches, mumbling, "Really? That is splendid. By the way, Bulma, where have you hidden those refrigerators? There isn't enough food." "Goku, are you even listening?" Bulma, irritated, turns to him, shrugging her shoulders. "You still have the mind to think about food?" Perhaps overwhelmed by the abundance of food in his mouth, Goku finds himself momentarily choked, his face turning crimson. He hastily gulps down a jug of water, finally emitting a satisfied sound. Then, with a drooping head, he looks at Bulma with a pitiful expression and says, "I know, but if I don't fill up, how can I muster the strength to fight later? I can't stand you all. A bunch of battle maniacs." Bulma, exasperated, rubs her temples. For some reason, an unshakable sense of confusion lingers in her heart. Awaken. Scion Chapter 15. The Hatred of the Zoflurians. Dr. Reiki. Dark Planet. This is quite interesting. I did not expect so many Scions to still be alive in the universe. This news is truly exhilarating. Scions, oh Scions. The sight of you lowly hybrids ignites the flames of vengeance within me, insatiable, as Frieza, Petra, and Goku make their appearances. On this desolate planet reeking of decay and silence, an array of black crystal orbs flicker, suddenly unleashing a wave of dense, malevolent energy. Once gathered, these energies coalesce into a form that resembles a swollen soap bubble, which, in mere seconds, transforms into the visage of an elderly man. The appearance of this elderly man is exceedingly peculiar. His entire being exudes an aura of malevolence and decay, akin to a venomous serpent hanging from a branch, evoking an unsettling chill. Moments ago, it was he who muttered to himself, his hands hanging limply as he emitted a chilling, grotesque laughter. With the resonance of his sinister chuckle, the black crystals suddenly became engulfed in a swirling darkness, from which emerged countless lethargic extraterrestrial warriors. Their vacant gazes reminiscent of the zombies found in science fiction films. These zombie-like creatures lingered in the air for but a few fleeting seconds, their eyes suddenly reflecting a breathtakingly bloodthirsty gleam as they erupted into furious howls towards the heavens. They were the undead warriors conjured by Dr. Reiki over the past 12 years, having absorbed an inexhaustible reservoir of deathly resentment from the cosmic war, forcibly summoning the malevolent souls from the depths of hell. Moreover, the frail old man before us had once, in his quest to absorb the deathly energy from the battlefield of the universe, fought 7 battles against Quira without defeat, earning him the legendary title of the Lord of the Undead across the Northern Galaxy. Over the course of these 12 years, I traversed much of the Northern Galaxy in search of your whereabouts. Today, at last, the time for vengeance has come. Dr. Reiki's laughter echoed maniacally. Though his emaciated form was curled into a ball, it did not diminish the terrifying aura emanating from the Lord of the Undead. Waves of dread crashing forth like tumultuous tides. Many years ago, the highly advanced Zephyrians welcomed a damaged spacecraft, allowing its survivors to settle on their world. These very survivors would later lead to the annihilation of the Zephyrians by the Scion race. This information is derived from the Dragon Ball Z movie regarding the Scion extinction plan. In response to the sudden uprising of the Scions, the Zephyrians gathered countless brilliant inventors from their ranks, pooling their intellect to devise the ultimate weapon against the Scions. One such creation was the ultimate parasitic life form, Baby, imbued with the genetic legacy and resentment of the Zephyrian king. The other was none other than Dr. Reiki himself. However, at this moment, he was not a true living entity, but rather a fusion of the Zephyrians' memories before death and their intense grievances. Furthermore, the more deathly resentment he absorbed, the more his own power would exponentially increase, surpassing any form of training. This was all thanks to the terrifying and grotesque super machine behind him, the ultimate weapon Hachiyak, which amalgamated the resentful spirits of countless Zephyrians. Now, let us embark on our journey. I shall subject those Scions to every conceivable torment this world has to offer, forcing them to perish in boundless regret and despair. At this moment, Dr. Reiki, with his eyes cloaked in crimson chips, cast a subtle glance behind him, whispering in a voice audible only to himself, "Baby, your growth has been exceedingly slow. Despite the vast amount of deathly resentment I have poured into nurturing your form over the years, you have only reached this level. Can your consciousness not awaken? No matter, I doubt you will be needed any longer. I'm about to journey to planet Namek and eradicate every last one of those Scions, ensuring their total extinction." Amidst his maniacal laughter, a colossal shadowy cloud suddenly surged forth, revealing countless grotesque apparitions that instilled an unshakable chill in the air. Thoughts of chaos, frenzy, and loathing flooded the mind, even igniting a primal urge to unleash violence. This is the negative impact of deathly resentment, potent enough to transform a gentle and refined gentleman into a monstrous parasite in an instant. Such occurrences typically manifest only on the battlefield strewn with the souls of the wronged. The ominous cloud dissipated swiftly, hinting at an extraordinary ability to tear through the fabric of space itself. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a massive crimson lightning bolt that rent the heavens as it surged forth with furious intensity. However, merely moments later, this menacing cloud returned to the dark planet, now fragmented and incomplete. Upon touching the ground, it transformed into an elderly man, gasping for breath, none other than the previously spirited Dr. Reiki. At this moment, his attire lay in tatters, his face marked by a tremendous handprint, crackling with strands of electricity. His eyes were fixed on the shattered space above, his facial muscles twitching violently, revealing an expression of utter disbelief and horror. After a prolonged silence, he abruptly regained his composure, cloaking the dark planet in a veil of obscurity. Simultaneously, his anguished roar echoed across the land. "Damnable Scion bandits! You shall pay for this. I am immortal, and I shall hunt you down." Meanwhile, a bald man traversing the cosmos smiled faintly, muttering to himself, "You certainly fled with remarkable speed. To withstand my full force strike and survive is quite impressive. Nevertheless, today I find myself in good spirits. I shall grant you a reprieve." With that, the bald man glanced at his pocket watch, suddenly smacking his forehead as if recalling something important. "Blast it. The decisive battle is about to commence. I should make my presence felt. Out of courtesy and for various reasons, the Mikians have always shown me favor. Such an occasion would be incomplete without my attendance." Awaken. Scion. Chapter 16. A first encounter. "Ah? So, you belong to the same generation as our uncle. Then," Alex said, cradling the back of his head with both hands, his eyes darting around in a whimsical manner as he surveyed his surroundings. Even as he strode briskly, he appeared utterly nonchalant, lacking any semblance of decorum. Upon hearing Vegeta's explanation, his eyes widened in exaggerated astonishment as he exclaimed, "Goodness! Uncle, perhaps you are a long-lost brother of our father." "Nonsense," Mrs. replied, cold sweat trickling down his brow, his throat tightening.